You cannot confess your feelings to her. On what grounds? Because she is my girlfriend. A technological elite, the epitome of a well-rounded child from a prestigious family, Zhou Yu. From a young age, he epitomized the ideal student and obedient child, adhering to the teachings of his teachers and the guidance of his parents, diligently focusing on his studies while avoiding early romantic entanglements. He was the king of diligence, persevering through to his doctoral graduation, embarking on a successful entrepreneurial venture that yielded millions, while his girlfriend remained a top-tier celebrity. His life followed a meticulously ordered trajectory, and Zhou Yu believed that his youth was devoid of regrets. However, in the next moment, he was reborn, reincarnated in the first week of his senior year. His progress bar reset to the few low points of his life, having just fallen from the elite class. Most importantly, at that time, his superstar girlfriend was still the aloof school beauty who had never spoken a word to him. So all instances are being reset, are they? Well, there are still some minor regrets. Chapter 1. I have truly reborn. Is it September 10th, 2007? Indeed, I have truly returned. I am aware. Zhou Yu, you have confirmed the date with me 3 times already. You finally believe me? To be honest, I'm also a reincarnate. Indeed, I am Qin Shi Huang, Ing Zheng. Upon meeting me, why do you not hasten to kneel? Si Bangzi, you rotund fool, to hell with you. Zhou Yu raised his leg to kick Si Bangzi, but the nimble, chubby fellow evaded with a twist of his hips, narrowly avoiding the blow and retreating 3 meters away. He could only shake his head in frustration and turn to gaze at his reflection in the shop window. A familiar face, youthful and innocent. His retro, thick bangs complemented the unchanging blue and white school uniform of Linen High School. This was his 18-year-old self. Today marked the 2nd week of his senior year. It was early morning, and he was on his way to school, feeling quite irritable. Wishing to smoke, he rummaged through his pockets, but only found a stick of gum. Well, it would have to suffice. Zhou Yu squatted by the roadside, meticulously chewing on the gum, his emotions a tangled web. Who could have imagined that merely a moment ago, he was attending a class reunion in a magical metropolis, only to be reborn 15 years back in Linen. The agile, plump figure before him was none other than his childhood friend, Si Bangzi. True to his name, he was indeed a hefty fellow. The school gate in the early morning was always permeated with the aromas of various breakfast foods. The steaming soy milk, fried dough sticks, and buns mingled together, creating a faint mist. On the street, figures clad in blue and white uniforms passed by, the essence of youth palpable, as if this corner of the city was the purest of its kind. Si Bangzi stood before a vendor, smiling broadly. Boss, give me 2 sticks of starch sausage. I won't eat that. Zhou Yu muttered. Who eats starch sausage this early in the morning? Starch sausage is still being sold this early? Not a chance. Both of them are mine. Si Bangzi gleefully accepted the starch sausages and began to eat. All those years were truly in vain. Zhou Yu murmured, his expression somber. The company was thriving. I know, Si Bangzi replied, chewing away, his words somewhat garbled. 15 years from now, you will have graduated with a doctorate, a rising star in technology, and a successful entrepreneur. The school beauty from Lin University has become a celebrity, a top-tier influencer. Most importantly, she has become your girlfriend. By the way, what does top-tier influencer even mean? In this era, terms like traffic and top-tier were not yet in use, and certainly no one spoke of disruption. Zhou Yu couldn't be bothered to explain. Did you not doubt me? Aren't you Qin Shi Huang? Si Bangzi nodded. Brother, to be honest, if you had said that 15 years from now, you would be prosperous and financially free, I would believe it. After all, you are truly quite intelligent and grounded. If you claim the school beauty from Lin University has become a star, I would believe that too. She indeed possesses a face more beautiful than that of any celebrity. But to say that you two would end up together? Surely, it wouldn't have fallen this low. At this, Si Bangzi shook his head like a rattledrum. Is it still because you didn't perform well in last week's placement exam, hitting you that hard? Placement exam? Zhou Yu was taken aback. It dawned on him that among the few setbacks in his otherwise smooth-sailing life was indeed this placement exam at the start of his senior year. At that time, he had been running a high fever, feeling dizzy and disoriented, yet he had managed to complete the exam purely by sheer willpower, stumbling out of the examination room barely able to see the blackboard. Subsequently, without the slightest hint of suspense, I received the lowest score of my life. Coincidentally, I encountered the blood transfusion system, resulting in my expulsion from the remedial class. Although the final college entrance examination bore little impact, and I still managed to attend my dream university, I must confess that I was quite disheartened for an extended period. After all, it is quite disheartening for an earnest 18-year-old scholar. This is indeed a significant matter. Upon contemplating this, Zhou Yu felt both speechless and irate. Damn it, couldn't my rebirth have occurred a few days earlier? If only I could have been reborn before the class division examination, I would have turned the tide. Upon hearing this, Si Bangzi wore an expression of as expected, and I knew it. He then continued to speak to himself. By the way, if you truly harbor feelings for Lin, the school beauty, That is undeniably quite challenging. Speaking of Ling'an High School, within the entire city of Ling'an, Lin Wangshu has countless admirers. Your presence neither adds nor detracts from the count. And what about you? For 3 years in the same school, in the adjacent classroom, you have not exchanged a single word with her. When it comes to pursuing her, you are at the very end of the line. Of course, I can understand. Over the years, so many individuals have ventured forth, boldly professing their affections. Not a single one has succeeded. Not even one has managed to provide a hint of encouragement. I advise you to abandon this fruitless endeavor. Otherwise, your demise would merely add another wraith to the count, which is hardly just. Look, here comes another forlorn spirit. See, Bangzi raised his plump, fair hand, gesturing toward the entrance of the school. In actuality, Zhou Yu had already noticed. A vast crowd was gathered there, encircling a girl who stood quietly at the center, exuding an aura of icy elegance. Her raven hair cascaded like ink, illuminated by the morning light, bestowing a soft filter upon the serene maiden. Her eyes, bright and lively, always stirred one's heart, making it difficult to gaze directly upon her. The ordinary school uniform she wore unexpectedly accentuated her purity. This is how true beauty manifests. Even from afar, one could discern her indistinct silhouette. Lin Wangshu, the universally acknowledged pinnacle of beauty at Ling'an High School over the past decade, the legendary Lin, the school beauty. Before her stood a tall, lanky youth with bleached hair, presenting her with a bouquet of flowers. It was evident that he intended to confess his feelings. The surrounding students buzzed with speculation. 3 times a week, each time met with rejection. Does Yu Mingjie not find this tiresome? I cannot say whether Yu Mingjie finds it tiresome, but Lin Wangshu must certainly be exasperated. Look, Yu Mingjie has even brought along 2 lackeys today, evidently refusing to let anyone leave without an answer. See Bangzi, having finished 2 sticks of starch sausage, playfully remarked while holding an empty bamboo skewer. Oh dear, your girlfriend is being confessed to? Zhou Yu chewed on his gum, observing the scene before him, lost in reminiscence. Yu Mingjie, notorious for his bullying within the school, had just transferred this semester and was persistently pursuing Lin Wangshu, a delinquent with no academic merit. One would think he would not even qualify for such a prestigious institution as Ling'an High School. Yet he possessed a golden ticket to immunity. His father held a significant position within the Education Bureau. Thus, no matter how unruly he behaved, there was always someone to shield him from repercussions. Indeed, many harbored secret crushes or open affections for Lin Wangshu, both male and female. However, the only one audacious enough to boldly declare his affections was Yu Mingjie. Moreover, everyone was aware that he was a troublesome bully. Whenever he insisted on confessing, no one dared to intervene. Those so-called admirers perhaps feared his ruthless tactics, or perhaps they understood that they lacked his immunity. In any case, at such moments they all faltered. To employ an inappropriate metaphor, not a single official in the court dared to voice their opinions. In truth, it wasn't long before Yu Mingjie's father fell from grace, apprehended by the JW, and his immunity was rendered null. This farce thus fell silent. In my previous life, I had witnessed this scene once or twice, choosing not to intervene as it did not concern me. But in this life, how could I stand idly by? What a dismal way to start the day. Zhou Yu pushed through the throng, making his way toward Lin Wangshu. At that moment, in the center of the universe, he declared, Lin Wangshu, I like you. Huh. Would you be my girlfriend? Huh. Lin Wangshu's face remained frosty, and the surrounding air seemed to freeze at 18 degrees below zero. Initially, she would politely decline. However, now she was so vexed that she could scarcely utter a coherent word. If she spoke again, it might very well be in the language of the ancients. 18 years. What manner of confessions had she not encountered? This relentless pursuit, so shameless and tenacious, was unlike anything she had ever faced. It truly reached the point where she considered calling the authorities. How about we give it a try? I promise to treat you like royalty. Trust me. But you don't have a girlfriend either? Give me a chance. Feelings can be cultivated. Yu Mingjie blinked, tossing aside his heavy bangs. How oily. To make matters worse, his entourage had taken on the role of cheerleaders. Yes, just agree to our brother Jia. Sister-in-law, brother Jia has pursued you for 3 days and nights, even neglecting his games. If you don't agree, brother Jia's heart will truly shatter. Each one of them exchanged mischievous glances, even addressing her as sister-in-law. How nauseating. Lin Wangshu's expression grew even colder, just as she was about to speak. Yet, she was interrupted. No way, absolutely not. The crowd turned toward the voice. A rather tall figure emerged, bearing an unfamiliar face. Yu Mingjie furrowed his brow and asked, Wait, who are you, mate? Chapter 2. I am her boyfriend. Yu Mingjie stood at a height of approximately 1.78 meters, which was not short by any means. However, Zhou Yu towered over him slightly at around 1.83 meters. More importantly, Zhou Yu did not possess the lanky physique reminiscent of a monkey that Yu Mingjie had. While not particularly muscular, Zhou Yu exuded an air of quiet strength, suggesting he was not someone to be trifled with. Mind your own business, Yu Mingjie waved dismissively, attempting to walk away. Zhou Yu merely raised an eyebrow, taking a few steps forward to stand firmly in front of Lin Wangshu, effectively acting as a barrier between them. He raised his hand slightly, naturally shielding her behind him. Upon witnessing this, Yu Mingjie was taken aback. "Who do you think you are?" he muttered, perplexed. "I am her boyfriend," Zhou Yu replied coolly. "Lin Wangshu, huh? Onlookers, what?" Si Bangzi pursed his lips, thinking, let him continue this charade. The atmosphere shifted, akin to a deep-water bomb detonating in the crowd. Lin Wangshu appeared shocked, yet her expression remained composed and serene, a testament to her innate star quality. She merely furrowed her brow, instinctively glancing at Zhou Yu, as if her eyes were questioning his absurd claim. Yu Mingjie let out a scoff, shaking his head in disbelief. "Who would believe that?" He then shouted at everyone. "He just appeared out of nowhere, so I could just say I'm her boyfriend too." Lin Wangshu probably doesn't even know your name. To his astonishment, Zhou Yu realized the truth of his words. In strict terms, he and Lin Wangshu were still strangers. Although they had been classmates in the first and second grades, sitting at adjacent desks, Lin Wangshu had transferred schools shortly thereafter. Moreover, that was a lifetime ago. In their 3 years of high school, they had never exchanged a single word. Even when they passed each other in the hallways, they had never acknowledged one another. University was in a different city altogether. She shone so brightly that it was impossible for Zhou Yu not to recognize her. Yet she seemed to have completely forgotten the inconspicuous him. It wasn't until many years later, through a series of unexpected events during a blind date, that their true acquaintance would unfold, giving rise to the subsequent story. Now, the question remained, how long could this pretense be maintained? Unexpectedly, Lin Wangshu, standing behind Zhou Yu, nudged his arm. "Zhou Yu, let it go." "Ah, so she remembers me?" Zhou Yu was taken aback. "Why are you holding his arm?" Yu Mingjie erupted, utterly flustered. "Are you two serious?" From his perspective, Lin Wangshu's action resembled a gentle caress of Zhou Yu's arm, affectionate and intimate, akin to gestures shared by couples. Lin Wangshu, startled, instinctively took a step back, distancing herself. Zhou Yu, however, shrugged, his smile widening. "Indeed, I'm not lying." Yu Mingjie froze for a moment, his expression darkening. What a pretentious wolf. He cursed as he charged forward, his movements swift and fierce, launching a punch directly at Zhou Yu's face. In the infirmary, Zhou Yu winced in pain. "Ouch, take it easy." "Ah, Teacher Wang, they attacked me first." 3 against 1. Si Bangzi, unable to bear it any longer, joined in, and soon they were all besieging him. Numerous classmates were present, ready to bear witness. Zhou Yu lay on the hospital bed with a bandage on his lip, a bruise marring his cheek. While the school nurse tended to his wounds, he furrowed his brow and sighed, his expression reminiscent of an actor at a prestigious film audition. "Is there no sense of justice here?" he lamented, pausing for effect before adding, "I barely fought back. It was all in self-defense." Beside him, Si Bangzi nodded fervently in agreement. "That's absolutely true." Across from them stood Yu Mingjie and his 2 accomplices. In truth, the trio had barely landed any blows. They had mostly been on the receiving end. Zhou Yu and Si Bangzi struck with precision and force, while the other 3 could hardly muster a hit. When they did manage to land a few blows, it was only on their faces, leaving visible marks. Yet, no one could see that the real damage was hidden beneath their clothes. Now, the 3 of them struggled to remain upright, especially Yu Mingjie, who felt as though his knees might buckle. But when he glanced up, he spotted Lin Wangshu standing by the nurse's desk, still radiating her cold beauty, captivatingly enchanting. An impulsive surge of dignity surged within him, overwhelming his rationality. At that moment, could a real man admit to pain? No. Thus, Yu Mingjie straightened his back, adopting an impassive expression, sweat trickling down his temples, refusing to utter a word. He even slightly raised his chin, revealing his less than appealing jawline. He thought to himself, right now, I look incredibly handsome. Standing beside Lin Wangshu was the middle-aged man, Wang Yao, the head of the grade and the academic director. With his slick back hair, polo shirt, metallic framed glasses, and a slight paunch, He exuded an air of both sophistication and authority. Wang Yao cast a glance at Yu Mingjie, his tone neutral yet slightly charged. Do the three of you have nothing to say? Nothing, Yu Mingjie replied, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. A real man stands up for his actions, even in the face of violence. Wang Yao frowned, his irritation palpable. This student had been a thorn in his side since his arrival at the school just 2 weeks ago, causing more trouble than most would in a year. Yet, his father was a leader in the education bureau, leaving Wang Yao cautious about how to handle the situation. Glancing at Zhou Yu and Si Bangzi, Wang Yao noted that, setting aside any rules, they had no prior offenses. Zhou Yu, in particular, was a model student, outstanding academically and discreet, never causing trouble. He had even represented the students at the opening ceremony in his second year. Wang Yao held a favorable impression of him. In fact, the moment he stepped into the infirmary, Wang Yao's internal scales had already tipped. However, he had to maintain the facade of an impartial educator, appearing fair while secretly favoring one side. Lin Wangshu, could you clarify what transpired? Wang Yao inquired. Teacher Wang, Zhou Yu was trying to help me, Lin Wangshu explained. Yu Mingjie was the one who initiated the altercation. She then succinctly recounted the events, neither embellishing nor downplaying the situation, her tone calm and her reasoning clear. Each point was articulated precisely, conveying clarity and fairness while also subtly clarifying her relationship with Zhou Yu. A hush fell over the infirmary. Even the school nurse couldn't help but marvel inwardly. This girl is not only strikingly beautiful, but also possesses such poise and composure when she speaks, commanding the room effortlessly. Yu Mingjie, on the other hand, was utterly bewildered, gazing at Lin Wangshu with a dazed expression. His mind echoed a singular thought. I don't understand what she's saying, but I desperately want to marry her. As for Zhou Yu, he knew he had to maintain his image. He continued to dutifully conceal his bruises, nodding appropriately when required and emitting a pained hiss when necessary. Not too much, just enough to establish his identity as the injured party. Si Bangzi stood nearby, his face a mask of complexity, unable to suppress his inner musings. Lin, the campus belle, is chattering away. One fainted, and the other is putting on a show. After a lengthy deliberation, Wang Yao feigned silence for a moment, delicately twirling his fingers before delivering his final decree. You three, accompany me back to my office. Each of you shall write a 10,000-word reflection. You won't be allowed to return home until it's completed. And you too, stop giggling. Each of you must submit a 500-word reflection by tomorrow. Understood, teacher, Zhou Yu replied. Beaming, Wang Yao led the three troublemakers away, while they muttered their dissatisfaction as they walked. The school nurse applied ointment to Zhou Yu's wounds before attending to other matters. In the spacious infirmary, only Zhou Yu, Si Bangzi, and Lin Wangshu remained. Lin Wangshu spoke first, her tone imbued with rare guilt. Thank you for earlier. She stepped forward, approaching Zhou Yu, who bore the brunt of the injuries. Are you all right? Chapter 3, The Scandalous Boyfriend. A gentle breeze brushed against her, carrying with it a fragrance reminiscent of lemons, citrus, and mint. A fresh, transparent scent that straddled the line between grass and floral notes. It was neither sweet nor overly cold, yet undeniably enticing. This aroma instantaneously yanked Zhou Yu back to a memory from his past life, around a few years prior during the Spring Festival. In the second year of his entrepreneurial venture, when the global economy was plummeting amidst a raging pandemic. It was the most arduous year of his entrepreneurial journey. Approaching 30 and in a personal nadir, Zhou Yu was coerced by his family into attending a blind date. Initially, he intended to merely go through the motions, concocting an excuse to escape home. To his surprise, shortly after sitting down, his date called to cancel due to an unforeseen circumstance. Before he could fully process this, the door to the private room swung open. The first thing that struck his senses was that transparent yet alluring fragrance. Then she appeared, Lin Wangshu, the radiant superstar, and also his date's close friend. Thus began the convoluted tale of fate. Subsequently, perhaps spurred by hormones, Zhou Yu found himself instinctively attuned to Lin Wangshu's scent, as if driven by some peculiar physiological instinct. In this life, the familiarity remained unchanged, so familiar that it brought him solace. Zhou Yu momentarily lost his train of thought before chuckling softly. It's nothing, just part of the job. His tone was casual, even exuding a hint of responsibility that felt almost obligatory. Lin Wangshu, listening, felt something was amiss. It was not discomforting, but she couldn't quite put her finger on what felt off. After a brief pause, she suggested, "How about I treat you all to dinner sometime?" Upon hearing this, see Bangsy's eyes lit up. Oh, that sounds wonderful. When it came to food, this gluttonous fellow was more enthusiastic than anyone else. His love for food surpassed his admiration for beauty, games, and even the very essence of life itself. "Sunday? I'm free. What about you, Zhou Yu?" "Sounds good." Si Bangsi immediately proposed a recently opened restaurant. As a foodie, he had an encyclopedic knowledge of every dining establishment in Linen. They settled on a specific time. And just then, the bell signaling the end of morning classes rang, prompting Lin Wangshu to return to her classroom. In a now empty infirmary, only Zhou Yu and Si Bangsi remained. With no one else around, they dropped their pretenses, sprawling on the hospital bed, legs crossed and swaying lazily. "Do you think we went too easy on them just now?" Si Bangsi remarked casually. He was a nimble yet robust fellow, hailing from a relatively affluent background, with parents involved in business and construction, often away from home. Last year, they bought a Porsche Cayenne, but were too busy to raise him, leaving him in the care of his grandparents. Ironically, his grandparents lived in the same compound as Zhou Yu, and they had grown up together like brothers. Most importantly, his grandfather owned a martial arts school. They spent their childhood honing their skills there, leaving them with a bit of genuine martial prowess. So, did Yu Mingjie think he could bully someone just because he had the numbers? Sorry, but he had just kicked a steel plate. It was manageable. There were too many people around to go all out, Zhou Yu replied. By the way, you were surprisingly smooth with Lin Wangshu today. Si Bangsi exclaimed. When did you become so natural around the campus bell? Was I not natural before? Zhou Yu retorted. Si Bangsi pondered for a moment. Every time you saw her, you were always busy tying your shoelaces. It seemed that when people felt awkward or shy, they often sought something to occupy themselves with. Zhou Yu couldn't help but chuckle. I swear on my life, it wasn't intentional. I can only say that my shoelaces have a peculiar connection with her. The two continued their banter until Si Bangsi succumbed to slumber, snoring softly. Zhou Yu, however, found sleep elusive, his mind swirling with memories from both his past and present lives. In his previous life, despite having fallen out of the best class when high school began, Zhou Yu performed admirably in the college entrance examination, gaining admission to a top 985 university in Shanghai to study computer science. He earned a direct doctoral offer for 8 years, graduating with a PhD at the age of 26. After graduation, he coincided with the peak of the internet boom, joining a major corporation's genius plan and earning a 7-figure salary in his first year. Yet, in the second year, while many embraced change, Zhou Yu chose to resign voluntarily and embark on his entrepreneurial journey. He endured countless hardships and navigated through the darkest moments before carving out a path for himself. Just as everything seemed to be falling into place with his company about to go public, he was inexplicably thrust back to high school. Although many years later, people fondly reminisce about high school and the entrance exams, no one truly wishes to relive them. The only silver lining was that he retained all the memories from his past life, and this life remained vividly clear as well. Additionally, having consistently engaged in artificial intelligence, mathematics, and English, he had honed his skills for years, even publishing a paper in a top international mathematics journal shortly before his rebirth. Therefore, objectively speaking, even if he were to sit for the exam immediately, Zhou Yu was confident of achieving an excellent score, perhaps even better than before. So how should he live this life? Gazing at the ceiling, the fluorescent lights flickered gently. Zhou Yu found himself lost in thought. Meanwhile, Lin Wangshu had just returned to the classroom and was bombarded with a flurry of QQ messages from Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan was the blind date Zhou Yu was originally set up with in his past life and was also Lin Wangshu's close friend and confidant, a gothic girl with a passion for tarot cards. Upon opening the chat, it was a veritable explosion of messages. The first one read, "What? You actually have a boyfriend?" This line was repeated 10 times, as if she feared her astonishment was insufficiently conveyed. Then, she began to barrage her with questions. "You didn't tell me? You don't love me anymore? Are we going to end our friendship? How many secrets remain, unbeknownst to me? Speak candidly, and I shall show leniency. Resist, and I shall be stern. If you do not respond, I shall summon you to my chambers tonight, ensuring that you shall find it difficult to rise from your bed come morning. It must be said, the conversations exchanged among young women often bear a ferocity that surpasses those of their male counterparts. Yet in truth, online, one might observe such lascivious tongues, while in reality, it resembles the austere existence of a nun atop Mount Amei. Lin Wangshu replied, "None. It was merely a male classmate who observed you Mingjie persistently bothering me and intervened to extricate me." Intervened to the point of exchanging blows? Jiang Yuan probed. Exchanging blows? Not quite. Yet there is an inexplicable feeling that you Mingjie seems to endure a bit more. However, Lin Wangshu, typically disinclined to elaborate further, simply replied, "Yet I truly have no connection with him. Today marks our first exchange of words. To be precise, it is our first conversation in nearly a decade. Rounded up, one might consider it akin to a first encounter, no? Does he harbor feelings for you?" Jiang Yuan inquired with natural curiosity. After all, in Linen High School, one might casually pluck any boy or girl from the street, and they would likely harbor some interest in the school S-belle. Lin Wangshu. "No," Lin Wangshu replied instantaneously. Jiang Yuan expressed her astonishment. "The school forum has been inundated with your names today. By now, the entire school must be aware. You have, henceforth, acquired a rumored boyfriend. It appears quite challenging to refute." Upon finishing, Jiang Yuan shared several screenshots and links. Lin Wangshu cast a cursory glance, refraining from clicking on them. Let them spread their tales. Time shall reveal the truth. Chapter 4. A shift in circumstances as the second period drew to a close. Zhou Yu and Si Bangzi reluctantly departed the infirmary. After all, classes must be attended. Yet today was rather unique. It was Zhou Yu's first day reporting to his new class. Following his disappointing performance in the class division examination, he had plummeted from Class 1 to Class 5. Coincidentally, the class attended by Si Bangzi. Linen High School senior year boasts 11 science classes, ranging from Class 0 to Class 10. The lower the number, the smaller the class size, the higher the average scores, and the stricter the management. Zhou Yu's descent could be likened to tumbling from the summit of a mountain to halfway down, a significant drop. Nonetheless, he remained largely unfazed. Having lived two lives, such trivial disturbances were, to the man in his 30s, merely ripples upon the surface of water, neither painful nor bothersome. However, before reporting to Class 5, he needed to return to his original class to gather his belongings. The two parted ways in front of the teaching building. Due to the school's special care for reform classes, Classes 0 and 1 were allocated to a separate building, known as Qiushi Academy. Class 0 is the reform class, a preparatory group for Tsinghua and Peking University. Class 1 is the secondary reform class, the backbone striving for admission to the top 985 universities. Each class comprises no more than 20 students, all of whom the school prioritizes for development. The so-called reform classes, under the guise of curriculum reform, could be more plainly described as 2 additional evening study sessions, classes on Saturdays, nearly no holidays, with the new term commencing on the 6th day of the Lunar New Year. Consequently, the school has entirely separated them from the regular teaching building for their independence and special treatment. Even the offices of relevant teachers have been relocated to Qiushi Academy, which is situated at least 500 or 600 meters from the main teaching building. Thankfully, the long break following the second period, the longest of the day, lasted half an hour. Otherwise, mere walking would not suffice. Meanwhile, within the forum, the winds of gossip had inevitably reached Class 1's classroom. Have you checked the forum? This morning, at the school gate. Of course, Zhou Yu and Lin Wangshu are together. It's utterly surreal. I refuse to believe it. I've never seen him converse with anyone, not even a casual greeting. They seem entirely unfamiliar with one another. Based on past experiences, the more genuine the relationship, the more one tends to feign ignorance. You may have a point there. Regardless, I believe it. That guy is truly despicable, so enviable. Some relished the gossip, while others leaned in to listen. Some pounded the table in jealousy, and a few quietly bit their lips their nutrition drinks unconsciously crumpled in their grasp. The classroom buzzed with chatter and excitement. Just then, footsteps echoed from the doorway, and the discussion ceased abruptly. The male protagonist of the story had arrived. An inexplicable atmosphere enveloped the classroom, as all eyes fixated upon him. Zhou Yu remained oblivious to the uproar surrounding the forum. "What's going on? Why are you all staring at me?" he pondered, recalling that even when he had been expelled in his previous life, he had not attracted such fervent gazes. Familiar acquaintances exchanged a few pleasantries, while those less acquainted merely cast sidelong glances. The sudden attention felt remarkably bizarre. In the midst of his bewilderment, a boy, with whom he had always shared a cordial rapport, stepped forward, playfully punching Zhou Yu's arm and exclaiming, "You, my friend, were quite the show-off this morning. You all know about it?" Zhou Yu instinctively replied, surprised by how swiftly the morning's events had spread. Yet to others, his response sounded like an admission. "Is it true? No way it's real." Zhou Yu, however, paid little mind, maintaining his composure as he approached his desk and began stuffing his books into his bag. Suddenly, a bottle of nutrition drink came into view, albeit slightly misshapen for being squeezed. "This is for you," came a voice. He turned to see a girl with high ponytail curls. Not tall, but charming with a hint of vibrancy. Her fox-like eyes blinked at him. Memories long buried began to resurface. The curly-haired girl, Lu Yi, was considered the belle of Class 1. In his previous life, during the first and second years, she had frequently inquired about Zhou Yu's well-being, sending messages on QQ every few days, morning greetings, evening farewells, homework inquiries, and emotional resonance, all without exception. Out of friendliness, Zhou Yu would respond politely. However, when senior year commenced, and Zhou Yu faced the prospect of dropping out of the reform class due to his exam results, Lu Yi's demeanor shifted dramatically, alternating from warm concern to an icy indifference in the blink of an eye. The abruptness of her change in attitude felt as jarring as plummeting from a rooftop to the ground below, with no cushioning in between. Yet Zhou Yu remained unfazed. To be honest, he had never harbored any particular feelings for the class belle. Instead, he perceived her subtle schemes and coyness as rather contrived. On the day following the class division results, Zhou Yu unexpectedly received a QQ message from Lu Yi. "Let us break up." Zhou Yu was utterly bewildered. "Huh? Are you out of your mind?" Before he could retort, she had swiftly blocked him, offering him no opportunity for response. What a ridiculous situation. Even more absurdly, within mere days, the entire school forum erupted with rumors. News of their supposed breakup spread like wildfire, with anonymous insiders claiming that Zhou Yu was a good-for-nothing who toyed with emotions, leaving Lu Yi heartbroken. In no time, he became the quintessential example of scoundrel in the eyes of many. Moreover, having just been ousted from the reform class, with grades that were far from commendable, the myriad of rumors that circulated like a game of broken telephone only exacerbated his plight. During that period, Zhou Yu was truly in a state of disarray. The gazes of those around him, the attitudes of his classmates, everything had shifted. Much later, during his university years, Zhou Yu learned from an old classmate that Lu Yi had harbored feelings for him since the beginning of their first year. She had admired his looks and academic prowess. The rumors suggesting they were in a relationship were, in fact, spread by her. It must be said, this tactic had a certain finesse to it. However, when his grades plummeted, she felt he was no longer worthy of her affection and sought to cleanse her own reputation, which inevitably meant tarnishing his. Damn it, that conniving green tea. Reflecting on this now, Zhou Yu thought that if it hadn't happened to him, he would hardly have believed it. It was absurd, almost as if it were concocted. In the time that followed, he also heard some gossip related to Lu Yi. She had been a prominent figure in the social scene since high school, adept at cultivating relationships with a diverse array of suitors. In her eyes, Zhou Yu was merely one of them, albeit the most distinguished at that time. However, he distinctly remembered that when he was forced to leave, Lu Yi had not been there to offer him any support. He had already been blacklisted by her. "No need, you can keep it for yourself," he said, not even lifting his gaze as he continued to organize his books. Lu Yi tilted her head, seemingly unbothered, and with a gentle, flirtatious tone, she replied, "Don't be too disheartened about moving to Class 5. Just do your best. We will be here waiting for your return." "Ah, here we go again," her familiar flirtatious banter. Feigning concern, Zhou Yu smiled faintly. "No, I don't intend to return here." He added, "And you shouldn't wait around for me either. You might be waiting for quite some time." Lu Yi, who had been smiling in her customary manner, suddenly froze. In truth, Zhou Yu had long been considered a discarded fish in her pond. But who would have imagined that today? This discarded fish would be entangled with the goddess of Lin in high school? That was Lin Wangshu. Lu Yi was well aware that in terms of academics, appearance, figure, and family background, she was leagued behind. The disparity was not merely a matter of starting lines. They were not even on the same track. She might run her whole life and still never reach the starting point of her rival. But when it came to men, Zhou Yu was a prized catch she had nurtured for over 2 years. Or at least, that was her unilateral perspective, which gave her a semblance of confidence. This was why she had felt bold enough to make her move earlier. Yet she had not anticipated Zhou Yu's unexpected coldness and resolve. He had once been polite and mild-mannered. Did he know about everything that had transpired? As this thought crossed her mind, the little green tea nearly lost her composure. "Zhou Yu, I don't understand what you're saying." Lu Yi forced a smile, tugging at her lips. Zhou Yu glanced at her, his voice low but imbued with an undeniable chill. Just then, the classmates who had stepped out during the break began to return to the classroom. Class 1 was now full. Zhou Yu scanned the room and declared, "Perfect, everyone is here. Let me be clear, I do not like you. I never have. So please cease your rumors. There is no relationship between us." The instant those words left his mouth, the classroom felt as if it had been muted. Even the sound of breathing became conspicuously clear. The air was thick with gasps of surprise and a few suppressed exclamations of disbelief. No one dared to respond. Lu Yi stood frozen, her face still carrying a semblance of a smile, as if she had not heard the words that had just pierced the air. Yet her ears were burning with embarrassment, creeping down to her neck. "Zhou Yu, what are you talking about?" A male classmate who had just entered through the door shouted in indignation. He was a short, buzz-cut fellow with a face reminiscent of a popular meme, the panda head. Li Xian, the class monitor of Class 1, was also Lu Yi's most devoted admirer. Though average-looking and significantly shorter than Zhou Yu's 183 centimeters, he remained unwaveringly loyal, having pined after Lu Yi throughout high school and into college. Even when she briefly dated 3 different boyfriends, there were rumors that Li Xian would stand guard outside her hotel room with a basin of hot water, waiting for the silence to resume before going in to clean up the aftermath. He was not merely a sycophant. He was the king of sycophants, a paragon among lickspittles. Once in university, upon discovering the little schemes Lu Yi had orchestrated during high school, Zhou Yu reflected on Li Xian's absurd behavior. He had noted that whenever they distributed exercise books, one would mysteriously go missing when it came to Zhou Yu. His athletic were never included Zhou Yu's size. And on the duty roster, Zhou Yu always ended up with an extra assignment. Anything that could be taken from him was taken. This was no class monitor. He was merely a petty tyrant cloaked in the guise of fairness. Zhou Yu shook his head, wearing a slight smirk of derision. "What does my conversation with Lu Yi have to do with you? What are you to her?" Li Xian was momentarily speechless, his face shifting from green to white in a flurry of emotions, before he erupted in anger. "Zhou Yu, I know you're upset about leaving the reform class, but don't take it out on your classmates. This is unjust." He continued, "You must be in love with Lu Yi." Zhou Yu grinned. "Too bad she doesn't fancy you, you pathetic fool." The moment those words left his lips, the class fell silent for a heartbeat before laughter erupted, ringing through the air. Some pretended to cough, others covered their mouths to stifle their laughter, while a few simply bent over their desks, shaking with mirth. After all, everyone knew that Li Xian liked Lu Yi, but Lu Yi did not reciprocate his feelings. This had long been the subject of gossip in Class 1, a well-known secret that had never been openly acknowledged. Yet now, Zhou Yu's words had shattered the facade. Why you?" Li Xian stammered, unable to articulate a single coherent thought. As Lu Yi regained her composure, she attempted to smooth things over. "Oh, Zhou Yu was just joking." "I am not joking," Zhou Yu interjected, his tone calm, yet piercing. "I genuinely do not like you. I never have. There is no relationship between us." As he spoke, his voice was steady, devoid of urgency, yet undeniably authoritative. In that moment, the weight of 30 years of life experience and wisdom seemed to radiate from him, transcending time. His gaze conveyed not a boastful arrogance, but rather a cool, crushing clarity. With just that one look, Li Xian and Lu Yi found themselves immobilized, rendered speechless. They did not dare to glance back. Zhou Yu spoke no further, as he had just finished packing his belongings. He picked up his backpack, cast a fleeting glance at them, as if surveying the air, then turned on his heel and strode away. The classroom fell silent for a few seconds, only to be broken by a flurry of hushed whispers. What did that look from Zhou Yu mean? Did you not notice? It was as if he were regarding a dog. Li Xian, why are you trembling? Is your epilepsy acting up? Hey, Yi, why are you crying? Chapter 5. His Choice. As Zhou Yu stepped out of Class 1, he was immediately confronted by his former mathematics teacher and homeroom instructor, Wang Weigua. He was neither tall nor short, sporting a sausage-like mouth and clad in black-framed glasses. Though merely 28 years old, an early onset of baldness made him appear significantly older. It was precisely this mature appearance that instilled a sense of reassurance in many parents. He was a standout among the younger generation of teachers, entrusted with the curriculum reform class at Linan High School, effectively grasping the most elite educational resources of the city. He truly deserved the title of a promising young talent. Nevertheless, he had yet to settle down and did not even have a proper girlfriend, for he was rather effeminate. His speech was animated, often accompanied by the delicate curling of his fingers. When he ran, his hands flapped like little wings and his hips swayed. Who could possibly endure that? The students affectionately nicknamed him the Enchanting King. Though he was indeed effeminate, Wang Weigua was a straight man. Ah, Zhou Yu. Wang Weigua nodded with a smile. Zhou Yu met his gaze and replied with a smile. Hello, Teacher Wang. You're heading to Class 5 now? Wang Weigua appraised Zhou Yu from head to toe. Yes. Well, Zhou Yu, I have always held high hopes for you. It's just that I regret the outcome of this class division exam. Zhou Yu chuckled. It was quite amusing indeed. Such hypocritical concern. In his previous life, Zhou Yu had respected Wang Weigua as a teacher for a considerable time. The competition among the younger generation of teachers was fierce, particularly for the position of homeroom teacher in the curriculum reform class. It required not only ability, but also qualifications, background, and the right alliances. Wang Weigua hailed from a small county in a distant northwestern province and graduated commendably from Linan Normal University. After graduation, he began teaching at Linan High School. Lacking background and qualifications, his current position was solely a testament to his hard work and his choices. Zhou Yu's decision to leave the curriculum reform class was partly due to his failure in the class division exam, but also because of Wang Weigua's choice. Although Linan High School employed a rolling transfer system, its implementation was fraught with restrictions. It was implausible to change classes solely based on a single exam. It was simply that Wang Weigua chose someone else. The rolling transfer system was 1-for-1. When one was removed, another had to take their place. The newcomer was not particularly outstanding, having fared poorly on the college entrance examination and gone directly to repeat a year. However, his family owned several coal mines in Jin province. In his previous life, at 18, Zhou Yu dismissed the notion, thinking, does Teacher Wang lack a bit of money? But as he matured and navigated the complexities of adulthood, he came to understand the unspoken rules of the adult world. He realized he was at a disadvantage. Who would willingly turn down money? Moreover, more often than not, it was not merely a matter of money. It was about the exchange of resources that money could not buy. At present, as he prepared to head to Class 5, Wang Weigua encouraged him, do not be disheartened. Work hard, seize every opportunity during the monthly exams, and there will be another class division exam next semester. There is still a chance for you to return to our class. The Enchanting King spoke with a head bob and playfully punched Zhou Yu's chest with a small fist. Despite being a robust man from the northwest, he possessed a certain delicate charm akin to that of a Jiangnan girl. No need to trouble yourself, Teacher Wang, Zhou Yu replied, grinning as he discreetly took a few steps back. It's no big deal. There is no reason to feel disheartened. Wang Weigua was taken aback. In his expectations, Zhou Yu ought to have been looking down, silent, or forcing a smile. Yet he appeared relaxed and even somewhat teasing. Oh, it's wonderful that you can think that way. Wang Weigua smiled with crescent-shaped eyes, his tone sweet yet insincere. Your teachers and classmates are all waiting for your return. Waiting for me to return? How amusing. Do you really think you can part with your connections? Zhou Yu laughed, appearing harmless. Just now, a classmate said something similar. However, I truly do not wish to return. It's not that great of a place. If I can rise up, I would certainly aim for a better place. For instance, Zhou Yu pointed toward Class 0, the only genuine curriculum reform class in the entire grade, the heart and soul of the true school. Having said that, Zhou Yu bypassed Wang Weigua and walked straight toward Class 0, leaving the astonished, enchanting king staring wide-eyed, stomping his foot in disbelief. Wait, has this kid taken the wrong medicine today? Zhou Yu squinted toward Class 0. It was just as he pointed that he noticed Lin Wangshu emerging from the doorway of Class 0, clutching a hefty stack of books. However, she was intercepted. Standing before her was a fair-skinned man, Zhou Zikai, the class leader of Class 0, president of the student council, and representative for mathematics. He stood at 178 centimeters, but appeared 180 centimeters, consistently ranking in the top 5 of his grade. A refined young man, he maintained an impeccable posture, embodying the quintessential model student. Many girls at school admired him. Last year, he even replaced his wooden-framed glasses with stylish half-rimmed glasses that enhanced his aura. Though still a high school student, he had a particular fondness for white shirts. Yet, he always insisted on maintaining a rigid posture, head held high, which appeared somewhat awkward, as if he were trying too hard. Rumors suggested he came from a well-off family, with whispers that an influential uncle of his held a significant position at the school. All in all, at Linen High School, he was considered one of the prominent figures. In contrast, Lin Wangshu was tall and graceful, having trained in dance for many years during her childhood, which contributed to her exquisite poise. In comparison, Zhou Zikai's deliberate attempt to stand tall and proud appeared rather unnatural. It is worth noting that perhaps because of Lin Wangshu's exceptional looks, even just standing there, she emanated an air of distance. Having always remained in the best curriculum reform class only deepened the perception that most found it daunting to penetrate her circle. Beyond reach was the consensus among all the boys regarding her. In the past, attempts had been made to approach her, whether it was to walk home together after school or to casually encounter her and gradually get acquainted. The boys had their plans, but the problem was, when you were still riding a second-hand bicycle to school, the goddess had already arrived at the school gates in a Maybach, occasionally switching to a Rolls-Royce. How could you possibly encounter her? Would you chase after the roaring V12 engine at 30 miles per hour on your humble bike, shouting, "How can I live without you?" It would be a scene straight out of comedy. Lin Wangshu was well guarded by her family, with many of her plans rendered unfeasible. Thus, despite her striking presence, few dared to pursue her. She had long been regarded as a campus star, an unattainable ideal, much like her name suggests, Wangshu, the moon. Love is akin to moonlight. You can see it within reach, yet remains forever distant. However, there are always a few audacious souls who feel invincible, like Yu Mingjie and Zhou Zikai. After all, the entire Lin No. 1 high school knew of Zhou Zikai's pursuit of Lin Wangshu, and he did so with brazen openness. Yet, Lin Wangshu offered him no acknowledgement whatsoever, not even a flicker of interest to glance his way. Anyone else would have retreated long ago, but Zhou Zikai was different. He was confident, persistent, and firmly believed that perseverance could carve stone. His academic performance was commendable, which allowed teachers to turn a blind eye to his bold advances. At present, he pressed down on the stack of books in Lin Wangshu's arms, his smile radiating confidence and warmth. "Wangshu, let me assist you." His hand supported a considerable load, striking a perfect pose. Lin Wangshu had excellent rapport with her classmates, many of whom were eager to help. However, Zhou Zikai's assertive interference left no room for anyone else to step forward. "No need," Lin Wangshu replied coldly. Surrounding classmates silently observed, none daring to interject. Zhou Zikai's hand remained on the books, exuding a gentle yet determined demeanor. It was an awkward scene, especially since the books were not essential to move. However, earlier that morning, the commotion on the forum had stirred his mind. Since the start of morning study, he had been restless, consumed by thoughts of Lin Wangshu and that other individual. While his rational mind deemed it improbable. His emotions were a different story. As fate would have it, Lin Wangshu, the physics class representative, was on her way to deliver books. He thought to lend a hand and accompany her to the teaching building. A round trip of half an hour would surely allow him to clarify things. Hu Zikai was mentally calculating his strategy when unexpectedly, Zhou Yu stepped forward, smirking, and snatched 3/4 of the books away. With a confident stride, he left a casual remark, "Let us go. Class is about to start." Hu Zikai stared in disbelief, feeling the emptiness in his hands. Lin Wangshu, momentarily stunned, swiftly pulled away the remaining quarter. Hu Zikai stood frozen, glancing down to find his hands empty. Lin Wangshu's figure receded gracefully, her movements decisive, not once glancing back. The air fell silent for 2 seconds. He reached out, standing there awkwardly like a statue. He called out a few times, his voice tight, but no one paid him any mind, nor did anyone turn back. At that moment, a few nearby students finally reacted. "Who was that just now? Doesn't it seem like the person mentioned in the forum? Not just seems like it is him. Zhou Yu from class 1. I know him. Is that true? Could the rumors really be accurate?" Hearing these words, Hu Zikai suddenly felt dizzy, as if standing on the edge of a tall building. His footing slipping away, the world spinning around him. In the distance, Lin Wangshu hurriedly caught up to Zhou Yu, casting a fleeting glance at him, contemplating how to reclaim her books. But Zhou Yu spoke first. "Which building are we moving them to?" "Building 3, please," Lin Wangshu replied. Before she could finish her sentence, Zhou Yu interrupted, "Perfect. I'm heading to building 3 as well. Let me help you with that." There seemed to be no reason to refuse. "Thank you." And thus, neither spoke further. The path to the teaching building was not short. The two walked in silence, maintaining a distance that was neither too far nor too close. When Zhou Yu trailed behind, he could see her silhouette clearly. Sunlight draped over Lin Wangshu's shoulder, outlining her delicate form. The white school uniform shirt fluttered gently in the breeze, her hair swaying slightly with each step. Each footfall danced upon the dappled light and shadow. At 30, Lin Wangshu is a cool and radiant star, acclaimed as the most beautiful in the entertainment industry, a blossom of opulence. At 18, she is the pure and ethereal campus beauty, the unattainable dream of every boy at Linen High School. Though different in age, her essence remains the same, yet her charm varies. For Zhou Yu, his relationship with Lin Wangshu is intricate. They knew each other, yet were not truly acquainted. Their rapport was neither that of strangers nor familiar friends. Zhou Yu understood that any tricks would be futile with Lin Wangshu. Since elementary school, suitors for her affection had lined up as if at Tiananmen Square, and he had encountered all manner of adversaries along the way. As Lin Wangshu herself would say, "There's no secret to pursuing a girl. If she likes you, you have already surpassed everyone else." Could Lin Wangshu inexplicably develop feelings for him? Zhou Yu, Reborn, believed no challenge was insurmountable, except when it came to Lin Wangshu. He was not worried about anyone getting ahead of him, for no one could. Shortly after the start of their sophomore year, Lin Wangshu participated in a talent show and skyrocketed to fame, amassing a throng of devoted fans and becoming the white moonlight in the hearts of many. That same year, she starred in a major film directed by a renowned director, propelling her into the top tier of stardom. Though this success was largely financed by her father, the entertainment industry operates on the rule that once you gain fame, your past will be scrutinized down to your childhood. During her time as an ordinary person, she had never had a boyfriend. After rising to fame, Lin Wangshu was fiercely career-driven, her manager strictly overseeing her affairs, while her fans and stalkers kept an even closer watch. In matters of the heart, she remained a blank slate. It wasn't until she began dating Zhou Yu that the situation changed. Zhou Yu had never spoken of their relationship to anyone, not even to his family, preferring to wait until a formal introduction was necessary. However, Lin Wangshu's ardent fans had long suspected something was amiss. Yet by then, Lin Wangshu's career and status were firmly established, and she was no longer a young girl. Most fans chose to turn a blind eye to her romantic entanglements, even colluding to keep it secret. In truth, the fans are not naive. Just for love, one pretends to be foolish. Now, there exists both good news and bad news. The good news is, no one will be able to get ahead. The bad news is, no one can get ahead, including Zhou Yu. At this very moment, what thoughts crossed the mind of the 18-year-old Lin Wangshu? Who can truly fathom the secret musings of a young maiden? The two of them, each with their own hidden agendas, walked in silence. One was lost in reverie, while the other was ensnared in memories. Unbeknownst to them, the gaze of passers-by had quietly converged upon them. Lin Wangshu, who usually preferred solitude and often transported books alone, found herself accompanied by a male classmate. Everyone certainly recognized Lin Wangshu. However, many cannot place that boy. Who is he? I don't recognize him, but he seems quite familiar with Lin Wangshu. Doesn't he? No way. Isn't she usually indifferent to everyone? Could he be a relative? Relative my foot. That's the one who fought with you Mingjie this morning. Seriously? Indeed. The forums are ablaze, claiming he is her boyfriend. Isn't that Zhou Yu from Class 1? Didn't he drop to Class 5? Damn, is that rumor true? In every corner where Lin Wangshu remained blissfully unaware, she had thought it merely a farcical rumor. Yet it gradually solidified through the whispers and embellishments of countless onlookers. Chapter 6, Jiuzhou. After delivering the books, Zhou Yu formally settled into his new class, Class 5. Si Bangzi had already reserved a seat for him by the window in the second-to-last row, a quintessential throne. Sitting in that familiar spot, Zhou Yu gazed at the golden ginkgo leaves outside, feeling as if he were in a distant realm. He could not recall the exact feelings he had when he first sat there in another life, but undoubtedly, it had not been a pleasant sensation. It was precisely this unexpected downfall that compelled Zhou Yu to strive harder than ever during that year of senior high, allowing him to truly grasp the meaning of the phrase, "Where in life are there no green mountains?" This saying later accompanied Zhou Yu through the darkest times of his entrepreneurial journey, becoming a mantra he repeated countless times. Thus, when he reflects now, if he had been reborn earlier, if he had truly reversed that class division exam, staying in Class 1, or even advancing to Class 0, what would it have changed? Merely a different path in the same marathon of life. As long as one strives to win, victory will inevitably follow. Although bearing the memories of 2 lifetimes, Zhou Yu still attentively listened to every lesson. After all, the college entrance examination should always be approached with reverence. The day swiftly passed. As dusk fell, the sun dipped beyond the horizon. Unlike Class 1, the reform class of Class 5 did not mandate evening study sessions, which was, in fact, a boon for Zhou Yu. Thus, he found himself with ample free time. However, after class, Zhou Yu did not choose to return home. Instead, he accompanied Si Bangzi to Jiuzhou, an internet cafe situated on the back street of Linen Middle School. Has the sun risen in the west? Si Bangzi murmured, munching on a freshly bought rice ball. A good student like you, a university ace, supposed to be skipping class and playing online, right? Today is Monday. What's this? Just because you've dropped to Class 5, you've quickly conformed to local customs? Si Bangzi grinned. From now on, we are 2 of a kind? Zhou Yu chuckled and replied, Didn't they say Jiuzhou has excellent facilities? I just wanted to see for myself. Of course. They have 4 gigabytes of RAM. The monitors are high refresh rate Samsung screens. The graphics card is an 8800 GT. Si Bangzi exclaimed, his rice ball nearly flying from his mouth. And most importantly, their instant noodles are cooked to perfection, truly a marvel. It's the best instant noodles I've ever had. To put in perspective, Jiuzhou is actually a chain brand. Across Linen, there are dozens of locations, with the 2 best flagship stores situated in the city center, boasting top-notch configurations and decor. The location near Linen Middle School, while not as grand as the flagship stores, still surpass the other internet cafes in the vicinity. Naturally, the prices were also on a higher tier. In 2007, most internet cafes charged around 2 yuan per hour, with slightly pricier ones at 3 yuan. Some near university towns even engaged in price wars, dropping to 1 yuan per hour. However, the 2 flagship stores of Jiuzhou charged 5 yuan for an hour. This branch near Linen Middle School, with inferior facilities, still demanded 4 yuan per hour, making it one of the priciest internet cafes in Linen. As the 2 turned the corner, the neon lights of Jiuzhou flickered vividly in the dusky twilight, resembling an old yet vibrant landmark. Today it's on me, Si Bangzi declared, one hand in his pocket, while the other confidently tossed a 20 yuan note at the front desk, 2 machines for 10 bucks. Si Bangzi had always had a more generous allowance than Zhou Yu, spending money with great ease. The young lady at the front desk, sporting a vibrant yellow bob, was engrossed in the first volume of Jin Yang's Demigods and Semi-Devils, chewing gum without lifting her gaze. The main hall was already filled to capacity. Is the second hall available? It's cheaper, 2 yuan per hour. How can that be? Si Bangzi raised his voice a few notches. Those are old monitors. They make my eyes swirl. The configuration is vastly inferior. The front desk girl lazily blew a bubble, still not looking up. Then you can wait. The main hall has a line. Zhou was thriving, with no shortage of patrons. Just then, a commotion erupted deep within the main hall. Chairs were overturned with a clatter, followed by the sounds of mice being thrown and machines being kicked, accompanied by a cacophony of curses, mingling with the sounds of the game and the sharp clatter of keyboards. The already noisy environment transformed into a battlefield in an instant. A group of youths formed a circle, shouting about something unknown. The flashing screens illuminated a few faces, young, restless, their eyes reflecting the frustration of having lost a game. This was an internet cafe in 2007. Youthful exuberance and rampant hormones filled the air, a mix of personalities, with no one knowing if a full-blown brawl would erupt at any moment. However, Zhou Yu had no intention of opening an internet cafe. The limitations of this industry were too great. In the future, with the proliferation of smartphones and the acceleration of home broadband, the clientele of internet cafes would dwindle sharply. The internet cafes that dotted the streets would either transform into internet coffee shops or esports arenas, or simply close their doors for good. Zhou Yu observed with a discerning eye. Despite Zhou's seemingly superior decor, monitors, and machine configurations, over half of the computers and screens were refurbished secondhand. This was an open secret in the internet cafe industry. Without such practices, the initial investments could easily dissuade owners. Yet correspondingly, the failure rate of outdated hardware was alarmingly high. In his previous life, during his junior year, Zhou Yu had taken on a part-time job helping a cafe near the school resolve these issues. Just as he was reminiscing, a sudden shout of frustration erupted from a corner. A boy with bleached yellow hair leaped up from his seat. "Where is the manager? Where the hell did he go?" He kicked the main machine, exclaiming, "Damn it, it crashed on me again. How many times is this today?" Referred to as the network administrator. The bespectacled individual, known colloquially as Monkey, emerged hastily from an inner room, executing a series of actions with mechanical precision as he repeatedly powered down and restarted the machines. Yet, there was still no response. The blonde-haired youth flung the mouse onto the keyboard, cursing vehemently, "What is this? How dare you charge me 4 yuan an hour for this? Refund me. Give me my money back." Sweat beaded on Monkey's forehead, and he found himself at a loss. Many so-called network administrators, like Monkey, lacked genuine computer knowledge. Under normal circumstances, a simple machine replacement would suffice, but on this particular Monday evening, during peak hours, no spare machines were available. To make matters worse, a situation arose on the other side of the main hall. "Damn it, this side is down too. Is it broken? Network admin, hurry up." A chain reaction ensued, and within minutes, 3 or 4 computers in the main hall succumbed to black and blue screens. "Boss, why is the internet down? How can we play without it?" Complaints echoed, not only from the main hall, but also from the small room with the unpopular bulky monitors, where students voiced their grievances. "Great, the local area network is down too." Amidst the chaos, a balding middle-aged man briskly exited the break room. His name was Wang Changzhong, the proprietor of the Zhou Internet Cafe. Having made some money in the lumber business during his early years, he later found himself unable to continue as the market declined. A relative successful Zhou Internet Cafe in the city prompted him to join in and open a branch near Lenin High School. He was quite adept at assembling and disassembling hardware, and despite his baldness, he wielded a screwdriver with remarkable skill. However, diagnosing software and network issues was a true source of frustration for him. Unfortunately, today was marred by a widespread failure. As Wang Changzhong approached Monkey, he surveyed the room filled with frozen screens and blue screens, his expression darker than the lifeless monitors. "Boss, I've rebooted several times, but it's not working." Monkey shrank back, his voice trembling. All you know how to do is restart. Wang Changjong nearly jabbed his cigarette, but at Monkey's forehead, exasperated by the dwindling crowd. A few impatient individuals had already risen, preparing to demand refunds, while a group of rough-looking individuals was ready to confront the boss. In truth, their machines were perfectly functional. They merely sought to stir trouble and perhaps gain an advantage amidst the disorder. The Jiuzhou Internet Cafe was in utter disarray. Wang Changjong was drenched in sweat, his shirt thoroughly soaked as he faced a room full of agitated gamers and a few restless delinquents, the situation teetering on the brink of chaos. Suddenly, a calm voice broke through the tumult. "Shall I take a look?" Following the voice, they beheld a youth clad in Linen High School's uniform, backpack slung over his shoulder, leisurely stepping forward with an air of composure beyond his years. Monkey was momentarily taken aback. Wang Changjong was also momentarily stunned, but quickly regained his senses, pondering, who is this child? Without regard for the reactions of others, Zhou Yu directly approached the malfunctioning machine belonging to the blonde-haired youth. Within minutes, the familiar Windows XP startup screen appeared on the display. The machine is fixed. Then he moved on to the second and third machines. Before long, all the previously frozen computers were revived and the local area network was restored. The entire process took no more than 15 minutes. "All right," Zhou Yu declared, standing up and clapping his hands. The veteran players, momentarily stunned, erupted into cheers. "Great! We can log in now. Call everyone. Let's play." After all, the majority were eager to get online. The few delinquents who had intended to cause trouble grunted dismissively and returned to their seats. Wang Changjong stood in shock, his mouth agape for quite some time. "Little brother, do you study this?" His voice lowered, almost a whisper. He instinctively reached into his pocket, retrieving a crumpled pack of cigarettes. He took one out and, with a distracted gaze, pulled out another, extending it toward Zhou Yu. For adults, offering a cigarette is often a gesture of goodwill, a means of fostering closeness. Subconsciously, Wang Changjong no longer viewed this youth in a school uniform as just an ordinary child, but rather as an adept individual, a true master of the craft. Zhou Yu accepted it naturally. Si Bangzi was utterly flabbergasted. How did it seem as though today he was the one being introduced to the world by Zhou Yu? "Not really," Zhou Yu replied nonchalantly. "I just know a bit." Wang Changjong's eyes sparkled with interest as he warmly invited, "Little brother, how about we go inside and chat?" After saying this, he led Zhou Yu into the break room, leaving Monkey and Si Bangzi exchanging bewildered glances at the door. Meanwhile, the young lady at the front desk, who had not paid any attention to the commotion, finally lifted her head and scrutinized Zhou Yu. "Wow, this guy's rather easy on the eyes." Inside the break room, Wang Changjong poured a cup of hot tea, his words laced with sincerity. "Little brother, if you're willing, our internet cafe is short-staffed. We can provide food and accommodation, and you can set your own salary." In truth, he was not opposed to hiring a capable network administrator. It was just that skilled individuals were a rarity these days. Those who truly understood the field were often reluctant to work as network administrators. Thus, he could only hire someone like Monkey, whose professional skills were lacking, but who demonstrated a degree of cleverness and diligence. Now, encountering a master like Zhou Yu, he was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. Zhou Yu smiled, his thoughts aligning perfectly. "Boss, I want to take on the role of a network administrator, but I can provide you with a comprehensive solution." Wang Changjong paused, perplexed. "What do you mean?" Zhou Yu replied calmly. "Software. A set of tools that can automatically inspect the status of devices, systems, and local area networks. It will be clear which machine is malfunctioning and what the issues are. The instructions will be straightforward, making it accessible for anyone to understand, including Monkey." Wang Changjong stood in stunned silence for a moment, swallowing hard, but refrained from speaking. Had this been half an hour earlier, he would have dismissed this youth as just another delusional student. However, after experiencing the recent local area network collapse and witnessing Zhou Yu's composed demeanor, he found himself inexplicably inclined to believe. "When I finish it, you will be the first to try it," Zhou Yu added. In his previous life, during his third year of college, he had taken on a part-time job at an internet cafe, developing a complete set of network administration assistance tools over the course of a month. This very tool had provided him with sufficient funds for tuition and living expenses. To be honest, such tools have become commonplace in later years. Yet this was 2007, and even if similar tools existed, they were likely circulating only among a select few professional engineers and had not permeated the internet cafe industry. Thus, if he merely rewrote the system he had developed in his past life, it would be ahead of its time. Wang Changzhong was evidently intrigued. If Zhou Yu's claims held true, not only would it save manpower, but even a slight reduction in machine failures would be enough for him to recoup his investment. How much? Wang Changzhong inquired. Let us discuss it after you've had a chance to try it. Zhou Yu replied with a smile, not elaborating further. He was acutely aware that discussing the price at this juncture was futile. No matter how eloquently one spoke, it could not compare to a single tangible experience. Once Wang Changzhong truly employed it and savored its benefits, the matter of price would naturally become more amenable. Wang Changzhong's eyes glimmered with newfound belief as he nodded repeatedly, inquiring, "When can I try it?" His urgency was palpable. Should such a tumultuous situation arise again today, he genuinely wondered if he could maintain his composure. Just as he anticipated that Zhou Yu would need at least a month to present a preliminary version, Zhou Yu calmly stated, "Wait for me here next Monday." Furthermore, he added, "This week, I will come by every evening if time permits. Should any issues arise, I shall assist you in resolving them." Chapter 7. The Zhou family as they departed from the internet cafe. Si Bangzi was practically gushing with excitement, chattering incessantly. "Zhou Yu, where did you learn that? Your maneuver, just now, left even the monkeys dumbfounded. And what was that diagram? Do you have relatives working in IT?" Zhou Yu found himself exasperated by the barrage of questions, responding only with brief remarks, deftly avoiding elaborate explanations. To recount everything from the fundamentals of computer architecture to router protocols, and from operating system mechanisms to local area network redundancy design, such a discourse would surely leave him breathless. However, this journey to Zhuzhou unexpectedly yielded far greater results than he had anticipated. Initially, he had merely intended to survey the market and explore opportunities to sell the software he possessed. Little did he expect that a sudden paralysis incident would set the stage for him. The frantic owner, the disarrayed players, and a few ruffians eager to capitalize on the chaos presented an opportunity that arrived uninvited. He merely seized the moment. The first pot of gold was already on its way. Although Zhou Yu and Si Bangzi resided in the same compound, they usually parted ways at the street corner. This was because Zhou Yu, instead of returning home first, would head to his family's small restaurant to lend a hand. His mother, Mu Ging, had once worked for a state-owned enterprise, but after the reforms led to layoffs, she was bought out. Yet, Mu Guing was not one to resign to fate. Naturally industrious and exceptionally tenacious, she opened the small restaurant Xiaoying Tavern shortly after her layoff, relying on her culinary skills. The establishment, though modest, was clean and efficient, serving authentic dishes that gradually garnered a reputation. Zhou Yu's father, Old Zhou, was initially a teacher in the countryside, a rare college graduate in that era, with a gentle disposition and a penchant for a straightforward life. After marrying the ambitious Mu Guing, he moved to the city. In contrast to her brisk and decisive nature, Old Zhou embodied the steadfastness of a workhorse, preferring stability over ambition. He secured a position in an obscure public institution, with modest pay and little opportunity for advancement, yet provided a reliable livelihood, a quintessential iron rice bowl. Together, this enterprising couple gradually built their family. At this moment, outside Xiaoying Tavern, even before entering, the sounds of their vociferous quarrel echoed down the street. "Look at you. What kind of vegetables have you bought?" Mu Guing, fuming, brandished a wrinkled eggplant, exclaiming, "Did you purchase this for the pigs? If I threw it to the chickens, they'd find it too tough." She launched her tirade with an aggressive tone. Old Zhou quickly waved his hands in defense. "It's nearly evening. The stalls have all closed. You insisted on eating homegrown vegetables instead of those from greenhouses. What could I do? You, after living over 50 years, can't even buy decent vegetables. Are you planning to never learn and take this ignorance to the grave?" Mu Ging retorted, plopping down on a rocking chair at the entrance, rocking back and forth as she lamented, "I'm truly unfortunate, marrying into the Zhou family, laboring from youth to old age, serving 3 meals a day, and worrying about what ghastly vegetables you bring home. I'm so exhausted. My back feels as though it will break, and you cannot even empathize with me? Luckily, I have a good son who understands his mother's struggles, unlike you, a blockhead. So stubborn. As she spoke, her voice trembled, her face a mask of unshed tears, yet not a single pearl managed to escape. Old Zhou stood by, glancing from the eggplant to her, nearly on the verge of exploding with frustration. He opened his mouth, but after a lengthy pause, he could only quietly place the unpalatable eggplants at the kitchen door. It seemed his fate was to never win an argument against his wife. Uncle Aunt, please cease your quarrel. Little you will be home soon. A girl with thick brows and a rosy complexion chimed in, her tone gentle yet playful, akin to soothing a child. She was a Jewin, the sole employee of Xiaoying Tavern, who had worked there since Zhou Yu was a small child. To Zhou Yu, she felt more like an elder sister who had watched him grow. To the Zhou family, she was the peacemaker, the best remedy for their domestic discord whenever old Zhou found himself unable to extricate himself from a tight spot. However, when the small tavern closed down, she returned to the countryside to marry, and Zhou Yu had not seen her since. No matter how furious Mu Ging became or how relentless her tongue was, she would eventually tire of the argument. Upon hearing a Juin's voice, she would inevitably simmer down. Zhou Yu smiled and shook his head, noting that things remained unchanged. The Zhou household was hardly a warm and harmonious one. In fact, since Zhou Yu became aware, the elderly couple had not gone a single day without quarreling. Their daily exchanges were loud and raucous. Yet, as quickly as tempers flared, they dissipated just as swiftly. In his childhood, Zhou Yu often pondered how such seemingly incompatible individuals could bicker day in and day out without tiring. Why did they persist in such a life? It wasn't until many years later that old Zhou came to complain to Zhou Yu after yet another defeat in an argument with Mu Ging, exclaiming, "This woman is truly venomous. A femme fatale. Beautiful on the outside, but her heart is wicked. No one can tolerate her but me. Yet I must admit, she does work diligently and cooks quite well." As he continued, he inadvertently began to enumerate her virtues, listing them endlessly, which struck Zhou Yu as utterly absurd. Similarly, on another occasion, Zhou Yu overheard Mu Ging on the phone with a friend, boasting, "Our old Zhou is the penman at his unit. His writing is beautiful, and he receives praise from the leaders. And back in the day, he was the only college graduate for miles around. Thus, where was the need for so much compromise and concession? Those who truly shared a life together had long since woven love into the fabric of their mundane existence, where affection did not necessarily reside in sweet words, nor must it be gentle and harmonious. At times, even amid the clamor, profound feelings lay hidden, much like the old rocking chair at the tavern entrance, creaking incessantly, yet cherished by all. The commotion before him provided Zhou Yu with a sense of grounding and authenticity. In his past life, after commencing his university studies, Zhou Yu seldom returned home. Although the metropolis is not far from Linen, during his school years, Zhou Yu always participated in various competitions and internships during the winter and summer breaks. After entering the workforce, he was even busier, engaged in the grueling 996 work schedule to earn his blessings. Consequently, he could only return home a few times a year, and the time spent with his family was exceedingly scant. In the quiet of the night, Zhou Yu often found himself consumed by self-reproach and regret. The confinement of his actions and the burden of emotional guilt became the most profound paradox of his adult life. This perhaps is the price of growing up. Once a person enters the world, they find themselves at the mercy of circumstances. After maturing, the most unattainable is one's hometown and the presence of one's parents. Yet, fortunately, at this moment, he had truly returned. Reflecting on this, Zhou Yu felt a pang in his nose and warmth in his eyes. Pushing open that familiar glass door, he spoke clearly and deliberately. "Dad, Mom, I'm home." Chapter 8. The parents' wishes at the Xiaoying restaurant. The dining table was adorned with dishes: loofah soup, braised pork ribs, stir-fried green beans with shredded meat, water spinach, braised chicken feet, and scrambled eggs with tomatoes, all of Zhou Yu's favorites. There was also a hodgepodge of leftovers from the previous meal, unidentifiable, placed at the farthest corner of the table. In front of Zhou Yu, Mu Guiying had already served a bowl of rice, piled high and perfectly shaped. Why such a feast today? Zhou Yu wondered, a bit taken aback. Although their family owned a restaurant, they were rather casual when it came to their own meals. Typically, they would eat leftovers in the evenings, perhaps stir-frying a couple of vegetables to make do. Today, however, was lavish, even featuring hearty dishes like braised ribs and chicken feet. It was worth noting that such a spread was something Zhou Yu would only enjoy on his birthday, if at all. Go on, eat more. You've been studying hard, Mu Ging said as she finally served herself, sitting down with a cheerful smile, offering Zhou Yu a piece of rib, followed swiftly by a chicken foot. The steam wafted, obscuring Zhou Yu's face as his thoughts began to drift. In a past life, the Xiaoying restaurant succumbed to the ever-evolving dining and marketing trends, shutting its doors shortly after Zhou Yu began university. To support his education, Mu Guiying scurried about doing various odd jobs, selling clothing at stalls, and cooking fast food at construction sites. Eventually, she discovered her niche, securing small projects at some construction sites and becoming a minor contractor. It was only after Zhou Yu completed his doctorate and secured stable employment that Ms. Mu gradually began to take a break. Those years aged her swiftly. It was like one ordinary afternoon when, with a casual glance, Zhou Yu suddenly realized that the mother in his memories, always radiant and vain, had already turned gray. At this moment, gazing at his parents, who still had their heads full of black hair, Zhou Yu hastily lowered his head and devoured several bites of rice. The ribs and chicken feet were sweet, yet occasionally tinged with a hint of saltiness and bitterness. "Oh dear, eat slowly, my child. No one is going to snatch it from you," Mu Guiying chuckled, feigning annoyance, yet continued to serve him more dishes, declaring, "I don't even like ribs and chicken feet. They're all for you. Really now, you have to monitor how fast others eat?" Old Zhou interjected, unable to sit idly by. "The child has been in class all day. He is starving." With a sharp clap, Mu Guiying set her chopsticks down on the table. "You can't keep your mouth shut even at the dinner table, can you? I'm talking to my son. What is it to you?" Old Zhou straightened up. "Can't I say even one thing? Then go back to the kitchen." Back and forth, the couple began to bicker once more. You say one thing, I say another. Neither will yield. The atmosphere at the dining table became tense. Zhou Yu buried his head in his meal, while Awan quietly chuckled beside them, no one intervening or stopping the exchange. This sumptuous dinner concluded amidst their lively banter, a warm yet chaotic finale. After the meal, Zhou Yu returned to his small room. The Zhou family resided in a one-story building at the far end of the eastern side of a large courtyard, the entire space under 100 square meters, with poor lighting and walls pressing in from outside, perpetually dim and damp. In summer, even the floor tiles felt sticky. Not only did mosquitoes swarm, but strange little creatures would also sneak in. One year, a snake even slithered in, coiling beneath the TV cabinet, frightening Mu Ging to the point where she still recounts the incident, slapping her thigh in disbelief. His parents harbored two wishes. One of them was to exchange their home for one with better lighting. In truth, in earlier years, they could have afforded it with some sacrifice. Since Zhou Yu entered university, he had strived to spend minimally, becoming self-sufficient. However, Mu Ging, ever more frugal, dared not entertain the thought of moving. She calculated carefully. Their son would eventually marry, and expenses for the dowry, wedding banquet, and house down payment would all accumulate. Especially if he were to remain in the metropolis, the cost of housing was astronomical. When neighbors inquired, she always smiled and replied, "I've grown accustomed to it. These familiar streets and neighbors make me feel at home. If I moved, I would feel uneasy." Perhaps all mothers in the world are the same, forever placing their children's lives above their own. Eventually, Zhou Yu indeed achieved great success and earned significant wealth. Without hesitation, he promptly purchased a villa with a small garden for his parents, paying in full. With south-facing floor-to-ceiling windows, a spacious living room, and a backyard plot reserved for Mu Ging to cultivate vegetables, he personally selected the location and designed the layout, revising the renovation plans several times. Unfortunately, before the villa could be completed and his parents could move in, he found himself reborn. It is difficult not to feel regret. Strictly speaking, he had not truly fulfilled his parents' wish for a better home. As for the other wish, it was not particularly extravagant. They sought neither wealth nor glory, only for their son to be safe, healthy, to marry and settle down, and to have a family. It is somewhat shameful to admit that he had not accomplished this either. Throughout his life, he focused on making money, diligently working to provide his parents with a new home as soon as possible, and eventually establishing a family. Moreover, he needed to ensure that the little restaurant remained operational and did not fail. Zhou Yu vividly remembered the day the Xiaoying restaurant closed its doors. Mu Guiying spent a long time cleaning up. Inside the Xiaoying restaurant, a Wan was washing dishes in the kitchen. Old Zhou hunched over mopping the floor, while Mu Guiying sat behind the bar, calculator in hand, tallying accounts. Beep, beep, beep. The total reached 0. Another day without business, and they had to pour in even more for utilities and rent. Mu Guiying sighed, but her gaze did not fall on the ledger. After a few seconds, she softly spoke. Old Zhou, did you notice that Zhou Yu seemed a bit down today? Can't tell, he replied. Maybe yes, just struggling to adapt after dropping from the special class to class 5. Why didn't you ask him? I was afraid that asking would make him even more upset. I just feel his mood has been quite low. Old Zhou mumbled while mopping. If he is truly low, could he have eaten 3 large bowls of rice? You serve him a bowl that is undeniably more substantial than my 2 bowls combined. Yet when he dines, he doesn't even lift his head. Mu Guiying's voice carried a rare hint of hesitation. The woman, typically as formidable as an eagle, only reveals her helplessness in moments like this. Do you think he is under too much pressure at school? In truth, I believe the question of educational reform is inconsequential. Stop overthinking it. Your son studies diligently, possessing an extraordinary talent and a memory surpassing even mine. Lao Zhou stepped forward, casually twisting the mop. In my school days, I also managed to come first despite not studying for 3 months. Is he being bullied at school then? Mu Guiying's anxiety grew as she recalled the redness of his eyes when he entered. Rest assured, Lao Zhou smiled. Your son has your spirit, and your strength as well. If anyone dares to bully him, it's likely they will be the ones in trouble. Mu Guiying pouted and sighed. I truly wish he didn't have to bear so much. As long as he is safe, healthy, and happy, I, as his mother, would find contentment. Children grow up. Lao Zhou's tone softened. They begin to form their own opinions. Indeed, Mu Guiying gazed at the dim streetlight outside, her voice barely above a whisper, and we are increasingly unable to assist him. All we can do is prepare a couple more dishes he enjoys. Chapter 9. A few matters regarding QQ. In the room, Zhou Yu patted his pocket. He fished out only a 5 yuan note and a 100 QB point card. The former represented his breakfast money for the next 2 days, while the latter was a gift from Wang Changzhong as a token of gratitude when he left Jiuzhou today. For stock trading, the initial capital is rather lacking. It appears I must hasten to finish the software I sold to Jiuzhou to earn my first pot of gold. He powered on his computer, skillfully plugged in the internet cable, listening to the familiar sound of dial-up. When the QQ login chime sounded, a message from a flashing avatar appeared. It was from C. Bangzi, adorned with a flashy, non-mainstream animated image that looked almost ghostly. Hey, quickly check the forum. It's filled with posts about you and Lin. The campus bell. Bro, you're trending. There are rumors about you two everywhere. What rumors? It's the truth, Zhou Yu silently retorted. What has already transpired in the past, and what is destined to occur in the future, cannot be dismissed as mere rumors. He refrained from elaborating, simply responding with a nonchalant amen. However, he chose not to check the forum. With a soul in its 30s, he found little interest in the trivialities of school life, even if he was the male lead of this so-called scandal. He then redeemed the point card into his QQ account, and a notification popped up indicating a balance of 100. As a teenager, Zhou Yu had chosen the QQ username Genius Island, filled with youthful arrogance and self-importance. Back then, he believed that without a name that proclaimed his genius, he was unworthy of his own identity. At that time, life had yet to crush him, and he had not yet been exposed to the realities of the world. His heart only echoed the sentiment of aspiring to be the best in the world, sincere yet reckless. Although he hadn't attended Tsinghua or Peking University in his previous life, he was enrolled in a top 3 university's prestigious program. Yet upon entering, he discovered that clever and gifted individuals were a dime a dozen, and the term genius was merely a commonplace annotation in the grand narrative of history. Whether admired or forgotten, only a select few would ever be remembered. At some point, Zhou Yu had long since erased the prefix genius from his ID. Before his rebirth, His WeChat name had been reduced to simply Island. Now, gazing at the four characters Genius Island, he suddenly felt a sense of contentment. Youth, after all, is truly a glorious phase. I shall not change it. This name is quite fitting, Zhou Yu remarked softly. He moved his mouse over his QQ avatar, and a familiar window popped up, displaying a neat row of icons below. Some illuminated, while others remained grayed out. Most were gray. In this era, many were quietly competing for these small icons, which, despite being mere pixelated images, felt like silent medals of honor. It is a peculiar sense of rivalry. Some icons could only be activated by playing games under the Penguin brand, while others required direct monetary expenditure for membership or premium features. The more one spent, the more icons would light up. In a certain sense, these represented one's financial investment and a direct reflection of one's esteemed status. Of course, in a few years, everyone would come to regard those who spent excessively as fools. Nonetheless, it must be acknowledged that in his teenage years, Zhou Yu had genuinely envied those whose avatars shimmered with crowns and diamonds. Meanwhile, the 100 QB points he possessed were of little utility. He could afford to activate all the premium memberships and features. It was time for an upgrade, a dazzling transformation. Zhou Yu stared at the screen, feeling a flicker of delayed gratification. Ultimately, no matter how far one travels or how mature one becomes, there remains a trace of childishness within us. For instance, despite being addressed as President Zhou, he still occasionally indulged in AD calcium milk and plum garden drinks, and, at times, he would buy a whole row of Xuanxi drinks, inserting straws into each and enjoying them all at once. When Mu Guiying spotted him, she would chide, "At your age, still consuming children as snacks. No wonder you can't find a partner." But what of this childishness? Who truly desires to grow up? Life is meant to be enjoyed. Lost in thought, he suddenly received a message from Lu Yi. "Oh, this little girl has once again lifted me from her blacklist. She truly is unpredictable. Are you there?" Although his QQ status showed him online, she still felt the need to ask. "How's it going in class 5? Are you still adjusting?" "Today in class, I turned around and didn't see you. Everyone misses you." "Well, not everyone, I mean the classmates." Zhou Yu did not reply, and this little green tea had already performed an entire play by herself. Damn, I just scold her today? Why is she so persistent? Zhou Yu was speechless. In his previous life, this little green tea always sent him irrelevant messages under the guise of concern, while subtly hinting at something more, which led to easy misunderstandings. But who was Zhou Yu? An ironclad, universe-level straight man, as unyielding as a tree that never blooms. He didn't create even a hint of ambiguous atmosphere. In this life, Zhou Yu is even less inclined to entertain her trivialities. With a swift motion of the mouse, he deleted, blacklisted, and blocked her with seamless efficiency. On the other end of the line, Lu Yi was still crafting the opening for her next little drama, just having typed, "Actually, I miss you." The message had yet to be dispatched, yet all that appeared was a chilling notification. Message sent, but rejected by the recipient. "Lu Yi? Have I been deleted?" Meanwhile, on the other end of the internet, no one cared. Speaking of which, in her past life, Lu Yi had sought reconciliation on 2 occasions. The first was post-college entrance examination, where, perhaps due to an underwhelming performance or her true capabilities, she managed to secure admission to a 211 university, significantly trailing behind Zhou Yu. Thus, shamelessly, she removed Zhou Yu from her blacklist and attempted to rekindle their interaction. Zhou Yu, however, ignored her. The second instance occurred 3 years prior. At that time, she had just begun dating Lin Wangshu and was deeply infatuated. One day, Zhou Yu was in the shower while Lin Wangshu lounged on the bed, playing PUBG on Zhou Yu's phone, using his account. Coincidentally, this little green tea decided to make her advances again, sending a flurry of provocative messages and images designed to elevate blood pressure and stir hormones. Naturally, Lin Wangshu saw everything and responded with a simple. After years of silence from Lu Yi's end, this time, even a mere punctuation mark elicited a reaction. It was as if she had grasped a lifeline, and she promptly initiated a video call. Absurdly, Lin Wangshu answered. One dared to call, the other dared to pick up. Yet, Lin Wangshu said nothing to Zhou Yu about it. No questions, no jealousy, not even a hint of unusual emotion. However, afterwards, Zhou Yu inexplicably spent the entire night researching how to swiftly eliminate hickeys, only piecing together the events later when he stumbled upon the chat history. The video call lasted mere seconds. What transpired during that time remained a mystery to Zhou Yu. However, the thought of Lu Yi connecting, only to behold Lin Wangshu's ethereal beauty, was overwhelming. Chapter 10, It Was Raining. On another note, it seemed Zhou Yu had yet to acquire Lin Wangshu's QQ. In her past life, this was due to the fact that by then, QQ had fallen out of favor. In this life, it was because, according to the original trajectory of events, Zhou Yu would only add Lin Wangshu on WeChat on the day of their blind date. Thus, he had never added her QQ, nor was he privy to her QQ number. Best to add her QQ first, Zhou Yu mused. In truth, Lin Wangshu's QQ number was hardly a secret within Linen High School. It had circulated widely on forums. However, since her first day in high school, she had set her account to reject all friend requests. Hence, no one could add her. But who was Zhou Yu? Did he need her consent to add her? As a programmer who had advanced through numerous iterations of technology, he certainly would simply hijack her account and compel her to add him. Without further ado, Zhou Yu proceeded to the QQ login page, his fingers dancing over the keyboard. Within 2 minutes, he successfully accessed Lin Wangshu's QQ account. The process was rather straightforward. Zhou Yu was well aware of Lin Wangshu's commonly used passwords. Most people have had a go-to password since their teenage years, often using it across various platforms without change for years. A few attempts were all it took for success. What you might envision as hacking, an array of code racing across a black screen. In reality, hacking involves simply guessing a weak password. Meanwhile, Lin Wangshu was still attending evening self-study sessions. The evening classes for the reform class ended at 9 o'clock, and she was still engrossed in her studies, with no time to log into QQ. Otherwise, how could one explain that even dogs wouldn't read in the reform class? After adding QQ, Zhou Yu perused Lin Wangshu's profile. Her QQ nickname was refreshingly simple, a single symbol, a crescent moon. Her avatar mirrored this simplicity, a crescent moon veiled behind clouds. Faintly visible, Zhou Yu stared at that moon for some time, recalling that in his past life, Lin Wangshu's WeChat ID had also remained unchanged, merely substituting the symbol with a moon emoji, while her avatar consistently featured that crescent moon hidden in the clouds. It seemed that from the age of 18 to 30, she remained steadfastly the same. It felt as if everything had changed, yet nothing had. He glanced at Lin Wangshu's profile icon, noting all premium features were unlocked and fully upgraded. Indeed, she was quite the dedicated spender. Zhou Yu then ventured into Lin Wangshu's QQ space. In this era, many people's QQ spaces have become secrets too perilous to disclose, not because of the plethora of unspoken thoughts and diaries contained within, but because revealing them could induce sheer horror, prompting one to delete their account and flee. A smirk graced Zhou Yu's lips as he contemplated what this petite star had shared over the years, perhaps filled with the melodrama of youth. However, Lin Wangshu's QQ space was entirely unlike what Zhou Yu had anticipated. It lacked the over-the-top, nonconformist effects, the cringeworthy lyrics that could make one shudder, and the diaries overflowing with exclamation points and dashes. Instead, it was simple yet striking. Her space was adorned with a starry theme, not the popular black background with glittering star trails of that era, but rather a bright and restrained light blue, or perhaps moon white. It was simple, clean, and evoked a sense of understated elegance. The background music was a piano piece titled River Flows in You, released in 2001, which remained popular for many years thereafter. The translated title is You Flow Forever in My Memories. Yet, this rendition was not the commonly circulated official version. It bore subtle differences in tone, suggesting it was played by Lin Wangshu herself. Indeed, Lin Wangshu played the piano, and she played exceptionally well. By elementary school, she had already reached the highest level and frequently appeared in various competitions, garnering countless awards. Had she not chosen to pursue academic subjects, she could have easily gained admission to one of the country's top music conservatories. Such paths were well known to her fans, who relished recounting them after her rise to fame. More surprising than her space's decor was Lin Wangshu's posts. Unlike others who inundated their feeds with emotional diaries, she posted only occasionally. and her content was consistently centered around one theme: rain. Each post simply stated, "It's raining." There was no pretentious depth. Her tone was matter-of-fact, devoid of any excess verbiage or emoticons. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, a vague sense of loss, a subtle sadness, and a hint of regret concealed within the rain. You were never one to indulge in brooding melancholy. In public, she might have appeared distant and aloof, but in private, she was not like that. At least, not during the 3 years Zhou Yu and Lin Wangshu were together. Especially in the first year of their relationship, she radiated warmth, quietly illuminating his path as he navigated through the darkness. Yet, life is indeed a long journey. The duration was lengthy enough for one to encounter countless crossroads, fostering growth, metamorphosis, and even complete transformation. Perhaps the Lin Wangshu from a past life has already matured into a towering tree. This time, however, I find myself standing beside her when she was merely a sapling. Such are the contemplations of Zhou Yu. At that moment, a sudden clap of thunder resonated outside the window. The winds howled, signaling an impending storm. Would it rain? Soon enough, the sky darkened, and torrential rain cascaded down. The windows rattled as the fierce winds assailed them, and raindrops pelted against the glass in a relentless barrage. The world outside became shrouded in a misty haze. Unaccountably, Zhou Yu found his thoughts drifting back to a previous life. It was not long after their first blind date before he and Lin Wangshu had truly become an item. Ironically, that coincided with a particularly arduous phase in his entrepreneurial journey. The company faced a cash flow crisis, discontent loomed, and pressure mounted. Yet, as adults tend to do, he maintained a facade of composure, appearing unperturbed and tranquil. Zhou Yu, when matured, had the insight to see through matters with clarity, calculating each step with foresight and meticulous planning. However, in his more juvenile moments, he resembled an immature child. While others sought solace in travel, indulgence, or vigorous exercise when feeling down, Zhou Yu's inclination was different. He repeatedly listened to those songs from his childhood that once brought him joy, simple, naive, and pure melodies that seemed to guide him back to a flicker of light in times of darkness. During that period, he played Little Jumping Frog on an endless loop, while driving, commuting, or before sleep, even at work. He became so familiar with it that upon hearing the opening notes, others couldn't help but chuckle and shake their heads. "Zhou Yu, what is up with you? Listening to this childish tune every day." However, only Lin Wangshu, sitting in the passenger seat that day, refrained from mocking him. Instead, she joined in the melody, gently keeping time and cheerfully humming along, as if a joyous little frog were leaping about in Zhou Yu's dreary world, bringing with it a long-lost brightness and mirth. Later that evening, upon returning home, Lin Wangshu found herself in the WeChat dialog box, typing and deleting messages repeatedly. After a considerable time, she managed to send Zhou Yu a message. "Are you feeling down lately?" In that moment, Zhou Yu stared at the message, realizing for the first time that someone had been attentively listening to every one of his seemingly childish songs. Unconsciously, he opened the chat with Lin Wangshu and typed, "Genius Island. Are you feeling down?" Yet, as soon as he sent the message, a pang of anxiety struck him. Oh no, he had almost forgotten. The way he had added her as a friend was far from straightforward. It was under dubious pretenses. Although his intentions were benign, it was hardly proper. Instinctively, he attempted to retract the message, only to realize with a chuckle that there was no such feature in QQ during that era. Chapter 11. In the luxurious abode of Lakeview No. 1 in Linen City, the night had deepened. Lin Wangshu had just finished her shower, her hair still damp with moisture. A few strands clung to her cheek, accentuating her porcelain complexion. She slipped into a silk nightgown that clung lightly to her form, far more ethereal than her school uniform, outlining the delicate curves of her youthful figure. Particularly, her legs were long and straight, their fair hue almost glowing under the soft light, a beauty confined by her school attire. The room was enveloped in tranquility, save for the rhythmic patter of raindrops against the window and the distant murmurs of her parents in the living room. She paid little mind to their conversation, choosing instead to sit at her desk and open a new notebook to pen her thoughts. She began by noting the trivialities of her day before writing, Sister, I don't often think of you. Yet, during those times I do, I miss you profoundly, especially on rainy days. People often say that the departure of a loved one is not a storm, but rather a lingering dampness that persists throughout life. Lin Wangshu always felt that the day her sister departed, her own life was engulfed in a downpour that had never truly ceased. How could a girl perpetually living in the rain come to enjoy rainy days? Each individual has their own unique coping mechanisms for sorrow. An 18-year-old Lin Wangshu was no exception. Her method was quite simple, playing video games. However, unlike most girls who gravitated towards games with a social aspect, such as QQ Dance or QQ Speed, Lin Wangshu was particularly fond of FPS shooting games. During that era, Counter-Strike was all the rage, soon to be followed by Crossfire. Subsequently, she never missed out on titles like CS, Go, or Valorant, even becoming a spokesperson for mobile battle royale games. Whether at 18 or 30, she remained the quintessential gaming girl. In the future, a female-oriented dress-up game named Miracle Nikki would emerge, exemplifying the exploitation of women to its fullest. Perhaps due to the abundance of clothes in her wardrobe from childhood, Lin Wangshu held little interest in such games. She preferred the thrill of firearms and particularly relished the sensation of scoring headshots. On this rainy night, Lin Wangshu once again booted up her computer, smoothly launching CS1. 6. She casually logged into QQ, only to be surprised by a message that popped up. Genius Island. Are you feeling down? Lin Wangshu paused, feeling a sudden jolt of curiosity. However, confusion quickly took over her thoughts, for this was a completely unfamiliar ID, devoid of any context. Who are you? At that moment, Zhou Yu was oblivious to her contemplation, happily decorating his QQ space while still riding the wave of excitement from his recent yellow diamond status. Upon seeing the message, he fell into a brief moment of reflection. In this era, there was indeed a segment of users on QQ who added strangers randomly, leading to genuine conversations about everyday life, gaming, and personal matters, true connections, devoid of ulterior motives. The interactions were markedly different from the later platforms, characterized by superficial engagements. He instinctively wanted to reply with "I'm Zhou Yu," but hesitated, instead typing with a sense of indignation. Genius Island. You added me first. Why are you asking? Huh? I initiated the ad? Lin Wangshu found this utterly perplexing. Being a campus celebrity, many sought to add her as a QQ friend daily. She had long since set her account to reject any incoming friend requests. Thus, the only way for someone to become her friend was indeed through their own initiative. In the impression of Lin Wangshu, since entering high school, apart from her classmates, she had not added anyone else. Yet, Lin Wangshu was fundamentally admirable, with just one minor flaw: her forgetfulness. Her memory regarding inconsequential individuals and trivial matters resembled that of a fish, lasting merely 7 seconds. It is no wonder that the goddess could maintain her composure amidst the incessant chatter of bothersome admirers. Humans naturally archive their memories. Thus, in the ensuing minutes, Lin Wangshu earnestly pondered whether she had recently added any inconsequential individuals. After a considerable while, she finally typed on the keyboard, "The last time we played CS together?" After much contemplation, it seemed likely that she had coincidentally teamed up with a compatible player, perhaps intending to suggest another gaming session. However, finding a compatible teammate was indeed a rare treasure. With this thought, Lin Wangshu hesitated for a moment before typing her next message. Up for a game? The instant she sent it, Lin Wangshu herself was slightly taken aback. She was not one to initiate invitations, particularly to someone whose name she could not recall, only remembering them as a potentially compatible online acquaintance. Yet perhaps due to the oppressive rain that evening, the silence at home was stifling, and she felt a weight pressing upon her heart. Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, Zhou Yu chuckled. Indeed, there are moments when a person might inexplicably smile amid silence. Ah, let it be. Considering your melancholic mood today, I shall indulge you and bring you some joy. Zhou Yu mused. Genius Island. I'm logging in. A few minutes later, Zhou Yu sat in her chair, gazing at the long-forgotten interface of the Hao Fong battle platform. In an instant, nostalgia washed over her. In her previous life, it seemed to have been just like this. On the screen, Zhou Yu's gaming ID read, little soldier Zhang Jie. Beside it, the all-too-familiar ID of Lin Wangshu, the most fearless man of linen. Zhou Yu couldn't help but chuckle. It had to be her. In her memory, Lin Wangshu's gaming IDs had never been conventional. With each game transition, her IDs only grew more absurd. Zhou Yu distinctly recalled the various aliases she had in different games in her past life. The first fearless man of Suwei. Call me Daddy, AAA Wholesale Eggs, Sister Lin. In a certain MOBA game, her ID was simply Me Too, with an avatar depicting the expression of Zhang Fei saying Me Too. She embodied a rough and straightforward masculine style. Meanwhile, other female players had IDs like when the forest is deep, I see a deer, when the sea is blue, I see a whale, when I awaken from my dreams. I see you. Of course, Zhou Yu would often mock such names. If you lack culture, refrain from misusing it. Don't tarnish the beauty of ancient poetry. Equally perplexing were names like Iron Horse, Ice River entering my dreams, accompanied by signature. The Iron Horse is you, the Ice River is also you. Absurd. Why not say, sharpening knives, targeting sheep and cattle. The cow is you, the sheep is also you. Ultimately, in comparison to those self-proclaimed literary names that tried too hard to create an atmosphere, yet often quoted classics without clarity, Zhou Yu found Lin Wangshu's bold, masculine approach far more acceptable. Who would have thought that behind such an ID sat a stunning beauty? The game commenced. The two were as familiar with the Dust 2 map as they were with the alleyway outside their homes. True to her ID, Lin Wangshu played fiercely, charging ahead like a fearless warrior. Her skills were commendable, her aim remarkably steady. Zhou Yu, who had little affinity for FPS games and preferred titles like Dota or LOL, had frequently accompanied Lin Wangshu in playing FPS games in their past life, from CF to Valorant and even PUBG. As a result, she had come to understand Lin Wangshu's style well and knew how to cooperate seamlessly. At this moment, Zhou Yu maneuvered with precision, neither too forward nor too far back, focusing solely on covering her, providing support, and drawing fire. Lin Wangshu racked up headshots with fervor. An AK in her hands transformed into a divine weapon. As the round concluded, she had secured an impressive 14 kills, dominating the match. Zhou Yu glanced at the scoreboard. The most fearless man of linen. Stats, 1402. Little soldier Zhang Jie. Stats, 2414. Zhou Yu, unfazed, began to type. Genius Island. Fearless warrior. You are truly remarkable. Genius Island. Impeccable headshots, fierce point control, unparalleled movement. Having accompanied her, she felt her emotional value had reached its zenith. During their previous life, while still in the ambiguous phase of their relationship, Zhou Yu had gradually lost herself in Lin Wangshu's praises of "You're amazing and so strong." She later realized that this woman could single-handedly take on 10 opponents. You played me. In this lifetime, I shall return the favor. On the other end, Lin Wangshu paused. Flattery from those around her had become somewhat desensitized. After all, she had heard her fair share of compliments throughout her life. Many had been laced with an undertone of insincerity and flattery. Thus, she had grown somewhat numb to it. Yet here was a stranger, an online acquaintance, speaking candidly, without any circumlocution, even imbued with a hint of innocent earnestness. His support was genuinely commendable. No wonder she had willingly added him as a friend before. He truly was an excellent support. And 1,402? Who could see that without exclaiming, "How fierce! How formidable!" Thus, a smile crept on Lin Wangshu's lips as she thought, "Hey, I really am quite impressive." Chapter 12. A Touch of Happiness. Of course, Lin Wangshu remained ever mindful of the virtue of humility, so she began to type. "I'm feeling particularly good today." Zhou Yu chuckled again. This fellow had remained unchanged from childhood. Humility? Not in her repertoire. When complimented, she would only climb higher, her tail wagging with delight. Moreover, she would screenshot any impressive game stats, relishing in the glory. Particularly satisfying moments would be shared on her social media, insisting Zhou Yu liked them. Meanwhile, on the other end, it was indeed as she had predicted. Lin Wangshu had already taken a screenshot of her stats and uploaded it to her QQ Space album, preparing to admire it repeatedly. Her space contained only one album, but it was private. Many speculated whether it held her exclusive collection of beautiful photos. In truth, it was laughable. There were no beautiful photos at all, only screenshots of the most fearless man of Linen's impressive gaming statistics, and solely the good ones, none of the bad. After uploading the screenshot, Lin Wangshu felt her hands were particularly warm that day, so she sent Zhou Yu another message. Shall we continue? Genius Island. Let us continue. That night, Lin Wangshu achieved the highest consecutive wins of her gaming career, even experiencing a bizarre illusion. I am truly terrifyingly strong. The two continued to play until the early hours, and as they concluded, Lin Wangshu, reluctant to part ways, made sure to schedule another session for the same time the following evening. The identity of the gaming partner has been established. In truth, if one were to engage seriously, Zhou Yu is quite formidable when he picks up a gun. He possesses an innate ability to quickly adapt to any game, showcasing considerable talent in various genres. Moreover, in his previous life, he had spent over 3 years playing similar games alongside Lin Wangshu, within the realms of such games. While it might be uncertain if he could surpass Lin Wangshu from his past life, it is certainly feasible for him to toy with the 18-year-old Lin Wangshu. However, Zhou Yu does not have a profound affection for shooting games. He prefers to play support, deriving joy from enhancing the experience of those who are more passionate about these games. Accompanying a girl in gaming is akin to playing mahjong with a superior. Fundamentally, both activities share the same essence. The aim is not victory or defeat, but rather ensuring the other party finds pleasure in their engagement. Naturally, when it comes to a less skilled girl, it is essential to exhibit some prowess. For those who are stronger, it suffices to let them carry the game. Strategically, it varies from person to person, adapting to individual strengths. After logging off, Zhou Yu exchanged polite goodnights with Lin Wangshu. He was not yet tired. Opening QQ Music, he prepared to listen to some tunes. During this era, the Chinese music scene was still at its zenith, a stark contrast to the following years where each would be less remarkable than the last. For reasons unknown, today he craved to hear Little Jumping Frog. Thus, he initiated playback. There is a saying, for children aged 7 or 8, this might seem somewhat childish. Yet for a 30-year-old, it is just perfect. Listening to this song during moments of unhappiness brings a slight uplift, and when one is already joyful, it amplifies that joy. In this moment, Zhou Yu felt a surge of happiness. Meanwhile, on the other end of the internet connection, after bidding goodnight, Lin Wangshu too found herself unable to sleep. Throughout history, good night has always been a phrase to conclude conversations, merely a courteous expression to signify the end of dialogue. If someone were to utter good night and genuinely fall asleep immediately, they would be a rare gem among the serious-minded. Lin Wangshu was reveling in the collection of screenshots depicting her gaming achievements from the night. Amidst her admiration, she noted that the player with the ID Little Soldier Zhang Jie, although not racking up many kills, had a commendable number of assists. It was difficult not to acknowledge some degree of skill in his gameplay. Consequently, she casually updated Zhou Yu's contact note to reflect his game ID, Little Soldier Zhang Jie. Suddenly, curiosity struck her, prompting her to click on Zhou Yu's QQ space. However, access was denied. Indeed, while classmate Lin was still engaged in her evening self-study, Zhou Yu was busy adorning his QQ space with a warm yellow diamond theme, inadvertently stumbling upon 2 of his past status updates. Give me 10 years, and I will leave you feeling utterly ashamed. Resolving the maximum electric field strength on the perpendicular bisector of equal charges, only to be struck by the mean value theorem. What a shock, still in cubic form, quite the revelation. It was hard to gauge the sentiments of his peers. But for Zhou Yu, with the wisdom of 30 years, these reflections felt rather shocking and quite shameful. This absolutely had to remain a secret. He promptly locked his space. Lin Wangshu, in truth, was rarely curious about others, especially not about the opposite sex. To her surprise, her initial exploration ended in disappointment. Thus, she turned her attention to the QQ profile of Little Soldier Zhang Ga. Zhou Yu had never taken the time to meticulously edit his QQ profile. Even his location was a hasty selection of the first option, Andorra. Aside from indicating his male gender, there were no other discernible details of value. Perhaps he was merely a stranger from another city, Lin Wangshu mused. Just as she was preparing to close the profile window, a line of small text caught her eye. Little soldier Zhang Jie is currently listening to Little Jumping Frog. This era's QQ music had a particular feature. It displayed who was listening to what and what they had previously listened to. Some individuals would even keep tabs on their friends' listening habits, particularly those with a refined taste in music. Upon seeing a new song being played, they would immediately click in to pilfer the playlist. What kind of song is Little Jumping Frog? Lin Wangshu murmured to herself, pondering if he still listened to children's songs. Was he perhaps still a child? This thought conjured an image from the television series Little Soldier Zhang Jie of a dusty-faced young boy. Yet her hand involuntarily clicked on the song. She began to listen as well. A joyful little frog, leapfrog. It is a little jumping frog. It leaps across the vast blue Atlantic to the distant east, hopping beside us through spring, summer, autumn, and winter. We are the best of companions. After finishing the first listen, she found it rather childish. Yet she listened again. It was addictive. On the third round, la 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 la, lend me a pair of little wings, and I can fly to the sun. Lin Wangshu began to hum along unconsciously. Outside, the rain continued to rage. As she listened to this seemingly childish tune, Lin Wangshu's heart welcomed a long-lost tranquility. For reasons unknown, a line from the weather forecast floated to her mind. Light rain transitioning to showers with occasional clear spells. On Zhou Yu's side of the internet, just as he was about to log off QQ, he noticed that Lin Wangshu was also listening to Little Jumping Frog. In truth, Zhou Yu had intended to share this song with Lin Wangshu. However, in a moment of exasperation, he found himself at a loss for how to share music on QQ Music in this era. Moreover, upon reflection, a direct share seemed inappropriate. After all, Lin Wangshu must have borrowed the song from him. Perhaps this was for the best. He hoped that Little Jumping Frog would bring her a touch of cheer as well. As the night deepened, Zhou Yu succumbed to a heavy slumber, dreaming of his past life where Lin Wangshu joyfully sang Little Jumping Frog while seated in his passenger seat. Meanwhile, Lin Wangshu too dreamt, envisioning herself dominating the game, with the player known as Little Soldier Zhang Jie resembling the character from the television series, yet wearing a mask, persistently following her. Curiosity piqued, Lin Wangshu rushed forward to rip off the mask, only to find that the figure transformed into an extraordinarily agile frog. That night was long, and so were the dreams. Chapter 13, Scandal. The following day, Tuesday, the rain from the previous night had yet to cease. The late summer and early autumn rains often bore a torrential quality, accompanied by a chill. Raindrops pelted the window's sill, occasionally accompanied by the rumble of thunder cleaving the sky. Zhou Yu, carrying a bag of steamed buns and a bottle of plum juice, shook off the water from his umbrella and stepped into class 5, just on time. A day in the life of a high school student invariably begins with a morning reading session. However, in reality, in some classes, the morning reading serves merely as a breakfast gathering cloaked in the guise of study. Delicacies such as egg pancakes, fried dough sticks, steamed buns, wontons, and mixed noodles create a vibrant array of breakfast offerings in every classroom, filling the air with delightful aromas and a medley of scents. Class 5 has always been known for its relaxed academic atmosphere, with a blend of earnest reading and buzzing chatter. Si Bangzi took a hearty bite of an egg pancake and mumbled, "If you ask me, the egg pancakes at the school gate are the best in the entire city." Zhou Yu took a bite of his steamed bun, remaining noncommittal. There are numerous breakfast stalls at the gate of Linen High School, all boasting good craftsmanship, operating from dawn till dusk for many years, forming cherished memories for countless Linen students. Yet, later on, it is unclear what peculiar changes the school implemented. In the blink of an eye, all those small vendors had vanished. Upon reflection, it seemed to have occurred during the first semester of senior year. Take that crepe shop. For instance, Zhou Yu often reminisced about the delightful egg crepes. Yet he never encountered the proprietor again, nor did he taste anything akin to that flavor. Well, he resolved to indulge in one tomorrow morning. Suddenly, a shadow surged forth like a locomotive, accompanied by a resounding utterance of traditional Chinese art, coming to a halt forcefully behind Zhou Yu. Hey, did you move books with Lin Wangshu yesterday? Didn't you say you weren't really close?" Qi Jing exclaimed, brandishing his phone, his voice quicker than his actions. His complexion was dark, and he was tall and robust, with facial features that bore a hint of mischief. It was fortunate he had a round face, otherwise he would indeed be quite the handsome lad. Thus, he presented the image of a slightly mischievous, yet earnest individual. He positioned himself directly behind Zhou Yu, while Si Bangzi sat in front of Zhou Yu. The trio formed a linear formation, occupying the corner of the classroom by the window. In fact, within this class, Zhou Yu's closest companions were Si Bangzi and Qi Jing. Despite their disparate personalities, they harmoniously complemented one another, becoming lifelong brothers. Even years later, when they found themselves in distant corners of the earth, separated by numerous time zones, they could still establish a frequency for conversation, occasionally exchanging greetings and sharing trivialities. Zhou Yu often felt that the three of them resembled the trio from Journey to the West. Si Bangzi was the second brother, gluttonous yet clever. Qi Jing, the simple yet strong third brother. As for Zhou Yu himself, he was certainly the composed, intelligent, diligent, and remarkably handsome eldest brother, akin to the unparalleled Monkey King. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yu, seated in front, did not turn around but replied nonchalantly, "It's no big deal. I merely assisted her while organizing things in Class 1 yesterday. We played CS together all night. If one were to revert to a past life, it would not have been merely a night of gaming. It was truly an entire night spent immersed in games." However, returning to the present, Zhou Yu inquired, "How did you find out about this trivial matter?" "From the forum," Qi Jing replied, waving his phone. "Look, someone captured you both moving books together yesterday and posted it on the forum. Everyone is curious about your identity. I'm about to reply and enlighten them about who you are. A good brother indeed, always so considerate. Weren't you the one who sent me a QQ message last night? Didn't you see it?" Si Bangzi chimed in with a mouthful of crepe. "Oh, I was preoccupied with gaming yesterday," Zhou Yu said, taking a glance at Qi Jing's phone. As expected, there was indeed a photo, captured from multiple angles. After all, wherever Lin Wangshu went, she drew attention. Even purchasing a bottle of mineral water from the convenience store could get her photographed and shared on the forum, potentially becoming a trending topic. Ultimately, she indeed rose to stardom, and little would change. The only difference might be the camera transitioning from a phone to professional equipment, and from forum posts to trending topics on Weibo. In a certain sense, Lin Wangshu's life rarely belonged to her alone. She perpetually existed under the scrutiny of others, magnified, discussed, anticipated, and often misunderstood. Behind her dazzling brilliance lay an increasingly constricted freedom. Your rumor relationship is generating quite a buzz. The forum is still abuzz with discussions about it, Qi Jing remarked. Well done, Zhou. You made quite a name for yourself. Though I feel your names together sound like something out of a sci-fi novel, Si Bangzi added in agreement. Do you want me to clarify things for you? Qi Jing offered. Good brothers are considerate, but there is no need to be overly so, Zhou Yu replied, refusing decisively without turning back. There is no need for clarification. No sooner had he spoken than a thunderous roar echoed outside, causing the glass to tremble slightly. Qi Jing was momentarily startled, wondering why the sudden seriousness and thunder. Si Bangzi appeared similarly taken aback. Zhou Yu shrugged, feigning innocence. In his previous life, this time of year was filled with negative rumors about Lu Yi. Zhou Yu mused that if he could return to this moment, he would certainly explain everything clearly. However, regarding the rumors with Lin Wangshu, there was nothing to clarify. The eventualities of the future were facts in their own right. Moreover, in his past life, he had never had the opportunity to spark any rumors. The management company had tightly controlled everything. The PR team was stringent. Of course, Zhou Yu understood. Since he had not managed to create any buzz in his previous life, he was determined to make this one resoundingly spectacular. As the trio continued their banter, the classroom suddenly erupted in commotion. Their homeroom teacher had arrived. Su Yuan, fresh from graduating from the mathematics department of Lin Normal University, was said to be only 22 years old. Yet, her appearance seemed as though she had stepped out of an anime. With straight bangs, long ash blonde hair, skin radiant as porcelain, and large sparkling eyes, she sported a playful little canine tooth when she smiled. Standing at a mere 1.55 meters, she had a tiptoe to write on the blackboard. In every regard, she was an adorable little girl. However, She possessed an impressive figure. Those in the know understood the significance of that. Lowly with a voluptuous figure might just be the best way to describe it. Above her slender waist lay curves that starkly contrasted with her youthful appearance, creating an overwhelming presence. The juxtaposition of her youthful visage with her striking curves was almost blinding. Interestingly, this teacher, who appeared younger than her students, often donned mature attire. For instance, today she wore a floral long dress paired with stiletto heels, approximately 7 to 8 centimeters high, creating an amusing sense of a child sneaking into adult clothing. Additionally, our dear Ms. Su had a tendency to be rather fierce. Perhaps she felt her innocent face lacked intimidation. Hence, she spoke in a voice several octaves higher than other teachers. Regardless, her various antics left students with an impression of her being adorably fierce. Zhou Yu harbored neither illusions nor particular feelings towards this beautiful homeroom teacher. Yet, Si Bangzi could earnestly claim to have dreamt about the math teacher, making absurd declarations. Following that, he would seriously add, just pure love, trust me. Yet in reality, Si Bangzi was all talk. When confronted with an actual girl, he would behave like a quail. However, this delightful teacher, with her striking contrasts, invoked an undeniable urge to tease. Yet, the conclusion of Zhou Yu's previous life was somewhat lamentable. In Chapter 14, during the autumn sports meet, while pursuing his postgraduate studies, Zhou Yu heard that Ms. Su had gotten married. Her husband appeared rather unremarkable, with an ordinary appearance and background, lacking any particularly outstanding traits. At least, in the eyes of many. He seemed unworthy of a goddess like Su Yuan. This even left several male classmates heartbroken for quite some time. In the year of Dr. Zhou Yu's graduation, another piece of news reached the ears of many. Teacher Xiao Su had been dismissed from Linen High School. It was rumored that a rival educator had reported her for having a second child, leading to her losing her position and the security of her job. What was even more surprising was that shortly thereafter, she divorced. She withdrew from all student groups and completely vanished from Linen, as if she had been silently erased from that city and the memories associated with it. When Zhou Yu heard this news, he could only feel a sense of lament. For the sake of her family, she had sacrificed her career by having 2 children in 3 years. Yet, the home she desperately tried to protect failed to become her refuge. She had been abandoned. She chose to depart, to remain silent, and to quietly erase her life from its original trajectory. Ironically, just a few years later, policies were relaxed, and families could receive subsidies for a 3rd child. In that moment, Zhou Yu felt for the first time the accuracy of the phrase, born at the wrong time. But was it truly a matter of timing? No, ultimately, it was merely an early onset of trials revealing genuine feelings. Regrettably, the affection was insufficiently deep, while the hardships were all too real. At that time, the yet-to-experience the trials of life teacher, Xiao Su, stood proudly at the front of the classroom. Silence. Your class is the loudest on this floor. As she uttered these words, Su Yuan crossed her arms, her brows furrowed with a fierce intensity, her chin slightly raised, as if her stature could rise by 5 centimeters through sheer force of will. The classroom fell silent in an instant. Listen up. The school's autumn sports meeting is in 2 weeks. Interested students should sign up with Wang Haosen after class. The deadline is next Monday. Wang Haosen was indeed the sports representative of Class 5. After delivering the announcement, Su Yuan turned to grab her thermos and took a gentle sip. The next moment, her brow furrowed. She exhaled softly as if she had burned herself, then glared with a fierce expression. Down below, some students whispered among themselves. Teacher, Xiao doesn't seem to be in a good mood today. ISNT, she always like that? I think she is kind of cute. By the way, what event are you planning to sign up for in the sports meeting? Oh, I want to throw the shot put. Huh? You? With your skinny arms and legs? I'm definitely going to join the basketball game. The Linen Iverson. In a corner by the window, there was a student named Bai Jing, propped up with his head, preparing to doze off. Si Bangzi was still eating, his mouth busy, yet he expressed himself vigorously, mumbling, Zhou, you could join a basketball team. Didn't you used to be a key player in Class 1? Your class even ranked in the spring sports meeting. Zhou Yu was taken aback. He felt as though playing basketball belonged to a past life. In a previous chapter of his existence, after a disheartening performance in the senior class exams. He had transferred to Class 5, feeling downcast for a long time. He had paid little attention to the autumn sports meeting that had come shortly after the start of the school year, let alone participated. Although there would be another sports meeting in the spring, by then the countdown to the college entrance examination would be in full swing, and the school directly prohibited seniors from participating. Thus, Zhou Yu missed the final sports meeting of his high school years and, consequently, the last basketball game. Later, as he transitioned to university and then into the workforce, perhaps he became too engrossed in video games, academics, relationships, and the pursuit of adulthood, grappling with the realities of life. Perhaps the brothers he once sweated alongside on the court had scattered across the country and even the globe, never to regroup into that familiar team. Or perhaps the street courts were filled with too many talented players, leading to a sense of frustration. Nobody passed the ball. Everyone was a lone wolf. Consequently, he gradually played less and less. Eventually, on a seemingly ordinary afternoon, when he wished to rekindle his past passion, he discovered he could no longer jump high or run fast. After a week of playing, his knees and Achilles tendon ached, an experience of injuries he had never encountered at 18. Thus, Zhou Yu often felt a twinge of regret. Now, to join the Class 5 basketball team and compete? Impossible. Perhaps it was the contemplations of a 30-year-old soul, burdened with experiences and considerations. First, the team already had a complete roster. Having played together for a long time, their synergy honed. There was no room for him to intrude. 5 positions. 1 carrot per hole. If someone plays, someone else must sit out. One couldn't let their own regrets impose upon others. Secondly, those were not the brothers he once fought alongside. However, in this new life, he still wished to participate in the upcoming sports meeting, just not in basketball. Zhou Yu feigned contemplation and declared, "Let us skip basketball. I might sign up for shooting instead." Huh. Bai Jing lifted his head. "When did we have shooting?" "We have it this time. It's been added," Zhou Yu asserted confidently. "If you don't believe me, ask teacher Xiao Su." Bai Jing immediately raised his hand to inquire. "Teacher, is there shooting this time?" Teacher Xiao Su nodded, gritting her teeth, responding with a fierce yet adorable "mm." In truth, inside Teacher Zhao's thermos, there was no hot tea. It was filled with bubble tea, generously laden with ice. Unfortunately, upon taking that last sip, a rogue pearl had rolled into her mouth. At that moment, the entire class was watching her, making it somewhat embarrassing to chew noisily. Thus, she had no choice but to hide that pearl in her molars, grinding it slowly and delicately, which made her appear as though she were gnashing her teeth in frustration. So at times, when a class is proceeding smoothly and one suddenly sees the teacher biting down fiercely, it may not necessarily indicate true anger. Rather, she might just be savoring her bubble tea or taro boba. Meanwhile, in Class 0, the homeroom teacher, Hanji, had just announced the details of the autumn sports meeting during morning reading. However, Teacher Han was not sealed by any bubble tea. He meticulously explained the competition events, registration processes, and important considerations from start to finish. Classes 0 and 1 were both experimental classes under the curriculum reform, and with only about 20 students in each class. It was indeed too few. To ensure adequate participation in the events, the 2 classes would merge for the competition. At present, the classroom had erupted into lively discussions about the various events. Lin Wangshu sat in the 3rd row center seat. Her deskmate, also a girl with her hair tied high, was radiating excitement. "I want to sign up for table tennis," her deskmate exclaimed. "I won an excellent award in the city table tennis competition when I was in elementary school." She puffed her chest proudly, as if the certificate were currently displayed on her forehead. "Excellent award? ISNT, that just a participation award? That is pretty good. What about you? Do you have any events you want to sign up for? I might sign up for shooting." In Class 5, Bai Jing exclaimed, "No way. When have you ever touched a gun in your life?" Si Bangzi finally finished eating and began to chatter. "A laser electronic gun?" Bai Jing scratched the back of his head, asking. "Archery, the bow and arrow kind." Zhou Yu, with a playful gesture, mimicked drawing a bow. "When playing CS, it's easy to get dizzy with 3D perspectives. Just make sure none of you miss the target. A score of 0 would be quite embarrassing," Si Bangzi remarked. Indeed, in this lifetime, Zhou Yu had yet to touch a gun or a bow. However, in his previous life, that was not the case. It wasn't that he had a particular passion for shooting. It was merely due to Lin, the celebrity, who harbored an innate obsession with all FPS games and shooting sports. She was a senior VIP at a renowned shooting club in the country, often dragging him along to try various models. By tagging along, he inadvertently honed his skills and became more accurate than her. He distinctly recalled that during this autumn sports meet, Lin Wangshu had signed up for shooting. Of course, he wasn't paying close attention. Her presence alone made her the center of attention wherever she went, with every move sparking waves of discussion. This time was no different. She ultimately secured second place, losing to a semi-professional male competitor. Yet, this achievement still caused quite a stir on the campus forums and social media. The reason? The photos of her shooting, taken by her adoring fans, were simply stunning. Her profile, perfectly poised while drawing the bow, captured an almost ethereal quality. Yes, at the end of the day, it came down to appearances. Who truly cares about shooting accuracy? Following that, a shooting craze swept through the school. During the spring sports meet, the shooting event became the most sought-after registration, with boys eagerly vying for the chance to partner with Lin Wangshu. The star effect was indeed formidable. Sometimes, Zhou Yu mused, it was no wonder she commanded such high endorsement fees. With a grin, he proposed, "How about we make a bet? All right, let us wager on whether you can advance past the group stage." Si Bangzi replied, unimpressed. Zhou Yu shook his head. "What is the point of the group stage? I bet on second place." Second place? Si Bangzi widened his eyes. "Our school has a shooting club with many semi-professionals. Can you really secure second place? Come on, what is the wager?" A slow reacting by Jing nodded. "Second place is quite difficult. Count me in. I'll bet too." How amusing, these unaware youths. If we were in college, Zhou Yu thought, someone would already be washing my underwear this semester. Alas, it's high school. So, what shall we wager? Zhou Yu shrugged nonchalantly. "Let us bet on all your breakfast for this semester," Si Bangzi suggested. "I'll wager lunch," Bai Jing chimed in. "All right then." Chapter 15. The Tarot Girl. The first 2 periods after morning self-study were chemistry classes, taught by a man named Han Ji, who sported reflective, color-changing glasses and perpetually messy hair. Graduating in the same year as Wang Weigua, he entered the workforce at the same time. However, compared to Wang, Han Ji lacked a certain calculative smoothness and instead possessed a fervent obsession for his subject, embodying a hint of the mad scientist archetype. It was said that this scientific enthusiast blew up the laboratory 3 times a week, hence the perpetually disheveled hair. Furthermore, he was also the head teacher of Class 0 in another course reform class, which was Lin Wangshu's class. Many teachers in high school were like that, managing a top class while simultaneously handling a struggling one. At the podium, Han Ji was tirelessly explaining the chemistry problems from the class division exam, interspersed with chemical puns and dry humor that most could not comprehend. For instance, he compared the reactivity of metals to interpersonal relationships. Those who were lively often found themselves in trouble. He mused that love followed the law of conservation of energy. The enthusiasm you invest would eventually return to you. Yet, below the podium, no one responded. There were no laughs, nor was anyone listening. 2 periods of chemistry came to an end, ushering in the longest break of the day. However, Lennon High School did not require its senior students to participate in physical exercises during breaks. Thus, for the third-year students, this was a much-anticipated time. With 25 minutes available, they could play a few games on the court or leisurely stroll around the teaching building in groups. But today, due to the relentless thunderstorm, everyone remained inside the classroom, dutifully seated. The few girls in Class 5 gathered together, seemingly joined by a few from Class 6 next door. Their eyes sparkled with anticipation. "Come on, help me see if there's a chance between me and him. Help me check if I can escape this math disaster. Will I become wealthy in the future? Will I be able to study out of town?" This group of girls chattered excitedly, resembling a flock of eager chicks. At the center of it all was Jiang Yuan, a girl from the neighboring class who had been warmly invited over by all the girls in Class 5. She mysteriously unveiled a deck of tarot cards, spreading them across the table. At the back of the classroom, Si Bangzi began to chatter. These girls gather every day to read fortunes. They're all so superstitious, especially that Jiang Yuan. She acts like a fortune teller, and those girls really believe in her. Zhou Yu chuckled, believer? They might as well believe I'm Qin Shi Huang. That said, his gaze lingered on Jiang Yuan. Among the girls, she was indeed a striking presence. Her aura was exceptionally unique. Her face was both aloof and exquisite, her brows and eyes clear, her skin pale to the point of translucence, resembling a porcelain doll hidden in shadows. Her straight black hair framed her collarbone, falling gracefully and at first glance. She appeared to have stepped out of Japanese manga as a gothic heroine. If Lin Wangshu exuded a sense of cool serenity, Jiang Yuan emanated an eerie, quirky charm. She wore a purple crystal ring on her left hand and an obsidian ring on her right, reputed to enhance inspiration and ward off evil. Around her neck hung various delicate silver chains, and she favored dark, smoky makeup. Jiang Yuan was originally Zhou Yu's intended match in his previous life and also a close friend of Lin Wangshu. In fact, during his high school years, this gothic girl frequently visited Class 5, leaving a significant impression. However, the 18-year-old Zhou Yu, the proud and aloof Monkey King, had never truly regarded her. For one, he inherently disliked the Gothic style, perceiving it as dark and foreboding. Additionally, at that time, he was still a boy immersed in his own whimsical world, self-absorbed and oblivious. His emotional awakening came late. Thus, he was aware of her existence, but did not know her personally. Later on, even after dating Lin Wangshu for 3 years, Zhou Yu had never met her close friend in person, having only seen photos of them together. Take the fateful blind date in his previous life, for instance. Jiang Yuan had mentioned beforehand that she would bring a friend along. It was not uncommon for the woman to bring a friend to ease the awkwardness during the first meeting. However, upon arriving at the private room, Jiang Yuan claimed she had to cancel due to an absurd reason. She had collided with a wild boar while driving. Zhou Yu was left perplexed. Why had wild boars begun roaming the city streets? The other party hastily ended the call. Shortly thereafter, the door to the booth swung open, and Lin Wangshu stepped inside. After that, she was never seen again. For in the future, Jiang Yuan became a doctor without borders. Yet, the tales of her exploits reached Zhou Yu through Lin Wangshu. She traversed the globe, crossing war zones and pandemics, saving lives, and tending to the gravest matters of existence. One might wonder, are you not afraid? A girl so steeped in superstition and shrouded in an air of the macabre would eventually wield a scalpel, controlling the fates of others. Zhou Yu certainly felt a twinge of fear. Fortunately, she specialized in obstetrics and gynecology. Zhou Yu mused that he would likely never find himself under a knife. Perhaps, in the front row of the classroom, Jiang Yuan was currently engaged in a tarot card reading. Please, tell me, will I escape the trials of mathematics this time? A girl asked cautiously. Jiang Yuan leisurely drew the cards, laid them out, and stared at them for 2 seconds, her expression laden with meaning. You will never escape the trials of love in this lifetime. Her tone carried a weight of fatalism, a hint of gothic whimsy, and an earnest seriousness. But I asked about math. The girl protested. You read love, but math may fail you, just as romance may falter. Choose one, Jiang Yuan shrugged. In the back row, Zhou Yu, who had been sipping water, nearly spat it out upon hearing this. An image flashed through his mind. Jiang Yuan, clad in surgical scrubs and a mask, standing at the operating table, her gaze steely. Instead of saying, take a deep breath, do not be afraid. I am here, she would coldly declare. You will never escape the trials of love in this lifetime. Zhou Yu choked, the sound of his cough reverberating through the silent back row. The girls turned to look at him in confusion, and Jiang Yuan raised an eyebrow in response. Lin Wangshu had a flaw, her poor memory. But Jiang Yuan possessed a remarkable advantage, her exceptional hearing, akin to that of a keen-eyed hawk. Such a person, if present in an office, would miss not a single piece of gossip. Thus, Zhou Yu's comment, trust her or trust me, I am Qin Shi Huang, had reached the ears of the tarot reading girl. Word for word. Naturally, she heard it and was understandably displeased. Yet, she chose to endure it. After all, there were many who whispered behind her back. She was not so petty as to confront each one. However, Zhou Yu's outburst had garnered significant attention, successfully capturing the notice of the entire class. The loyal followers of the Tarot Society quickly approached, surrounding him. The girls began to chatter excitedly. What are you laughing at? What is so funny? Who do you think you are to mock tarot? Your destiny lies here. Yes, your destiny lies here. One girl, fuming, produced a deck of tarot cards from her pocket and slapped it onto his desk, as if revealing a card of fate. I see him as someone who disrespects our tarot society. Yes, at Linen High School, there were many clubs, and these girls belonged to the Tarot Society, of which Zhou Yuan was the vice president. This club was one of the 3 most renowned societies at Linen High School, boasting a large membership, predominantly female. Zhou Yu stifled his laughter, wiping the water stains off his desk. This was truly amusing. Not only in this lifetime, but in his past life, he had never regarded this so-called Tarot Society with any seriousness. To him, they were merely a group of little charlatans and their devotees. He had always been a staunch atheist and a firm supporter of materialism, holding in disdain all things mystical and ethereal. Ironically, even in the future, tarot cards continued to hold a substantial market, especially with the rise of social media. Those bloggers touting spiritual healing and astrological guidance became increasingly precious. Some women would book appointments with so-called tarot masters, paying hundreds, even thousands, just to glimpse their romantic prospects. Zhou Yu, during his late-night coding sessions in the lab, would watch these live streams and wonder, what else could that money be better spent on? Similar were the Zodiac bloggers, who often couched their vague statements in ways that seemed applicable to anyone, echoing the sentiments of the masses. This was the Barnum effect, saying something ambiguous that one feels applies solely to them, when in fact it could apply to anyone. You could even throw a dog into the mix, and perhaps it would fit 80 of the time. Indeed, Zhou Yu did not believe in zodiac signs, nor did he hold any respect for the entire zodiac theory. He viewed such beliefs as tools wielded by ignorant rulers in ancient times to fabricate divine authority, placate the populace, and stabilize their power. However, when it came down to it, whether it was tarot cards or zodiac signs, whether it was Mercury retrograde or Pluto in a ruling house, he could understand and appropriately respect such beliefs. After all, throughout the long and chaotic journey of life, humanity easily loses its way. They yearn for some form of guidance, a deity, no matter if that deity is merely a few cards or a star chart. It is better than having nothing at all. Yet, Zhou Yu firmly believed that one's fate cannot be divined by others, for one's destiny is forever held in one's own hands. Zhou Yu raised his gaze, finally regarding them with an expression as calm as still water. He gently tapped the tarot cards laid on the desk. You claim that these cards dictate fate? After a brief pause, a smirk graced his lips, his voice low but firm. Shall we see who is more adept at divination? No sooner had he spoken than thunder rumbled outside, resounding like an answer. Chapter 16. The Child of the Stars. As the thunder rolled, a fleeting light crossed the faces of everyone present. A collective shiver ran through the crowd, perhaps due to Zhou Yu's powerful aura or the dramatic thunder that heightened the atmosphere. Even Zhou Yu himself was momentarily taken aback. Why was it that thunder seemed to strike whenever he spoke today? It felt as if the heavens themselves sought to join the fray. Meanwhile, in the front row, Zhou Yuan had not yet approached. She was quietly observing Zhou Yu. In fact, for the past few days, she had seized every opportunity to study him. Following the scuffle at the school gate, although Lin Wangshu had clarified matters with her, the tarot girl could not resist the urge to read for Lin Wangshu and this fellow. To her surprise, the cards revealed he was destined to be her significant other. Thus, Zhou Yu was officially placed under her watchful scrutiny. He was decent-looking and academically proficient, standing out among ordinary students. Yet, he was still far from being worthy of her shoe bow. This was Zhou Yuan's conclusion after days of observation. The issue was that she truly believed in tarot, wholeheartedly convinced of her divination results. In her own words, before she transformed into a venomous woman, she was merely a steadfast tarot card girl. This only deepened her curiosity. How could such a person possibly be connected to me? Shu Bao? Meanwhile, on Zhou Yu's side, the group of girls was genuinely taken aback by his words, yet their tongues remained sharp. Who are you? Why should we compare ourselves to you? They retorted. What a joke. How dare you challenge our tarot society? Their tone was as aggressive as ever, their voices loud and boisterous. It wasn't so much aggression as it was a facade to mask their own insecurities. At this moment, Zhou Yu smiled. After all, when one is out in the world, identity is self-assigned. Moreover, in the face of these melodramatic, superstitious girls, Zhou Yu held no belief in the divine. Yet he placed his faith in the vast expanse of the starry sky above, in Einstein, and in the principles of physics. He cleared his throat lightly and commenced his performance. You ask me who I am? I must confess, I have traversed the cosmic dust, heard the whispers before the collapse of black holes, and witnessed quasars burning in solitude from billions of light years away. My consciousness was born in the Orion Arm, my heartbeat resonating with supernovae. I comprehend the silence preceding a supernova's explosion and the struggle of light as it succumbs to a black hole's grasp. I have perceived humanity's fears within the gravitational well of the galaxy's core and have heard each of your faint prayers from the crevices of interstellar dust. You piece together your fates with a few cards and vague sentences, while I decipher the cosmic evolution of 7 billion years, unraveling the randomness behind the codes of life. Another name for fate is entropy. You place your faith in so-called prophecies, yet remain oblivious to heat death, gravitational waves, and the laws of entropy. Fate does not simply descend from the heavens. It is probability, microscopic disturbances, and certainty within chaos. You claim your cards can glimpse the future? Can you predict the next distortion of a gravitational wave? Do you know which star will collapse tonight or which planet is about to be ejected from its orbit? He rose to his feet, as though weary of entertaining children. I have long seen the trajectories of your lives. For in another timeline, I have lived through it all once before. Now, I merely awaken before you do. Truth and deception intertwine. Science and metaphysics, reality and theory are all enmeshed. I'm the child of the stars. With a thunderous roar, lightning once again split the sky, the sound deafening. This marked the third occurrence. Coincidentally, at that very moment, Zhou Yu's voice harmonized perfectly with the thunder. This time, even Zhou Yu felt a shiver. It was not fear, but rather a fleeting moment of apprehension. Did the heavens deem his bravado excessive? Zhou Yu mused, 3 times is the charm. 3 times it shall be. The girls from the Tarot Society stood frozen, their expressions a mixture of surprise, disbelief, and barely contained tension. It was not that they did not want to retort, but the imagery of galaxies, supernovae, and the whispers before a black hole's collapse felt like stepping into a surreal, cinematic trailer. One girl quietly asked her neighbor, "Do you think what he just said is another form of clairvoyance?" Another shook her head. "No, it seems he is more attuned to physics." See Bangzi, Panjing, and a group of boys were equally astonished. Initially, they had been debating whether to intervene and diffuse the situation, but upon hearing Zhou Yu's declaration of traversing cosmic dust, their steps faltered. The thunder rumbled again, and Pan Jing swallowed hard. He glanced at Zhou Yu and then at the pale-faced Tarot Society girls. A thought bubbling up. Who could possibly reason with him? Just as he raised his hand to say something, Zhou Yu launched into another monologue about cosmic consciousness and entropy, making his own words of "let's not argue" feel utterly stifled. Thus, Zhou Yu single-handedly commanded the entire room. At that moment, a voice broke through. "Enough. Let us compare and see who can truly predict." The voice, though not loud, pierced through the classroom like thunder, and all heads turned to the front row. Jiang Yuan had stood up. The girls who had previously surrounded Zhou Yu now wore expressions of near transformation. After being bombarded by concepts of entropy and gravitational waves, they now regarded Jiang Yuan as if she were a celestial savior descending to reclaim their dignity. "Our Tarot Society's vice president has arrived." Zhou Yu chuckled lightly, but the child of the stars was no ambiguous entity. He would not utter vague statements that seemed applicable to anyone, but rather, he spoke of clear, unambiguous truths. "For I have already perceived the trajectories of your lives within my subconscious." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuan maintained a facade of calm, yet internally she was lamenting, "Damn it, have I truly encountered a sage? How can tarot cards predict anything so clear-cut? He plays unfairly. What am I to do?" With the eager gazes of her classmates upon her, she felt trapped. However, Zhou Yu continued, "How about this? I can use the power of the stars to unveil one of your secrets. You may verify whether the secret I reveal is true." Jiang Yuan was momentarily taken aback. "Me? My secret? Chapter 17. Your secret. Zhou Yu nodded, his gaze unwavering. Huh. Jiang Yuan was bewildered. In this duel, why did it feel as though she was the one being wagered? Yet, if Zhou Yu were to wager on her, Jiang Yuan felt a sense of calm wash over her. No one knew her better than she did. Zhou Yu could not possibly grasp anything about her. He was a stranger, after all. Today was the very first time she had spoken to him. If Zhou Yu were to bet on someone else's secret, say, on Si Bangzi's, it would have been a far more engaging challenge. Besides, what secrets could she possibly have? Even if she had secrets, she would never divulge them, especially not to those around Zhou Yu. Jiang Yuan thought to herself smugly, even suppressing a chuckle. She slightly raised her chin, reminiscent of a queen surveying her realm from atop her tarot throne, gazing down upon a misguided wanderer. Well then, enlighten us. What secret can you uncover? Our tarot cards are not mind-reading devices. It cannot be as miraculous as you claim. Her tone was light and laced with mockery. But I can, Zhou Yu replied, beckoning her with a languid motion, as if teasing a frisky cat. Come closer. Surely, you don't want everyone to discover your secret, do you? The classroom fell into a profound silence, the very air seeming to freeze. Jiang Yuan rolled her eyes and let out a scoff. With an air of disdain, she feigned mystery, yet hesitated for a brief moment before leaning forward, adopting a defiant posture. Pray tell, I am most curious to hear what you can concoct. As she drew closer, Zhou Yu bent down, whispering a few words into her ear. In less than 5 seconds, Jiang Yuan's entire face flushed crimson. Not the bashful pink of modesty, but a deep, burning red that spread from her earlobes to her neck. Her pupils visibly constricted, as if a forbidden veil had been lifted. In the next instant, her eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Zhou Yu. He remained unperturbed, as if nothing had transpired. Jiang Yuan, not waiting for another word, immediately turned and fled, leaving her tarot cards behind, bolting from the classroom as if pursued by a rabid dog. The classroom fell into a profound silence. Si Bangzi was left dumbfounded. Ba Jing, equally bewildered. Several female classmates from the Tarot Society were also in a state of shock. Everyone was taken aback. A moment later, the classroom erupted in a cacophony of astonishment. Someone exclaimed, "What did he just say to her?" Others began to speculate in hushed tones. Could it be something unspeakable? He can't actually possess the ability to read minds, can he? Zhou Yu stood there, nonchalantly, as if nothing had occurred. He even bent down to pick up the tarot cards that Jiang Yuan had dropped, casually handing them to a girl from the Tarot Society nearby. With a mere flick of his wrist, he had rendered the queen of the Tarot Society utterly defenseless, causing her to forfeit without contest. Zhou Yu shrugged, explaining, "It's nothing. Really, let us not overthink it." Everyone disperse. In the restroom, the cold tiles reflected a harsh light. The sound of water splashing echoed. Jiang Yuan leaned against the sink, her face still ablaze with heat. The words he had whispered reverberated in her mind, each syllable meticulously enunciated. "Why don't you check if your pants are on inside out today?" And indeed, upon verification, her underwear was, once again, worn inside out. Jiang Yuan stood there, momentarily paralyzed, her thoughts dissolving into white noise. How could he possibly know about this flaw of mine? I have never confided in anyone about it. Panic surged within her. She had truly encountered someone extraordinary. It seemed he might genuinely be a child of the stars. In the classroom, Ba Jing, perplexed, gazed at Zhou Yu with newfound reverence. "What exactly did you say to her?" he inquired, astonished that someone as eerie as Jiang Yuan had turned scarlet at his words. "How did you know?" Zhou Yu chuckled lightly. "How else would I know? I learned it from her good friend, Lin Wangshu. But it's not that Lin Wangshu is particularly gossipy. She wouldn't trivialize her friend's mortifying moments. It's just that during conversations, one tends to recount amusing anecdotes about a friend. And we all know that a friend often refers to oneself. Over time, Zhou Yu had unwittingly accumulated a plethora of Jiang Yuan's endearing quirks through Lin Wangshu's stories. Eventually, he deduced that Lin Wangshu indeed had a friend who was quite forgetful, often misplacing things, even wearing clothes inside out daily. Coupled with his observations over the past few days, it all pointed to Jiang Yuan. Zhou Yu was not particularly interested in such gossip. He was no voyeur, nor did he concern himself with anyone's secrets. He simply possessed an intrinsic desire to unveil the truth. In the years when murder mystery games were in vogue, he had earned a reputation in the Shanghai circle as a relentless investigator, adept at piecing together the most intricate puzzles. To him, every clue in life represented another script, a scene where the truth could be uncovered at any moment. Thus, while he might not have been entirely confident against others in a competition, facing Jiang Yuan was akin to a guaranteed victory. He almost felt a twinge of remorse for winning so easily, but it was her own doing. At that moment, Ba Jing continued to press for more details. Won't you reveal her secrets? Stop pretending. You're practically ascending. Since it's a secret, how can I divulge it? Zhou Yu retorted, as a child of the stars, we uphold principles. We observe but do not share. We cannot easily alter the fates of mortals. Come on, are you really that into acting? See, Bangzi interjected. Then what do you think his secret is? He pointed at Ba Jing. Ba Jing's secret? Zhou Yu turned to glance at Ba Jing, feigning deep contemplation before saying, would you like to hear about your life story at 30, fighting in Southeast Asia, only to suffer a spinal injury from a forced retaliation, and how I pushed your wheelchair for 10 years for your father? QNMD, you are the one in a wheelchair. Your whole family is in wheelchairs. Ba Jing retorted angrily. Unexpectedly, Zhou Yu's tone shifted, becoming eerily calm. But your true secret. I know you have feelings for someone. His voice was soft, yet unmistakably clear. Who? See, Bangzi echoed. Ba Jing froze, his body reacting before his mind could catch up. Standing motionless, he opened his mouth but struggled to find the words. Zhou Yu was somewhat surprised himself. He hadn't genuinely intended to name anyone because he had no idea who Ba Jing liked. This was the truth. Even though they had been close in their past lives, Ba Jing had never once mentioned his crush. Zhou Yu only learned about it many years later. Ba Jing's family background was actually quite respectable. His father was the director of the Municipal Development and Reform Commission, and his mother was the head of the Demolition Office. Although they were not particularly high-ranking officials, they held significant power. Yet, this glamorous facade had little bearing on Ba Jing's life. His parents divorced when he was in the first grade. His biological mother remarried the following year and had a younger sister. By the third year, his father also brought home a young and beautiful woman. A year later, Ba Jing had another younger brother. After the college entrance examination, Ba Jing did not attend university, but instead went far away to the border to enlist. He spent 10 years in military service, weathered and seasoned. Upon his discharge, he chose not to transition to civilian life, but began a journey of volunteering while traveling the world. His social media was filled with majestic snow-capped mountains, vast deserts, lush tropical rainforests, and the glittering expanse of the Milky Way, world Zhou Yu had longed to see but never had the chance to explore. He possessed the poetry and distance that everyone yearned for. Yet, despite all his travels, he had never returned to Linen, nor had he returned home. One day, after returning from South America to Shanghai, Ba Jing expressed a desire to meet. They went to their usual spot for drinks. As they exchanged toasts, the night air thick with camaraderie, the conversation meandered aimlessly, and the atmosphere grew hazy. Zhou Yu, feeling the effects of the alcohol, casually asked, do you remember what we were talking about before? Do you still remember that someone from high school? Oh, I have long forgotten. No, I haven't even mentioned who it is yet. Chapter 18. Off to complain. In truth, having a crush or liking someone during high school is the most commonplace affair. Most individuals would not keep it a secret. Even if they lack the courage to confess publicly, at the very least, they would share it with friends in private. There are countless tales of successful confessions. After all, who hasn't experienced a touch of earnest impulsiveness? Logically speaking, given the nature of Zhou Jing, he should not be the type to be coy or silently brooding. He is not one to carry a heavy heart all day. Rather, he is straightforward, capable of cracking jokes, and occasionally uttering flirtatious remarks. Thus, Zhou Yu has always assumed he could express anything. Even if he had someone he liked, he wouldn't hide it for long. Yet, that very name remained concealed for many years. It was buried so deep that even Zhou Yu, in this lifetime, could not uncover it. But to say that Zhou Jing is a pure-hearted love warrior, someone who harbored an unspoken crush for a decade, embodying such profound sentiment, Zhou Yu would be the first to shake his head vigorously in disbelief. While he may not have attracted the attention of young ladies during his adolescence, he certainly grew more captivating with age. Did he not later embark on a journey around the world? Throughout this journey, he was never without female companionship. Truly, he has sampled the delights of various locales, be they foreign or local, light or dark. He dreamed of having a home, yet found all corners of the world to be his abode. How enviable! Moreover, despite Zhou Yu's playful jabs at him regarding spinal injuries from free fighting or wheelchair athletes returning to the arena, the truth is that in his past life, Zhou Jing indeed participated in free fighting in Southeast Asia, even clinching a championship. That was one of the rare instances in his life where he fought earnestly for survival, representing the most authentic and sharpest aspect of his being. In his previous life, Zhou Jing could genuinely be regarded as a wayward soul. From the perspective of a brother, he was a brawny fellow with a simple mind. From a woman's viewpoint, he was a charming yet somewhat inarticulate rogue. Perhaps akin to Gabriel Garcia Marquez in his novel Love in the Time of Cholera, who wrote, "He loved many people in his lifetime, yet never ceased to love her." Or perhaps it can be said that one inevitably remains ensnared by the unattainable desires of their youth throughout their life. Are you aware? Zhou Jing's expression revealed a hint of tension and apprehension. Zhou Yu nodded. "Do not tell anyone else," Zhou Jing added. "I do not wish to cause her any distress." Zhou Yu nodded again. In his past life, he refrained from probing further, and in this life, he would also abstain from inquiry. Some secrets are best left for time to unveil. Only see Bangzi furrowed his brow in confusion, exclaiming, "What on earth are you two talking about?" A breeze wafted through the window. The rain had ceased, and the post-rain sunlight slanted onto the desks, leaving everyone in silence. The bell for class rang. The students who had been chatting in the corridor scattered like leaves caught in a gust, rushing back to the classroom. The classroom door slammed open, then shut again. It was at this moment that Jiang Yuan returned. Her steps were neither hurried nor slow, her face devoid of any extraneous expression. She simply resumed her seat in her class, lowering her head, as quiet as if the earlier mortifying scene had never transpired. She did not look back, nor did she speak. Instead, in the act of flipping through her book, she discreetly unlocked her phone. Her fingers danced swiftly, deftly opening QQ. Jiang Yuan's online name was Moonlit Tarot Yuan, and she had crafted a seemingly sophisticated yet rather juvenile English signature. The moon reversed. I saw through your lies. She was preparing to seek out Lin Wangshu to lament her woes. Then she sent a message. Moonlit Tarot Yuan. Woo 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 woo. Crying, crying, crying. What happened? My Yuan Bao. Yuan Bao, come here for a hug. Moonlit Tarot Yuan. I was bullied by your man today. Huh? Lin Wangshu. Upon reading this message, nearly choked on her own saliva. Lin Wangshu bombarded her with a flurry of question marks. One may eat carelessly, but one must not speak recklessly. Moonlit Tarot Yuan. It's the one who fought fiercely for you a few days ago at the entrance. Later, my tarot cards did indeed predict that you two are somewhat fated, but you refuse to believe it. Moonlit Tarot Yuan. His name is Zhou Yu. Do you remember? Lin Wangshu. And then Jiang Yuan tearfully recounted Zhou Yu's misdeeds of the day. Words like child of the stars, galactic consciousness, entropy-laden fate, and life coding gradually steered the narrative towards a ghost story tone. Fortunately, Lin Wangshu was always astute and clear-headed. Let's pause there. Firstly, he is not my man. Secondly, what secret does he know about you? Jiang Yuan pondered for a moment, unprepared to conceal anything from her close friend. In fact, in her previous life, Jiang Yuan had only revealed this much later to Lin Wangshu. Thus, Lin Wangshu was unaware now. This truly remained an unknown secret. Moonlit Tarot Yuan. He actually knows that I wore my pants inside out today. Lin Wangshu was not surprised by this. After all, Jiang Yuan had always been a bit scatterbrained. Oh, that seems reasonable given your situation. But how did he find out? Moonlit Tarot Yuan. That's the supernatural aspect of this whole affair. Moonlit Tarot Yuan. Do you think he might really be a child of the stars? Always talking about galaxies and supernovas, interstellar dust. It sounds so genuine. He was quite knowledgeable about these things as a child. Moonlit Tarot Yuan. Huh. We were briefly classmates when we were little, playing in the mud together for 2 years. Moonlit Tarot Yuan. Aren't you supposed to have a poor memory? You can't remember unimportant people and events. So how come you recall this trivial matter so vividly? Lin Wangshu glanced at the messages but chose not to reply further, simply turning off her phone. The teacher had already taken to the podium. Yet, Lin Wangshu found herself unconsciously gazing out of the window. Memories floated back like wisps of smoke to her childhood. She suddenly recalled that little boy, always slender and small, with soft hair and eyes that sparkled like stars freshly plucked from the galaxy. He would tug at her sleeve eagerly, sharing incomprehensible cosmic mysteries. For instance, what would happen if a person fell into Jupiter? Is there truly life on Mars? Is human colonization of Mars feasible? Why does Venus rotate in retrograde? Is it a bit rebellious? He could speak of the solar system's first planet to the last. From Mercury to Pluto, discussing Neptune's icy storms with such animation, as if he had lived on those planets himself. As a child, she could hardly grasp the concepts. But she always felt that his world was vast and distant, like an endless starry sky. She recalled Jiang Yuan's earlier question. 4 unimportant people and events. You cannot remember them, can you? When did he cease to be an unimportant person? I have always remembered him. Chapter 19, Public Enemy. Meanwhile, on the other end of the phone, Jiang Yuan sent several messages in quick succession, pressing for a response. Yet, the other party seemed to have vanished into thin air, leaving not a single word in reply. However, Jiang Yuan paid it little mind. After all, isn't that the nature of conversations among good friends? One moment they are chatting, and the next they disappear. Responses are often a matter of chance. Yet, when they reappear, the conversation resumes effortlessly, never requiring a formal introduction or conclusion. Most of the time, their discussions about the weather and life are merely perfunctory exchanges. Irritated, Jiang Yuan exited the chat with Lin Wangshu and, with a flick of her finger, opened another QQ group titled Tarot Society Internal Strategy Meeting Room. This was the core group of the Tarot Society, consisting exclusively of the top 10 most formidable witch candidates. They were not the casual participants who merely drew a couple of cards and chuckled. As soon as the group opened, Jiang Yuan wasted no time and launched into a heartfelt recounting of her dismal experience, though she prudently omitted the rather embarrassing detail of wearing her pants inside out. Instead, she focused on how, earlier that day in class, the members of the Tarot Society were publicly provoked by someone who openly derided tarot culture. While everyone else was rendered speechless by the shock, I, Jiang Yuan, the queen of the Tarot Society and vice president, stepped forward to defend the honor of our group. She artfully elevated the narrative, concluding with, after a fierce battle of 300 exchanges, the opponent still refused to apologize. Her closing statement echoed through the group, sisters, I cannot swallow this indignation. This declaration sent ripples throughout the chat. Who is it? Which person dares to bully us? They dare to disregard us? Don't be angry. Yuan Jia, we shall avenge you. At that moment, all avatars fell silent for a few seconds. As an ID that rarely spoke lit up, Tarot Society President, upright of the tower. A system notification chimed. Shun Xingli has come online. The group was engulfed in a 3-second silence, for this was the Tarot Society's most powerful member, Shun Xingli, the most enigmatic woman from Linen High School. Upon hearing her name, even Jiang Yuan instinctively sat up straight, her posture reminiscent of a diligent student. Then, in the next moment, Shun Xingli typed, Who has dared to touch my people? Upon reading this, Jiang Yuan felt her eyes welling up with tears, an exhilarating fervor coursing through her veins. She was ignited. 2 small pearls of emotion escaped the corners of her eyes. She quickly replied, Class 5, Zhou Yu. Shun Xingli responded, Notify all core members. The Tarot Society will publicly engage in a divination duel at the Tarot Arena date, next Friday. Opponent, Class 5, Zhou Yu. After this final statement, Shun Xingli logged off. The Tarot Society chat remained quiet for a moment. Then, as if enchanted, half of them were ablaze with excitement while the other half stood in solemn respect, as if they were truly on the brink of a fateful battle. Should Zhou Yu catch sight of this conversation, he would likely feel too awkward to turn to the second page and would reflect, This is truly a realm of fantastical absurdity. As for why it was scheduled for next Friday rather than this Friday, Zhang Yuan and the other tarot devotees harbored a twinge of curiosity. Yet, they refrained from asking, for such secrets must remain undisclosed. Since the president had chosen next Friday, there must be her mystical reasoning behind it. After all, divination is deeply rooted in timing, fortune, aura, magnetic fields, and angles of light. Any misalignment could skew the results. However, the reality was much simpler. Shun Xingli had a tutoring class that Friday evening. It was that straightforward. Destiny is hard to defy, but attending extra classes is even harder to evade. Meanwhile, the common enemy of all the girls in the Tarot Society lay sprawled across the last row of Class 5, sound asleep. Zhou Yu had nestled himself against the desk, half of his uniform draped over his face, breathing steadily. He was sleeping quite well. Last night, he had been immersed in a late-night gaming session with Lin Wangshu, and as the familiar tune of a nostalgic game theme echoed in his mind, memories surged forth, making it somewhat difficult to fall asleep. How could he not feel drowsy? After all, he was Zhou Yu, the son of the stars, and also a spirited little soldier. After school, Zhou Yu didn't rush home, but instead headed to the Jiuzhou Internet Cafe with Si Bangzi. They were there to patrol the area, addressing any daily issues, thereby fulfilling his promise to Wang Changzhou. After all, trust with clients must be gradually established. As they approached the entrance of the cafe, the sky had just darkened. By coincidence, they encountered Wang Changzhou, who was sweeping the entrance while holding a cigarette, which he had yet to light. He maintained a casual demeanor, wielding the broom with a nonchalant air, as if merely passing the time. The ground was littered with debris, fallen leaves, cigarette butts, and crumpled paper. After sweeping for quite some time, it was unclear what he had actually accomplished. At the front desk, Si Bangzi placed 10 yuan on the counter and opened a computer. Throughout the process, the front desk girl, who generally never looked anyone in the eye, continued chewing gum while watching the original series of The Legend of the Condor Heroes. Meanwhile, Zhou Yu had no intention of using the computer. He was contemplating leaving shortly. In truth, since Zhou Yu entered university, he had been glued to the computer every day, playing games for over a decade. By the time he graduated with a doctorate, he had significantly reduced his gaming time, and even for non-work-related tasks, he preferred not to turn on the computer. Instead, he had developed a fondness for outdoor activities, often hiking, cycling, or trekking. Life at times could indeed be quite interesting. In his youth, when his body was at its prime, he spent all his time indoors playing games. Now, slightly older, his physical condition was not as robust as before, yet he was more drawn to the mountains and forests. However, none of this mattered. After all, life is a vast wilderness. No matter the path taken, it is always forward. Thus, Zhou Yu decided against entering the cafe, leaning against the front desk, engaging in a casual conversation with Wang Changzhou, who was sweeping outside. If any issues arose, he would step in to assist. Just then, as they chatted, a delicate, fair hand suddenly emerged from the counter, placing a piece of orange-flavored Bubbaloo bubblegum in front of Zhou Yu. "Here," she said. Zhou Yu paused for a moment, turning his head to see the front desk girl, although she usually avoided eye contact. Perpetually absorbed in her bubblegum and reading Jin Yong's novels like a nonchalant NPC from the sidelines of a Jianghu story, he had never truly noticed her. It was only when the orange-flavored gum was pressed into his palm, releasing a delightful citrus fragrance that wafted through his fingers, that he truly looked up and regarded her. Her skin was fair, her eyes large, and when she smiled, 2 adorable dimples appeared. She was undeniably sweet, but her bright yellow bob, paired with her thick long hair, resembled a popular hairstyle from years past, which might be considered cool in the eyes of today as young girls. In recent years, a prevailing definition has emerged, non-mainstream. In the years to come, it may even be classified as a quirky persona. Zhou Yu silently observed for a few moments before diverting his gaze. Perhaps his aesthetic sensibilities remain rooted in a bygone era, lingering since 2015. Such a style is truly difficult for him to appreciate. It seems a pity to waste such a beautiful face. "Thank you," Zhou Yu murmured softly. Yet, scarcely had his words escaped his lips when a cacophony akin to a monkey's shrill cries erupted from the other side. "Xiao Tian, Yu Haven Tea shared a single piece with me. So, her name is Xiao Tian? Xiao Tian, a touch sweet. This phrase inadvertently lodged itself in Zhou Yu's mind. Of course, one must disregard that yellow jellyfish hairstyle. You actually gave him some? How long have we known each other? I've cooked for you, repaired her fan, taken out your trash, and yet you can't even spare a piece sweeter than a babu. The monkey stormed over indignantly. Xiao Tian lazily lifted her gaze to glance at him, arms crossed, standing upright, her voice slightly elevated. Humph, we are children of the rivers and lakes. Our debts and grievances are clearly defined. This candy I gift is due to his extraordinary character and calm demeanor. And you, with your hasty antics, possess no chivalry worthy of such a treat. With that, she deliberately flicked her yellow hair and executed a theatrical turn, reminiscent of a low-tier heroine confronting a rogue swordsman. Have you been reading too many novels lately? The monkey retorted, speechless. Xiao Tian sighed, speaking languidly. Every affection is a curse. Indifference is strength. Yet, I refuse to be indifferent. I shall bestow one candy upon the pleasing. With a bubble of gum inflated and popped, she turned on her heel and departed. Zhou Yu, a drama queen? The monkey. Damn it, you just can't stand me, can you? Wang Changzhong, who had been sweeping, barely caught the tail end of the exchange, muttering, a bunch of lunatics at this rate. The internet cafe will turn into a costume drama. Just say you don't like me. The monkey huffed. Zhou Yu glanced down at the candy in his hand, which moments ago seemed merely a piece of bubble gum. Now, he hesitated to consume it. He could only discreetly tuck it into the pocket of his school uniform. Zhou Yu did not linger long in the Jiuzhou internet cafe. After standing for over an hour, he hoisted his backpack and left. After all, he had promised to come, but not to stay for long. Everyone's time is precious. Most importantly, he still had to rush home that evening to write code and do OQ with a girl. Although, judging by their performance, it seemed more like the girl was carrying him. After departing the internet cafe, Zhou Yu did not hurry home. He made a stop at the bank, withdrawing all his savings from his red envelope funds. Then, he turned and headed to the market, where he procured a second-hand oven, along with various tools and ingredients. Chapter 20. Master Zhou. At this moment, in the Xiaoying restaurant, Zhou Yu hesitated to disclose that he had spent all his red envelope money on these items. Doing so would complicate matters and make explanations more difficult. He could only engage in earnest nonsense. You know how C. Bangsy's mother is. She loves to buy this and that. And when she gets impulsive, she ends up with a pile of things. The house is overflowing with clutter, and they even converted C. Bangsy's room into a storage space. A couple of days ago, he mentioned that this oven takes up too much space and offered to send it to his grandparents, but they can't even use it, claiming that pressing a button is harder than operating the television. At this point, Zhou Yu shrugged, adopting a look of helplessness. C. Bangsy said it would just gather dust. So he let me take it. The ingredients were also bought by him at the same time. The fridge couldn't accommodate them. He asked me to help consume some, even giving me a secret recipe. What do you think? ISNT my brother thoughtful. He wove this tale with fluidity, blending truth and fiction, laced with an air of natural camaraderie. Moreover, having grown up together, they had always supported one another, with Zhou Yu's reputation as a good boy firmly established. Mu Guiying in the kitchen listened without suspicion. After he finished speaking, she nodded thoughtfully, her tone steady. But we can't take it for free. She turned to open the cupboard and retrieved several jars. The green plum wine we brewed earlier is finally ready. You could take some to see Bangsy as grandparents. And your grandfather sent over a box of fragrant hazelnuts today. Take some of those too. Human connections form an account that can never be precisely calculated. Yet, it is precisely this ambiguity that renders life's exchanges the most tender and illogical. Following his mother's advice, Zhou Yu packed the green plum wine and hazelnuts before heading out to deliver them to see Bangsy's home. In less than 20 minutes, he returned with a bag of free-range eggs and rice cakes gifted by C. Bangsy's grandfather. Back in the kitchen, he rolled up his sleeves and began to set up the newly acquired large oven. The trays, power source, baking tools, and workspace all required reorganization. The greatest advantage of Xiaoying Restaurant was its spacious kitchen. It had ample room to accommodate the oven along with a plethora of baking tools. Zhou Yu busied himself in the kitchen, and within an hour, an irresistible aroma began to waft through the entire street. Initially, it was a subtle scent of eggs mingling with milk, a familiar fragrance reminiscent of childhood visits to a bakery. Soft and comforting. Yet, as time passed, the aroma intensified, alluring and distinct from that of ordinary cake shops. Several elderly neighbors passing by were drawn in, gathering at the entrance of Xiaoying restaurant. "Old Zhou, what's South cooking at your place? It smells incredible. I came over just from catching a whiff at the corner. I thought a new pastry shop had opened. Which pastry shop smells this good?" "Goodness, it's reminiscent of the salad bread I used to have as a child, mixed with cake and meat floss. And it's even more fragrant." In no time, the entrance of Xiaoying restaurant was surrounded, with many bending over to peek inside as if watching the opening of a classic play. "What do you mean a pastry shop?" Mu Guiying feigned humility, but her smile betrayed her pride. "It's my little Yu who's been experimenting. He got an oven and said he wanted to make something with meat floss." "Oh dear, what is that name again?" "Meat floss little shell," Old Zhou interjected. Yes, meat floss little shell," Mu Guiying affirmed. "Meat floss what?" An elderly man, hard of hearing, leaned closer. "Is it a shell for sale?" No, it's a snack." A woman laughed. "What is the flavor?" An old lady inquired. The trio of Mu Guiying, Zhou Yu, and Old Zhou found themselves at a loss, as they too were unsure. Just then, the kitchen curtain was lifted, and Zhou Yu emerged, carrying a platter of freshly baked little shells. The golden cake tops puffed slightly, the edges crisped, and a thick layer of meat floss crowned them, the aroma surging forth once more. The neighbors could no longer contain their drool. "Oh my, our little Yu has grown up. Wow, this skill is impressive. Just look at that color. Where can one procure such a thing? Do you sell it at your establishment?" As the words left his lips, a few individuals in the crowd began to retrieve their wallets, eager to make a purchase. The atmosphere buzzed with anticipation. However, to their surprise, the response was, "Not for sale today." Zhou Yu's tone was firm yet measured, silencing the crowd instantaneously. "This is merely an internal trial. I wish to assess the stability of the recipe, the control of the oven temperature, and gather feedback on the final product. Should the tests prove successful, we will then consider selling it to the public." As he spoke, his expression was earnest, akin to that of one delivering the findings of a scientific report. The neighbors exchanged glances. Although they felt a tinge of disappointment at not being able to taste the delicacy, the prospect of future sales invigorated their spirits. "Make sure to remember me. I'll need to reserve a dozen from the old Wongs." One exclaimed, "I tell you, Xiao Yu, my granddaughter adores this treat. Yours is far more delectable than those sold outside. When you do start selling, don't forget about us who came drawn by the aroma." Zhou Yu smiled. "All right. I will notify everyone when the time comes." After dismissing the eager neighbors, the entrance finally fell into tranquility, and Zhou Yu invited his family to partake in the tasting. Awan, still a young girl at heart, was particularly intrigued by the delicacy. She swiftly seized the piece at the edge and gently broke it apart. In the next moment, her eyes sparkled with delight. "Delicious!" Mu Guiying followed closely behind, exclaiming, "The texture is simply perfect. The cake is not overly sweet. The meat floss is tender, and the balance of sweet and savory is impeccable. Is this recipe truly from Si Bangzi?" Old Zhou gradually took a piece as well. At first, he merely nibbled at it, his expression unchanged. Yet soon after, he found himself unable to stop, devouring one bite after another. Zhou Yu also sampled it and confirmed its consistent excellence. The meat floss cake, originally a signature item from a master surnamed Bao in the imperial capital, had once drawn lines extending 200 meters long. A single bite revealed its savory aroma, softness, and rich salad flavor, sending ripples through the realm of Chinese baking. As the market expanded, the recipe ceased to be a closely guarded secret, with more and more able to replicate it. However, few could capture the allure that drew crowds. Master Bao's success, of course, was not solely due to the product itself, but also the branding and marketing strategies employed. Yet, it was the intrinsic quality of the product that truly resonated with consumers. Both elements are indispensable. My apologies, Master Bao, but this time, Master Zhou takes the lead. Chapter 21. The secret recipe. The Xiaoying Tavern had not operated for quite some time, incurring daily losses from rent, utilities, and labor costs. Old Zhou's meager salary was being used to subsidize the small establishment's expenses. Thus, for the past few days, Zhou Yu had been contemplating how to revitalize the Xiaoying Tavern. In truth, the tavern was situated in a prime location, right in the bustling heart of Linen. However, therein lies the challenge. In this era, traditional dining had become exceedingly competitive. While culinary skills were one battleground, establishments had begun competing in decor, service, connections, backgrounds, and resources. From dish competition to brand premium. And the intricate layers of supply chains and marketing models behind them, a modest tavern, no matter how skilled, struggled to compete against specialized companies launching themed restaurants. This was precisely why the small tavern of the past ultimately succumbed. Of course, some small eateries managed to survive, becoming renowned old brands, but they were a mere handful, hardly a few to be found in all of Linen. This was merely a case of survivor bias. Over the past 15 years, the restaurant industry had resembled a battlefield, with numerous establishments falling each year. Were they truly unappetizing? Not necessarily. Many small eateries boasted excellent flavors and even commendable traditional techniques. Yet, they faltered due to a lack of marketing acumen, an inability to generate traffic, and an inability to keep pace with operational rhythms. Ultimately, this was not a matter of flavor, but a struggle of endurance against the system. In his previous life, Zhou Yu had not been particularly adept at cooking. He lacked both the time and the inclination, often settling for hasty meals. He was always preoccupied, tackling challenges, attending meetings, and engaging in relentless work. Thus, to expect him to miraculously transform into a culinary savior for the tavern was implausible. How then did he come to create the meat floss cake? It was, in fact, a twist of fate. During a month when the pandemic surged, on the eve of the city's lockdown, he found himself in the company of Lin Wangshu for the first time. Both donned masks, taking a stroll beneath their apartment complex late at night. Suddenly, they received word that the community would be sealed off, trapping them inside for months. Zhou Yu temporarily took refuge at Lin Wangshu's home, staying throughout the entire spring. Confucius once said, "Food and love are fundamental to human nature." Thus, during that period, it became one of the months with the highest birth rates in history. A miraculous time when the populace honed their culinary skills at home. Douyin was flooded with videos of making cold noodles, and social media was filled not with glamour selfies, but with images of cheesy cakes made in rice cookers. Meanwhile, Lin Wangshu had a particular fondness for meat floss cakes. Although, as a celebrity, she adhered to strict dietary management, limited to one at most per day, she could not resist the temptation. Her cravings drove her to attempt making them herself, resulting in numerous failures that were almost catastrophic, nearly turning the kitchen into a disaster zone. Consequently, Zhou Yu took it upon himself. He approached everything with a scientific mindset. If he was to do it, he would do it to perfection. During that time, as he nibbled on the cake, he meticulously analyzed its ingredients, the cross-section, the salad ratios, and the layers of texture. He continuously sought information, adjusting the recipe ratios, ultimately discovering the optimal formulation. In his research, he delved into a plethora of literature about master bao, exploring everything from brand marketing to market promotion, even developing theories on product life cycle and consumer repurchase behavior. By the end, he could present a comprehensive PowerPoint detailing why the meat floss cake could emerge as the premier entry product in Chinese baking. In a certain sense, Lin Wangshu could be considered Zhou Yu's mentor in learning to make the meat floss cake. After all, a mentor opens the door, but personal effort is required for mastery. Without her, Zhou Yu likely would not have ventured into studying something so unrelated to his work. Although it must be said, this mentor was exceptionally inept. Naturally, Zhou Yu had his own considerations in choosing to create meat floss cakes. It was not merely because it was one of the few popular items he had mastered, but more importantly, in this era where aroma reigns supreme, a product that is sufficiently fragrant and captivating, capable of permeating the air, would serve as the key to unlocking a new chapter for the Xiaoying Tavern. Nowadays, most bakeries remain entrenched in traditional categories such as waterless cakes, honey cakes, and toast. While their flavors are stable, the variety has yet to fully blossom. It is important to note that the future of bakeries is on the brink of an explosion of creativity. One can say that dozens of new daily products emerge. Today's creations become tomorrow's relics. Moreover, each establishment exudes scents that are increasingly tantalizing, wafting through the air, discernible from several streets away. Even the dogs linger at the entrance, reluctant to depart. Whether in the present or the future, among the trifecta of color, aroma, and flavor, it is the fragrance that perpetually traverses the streets. Just now, before the goods had even cooled, neighbors had already gathered around, some even offering money to purchase them. At that moment, the freshly made tin-meat floss cakes were devoured by Mu Ging, Old Zhou, and Awan in a matter of minutes. The trio, still yearning for more, found themselves in a rare moment of enthusiasm. Zhou Yu, Old Zhou remarked, savoring the final bite, wiping his mouth with excitement. "Shall we bake another batch? They are indeed delicious. I believe no one in linen can surpass this. We could genuinely sell them." Mu Ging nodded vigorously, her eyes gleaming. "Yes. I see your oven is quite spacious. It can surely bake dozens at a time, right?" Zhou Yu, seated nearby, remained markedly composed. "We can, but I believe we should refrain from overdoing it in the first week. Let us take a gradual approach. We could start with a limited batch to gauge feedback." He paused, glancing at the tray, still fragrant with aroma. "For instance, on the first day, we could bake 2 batches and give them away for free to taste. If the flavor is exceptional, they will naturally return." While Zhou Yu held immense confidence in his Zhou Master Meat Floss Cake, even believing it surpassed the recipe from his previous life, he acknowledged the necessity of market caution. No sooner had he spoken than Mu Ging slapped her thigh, her laughter brightening the room. "Aw, my son, you think just like I do." The enticing scent from the kitchen lingered, igniting the lively atmosphere of the old tavern. Zhou Yu meticulously wrote down the recipe and handed it to Mu Ging, then guided her and Awan through the preparation once more. After the flurry of activity, he returned to his room and, after a refreshing shower, found it nearly 11 o'clock. Once he finished bathing, he entered his room and powered on his computer. Shortly after logging into QQ, the first message from Linen's most formidable man popped up, his avatar flashing with a red dot. Zhou Yu chuckled softly, stretching leisurely. Let's go find my master of meat floss cakes for a game." Chapter 22. The morning market at the entrance. Early the next morning, as dawn broke, the old stalls at the school entrance were already setting up their grills. Approximately 300 meters from the back gate of Linen Middle School, there lay a modest patch of open land adjacent to the main thoroughfare, which conveniently served as the daily route for students. Thus, it naturally transformed into a vibrant morning market. Each day, beginning before 6 o'clock, vendors offered glutinous rice, small wontons, scallion oil noodles, soup dumplings, pan-fried pot stickers, and seaweed rice rolls. Around 20 stalls in total, nearly everything one could wish for. Many of these vendors were familiar faces, having been in the area for decades. Despite the school's multiple relocations and expansions, they invariably returned here, drawn like magnets, as if coming home. Over time, these stalls became integral to Linen Middle School. They bore no official identification and did not enter the campus. Yet, like certain veteran teachers, they quietly occupied a cherished space in countless students' youthful memories. At this moment, Zhou Yu and Si Bangzi hastened toward the gathering of stalls. However, as they crossed the alley, both suddenly halted, their steps unconsciously slowing. From a distance, the once bustling market, filled with warmth and chatter, appeared oddly desolate. The numerous stalls had dwindled to just 2 or 3 struggling to remain open. While many familiar vendors wore frowns as they packed up, the stall selling egg pancakes was surrounded by several students, with a few upperclassmen from the student council blocking access. One recited management regulations while another reached to snatch a tray from the vendor's hands. "I'm just finishing this last one," the egg pancake lady exclaimed, her voice trembling as she shielded the eggs on the griddle. "The children have been waiting for so long. This is the only one left." In the next moment, a crash resounded as a tray of eggs was knocked over, spilling golden yolks across the ground. The atmosphere felt as if it had frozen in time. Onlookers, in clusters, exchanged glances, momentarily silenced. Those who had hesitated to queue now instinctively took a step back. Everyone lowered their heads, feigning nonchalance, none daring to approach. The mood had inexplicably plummeted to a chilling low. Si Bangzi's expression shifted, his composure fracturing as he muttered a curse under his breath. What on earth are you doing? Has the student council extended its reach to matters beyond school? Si Bangzi stormed forward indignant. Zhou Yu's gaze darkened as he approached the egg pancake stall, calmly inquiring, "Ma'am, do you have any left? I'd like one, please." Before the vendor could respond, a voice interjected, "This student, you might as well buy your breakfast from the cafeteria." Turning towards the voice, one could see a bespectacled figure with impeccably styled hair, a crisp white shirt beneath his school uniform, and a stern demeanor reminiscent of iron. Who else could it be but our student council president, the rare individual bold enough to openly pursue Lin Wangshu? Huzakai. After addressing Si Bangzi, he continued, "According to Article 7 of the school's safety management regulations, these stalls disrupt traffic flow and student management. We operate according to protocol." His words were precise, each syllable articulated with clarity. The egg pancake lady, her eyes welling with tears, pleaded, "I've been doing this for years. Has it ever caused any issues?" The children loved them. Huzakai frowned. "Please refrain from causing a scene. This is a school mandate. Please vacate immediately. This is not a personal matter. It is a protocol that applies to everyone." Meanwhile, at the eastern intersection, Zhou Yu's former math teacher and homeroom teacher, Wang Weigua, hummed a tune as he leisurely rode his bicycle into view. The charming teacher always enjoyed masculine melodies, pondering whether to indulge in egg pancakes, or perhaps small wontons, or even soup dumplings today. The choices were indeed overwhelming. For a single male teacher like Wang Weigua, who could not cook, his meals were either from the cafeteria or outside. However, the school cafeteria was notoriously unappetizing. The vendors at the entrance offered good quality at reasonable prices, winning his heart. Yet he always had to be cautious to avoid running into any students. "With your fiery lips, let me be enraptured endlessly in the midnight hour." He crooned again, just as he encountered Zhou Yu, the lovely Ms. Su, stepping out of taxi. "Ah, the rose-like woman has truly arrived. Today, Ms." Su donned a red dress, accentuating her fair and captivating beauty. Wang Weigua found himself momentarily entranced, clearing his throat and speaking in a low tone. "Good morning, Ms. Su." Who could resist the charm of such an adorable figure from the two-dimensional realm? No one. In the presence of students, Teacher Su exudes a playful yet fierce demeanor. However, before colleagues and seniors, Su Yuin would never attempt to feign ferocity. Stripped of his intimidating facade, what remains is an undeniable charm. Thus, he often finds himself striving, both consciously and unconsciously, to exhibit his masculine allure and the poise of a senior. "Ah, Teacher Wang, good morning." Su Yuin greeted with a spirited smile. "Haven't you had breakfast yet, Teacher Su?" Wang Weigua inquired. "Not yet. I'm planning to buy a pancake from that stall up ahead," Su Yuin replied, his eyes sparkling with anticipation as he gestured towards a distant vendor. "I attended high school here, and that lady has been selling for decades. It's the best egg pancake in Linen. I highly recommend you try it, Teacher Wang. It's truly delightful." Coincidentally, Wang Weigua thought to himself that he too adored that particular egg pancake. However, he maintained his composed demeanor, adjusting his glasses as he took on a more serious tone. "Well, as for street vendors, while their food may have its merits, they lack formal certification and hygiene standards." Yet, with a hint of reluctance, he added, "Nevertheless, since it's a recommendation from you, Teacher Su, I suppose I shall indulge and give it a try." Just as he was about to add, "I'm not picky," he looked up only to find that Teacher Su had already hopped away with remarkable decisiveness. Not even glancing back, he had completely disregarded Wang Weigua's musings, failing to pause for a moment. Wang Weigua stood there, momentarily stunned, his expression of smugness still unformed. A gust of wind swept by, causing the grass to sway as if mocking him. He chuckled awkwardly, patting his trousers to regain composure. "Ah, the youth of today certainly walk with such haste." Meanwhile, at the intersection to the west, Lu Yi ambled toward the breakfast stall, her pace slow and her expression far from cheerful. Her mind was preoccupied with the events of 2 days prior. Zhou Yu had actually deleted her from QQ deleted. She was always the one to sever ties, yet this time, the tables had turned. It had been 3 days without respite. Her mood was already dismal, And to make matters worse, a perpetually chatty admirer followed closely behind. Li Xin. He buzzed like an automated voice assistant, chattering incessantly. How about I buy you breakfast? Would you like an egg pancake, or perhaps some soup dumplings? I recall you mentioning that wontons were also quite good, or I could get a bit of everything. I'll be quick. Just wait 5 minutes. As she walked, Lu Yi gripped her phone tightly, offering him not even a glance. Could you please be quiet? She thought, though the words remained unspoken as she continued forward, her face cold, as if the skies themselves were about to darken. Chapter 23, Doubt. At that moment, all eyes were fixated on the bustling egg pancake stall. What is wrong with you all? Are you out of your minds? See, Bangzi erupted. This stall has been here longer than your lives, and you dare to criticize? He then pointedly gestured towards Huzakai. And you, who do you think you are? Huzakai's face darkened to an inky hue as he adjusted the student council badge on his arm. Are you questioning the student council's decision? Or perhaps the school's management? He mused, contemplating the design of the student council badge, which was an absurd combination of red, white, and black that resembled the insignia of a totalitarian regime designed by a failed art student. It was merely a modern twist on an otherwise crude design. When Zhou Yu had been dragged in for an interview with the student council during his first year, he had scoffed at the badge, calling it foolish, and promptly left. In hindsight, not only was the badge ridiculous, but so were the members of that organization. Thank goodness he and T joined. So what if I question it? See, Bangzi retorted, his confidence unwavering despite the lack of evidence. It must be said, such individuals are the ones who thrive in arguments. This corpulent fellow only cares about food, and he becomes irate if you dare to contest him over it. But when it comes to matters, he truly steps up. Zhou Yu patted C. Bangzi on the shoulder, speaking in a calm and measured tone. According to the School Safety Management Regulations, Article 7, it indeed states that setting up stalls is prohibited within 50 meters of the teaching area. He paused, letting his gaze fall upon Huzakai. However, the distance from here to the teaching building is at least 200 meters. Thus, it does not fall within the stipulated range. His voice was soft yet resonated with clarity, the calmness concealing a sharp edge, akin to a knife slicing through paper, slow, yet exceedingly sharp. The crowd fell silent, all eyes darting towards Huzakai. Huzakai was momentarily taken aback, his previously composed expression faltering. He could not recall how many meters the regulation stipulated. Before arriving, he had merely skimmed through the rules, plucking a line that sounded plausible as a shield. Who truly memorizes regulations? And here was someone challenging him academically? Moreover, their tone was steadier than his. Had he struck a steel plate? Huzakai felt as if he had just lifted a gun only to have someone snatch away the trigger. He instinctively raised his gaze, scrutinizing the boy before him. The moment he did, memories long buried rushed back. Huzakai's pupils contracted. Wasn't this the rumored boyfriend who had fought at the school gate for Lin Wangshu 2 days ago? Although it was later clarified to be mere gossip that day, he had indeed intercepted Huzakai while helping Lin Wangshu carry books. In round numbers, that was a vendetta over a stolen girlfriend. It was him. Realizing this, Huzakai's face darkened even further. What had begun as mere embarrassment over being rebutted by regulations was now compounded by a personal grudge. However, he quickly regained his composure. After all, it was Yudawe, the vice principal of Linen High School, his own uncle, who had sent him to clear the vendors today. Regulations? If he made a mistake, he could simply amend it, couldn't he? With a flick of his eyes, he shifted the conversation, maintaining his composure. Oh, by the way, this regulation has already been revised. It was just updated and has yet to be formally issued. He paused deliberately, speaking in a tone that suggested a lack of understanding of high-level operations, accompanied by a smirk. Unexpectedly, Zhou Yu raised his hands in a gesture of feigned enlightenment, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. My apologies, fellow student. I seem to have misremembered. It's not 50 meters. I believe it was always 200 meters. His tone was as light as if he were commenting on the pleasantness of the weather. Puffed. C. Bangzi was the first to crack, bursting into laughter. Soon after, the surrounding students joined in, first in hushed tones and then devolving into uncontrollable fits of giggles. Huzakai's face turned a deep shade of iron. Standing there, as if he had just received a public slap, Even the loose threads on his badge seemed particularly irksome. You actually tricked me? Huzakai gritted his teeth. Zhou Yu nodded. Indeed, I tricked you. And what of it? Youngster, perhaps next time before flexing your authority, you should first commit the regulations to memory. Lacking even a basic understanding of rules, yet daring to impose them upon others? That voice, though not thunderous, resonated like a resounding slap. It rang so clearly that the entire assembly heard it. Si Bangzi, standing nearby, erupted into a snorting laugh reminiscent of a pig. In the back row, some boys stifled their laughter, turning away to cover their faces. A few girls had already discreetly opened their forums on their devices. This confrontation had already secured its place as the hottest topic of the day. Just then, from the east and west, Wang Weigua, Qiu Yuan Lu Yi, and Li Xian arrived one after another at the scene. What is all this ruckus early in the morning? Why gather so many people? Wang Weigua frowned, delicately waving his fingers to part the students, stepping forward with his characteristic brisk pace. His tone was mild, yet inherently carried the undeniable authority of an adult intervening. Huzakai seemed to see a savior in Wang, exclaiming, "Teacher Wang, cursed be it," his tone inexplicably tinged with a hint of grievance and a touch of petulance. They were clashing with the student council. They were publicly questioning the school's regulations. Then he lowered his voice intentionally, leaning towards Wang Weigua to say, "Principal, you sent us here." With that statement, the matter escalated beyond mere student disputes. A teacher might advocate for the students, engaging in discussions on principles and ethics. But when it involved the vice principal, no matter how much discontent brewed internally, one had to weigh their words carefully. I, Wang Weigua, have always excelled at making choices. He inhaled gently and then raised his head to speak. Since this matter is arranged by the school, it indeed requires some regulation. As he spoke, his gaze swept over Zhou Yu, a gentle smile gracing his features. Yet his tone was 3 degrees cooler than before. Zhou Yu, although your points are valid, you must also be mindful of your attitude. If there are issues, they can be raised, but we should not engage in disputes with fellow students here, nor incite emotions. The school is a place of order. This speech, while seemingly conciliatory, subtly pushed Zhou Yu toward the emotional side, while the student council's rigid handling was tacitly accepted as order management. The atmosphere shifted once more. Although the onlooking students remained silent, discontent simmered beneath the surface. It was evident to all that Wang Weigua was favoring Huzakai, siding with the student council. Yet, no one dared to rebuke him. After all, the student council had never represented the students. It was merely an extension of the school as authority. To put plainly, it was the management cloaked in the guise of student representation, an invisible second hand. This was a truth understood by all, and precisely because of that understanding, they felt even more powerless. But there was one exception, our old friend, the schemer Li Xian. Exactly. Li Xian quickly chimed in, "Zhou Yu, what nonsense are you stirring up here? A clown is like this. As long as there's a crack, they leap out and jump around." However, Zhou Yu couldn't even be bothered to spare him a glance. Consequently, Lu Yi abruptly turned her head, her expression displeased. "What are you trying to stir up?" Indeed, although she was upset that Zhou Yu had unfriended her, subconsciously, she still felt a sense of protectiveness towards him. This back and forth escalated into an argument, igniting the scene. Chapter 24, Strategies and Argument. At the center of the battlefield, the notoriously audacious and unyielding Si Bangzi was the first to launch an attack against Wang Weigua and Huzakai. What is wrong with his attitude? Let us get this straight. It's you, the student council, who are misapplying the regulations and publicly cornering people. There are so many witnesses here. He suddenly turned to the surrounding students, shouting, "Don't you all agree?" The students, initially intimidated into silence by Wang Weigua's presence, seemed to be galvanized by Si Bangzi's boldness. A few nodded, some murmured in agreement, and others displayed expressions of relief that someone had finally spoken up. In that instant, the crowd's atmosphere shifted. Yet, compared to Si Bangzi's forthrightness, Zhou Yu remained composed. Had he been his teenage self, he might have reacted as impulsively as Si Bangzi at this moment. After all, one should not squander youth on reckless abandon. But times had changed. Having lived through countless sharper and more complex situations, he understood that arguments, debates, and disputes were never merely about verbal victories. Nor was it a matter of who spoke louder. They were always accompanied by deeper layers of interest and power dynamics. He knew that to win, one must first discern the opponent's cards, understand their foundations and strengths, then quietly maneuver to their blind spots, striking precisely where they are most vulnerable over and over again. That would be the true victory. Zhou Yu did not rush to speak, but instead observed Wang Weigua and Hu Zikai intently. His gaze was steady, as if contemplating or scrutinizing. Moments ago, when Hu Zikai had casually mentioned Principal Yu, his voice was neither too loud nor too soft, just sufficient for the key individuals in the inner circle to hear. One part was directed at the two teachers, Wang Weigua and Zhou Yu, while another part was also meant for Zhou Yu himself. The moment Zhou Yu heard the name Principal Yu, a torrent of memories from his previous life surged forth. To be precise, it was Vice Principal Yu. There were several vice principals at Linen High, one overseeing academics, another focusing on moral education, one managing personnel, and the last overseeing logistics. The cafeteria was managed by that very Vice Principal Yu. Zhou Yu recalled that not long before. This Vice Principal Yu had been implicated alongside Yu Mingjia's father in scandal. It had stirred quite a commotion in the alumni group. Then, someone had leaked that the notoriously terrible cafeteria was run by a relative of his, in which he held shares himself. Looking back, his directive to clear out street vendors now seemed entirely justified. Although the school had always prohibited students from leaving campus, there were still quite a few day students, and even a little influence from each would accumulate. Moreover, the cafeteria's output was substantial enough, with subsidies and profits, that could brazenly serve students subpar food. It was difficult to claim that this was all earned in good conscience. Now, it was evident that even the small crowds and smoke at the school gate would not be spared. In his previous life, it was around this time, shortly after the start of the senior year. These vendors had vanished from the school gate as if evaporated overnight. It seemed that Vice Principal Yu had succeeded then. As for the rumor about Hu Zikai's uncle being a high-ranking official at the school, Zhou Yu had previously dismissed it, thinking it was merely hearsay. But now, he found it quite fitting within the logical framework of events. That meant he had to target their sensitive spots. Just as Zhou Yu was about to speak, unexpectedly, a figure emerged from the crowd, moving slowly. The sunlight fell on her shoulders, and her red dress swayed gently, resembling a silent flame. Zhou Yu approached the egg pancake stall, seemingly oblivious to the commotion and questions that had just transpired, merely bowing her head and softly saying, "Boss, do you have any egg pancakes left? Please give me one." Her voice, though soft, was clear and distinct, piercing through the stalemate of the ongoing tug-of-war. Teacher Xiao Su, with her actions, quietly cast her vote. Among the students, some gasped in amazement. "Look, Teacher Xiao Su is here to buy too. Does the teacher indulge in street food as well? Surely, she must have savored the pancakes from this very stall during her student days." Meanwhile, the student leaders appeared utterly flustered, caught in a predicament, unsure whether to stand or speak, rendered quite helpless. Hu Zikai's countenance was exceedingly grim, akin to having received a resounding slap in the face under the scrutiny of many eyes. If one were to tally it up, this morning's humiliation amounted to more than just a single blow. It was a cacophony of slaps from all directions. Wang Weigua's eyes widened in disbelief. "Wait, Miss Su, aren't we on the same side?" Just as the atmosphere hung heavy in the air, the stall owner, an elderly lady, cautiously interjected, "I'm terribly sorry, but all the eggs have broken, and we've run out." Su Yuan raised an eyebrow, feigning disappointment with a sigh, then winked at Zhou Yu and Si Bangzi. "Well, it seems we'll have to return tomorrow." Si Bangzi was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend. Zhou Yu glanced at Su Yuan and nodded slightly. He understood well. Miss Su was subtly providing an escape route for him and Si Bangzi. Continuing to dwell on the matter served no purpose. They ought to respect Miss Su's intentions. With that, Miss Su hopped away, her skirt swaying rhythmically with her light-hearted steps. Zhou Yu said nothing further, simply following her lead. Si Bangzi hurriedly grabbed his backpack, bouncing after her, "Hey, wait for me." At that moment, a sudden voice called out urgently from behind, "Zhou Yu." It was Lu Yi's voice. He halted, turning to glance at her. She demanded fiercely, "Why did you unfriend me?" "I unfriended you?" Zhou Yu raised an eyebrow, contemplating for a moment, his tone calm and innocent. It seems that might be the case. Just a casual action. With that, he turned and continued forward. His tone as nonchalant as if he were saying no need to thank me. Lu Yi stood there, biting her lip, desperate and frustrated. Zhou Yu, come back. Add me back on QQ. She stomped her foot as she spoke. Her anger was palpable, but it seemed she was more distressed about Zhou Yu than anything else. How annoying. Li Xian's expression was the most complicated of all. Initially, he thought he had finally caught Zhou Yu in a blunder. Yet in the blink of an eye, Lu Yi turned around and confronted him instead. For the first time, he felt rather superfluous. As for Hu Zikai, standing at the periphery of the crowd, his face was as taut as plaster, his gaze fixed intently on the retreating figure. His knuckles turned white, trembling slightly. The resentment of a jilted lover. The humiliation of being publicly slapped, the disdain for the student council. This brief 10-minute farce had encapsulated all the grievances he had endured during his 3 years of high school. Hu Zikai gritted his teeth, his eyes dark and stormy. Very well indeed. Wang Weigua stood not far off, watching the situation unfold with a furrowed brow. Oh dear, what on earth is going on? Chapter 25. Conquering the whole class of girls. In the distance, Su Yuan led Zhou Yu and Si Bangzi through the school gates. After a few steps, Zhou Yu hesitated and finally spoke up. Thank you, Miss Su. His tone was calm, yet imbued with sincerity. Zhou Yu was acutely aware that, although he could resolve the situation on his own, her intervention had been the decisive factor in breaking the stalemate. Si Bangzi, following behind, belatedly muttered, I think we might have offended Teacher Wang today. In the next moment, the rebellious Miss Su chimed in, her voice not loud, yet resonant. If we VE offended, then so be it. Her tone carried a hint of disdain, also a note of boldness. Zhou Yu paused slightly and suddenly said, I noticed quite a few classmates recorded videos earlier. They might have been posted online. If it sparks too much discussion about you, would it be unfavorable? Upon hearing this, Su Yuan was momentarily taken aback, yet her eyes brightened with excitement. Then that would be splendid. She spoke with a candor that made it sound like an everyday matter. Just expel me outright. I have no desire to attend this wretched class. I would want to be this teacher for even a second. Of course, Miss Su refrained from uttering these sentiments aloud. Instead, she abruptly turned and furrowed her brow, hands on hips. Speaking of which, why are you two dawdling here? Isn't it time for morning class? Her tone sounded irate, yet the two tiny tiger teeth peeking from her smile were undeniably charming. Miss Su had reverted to her usual fierce yet endearing demeanor. Startled, Si Bangzi and Zhou Yu hurriedly dashed toward the classroom. They exchanged no words along the way, mainly because there was nothing to say. After a tumultuous morning filled with emotional highs and lows, they had ended up with nothing to eat. The pancakes were gone. The soup dumplings were snatched away, and the stall vendor was on the verge of closing up. Zhou Yu even began to ponder whether he had drunk any water that morning. His stomach was so empty he could hear echoes within. However, as soon as they stepped into the classroom, both paused in astonishment. Zhou Yu's desk was already piled high with breakfast. It was an actual mountain of food. On the left, a steaming basket of soup dumplings. On the right, a cup of still steaming soy milk. Beside it lay 2 youtiao, a glutinous rice ball, a bag of custard buns, and even a peeled tea egg, all neatly arranged at the corner of the desk. The aroma wafted layer upon layer, enticing the boys at the adjacent table, who turned my desk into a dining table. Zhou Yu was taken aback. Just as he was pondering this, a tall, slender boy with natural curls and a floral headband peered over from the back row. Wang Haosen, the sports representative from Class 5, an ardent basketball enthusiast, was also the type who would take a shot every 10 seconds while walking. He spoke with a hint of melancholy. You have finally returned. This soup dumpling was sent by that girl in the pink sweater in front. She said she spoke harshly yesterday and wanted to apologize. The soy milk is from the girl in the 3rd row on the right with the bow. She said she was wrong about your star child nonsense. The youtiao is from that girl from the Tarot Society. What is her name? The one from the neighboring class. Anyway, she specifically said you shouldn't go hungry. Wang Haosen paused before adding, you mentioned one sentence yesterday. Doesn't this breakfast spread seem a bit excessive? Zhou Yu looked down at the mountainous breakfast. Counting them up, They were precisely from the circle of girls who had tormented him yesterday. Even some from a neighboring class had joined in. Naturally, except for Jian Yuan, who remained steadfast in her pride as the vice president of the Tarot Society. Si Bangzi plopped down in the adjacent chair, gazing at the fragrant spread, unable to resist swallowing. Bro, if you can't finish, you might consider sharing with your brother. Addressing him as bro was quite earnest. Don't touch it. Zhou Yu raised his hand to block Si Bangzi's reaching claw, his tone steady. You, who do not believe in the Star Child, do not deserve to eat. Si Bangzi was rendered speechless, finally managing to stutter, I believe it, I believe it. You are the Star Child. The Star Child's stomach. Zhou Yu chuckled, tossing a portion of breakfast in his direction. Despite the chaotic morning, the outcome had fortuitously turned out to be quite satisfactory. Si Bangzi, munching enthusiastically, mumbled indistinctly. Do you think this counts as conquering all the girls in our class? In our class, there are merely 7 girls, and they have all purchased breakfast for you. Goodness. This particular stall for soup dumplings must have quite the queue, doesn't it? This treatment is truly beyond imagination. Zhou Yu found himself both amused and bewildered. Conquering the entire class of girls? That phrase sounds oddly familiar. He suddenly recalled a teasing remark made by a fellow student during his doctoral studies in a previous life. Indeed, while the computer science department may not be a monastery, the gender ratio is severely skewed. The mechanical engineering department, however, is akin to a true Shaolin temple. By sheer coincidence, in the laboratory Zhou Yu belonged to, which had around 15 to 20 members, there was only one female. Even more fortuitously, that singular female was of the highest caliber, the belle of the department. To add to the serendipity, this department beauty later confessed her feelings to him. Consequently, rumors began to circulate. Zhou Yu had conquered all the women in the lab, even captivating the belle. These whispers eventually reached his supervisor, who would occasionally jest with Zhou Yu, saying, Xiao Zhou, not only do you publish your paper swiftly, but you also win over the junior sisters just as quickly. At the time, Zhou Yu merely smiled, fully aware of the underlying truth. The belle's research capabilities were, to put it mildly, rather lacking. If a romantic relationship were to blossom, it would likely entail, I'll revise your paper, and I'll code for you. Zhou Yu believed that what she was attracted to was not him, but rather his research, not the person himself. Deceiving in matters of affection was one thing, but deceiving in academia was unacceptable. Thus, he decisively declined her advances with an unwavering resolve, as if he had completed a replication experiment ahead of schedule. Without any lingering hesitation. Not long after, the belle ended up with another junior in the lab, who ranked second in research capabilities, just behind Zhou Yu. What transpired next was rather absurd. It was rumored that during the junior's exchange abroad, the belle had an affair with a senior from a neighboring lab. Upon the junior's return, he was even cornered and assaulted by that senior beneath the dormitory building. The affair between the mistress and the legitimate partner was certainly a sight to behold. After that incident, no one dared to pursue romance within the laboratory. As for Zhou Yu, he merely listened to the unfolding drama of love and rivalry during their tea breaks, harboring a singular thought. What a close call. I narrowly escaped a disaster. Had he acquiesced to her advances, he would have likely found himself entangled in that chaotic narrative, potentially facing broken bones. Truly a perilous matter. Zhou Yu always considered himself somewhat oblivious in matters of love. He did not lack understanding of affection, nor had he never been liked. And he was certainly not disinterested in women. Rather, he was excessively slow, overly rational, and excessively calm. As the esteemed Yu Hua remarked, my emotional obtuseness resembles a house with tightly shut doors and windows. Though the footsteps of love pass by, I hear them, yet I perceive them as mere transitory sounds. Until one day, those footsteps linger and the doorbell rings. This sort of obtuseness had allowed Zhou Yu to evade many unworthy women. When the doorbell rang, he initially intended to pretend he did not hear it, but her persistent knocking resonated with determination. He thought, it matters not. Those who love will break through the window. Just like that day when she pushed open the door to the private room. Chapter 26, Another Complaint. During the break, while savoring breakfast, Zhou Yu and Si Bangzi shared anecdotes from their morning at the egg pancake stall with their classmates. Upon revealing the details, The entire class was ignited with fervor. Everyone expressed their indignation. Isn't this excessive? Clearly, they're just looking for trouble. We can't even spend our own money to enjoy our favorite breakfast. I don't care. I'm going to buy an egg pancake tomorrow. Count me in. Me too. Those student council members are so spoiled, day in and day out. They act like tyrants without doing anything truly beneficial for the students. They ought to be filmed and posted online. I think there's already a thread about it. Hurry. Look. As everyone chimed in, they eagerly opened the online forum. Meanwhile, by the window of the corridor in Class 5, the vice president of the Gothic Tarot Society, the overly dramatic Zhou Yu, stood rigidly, completely still. She wasn't in the military. She had merely activated her full listening mode. Ever since she had witnessed the first breakfast being placed on Zhou Yu's desk that morning, her back had unconsciously straightened, and her ears nearly perked up. Regrettably, she was not in Class 5. She could only come over during the break to investigate. Listening to the tales of the egg pancake stall was indeed infuriating. But what enraged Zhou Yu more was each girl who approached Zhou Yu's south desk to place their breakfast there. Each one had been cheering her on just yesterday. And today, they were all lined up like offering bearers, presenting breakfast to that star child. Betrayal. This was undoubtedly betrayal. This revelation made the usually cold vice president of the Tarot Society seethe with anger. Immediately, she took out her phone and began to report the situation. Who could she turn to? Naturally, it was Lin Wangshu. Zhou Yu frantically typed away on her phone, her tone a mix of fury and feigned calmness. Recounting the morning's gossip, the antics of the star child, and the breakfast incident, with varying degrees of emphasis. After a few seconds, Lin Wangshu replied, also with varying degrees of emphasis. Did they have a conflict with Hu Zikai and Teacher Wang at the school gate this morning? Yes. I heard there's a trending post about it on the forum. Then they didn't get breakfast and ran back to class, directly consuming the offerings from our Tarot Society members. No, wait, they were sacrifices. Sacrifices for his day of reckoning. Eat, 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 what a disgrace. There was a brief silence on the other end of the phone. Then, Lin Wangshu leisurely replied, is that egg pancake really delicious? It's passable, just the soft, fluffy kind of egg pancake. I wonder why they suddenly started cracking down on the vendors at the entrance. The student council will undoubtedly stir up trouble again tomorrow. But that's not the main point. The main point is that the star child is poaching my corner. In any case, I'm absolutely furious today. And then she continued her tirade. In truth, both Lin Wangshu and Zhou Yu, despite their outward appearances of being aloof, were not cold-hearted. Lin Wangshu possessed an inherently cool demeanor, which, coupled with her few words, often created a sense of distance. On the other hand, Zhou Yu was quite the opposite. She was talkative, a quintessential embodiment of an eccentric spirit, and her appearance, adorned with gothic eyeliner and dark accessories, was strikingly at odds with her lively personality. Two individuals stood side by side, one enveloped in cool hues, the other shrouded in darker tones. Yet, the moment Zhou Yu spoke, they transformed into a comical duo, exuding an infectious vivacity. In the back row of the classroom, Zhou Yu joined his peers in accessing the school's forum, eager to see himself once again featured in the headlines. Several threads graced the homepage, and he clicked on the most popular one. Breaking news, student council drives away vendors. Someone rebuts the regulations on the spot, drawing attention from teachers. The thread was initiated by a gossip-loving freshman girl who had evidently recorded the entire event. Though the video quality was poor, the audio was crystal clear. Within 10 minutes of posting, the comments surged into the hundreds. More and more students joined the discussion, almost unanimously siding with the crepe stall and Zhou Yu. Their alignment was not born of inherent justice, but rather the incident had indeed encroached upon their fundamental interests. Moreover, the antics of a few clowns earlier that morning had been rather unseemly. The student council's stringent enforcement, coupled with Wang Weigua's blatant favoritism, had incited considerable frustration. The more the discussion unfolded, the more relatable it became. Out of nowhere, the comments section began to portray Zhou Yu and Si Bangzi as representatives of the oppressed students, as if they were about to raise their frying pans in rebellion against tyranny. Ironically, the morning's events had left Hu Zikai and Wang Weigua visibly enraged. Yet the narrative had inexplicably morphed into a tale of rising resistance, especially when a classmate proclaimed, "Tomorrow, let's go show our support. If the student council comes, we'll film it. Even if we can't eat, we must at least stand in solidarity." The emotions were brewing into a wildfire of solidarity. Zhou Yu observed quietly, revealing little on his face. He understood that Huzakai would surely return the next day, for this matter touched upon certain fundamental interests that lay behind him. Amidst the clash of interests, any fervor would merely result in a temporary ceasefire. One could only wonder how lively the scene would be the following morning. As the school day came to an end, Zhou Yu made his customary visit to the Jiuzhou Internet Cafe. At the entrance, he was greeted by the familiar sight of Wang Changzhong, who was leisurely sweeping the floor with a broom, a cigarette dangling from his lips. The ground was not particularly dirty, and his sweeping did not yield a spotless result. Yet he approached the task with an almost ceremonial dedication, as if possessed by an obsession with the art of sweeping. Inside the cafe, everything was as usual, with no unexpected occurrences. Upon exiting Jiuzhou, Zhou Yu took a stroll through several nearby streets, surveying some vacant shops available for rent. His mind began to churn with new plans. As he made his way home, darkness enveloped the sky. Before he reached the entrance of the Xiaoying Tavern, a familiar aroma wafted through the air, enticing him as it drifted from the street corner. It was the scent of freshly baked goods, mingling with the savory smells of eggs and meat floss, particularly tantalizing in the twilight. The entire alley seemed to be imbued with warmth from this delightful fragrance. Stepping inside, he found the tavern bustling with a liveliness that was absent on ordinary days. Gone were the usual dullness and the bickering between Mu King and Old Zhou. The couple stood at the kitchen door, sharing laughter over something, while a Jewin sat on a small stool by the door, grinning from ear to ear. Clearly, the trial run of the meat floss pastry had been a resounding success, invigorating the entire tavern's atmosphere. Zhou Yu silently nodded in approval at the scene before him. The first step had been accomplished. Chapter 27. The Second Battle of the Breakfast Stall, Part 1. The next morning, Thursday, before 6 o'clock, Huzakai arrived at the school gate's breakfast stall, accompanied by several student council members, brimming with enthusiasm. Although it was early, he was impeccably dressed, his white shirt crisply ironed, and his hair meticulously styled. He stood with one foot planted on the stone pedestal before the stall, bathed in the morning light as if illuminated by divine radiance. With a piercing gaze, he surveyed the area, his tone resolute. "Today, I wish to see who dares to challenge me." According to Article 7 of the School Safety Management Regulations, setting up stalls is prohibited within a 300-meter radius of the teaching area. Under Article 10 of the Disciplinary Management Regulations, those who violate the safety management regulations will be placed under school supervision, with severe cases resulting in demerits. No matter who approaches today, I shall not be deceived. With that, he dramatically rolled up his sleeves, revealing a counterfeit Nazi-style armband, standing even taller, his eyes glowing with determination. Yet, the pronounced dark circles under his eyes were impossible to conceal. After all, Huzakai had not slept a wink the previous night. He had spent the entire night poring over the comprehensive guide to school rules and regulations, memorizing all 300 articles, highlighting key points, and crafting mind maps. Who could understand the dedication, dear friends? He had never exerted himself so fervently for a joint examination. This battle was to reclaim the dignity that Zhou Yu had mocked the day before. Every bit of it. I, Huzakai, a man of iron will, president of the student council, will ensure that the entire school recognizes who truly embodies the light of discipline. Across the street at the bus stop, a drowsy girl who had just disembarked from the bus couldn't help but rub her eyes, whispering in disbelief, "Is he serious? What else with a grand display before 7 in the morning? Is he catching thieves or filming an advertisement?" Another boy chimed in, "He's here to catch crepes." Moments later, from the eastern intersection, Wang Weigua hummed a tune, pedaling his rickety bicycle towards the breakfast stall. To be honest, he felt quite embarrassed for having missed out yesterday. He had ended up eating the unappetizing braised radish paired with a boiled egg in the cafeteria, which even pigs would refuse. Wang Weigua was somewhat unwilling to accept that fate. He pondered that if there were not many students around today, he would at least buy himself a crepe. However, As he approached the stall, he noticed a large crowd gathering. The student council's armband brigade was unmistakably present, with Uzakai at the forefront, standing as straight as a lamppost. Opposite them was a group of students who had vowed to stand in solidarity just the day prior, now eagerly preparing for confrontation. The air was thick with tension, as if a powder keg had been ignited. Wang Weigua slowed his pace, his lips twitching in disbelief, before 7 o'clock in the morning. How can such a situation arise? Is it really worth it over a crepe? And what of our classmate Zhou Yu, the sworn enemy that Uzakai had been so fixated on? In truth, Zhou Yu had risen early that day. However, he was not in a rush to reach school. Instead, he was at home, baking meat floss pastries. Last night, he had asked Mu Gang to prepare the ingredients. He intended to bring them to share with his classmates. The trial run at the tavern had received an unexpectedly positive response, with long lines forming even before the second batch was ready. Although these pastries had a distinctly Chinese flair, they were particularly favored by the younger crowd, who represented a significant portion of the consumer market. Bringing them to class was not only a means to gather feedback, but also a strategic marketing move. Should the feedback be overwhelmingly positive, it would serve as a low-cost advertisement, ensuring a profitable venture. Once he had finished baking and packaged the pastries, Zhou Yu took his time before setting out. As Zhou Yu and Si Bangzi arrived at the breakfast stall, it was already surrounded by a throng of people. The second defense battle of the breakfast stall had entered its daylight phase. In the center of the crowd, Uzakai rolled up his sleeves, his face brimming with righteousness, as if he were the protagonist before the curtain rose. He bellowed at the top of his lungs, "Today, I am the bastion of discipline. I dare anyone to take a step forward. Any breach of discipline will be recorded." What was he even burning with? It was utterly perplexing. Yet, the students encircling him were genuinely intimidated by his mention of consequences. For a moment, the protests of crickets quieted down a few degrees. Meanwhile, at the intersection to the west, the car glided smoothly along the morning streets. In the back seat, Lin Wangshu leaned against the window, her eyelids heavy, teetering on the brink of slumber. Last night, she had been engrossed in video games with Xiao Bingzhongjie until the early hours, her excitement over a series of victories keeping her awake until past 1 o'clock. In the front seat, surprisingly, sat her usually busy father, Lin Jie. A veteran employee of a state-owned enterprise, Lin Jie had once walked the same path as Mu Ging, but after corporate reforms led to his dismissal, he and his wife ventured into entrepreneurship. That very year, young Lin Wangshu, left without care, was sent to her grandmother's home, which happened to be in the same courtyard as Zhou Yu, where she stayed for 2 to 3 years. Thus, she and Zhou Yu shared a brief period as deskmates. Some individuals are destined for prosperity. Lin Jie, astute and resolute, indeed possessed a keen business acumen. After a decade, he emerged as a nationally renowned entrepreneur, a bona fide industrial magnate. However, the more he busied himself with work, the less time he could spend with his daughter. He often felt a pang of guilt. When she was younger, she was closer to her mother. As she grew, she drifted further from him. The more successful he became, the less he understood what his daughter was thinking. Indeed, no matter how accomplished an entrepreneur, educator, or even a thinker one may be, one must still kneel before their own child. Today, with the sun rising from the west, Lin Jie deliberately carved out time to escort his daughter to school, under the pretext of checking on the 2 gymnasiums he had previously donated. In truth, he sought to bridge the gap between them. Soft, gentle music played in the car, and the typically commanding Lin Jie now resembled a socially anxious novice on a mission. He babbled nervously, "Kun Kun." He tentatively spoke, using Lin Wangshu's childhood nickname known only to those close to her. It was said that when Lin's mother was 4 months pregnant, she felt the child stirring energetically within, drawing circles as if to express herself. Uncertain of the gender, she had bestowed this nickname upon her. "You're in your 2nd year now. Isn't your coursework getting more intense?" Lin Jie attempted to initiate conversation, his tone earnest yet devoid of excessive pressure, assuring her, "I believe you have always been exceptional." Lin Wangshu lazily opened her eyes for a moment, interrupting him with a nonchalant tone, "Dad, I'm in my 3rd year." "What? Is that so?" Lin Jie momentarily froze, an awkwardness washing over him, before forcing a chuckle and hastily correcting himself. Yes, yes, third year. Ha ha ha, I must have gotten it wrong. Time flies so swiftly. It feels like just yesterday you were still in your school uniform with your little backpack, and now his voice trailed off as he felt the weight of his words. After a few seconds of silence, he realized he couldn't leave it at that. He had to find something to keep the conversation flowing. By the way, I used to attend Linen High School as well, Lin Jie said. Back then, the school only had 2 dilapidated teaching buildings, and entering the school felt like climbing over a wall. There wasn't even a main gate. Lin Wangshu remained silent, continuing to feign sleep against the window. Yet, Lin Jie persisted with his anecdotes. Hey, where are all those people gathered around for? Is it a breakfast stall? I used to buy breakfast here every day. There was a crepe stall that was particularly delicious, reputedly a family recipe passed down through generations. At this, Lin Wangshu opened her eyes and glanced towards the bustling breakfast stall nearby. Dad, I want to eat a crepe. Chapter 28. The Second Battle at the Breakfast Stall, Part 2. At the breakfast stall, Zhou Yu and Si Bangzi navigated through the onlookers, leisurely making their way to Hu Zikai. Hu Zikai was brandishing the regulations, his bravado at its peak, his armband nearly waving like a fan. Upon spotting Zhou Yu, his eyes lit up as if he had encountered the final boss of a game, and he immediately raised his voice. Zhou Yu, you arrived just in time. According to Article 7, Clause 2 of the Linen High School Safety Management Regulations, pause, Zhou Yu interjected, raising his hand as if halting a noisy student in class. His tone was calm, yet it effectively rendered Hu Zikai speechless. What? I spent all night memorizing the regulations and even imagined rebuttals. And you think you could just say pause? Zhou Yu didn't even spare Hu Zikai a glance, stepping around him and heading straight to the crepe stall. Boss, I'll take 2 crepes, he said nonchalantly. 1 with sausage and 1 with youtiao. The crowd fell silent for 2 seconds. Then laughter and whispers erupted, echoing from the front row all the way to the back of the onlookers. You are openly defying school rules. Hu Zikai finally regained his composure, clinging to the regulations, and insisted, do you realize what you are doing? I'm just hungry. I'm buying breakfast. Zhou Yu finally turned to look at him, his tone unhurried. Is the school really going to punish students for buying breakfast? To be frank, Hu Zikai's earlier impassioned speech among the crowd had merely been a display of heightened emotion. Logic had escaped him. He had been so confident and spirited that he had intimidated others. However, Zhou Yu understood that despite the odd teachers and quirky rules at Linen High School, it ultimately prioritized its students. Would they truly punish someone for buying breakfast? That would require meetings, procedures, and parental notifications. Who would go to such lengths over a crepe? Was Hu Zikai, a foolish student council president, truly in a position to dictate such matters? He could deceive himself with such notions, but to think he could fool his father? Just then a voice called out, what are you arguing about? Turning towards the sound, they beheld a short, elderly man whose features resembled a historical figure from a documentary, none other than Yu Dawei, the vice principal responsible for logistics at Linen High School and Hu Zikai's uncle. Upon seeing him, Hu Zikai instantly found his confidence. Straightening his back and raising his voice by an octave, Principal Yu, Zhou Yu is openly challenging discipline and leading the way in purchasing from a legal vendor at the school gate. Si Bangzi was unyielding, retorting, don't get ahead of yourself. Is buying breakfast really a violation? This is truly taking things too far. Precisely, some bolder voices in the crowd chimed in. Yu Dawei regarded Zhou Yu with a warm smile, his tone neither hurried nor slow. So you're Zhou Yu? I have heard of you. You were quite accomplished in your studies and a diligent child. However, I understand your performance in the recent class examination was not up to par, resulting in your placement in a regular class. Life, after all, is full of ups and downs. But the most important thing, especially for young people, is to remain steady and composed. Seeking the limelight too much may lead you astray. After all, this school is not solely your stage. Linen High School is not lacking in intelligent students. However, it is often those who comprehend the nuances of propriety and understand the ebb and flow of circumstances that truly accomplish great things. With that, he patted Hu Zikai's shoulder. The student council may act a bit impulsively, but their intentions are commendable. As elders, we hope that you exceptional youths can collaborate more harmoniously. rather than creating a tumultuous atmosphere. Is that not so? Ah, here comes the upgraded version of Wang Weigua, the vice principal. His words are devoid of vulgarity. Each sentence seemingly a compliment, yet the subtext brims with admonitions. Do not stir the pot. Do not cause a ruckus. Do not be overly clever. When it comes to imposing authority, he expects a nod of gratitude in return. Upon his utterance, the once chirping students fell into an abrupt silence, their understanding teetering on the edge of comprehension. Zhou Yu did not respond immediately. Instead, he slightly tilted his head, gazing at the nearby egg pancake stall, still emanating steam, and smiled. Only then did he speak, his tone exceedingly polite. You are entirely correct, Vice Principal. He deliberately emphasized the word vice. This school is indeed not a stage meant for my sole performance. He paused, surveying the onlooking students, then turned his attention to the stall owner, a lady nervously wiping her hands. It is not the stage of any one individual, nor is it the domain of a select group. Yet, if everyone is on stage, we cannot allow only a few to speak while the rest merely applaud, can we? I am simply hungry and here to purchase an egg pancake. If even this can incite chaos, then perhaps the issues within this school extend beyond a mere breakfast stall. Raising the stakes with a hint of sardonic humor, he continued, if we must descend into chaos, let's do so together. His tone was neither servile nor arrogant, carrying a hint of condescension, as if addressing those beneath him. Yu Daowei was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated Zhou Yu's response to carry such a tone. Its implication was subtle, yet forceful. The crowd fell into a brief hush, and someone, seemingly overwhelmed, quietly exclaimed, "Damn, that was fierce." Though they were unaware of the specifics, there was an unmistakable aura of power in his words. Just as the atmosphere became subtly tense, a gentle stir arose from the back of the crowd. Someone hushly called out, "Lin Wangshu is here." The voice, though soft, rippled through the gathering like a stone cast into a lake, prompting the crowd to instinctively part to create a path. At the end of the cleared way, Lin Wangshu approached slowly. Her long black hair, slightly curled, framed her face as she walked with a light yet assured stride. In that moment, she seemed like a distinct layer added to the scene, her color, texture, and presence markedly different from those around her. The sunlight streamed down perfectly, illuminating her features and making her appear as though she had emerged from the very light itself. Beside her was a middle-aged man, dressed in a casual suit, exuding a restrained demeanor and steady gaze. Zhou Yu blinked, finding the man somewhat familiar. Hu Zikai, on the other hand, was visibly invigorated. This morning had proven to be quite remarkable for him. Just a moment ago, he had been upholding justice. Now, he seemed on the verge of rushing forward to introduce himself. "Wangshu, what brings you here?" Hu Zikai exclaimed with delight. Before Lin Wangshu could respond, the middle-aged man spoke first, appraising Hu Zikai with a calm, yet intriguing tone. "Are you her classmate? Why do you call her Wangshu with such familiarity, young man?" Zhou Yu instinctively inhaled sharply at the sound of the voice. Wasn't this the father-in-law he had never met? In his previous life, Lin Jie had already become a prominent businessman of national repute. His appearances at business summits, financial interviews, and the People's Daily were commonplace. In the business realm, even mentioning his name warranted a thumbs up from his peers. Although Zhou Yu had never formally encountered him, he recognized the voice all too well. It was rather amusing. In fact, once, upon returning from a business trip, he had visited Lin Wangshu's home, only for her parents to arrive unexpectedly. Though the apartment belonged to Lin Wangshu, her parents occasionally dropped by, and they had access via fingerprint and door codes. At that time, the bedroom door had merely been ajar. As he was preoccupied, a low, magnetic voice resonated from outside, deliberately slowing down. "Lin Wangshu, are you home? Why is the door not open?" The tone betrayed a feigned ignorance, fully aware of what transpired inside. While the mother-in-law handled the situation with grace, attempting to whisk him away, the father-in-law, however, stood resolutely at the door, loudly proclaiming his paternal affection multiple times. It was intentional. That old man was quite the rogue. Zhou Yu had been utterly startled. Who could withstand such a scenario? From that moment on, even hearing Lin Jie's voice on television would trigger an involuntary reaction in him. As for how that incident concluded, let's just say, Zhou Yu had never dared to step outside the room. How could he face such an embarrassing situation? Lin Wangshu had to send her parents away, managing them like one would a delivery person. Reflecting on this now, that voice echoed in his ears once more, sending shivers down his spine. Nevertheless, Zhou Yu, who generally shunned avoidance, took a moment to scrutinize Lin Jie. In terms of looks, he was rather unremarkable. It was evident that Lin Wangshu had inherited her mother's features. He remembered Lin's mother, who had once been the belle of the steel factory where she worked as an accountant. Even now, her elegance and features would still stand out. Thankfully, she had indeed taken after her mother. Otherwise, if her father's genes had been more dominant, she might not even have touched the fringes of the entertainment industry. Amidst his chaotic thoughts, Lin Wangshu disregarded Huzakai entirely and approached the egg pancake stall. "Excuse me, could I have an egg pancake, please?" Chapter 29, half for each. Huh? The crowd erupted. Did I hear that correctly? Lin Wangshu actually eats egg pancakes? I don't recall her ever coming over here. Has the moon gone retrograde today? Listening to the murmurs of the crowd, Huzakai could no longer contain himself. "Wangshu, this roadside stall is unsanitary and quite dirty. If you're hungry, I can go fetch you something from the cafeteria." The more he spoke, the more anxious he sounded, his voice dwindling. Who didn't know the breakfast offerings at the school cafeteria? The buns were as hard as bricks, the soy milk akin to glue, and the meat in the steamed buns was nearly non-existent. Even dogs would turn their noses up at it. Generally, day students wouldn't even consider eating breakfast in the cafeteria. Moreover, Huzakai's words only incited public outrage. The crowd had shifted from murmurs to outright declarations. "Dude, that's a bit hypocritical, don't you think? You call the egg pancakes dirty? What is that supposed to mean? Are you insulting us for eating garbage? Just because you're high and mighty doesn't mean you can belittle it." The student council is filled with fools. These sentiments resonated clearly in Huzakai's ears. The student council president, who had always enjoyed smooth sailing, was unaccustomed to such ridicule. His face flushed crimson, as if he had just been pulled from a boiling pot. And aware of his own shortcomings, he opened his mouth but could not muster a single word. He wished to assert that his intentions were for the greater good. Yet the words eluded him. Standing nearby, Lin Jie, although unfamiliar with his daughter's academic situation, had a fair understanding of her temperament. Throughout the entire exchange, Lin Wangshu had remained silent, offering neither a glance nor a response, appearing entirely indifferent. Given the nature of their family, it was clear that her silence stemmed not from unfamiliarity, but from disdain. Consequently, Lin Jie refrained from casting another glance at Huzakai, quietly removing him from his list of individuals to observe. His gaze shifted to the egg pancake stall, where the proprietor, holding a spatula, awkwardly began to speak. "My apologies, dear student, but we have limited stock today. Only 2 eggs remain." He gestured towards the stall's edge, indicating, "That young man over there has taken them all." The spatula pointed decisively at Zhou Yu, who stood with his hands tucked into his pockets. In that moment, who could remember the earlier tension that had hung in the air? All eyes converged on Zhou Yu's face. Even Lin Jie began to scrutinize him. Earlier, when Zhou Yu had argued with the man who appeared to be a school official, Lin Jie had been listening intently. With years of experience navigating the business world, he had developed a knack for assessing individuals swiftly. This lad who had monopolized the egg pancake stall spoke with ease and moved with grace, exuding a confidence that belied his high school status. It was not the slick precocity of a young man trying too hard or the feigned smoothness of someone pretending to be composed. Rather, it was a calm, self-assured demeanor that seemed at once relaxed and poised. And Zhou Yu, well, he was surreptitiously stealing glances at Lin Jie. They caught each other's eyes unexpectedly, an encounter that was difficult to withstand. "It's fine, just let her have one." Zhou Yu shrugged. "You make one for her first." He jested, after all. "I can't let my father-in-law and my wife go hungry. Who do you think I am? No scallions, please," Zhou Yu added. At this, Lin Wangshu paused in surprise. "How did he know I dislike scallions?" Then she graciously replied, "Thank you." All right. The egg pancake vendor hastily began preparing the order. Just then, Yu Daoi's expression abruptly shifted, as if struck by an electric jolt. He recognized Lin Jie immediately, the benefactor of the 2 new gymnasiums at Lenin High School. a businessman featured in city reports, and someone whom even the principal revered. Instantly, he retracted his student council supervisory facade, his expression visibly reformatted. Rubbing his hands together, he approached Lin Jie with a beaming smile. "Mr. Lin, what a pleasant surprise. You didn't give me a heads up, bringing your child to school personally?" Lin Jie turned slightly, casting a mild glance at him. He did not recognize him. However, he was accustomed to such overly eager individuals. Thus, he smiled back, his voice warm and polite. "I came to check on the gymnasium I previously donated to, and I decided to accompany my daughter to school while I had some free time. I have already informed Principal Zhang." The principal in question was indeed the genuine article, an authority figure without embellishments. Yu Daoi's smile faltered for a moment, but he quickly regained his composure, nodding eagerly. Yes, Principal Zhang mentioned you just the other day, praising your unwavering support for education as a truly passionate entrepreneur." Lin Jie smiled without responding, his gaze returning to the egg pancake stall. "I used to attend Linen High School as well. I've been enjoying these pancakes for many years." "Oh, is that so? Ha ha ha. These stalls have indeed been around for quite some time." "Quite good indeed," Yu Daowei replied, chuckling. His laughter was bordering on strained. "Quite good. Just 10 minutes ago, he had been leading the charge against the roadside stalls with the student council. Now, before the trenches had even been filled, he was already defecting." The onlooking students were dumbfounded, witnessing the swift and dramatic shift in Yu Daowei's demeanor. One moment, he was reprimanding others, and the next he was seemingly awarding the stall. Even the egg pancake vendor was taken aback. Am I now officially recognized? Yet the most astonished of all was Hu Zikai, standing at the edge of the crowd, resembling a frozen NPC. "Wait, uncle, weren't you the one who asked me to rectify this? You just turned your back on us? Have you considered my feelings?" Under the weight of multiple blows, Hu Zikai's fragile worldview began to crumble. Meanwhile, at the egg pancake stall, the first pancake was ready, its aroma wafting through the air. As the vendor prepared to package it, Lin Wangshu suddenly interjected. "Vendor, please cut it in half and pack it separately." "Thank you." "Certainly." The vendor deftly sliced the pancake into 2 portions. Lin Wangshu took the bag, turned around, and her gaze fell upon Zhou Yu, then glanced at the person standing beside him, Si Bangzi. She extended her hand, offering 1/2 to Zhou Yu. "Here, you can have this. I can't finish a whole one." Her tone was as calm as if she were making small talk. Zhou Yu was taken aback, looking down at the steaming half pancake and then back up at her. Lin Wangshu's expression was natural, her smile enigmatic. "Thank you," Zhou Yu replied. The original plan had been to buy 2 pancakes, one for herself and one for Si Bangzi. However, due to the egg shortage, with only 2 eggs available, she decided to generously offer one to Lin Wangshu. Keeping one for herself meant that Si Bangzi would have to forego his share. But now, the situation had shifted dramatically. Lin Wangshu had proactively divided her portion and offered half to him. How should this be construed? Well, naturally it was all mine. With that, Lin Wangshu turned and walked away, with Lin Jie following closely behind. After some distance, Lin Jie wore a subtle expression. "What about mine? You can have whatever is left." Lin Wangshu replied. Chapter 30. Precisely feeding the narrative. With Lin Wangshu's arrival, this smoke-free breakfast stall skirmish had effectively come to a halt. The core force of the opposing side, Yu Daowei, had defected on the spot. How could one possibly continue fighting under such circumstances? The members of the student council were left despondent, particularly Hu Zikai, whose spine had stood tall for 18 years. At last, it had crumbled. He slumped despondently onto the very stone stool he had just occupied. The students who had hesitated to approach now surged towards the breakfast stall, leaping over the stone stool and Hu Zikai. In the commotion, the student council armband that had cost just 39 yuan on Taobao was inadvertently brushed off. The breakfast stall regained its lively atmosphere, as if nothing had ever transpired. Only the wind blew past the stone stool, lifting the abandoned red armband and quietly swirling it into the drain that the morning sun had yet to illuminate. Meanwhile, a new rumor began to take root among the crowd, spreading that Lin Wangshu had shared an egg pancake with her boyfriend at the school gate that day. A short distance away, Lin Wangshu settled back into the car, taking bites of the pancake. To be fair, it was quite delicious, soft and fluffy, imbued with the aroma of eggs. Yet, after a few bites, I found myself unable to continue. One reason was simply the early hour. Many find it difficult to eat anything in the morning. The other was that I had already consumed something before heading out, leaving me not hungry at all. Here, take this. Lin Wangshu leaned over the back of the driver's seat, offering the half-eaten egg pancake to her father. Lin Jie accepted it, one hand on the steering wheel while the other took a bite, mumbling indistinctly, "Is the person you share the egg pancake with also a classmate?" Classmate? Strictly speaking, not exactly. He is my friend, Lin Wangshu replied. What's his name? Zhou Yu. Lin Jie remarked casually. Even you, who avoids green onions, know that? At this point, Lin Wangshu suddenly recalled. How did he know I dislike green onions? She had never openly declared it. Even Jiang Yuan had forgotten on more than one occasion. A memory from her childhood surfaced. Did he learn this little detail back then? Such a trivial matter, yet he remembered it for 10 years? Lin Wangshu couldn't help but lower her head. Meanwhile, on the way to class, Zhou Yu was savoring a half-egg pancake, all to himself. He suddenly recalled a joke he had come across on a forum long ago, after just having a meal at McDonald's. I realized I might be living the life I dreamed of at 8 years old. Goodness, how remarkable you are. At this moment, Zhou Yu appeared contemplative. He then glanced down at the egg pancake in his hand and took a sip of AD calcium milk, standing in the sun-drenched corridor, genuinely and solemnly marveling to himself. Finally enjoying an egg pancake paired with AD calcium milk. I am truly living the life I envisioned at 30. And even with an extra half. Goodness, how astonishing you are. Meanwhile, Si Bangzi, who had yet to taste the egg pancake, was nibbling on the meat floss cake Zhou Yu had brought for breakfast. Initially, he bit into it with a sense of indifference, but the moment it touched his palate, he froze, his expression blank for 2 seconds. What on earth is this divine creation? The savory meat floss mingled with the creaminess, while the cake base exuded the warmth of just being out of the oven. With one bite, it felt as though angels had embraced his mouth. Si Bangzi exclaimed, I think I suddenly understand the essence of life. Zhou Yu cast a sidelong glance at him and leisurely replied, It's a new product from our family. It's in trial operation, and you are among the esteemed first batch of taste testers. Where on earth did you get the recipe? It's incredible. Si Bangzi exclaimed in disbelief. Zhou Yu smiled. Where did I get it? I got it from you. Upon entering Class 5, the first thing Zhou Yu did was to distribute the meat floss cakes he had brought that morning, while still warm. That initial bite of soft and savory goodness was the optimal tasting experience. Before long, the entire classroom was enveloped in a delightful aroma. The sense of milk, meat floss, and cake mingled, making even the sunlight outside seem sweeter. Some students hesitated on the first bite, but by the second, they were exclaiming amazing, and by the third, they were closing their eyes in appreciation. Goodness, this is too delicious. I swear, I've never tasted such a layered delicacy in my life. Is this from a 5-star patisserie owned by your mother? The classroom erupted in applause. As the praise flowed, Zhou Yu joyfully noted the results of this user testing. It seemed this targeted social dissemination method had succeeded. At the window near the aisle, the most theatrically inclined Gothic tarot girl, Jiang Yuan, was also a semi-official member of Class 5. She often occupied the classroom, engaging in playful banter with the tarot club members or eavesdropping by the window. Following the principle of shared fortune, she was also handed one. Initially, she wrinkled her nose, feigning indifference. I wouldn't eat something so overly sweet, it's too common. This which only drinks black coffee and indulges in the mysterious. However, as the aroma wafted through the air, teasing her senses with the savory fragrance of meat floss, the softness of cream, and the fluffiness of cake, she instinctively swallowed. I'll just have a taste. Then, upon taking her first bite, Jiang Yuan was internally astonished. This is incredibly delicious. I wish I could bring one back for Shubao. What if I can't have this in the future? Yet, she maintained her composure outwardly, responding, well, it's passable. In just a few bites, she finished the entire piece. Afterward, as she absorbed her classmates' compliments and marvels, she suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. This damn child of the stars even brought food today to win hearts. But there was no need for excessive concern. Next Friday was the day of the tarot duel. At that time, the president of the tarot club, The most enigmatic woman from Linen High School, Shun Xingli, would face off against the child of the stars. It didn't matter. She would take action. With this thought, Jiang Yuan's imagination spiraled into a grand tarot arena scenario. Zhou Yu being pummeled by a relentless combo from Shun Xingli. The aura of the child of the stars shattered all around, his face swollen like a chibi character. How delightful. She even formulated a title, The Day Zhou Yu Fell. All towers resounded. Just as her mind was exploding with ideas, 2 warm meat floss cakes entered her line of sight. She looked up to see that face, which had just been bruised in her imagination, now intact and smiling mischievously. Please give this to Lin Wangshu, Zhou Yu said with a grin. Huh? Jiang Yuan was taken aback, instinctively wrinkling her nose. To be honest, she dealt with a slew of inquiries about Wang Shu's whereabouts daily, from those who either knew her well or sought her assistance in passing messages. She was already quite annoyed. To her surprise, Zhou Yu too? The child of the stars is no different from those mundane mortals. Jiang Yuan felt a mix of surprise and an indescribable small disappointment. She stared at the 2 cakes for a few seconds, her tone less than pleasant. You can give it to her yourself. Zhou Yu, however, replied leisurely. I'm not going to find her. But don't you go find her every day during the second break? It's just a casual thing. She treated me to half an egg pancake this morning. I can't let it go to waste. Chapter 31. Basketball and Her. In truth, Zhou Yu had set aside those 2 for Lin Wangshu even before his arrival. Everyone else received 1, yet she was given 2. After all, it was because of her that Zhou Shifu existed. Moreover, in her previous life, she wasn't a celebrity, was she? Her body management was strict. She couldn't indulge daily, limiting herself to 1 at most while meticulously counting her total calorie intake for the day. In this life, she hadn't yet entered the entertainment industry, and being young, her metabolism remained high. Thus, this might be one of the few times in her life she could freely indulge in 2. It is imperative that she wears it. In the past, whenever we engaged in this activity, we could not do it in moderation. Consequently, all the excess fell to Zhou Yu, who eventually grew weary and even nauseated by it. As a result, Zhou Yu harbored no interest whatsoever in this matter. The crux of the issue arises here. Despite consuming such copious amounts, he did not gain any weight. This provokes another question. How is it possible for a 30-year-old man to consume so much without gaining a pound? This is a tale that renders even men speechless. At this moment, Jiang Yuan's thoughts momentarily stalled, sensing something amiss. Never mind. She would pursue Lin Wangshu later. Leave it be, she remarked, gesturing toward the windowsill. Her tone neither warm nor cold. After meticulously arranging all the meat floss cakes, Zhou Yu returned to his seat. At this juncture, Class 5 was suffused with the aroma of cake, brimming with youthful exuberance. Everyone was in high spirits, everyone, that is, except one. At the back of the room, Wang Hausen slumped over, seemingly choked by the weight of life. The tall, slender sports representative of Class 5, adorned with a wild mane of natural curls and a flamboyant headband, was a fervent basketball enthusiast, the king of the corridors. A legend known for making a basket in 10 seconds, an Iverson of linen. Yet, at this moment, he appeared as if someone had drained the energy from his very core. The tantalizing meat floss cake lay untouched. Even more peculiar was the fact that he had not attempted a single shot in the last 20 minutes. Positioned just behind Zhou Yu, to the left of Pan Jing, the cake on the table had grown nearly cold, remaining motionless. Pan Jing could no longer restrain himself, and turned to inquire, "What's wrong with you today? You seem so lifeless." Wang Hausen, with his hair a tangled mess resembling seaweed, buried his face in his arms, responding in a muffled tone, "Don't talk to me. My emotions are not conducive to conversation right now." Pan Jing was taken aback. "Did you suffer a heartbreak or lose a game?" "I didn't lose a game," Wang Hausen replied. Another heartbreak then," Pan Jing exclaimed. "Damn it, you reckless lad with no sense of boundaries during your youth, and your voice is quite loud." His exclamation resonated throughout the classroom, drawing the attention of all. They turned to glance at Wang Hausen, falling silent for 2 seconds, before resuming their chattering. Indeed, no one cared, for Wang Hausen could experience dozens of heartbreaks in a single semester. His frequency of romantic failures was more consistent than the stock replenishment at the convenience store. To be precise, these were not true heartbreaks. They merely stemmed from rejections of his confessions. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yu turned his head to glance at Wang Haosen. In truth, during their high school years, Zhou Yu and Wang Haosen shared an ordinary classmate relationship, devoid of anything remarkable. Their genuine acquaintance blossomed a few years ago when Zhou Yu found himself in dire straits due to a financial crisis at the company, feeling utterly besieged. Strapped for cash, he contemplated selling his car, only to encounter Wang Haosen, who was then working in a second-hand car dealership. Yes, that impassioned youth who once declared he would play basketball for a lifetime had ultimately traded the court for the world of automotive sales. Through an unexpected turn of events, Zhou Yu did not sell his car, but instead gained a friend in Wang Haosen. As they reached their 30s, the youthful fervor had dulled. Yet, they unexpectedly became the kind of brothers who could sit together at a roadside stall late at night, drinking, snacking, and enjoying the breeze. Occasionally, they would arrange a barbecue, silently savoring skewers while discussing work, life, and past acquaintances, merely the lamentations of middle-aged men facing disillusionment. Wang Haosen at 30 was a stark contrast to his 18-year-old self. Dressed in a suit, sporting a beer belly and a slicked-back hairstyle, he retained a semblance of charm, reminiscent of Dao Ming-Si from Meteor Garden. In truth, a youthful charm can be quite advantageous in courting women, even when devoid of wealth. However, Wang Haosen possessed a flaw. He was overly bold in expressing his feelings. Having confessed to dozens, he had succeeded not once, earning himself a rather unsavory reputation. However, he was not operating on multiple threads. It was a singular pursuit. Each rejection merely hastened his recovery, creating a tightly woven series of confessions. While casting a wide net is permissible, one must avoid venturing into a network where information can easily circulate. Otherwise, one risks being branded a scoundrel. Zhou Yu recalled a handsome roommate from his undergraduate days, a melodious singer who dated several beauties from the foreign languages department in a single semester, all from the same class. Before the semester concluded, he had become the notorious scoundrel of the foreign languages department, a collective pariah. Subsequently, he was even immortalized in a PDF that circulated widely on the campus forum. The young man felt wronged, believing he merely moved on quickly and steadfastly pursued love. I'm not fickle. I simply do not wish to miss any chance for a soul connection. Let us assume his words held some truth. However, once labeled a scoundrel, he found his social life severely hindered. That young man did not experience another romantic relationship before graduating. It was only after pursuing studies in a foreign land that he found a partner again. Wang Haosen's situation was somewhat better, yet not by much, as the female students deemed him untrustworthy and flighty. However, his confessions had ultimately ceased during their senior year of high school, not due to his own resignation, but because a kind-hearted girl transcended societal rumors and prejudices, perceiving the earnestness beneath his seemingly frivolous exterior. She glimpsed the sincerity within him, which was almost clumsily genuine. Yet, later on, they two must have parted ways. For there was a night when Zhou Yu worked late until past 4, taking a moment to smoke a cigarette and scroll through his social media, only to come across Wang Haosen's late-night melancholic post. At 18, I claimed my love for basketball and you, yet I still lost you. And then it was deleted in an instant. Zhou Yu stared at the empty social media interface, and a phrase suddenly emerged in his mind. At 18, I said I love basketball and you. At 28, I seldom played basketball, and I lost you. At 38, I find myself gazing at the court, reminiscing about you. Regrettably, Zhou Yu's youthful years were devoid of such regrets. He had always been a model student. When teachers admonished against early romantic entanglements, he adhered strictly to their counsel. He truly did not engage in early romance. He followed the rules meticulously, each step adhering to the prescribed path. Yet, upon reflection, could this not be viewed as another form of regret? Does a life devoid of regrets also forfeit the right to be cherished in memory? Contemplating this, Zhou Yu finally spoke. Wang Haosen, next time you wish to confess, do consult me first. Consult you? What good would that do? Wang Haosen retorted, still shrouded in gloom. Can you cast a spell to ensure a favorable response? I do not cast spells, Zhou Yu replied, but I can calculate. Calculate what? Wang Haosen finally lifted his head to meet Zhou Yu's gaze. With unwavering composure and a calm tone, Zhou Yu stated, I can't foresee whether you will be rejected this time. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuan, who had been quietly eavesdropping from her perch by the window, felt her brow furrow ever so slightly. His spine instinctively straightened. Chapter 32. The Bustle of the Tavern. As soon as the morning reading concluded, our spirited, somewhat eccentric tarot girl hastened to Qiushi Academy, clutching 2 meat floss cakes in search of Lin Wangshu. At this moment, sunlight poured into the second-floor corridor of Qiushi Academy. Lin Wangshu generously shared one with Jiang Yuan, who, despite her verbal refusals, accepted it with eager hands, much like you would when declining red envelopes from relatives during the new year. It is said that these treats should not be kept for too long. It is best to consume them today, Jiang Yuan remarked. Lin Wangshu took a small bite, and his eyes immediately sparkled. My goodness, what a soul-stirring flavor. It was as if after years of wandering, he had finally found his destined piece of cake. The rich aroma of milk intertwined with the fragrance of eggs, while the meat floss was both crispy and delicate. It melted in the mouth, leaving a lingering aftertaste. Did you make this yourself? Lin Wangshu asked, somewhat astonished. Jiang Yuan nodded affirmatively, adding that her family seemed to sell these as well, under the name Shao Ing Tavern. Lin Wangshu silently noted this name. By the way, do you have his QQ? Lin Wangshu inquired, wishing to ask if he could place an order to buy some for his parents as well. Jiang Yuan frowned slightly and shrugged. I can ask someone from his class, but it appears there isn't one. Only a phone number was left. Indeed, there was none, as Zhou Yu had yet to join any work group and had only provided a phone number. This was intentional on Zhou Yu's part. As he put it, laughable. If my identity as a little soldier is exposed, how can I tackle everything both online and offline, one by one? He couldn't be bothered to create a secondary account. That would be too troublesome. Fine, send me your phone number on QQ. I'll ask him later, Lin Wangshu said. After school, upon returning home from Jiuzhou Internet Cafe, the sky was just darkening. As he approached the entrance, he could faintly see the tavern bustling with patrons. Upon entering, he immediately heard the clattering of pots and pans from the kitchen, accompanied by Mu Guiying's voice, brimming with excitement. Can you believe the line is almost reaching the street corner today? The tavern was celebrating its first day of formal operations for the meat floss cakes. Unlike the previous day's free sampling, today they were selling at an official price with a 20% discount. Though cheaper, it was still real money. In fact, according to Zhou Yu's prior planning, starting earlier and baking continuously, producing 500 meat floss cakes in a day would be effortless. What did that imply? At least a revenue of 2,000 to 3,000, with a net profit of 1,500 yuan. Not to mention in 2006, even 15 years later, such daily profits would be quite substantial. Currently, Old Zhou's monthly salary was merely 2,000 to 3,000. Yet they adhered to Zhou Yu's suggestion to limit the first day's output to just 200, selling in limited quantities. Moreover, they operated only within 4 time slots each day, selling 4 batches, effectively wrapping up by 4 or 5 in the afternoon. The result was overwhelming. Even before noon, all the cakes had sold out. Many who failed to purchase one grumbled about wishing they had arrived earlier, only to be guided by Mu Guiying into the tavern. Come in and have a seat, since you're here. The side dishes aren't expensive, and rice is free. The cakes, leading the charge, inadvertently brought some popularity to their main business. Every table was filled, and even the private rooms were bustling. Pots simmered continuously, and orders plastered the walls. The first floor was alive with warmth, and a long-lost atmosphere of a bustling eatery returned in full force. While Mu King cheerfully served tea and water, she remarked, in this day and age, running a food business is all about reputation. Those who missed out today will surely return tomorrow. Watching the tavern abuzz with activity, the sizzling of pans, the clamor of voices, and the scraping of chairs instilled an extraordinary sense of comfort. Zhou Yu found a corner to sit down, pulled out a green arrow gum, and began chewing. Suddenly, his phone vibrated with a text message. The screen displayed an unregistered phone number, yet Zhou Yu recognized it. It was Lin Wangshu's number. In his past life, Lin Wangshu had more than one phone number, one in the Magic City and another in Linen. Zhou Yu was familiar with both, especially the Linen number, which he had seen countless times in his contacts. The notes had changed from circle, baby, ancestor, juicer, to brother's woman, and finally, after a Cold War. He had removed the note entirely, leaving the number forgotten without a label. Moreover, this was a damn memorable repeating number. Who could possibly forget it? The text was brief, consisting of just one line. Hello, is this Showing Tavern? May I inquire if the meat floss cakes can still be reserved? Zhou Yu stared at the words, momentarily taken aback. Ah, so you're disguising your identity, are you? But upon reflection, this was entirely normal. Who would announce their identity just to buy a cake? That would be rather peculiar. Initially, Zhou Yu's plan was to not accept reservations. He had memorized Master Bao's strategy perfectly. Limited supply, queuing, the anxiety of missing out, and the daily posts on Weibo and Moments served as the best advertising. However, plans could change, the clientele was different, and so were the objectives. He paused, typed a few words, and sent them. Reservations are possible, but today and tomorrow are fully booked. There are 6 available for self-pickup on Sunday. Why Sunday? Because although classes were held on Saturday, Sunday was a day off, ensuring she could come. Most importantly, Lin Wangshu was also inviting him to dinner that evening. Wasn't this a perfect coincidence? Additionally, he knew she wouldn't be so free as to personally come to collect it. Less than half a minute after sending the message, Lin Wangshu was already typing back. Yet Zhou Yu sent another message. To prevent scalpers, reservations must be made in person for phone number verification. I've saved a spot for you, and I've even thought of an excuse. After a brief pause, the reply came, all right, I'll take them all. Following the influx of customers drawn in by the meat floss cakes, the tavern's evening business was exceptionally booming. By the end, no one even remembered to save Zhou Yu a meal. After helping to clear a few tables and flipping some seats, he returned home with a bucket of instant noodles. As the noodles cooked, he absent-mindedly peeled back the lid while his mind drifted back to many years ago. Back then, he was still quite young, and the tavern had just opened. Life was bustling. Mu Guiying was always busy, attending to guests and calling to the kitchen, often neglecting to eat a hot meal. Her stomach issues began during that time. Zhou Yu, as a child, frequently experienced hunger, eating one meal and going without 2. Although his family ran a restaurant, he often found himself gazing longingly at the bubbling pots from a kitchen door. Yes, having a family restaurant meant he often went hungry. The noodles were ready, steam rising. He sat down, lowered his head, and took a few bites. Picking up the mouse, he opened the Linen High School forum. Indeed, the morning's pancake stall defense had completely taken over the forum. The homepage was nearly overwhelmed, filled with related posts. Title: each more potent than the last. Quick look: the student council forcefully dismantles the egg pancake stall, causing an uproar across the school. The battle to defend the egg pancake stall. A fight for breakfast dignity at the school gate. And there's a top trending post. One stands up, many do not retreat. The events that unfolded this morning at the gates of Linen High School. Upon clicking it, one finds a seasoned writing style, rich in detail, accompanied by images. The narrative even meticulously reconstructs the dialogue between him and Vice Principal Yu, as if someone had clandestinely recorded their conversation. The further one reads, the more furrowed Zhou Yu's brow becomes. The author not only recreates events with precision, but also depicts him as a hero of leading man caliber, purportedly the one who bravely stood up and argued his case, successfully intimidating the vice principal and preserving the last vestiges of breakfast freedom at Linen High School. It must be said, the talent for sensationalism within the UC Shock Department is indeed formidable. With honeyed words and electrifying keystrokes, they flatter to the point where one almost believes it themselves. The story reaches its zenith with the entrance of Lin Wangshu, described in an excessively grandiloquent tone, just when the atmosphere became tense, and the stall owners were on the verge of being persuaded away. A commotion erupted in the crowd. She has arrived. Indeed, she, the moon of Linen High School, the illustrious Lin, in person. At that moment, however, Lin Wangshu was engrossed in evening study, scrolling through this very post on her phone, nearly bursting into laughter. The rich vocabulary and exaggerated rhetoric in the comments left her momentarily perplexed about whether she was merely purchasing an egg pancake or had suddenly emerged as a savior of human peace. Nonetheless, following this skirmish, Vice Principal Yu would likely refrain from public action for the foreseeable future. Given the uproar, even he must retreat from the spotlight. As for the student council, their morale has been thoroughly shaken. Initially invigorated to enact reforms and establish rules, they faced a humiliating defeat in their very first encounter, failing to gain any authority and instead becoming the subject of ridicule throughout the school. Consequently, their spirits have been significantly dampened, and they find it difficult to muster enthusiasm in the short term. After perusing the forum for a while and finishing a bowl of instant noodles, Zhou Yu resumed writing code. After all, he had a deadline to meet by the following Monday, which was crucial for his first earnings. In the leisure moments of these past few days, Zhou Yu devoted himself to coding. As he wrote, he lost track of time. When he finally noticed, he received a QQ message from Linen's most formidable male. Zhou Yu glanced up and realized it was already past 9, the time for the evening study session to conclude. Since that day, nearly every night, Zhou Yu would log on to play games with Lin Wangshu, typically starting around 10 and wrapping up before dawn. They would occasionally engage in casual conversation. However, the topics of their discussions were limited to the current situation, rival competitors, and formidable opponents. Lin Wangshu refrained from asking, as she was inherently uninterested in others. Zhou Yu remained silent, for he possessed far too much knowledge. So much so that he could accurately pinpoint a birthmark shaped like a small cherry located 15 centimeters below her navel. Furthermore, Lin Wangshu had never divulged her gender or age, and her avatar was simply a default penguin ornament. Thus, she was convinced that little soldier Zhang Jie likely perceived her as male. A male character, sharp in operation, cold and aloof, occasionally guiding the entire team. Indeed, it was possible that the other party even admired her. This misunderstanding was one she had no intention of clarifying. Rather, she found it quite agreeable. She had long grown accustomed to the insincere approaches of those who sought her out with ulterior motives in reality. On the other side of the internet, this little soldier Zhang Jie seemed to regard her merely as a fun buddy, nothing more. Moreover, the ID was incredibly immersive. Zhang Jie, a name that conjured images of a kid in a tank top, sucking on a lollipop, riding a bicycle around town. Interestingly, Zhou Yu's QQ avatar was the system's default image of Sanmao, gazing up at the sky at a 45-degree angle with a silly expression. Over time, Lin Wangshu subconsciously began to envision the other party as a primary school student still scrambling to finish homework, urging by parents to eat dinner. Thus, to maintain her persona as the admired tough guy, the little star Lin once again took the initiative today, sending out her gaming invitation. "Good buddy, log in." Upon seeing this message, Zhou Yu smiled. Who would have thought that one day he could call Lin Wangshu his brother? Who would have imagined that the unapproachable Lin, the school beauty, could have such a playful side online? Quite the performer. Drama must indeed align. Therefore, Zhou Yu composed a few words in response. "Good buddy, I'm on my way." Chapter 33. Some Misunderstandings. Sunday arrived as scheduled, at the Xiaoying restaurant, in the kitchen. Late morning, the elderly couple and a Juan had already begun preparing the meat floss cakes to be sold that day. Sales commenced at 2 p.m. every day, with batches released every 2 hours until 8 p.m. Old Zhou and a Juan were busy cracking eggs. Mu Guiying stirred the flour while mysteriously saying, "Today, Xiao Yu asked me to set aside 6 individually packed ones for the afternoon." "Oh," Old Zhou replied. "I asked him if he was saving them for himself, and he said a classmate was looking to place an order." Mu Guiying remarked. "Oh," Old Zhou mused. "Aren't we not taking orders? Right?" Mu Guiying's eyes brightened. "Did you notice too?" "Huh? Notice what?" Old Zhou asked, puzzled. If he's really taking orders for classmates, it surely wouldn't just be 6. Mu Guiying blinked playfully. "What do you think? Why is that?" "No. Just speak plainly. Can you not be so indirect and add rhetorical questions?" Old Zhou sighed. "How can you be so dense?" Mu Guiying's tone rose several octaves. "If it weren't for me marrying you, wouldn't you have been single until 40? What on earth are you trying to say?" Old Zhou replied, bewildered. In fact, Old Zhou had been quite appealing in his youth. He was decent-looking, with a scholarly demeanor, possessing a refined elegance. Moreover, he was the only university student in the village. In his early years, many suitors were introduced to him. However, Old Zhou's character was somewhat aloof, and he was rather naive when it came to romantic matters. Most importantly, he had high standards. These two traits mirrored Zhou Yu almost perfectly. It wasn't until he met Mu Ging, who was 7 years younger, stunningly beautiful, and full of personality, at the age of 30 that he finally blossomed. Sometimes, fate truly is inexplicable. Presently, his son was just as oblivious as he once was, Mu Ging chastised. In elementary and middle school, girls would slip love letters into his backpack. The envelopes even had little hearts, and he forgot the love letters in his backpack without even opening them. I found them while washing his backpack during summer vacation. No, how could you invade someone else's privacy like that? Old Zhou exclaimed indignantly. You gone too far. Ignoring him, Mu Ging continued, but that was the past. Now my son has grown up. Her tone softened with pride. He knows to send little cakes to the girls. The one coming this afternoon is definitely a female classmate. Huh? Old Zhou smirked. Did he tell you? No. Mu Ging raised her chin, and I could guess. It was likely accurate. Old Zhou remained silent, quietly cracking a few more eggs. It was quite exasperating, yet I found myself at a loss for a retort. Before long, Mu Ging began clamoring to go out and purchase a pretty paper box for packaging, complete with a gift bag. Whether it was about early romance or not was a separate matter. At the very least, in this particular issue, Ms. Mu was resolute about not faltering in the slightest. Meanwhile, Zhou Yu was not indulging in a lazy morning either. He had risen to get a haircut. The trending hairstyles of this era featured somewhat heavy bangs, always seeming on the verge of obscuring one's vision. Yet, it was the current preference. He had long desired a haircut, but had been too preoccupied with coding to make it happen. Fortunately, he had nearly completed his work today. More importantly, he had a dinner appointment later with Lin Wangshu. This was, after all, a first in his life. Round it off. And how could it not be considered a first date? He needed to tidy himself up. Upon arriving at the barber shop, Zhou Yu sat down, unsure of how to articulate his desired hairstyle. He resorted to gesturing in front of the mirror. Just this part and that part. Please trim them shorter. Tony, an aspiring stylist, responded with murmurs of acknowledgement as he deftly wielded his scissors, inadvertently creating a hairstyle reminiscent of the popular American spiky look of later generations. The tousled locks were sharp and defined. The boy in the mirror appeared fresh and spirited, embodying a sense of vitality that contrasted with his previous somber demeanor. After his haircut, Zhou Yu casually purchased a fitted short-sleeve shirt. Despite it being September, the Jiangnan September still felt like the height of summer. It wasn't that he lacked short sleeves, but the English phrases and designs on those shirts were frankly unpalatable. One shirt bore the bold proclamation, "Suck my dick," while another declared, "Nobody knows I am gay." Who on earth bought these? Ridiculous. In his youth, he had paid no mind to the meanings of those English phrases. Looking back now, each was more absurd than the last. Not only would he not dare to wear them out, but even the thought of unearthing them felt mortifying. The remaining shirts either featured gaudy prints or color combinations that were painfully tacky, utterly misaligned with Zhou Yu's aesthetic 15 years later. With a not-so-bulging wallet, he settled for a simple, crisp, white short-sleeve shirt. Glancing in the mirror, paired with his light blue jeans, he appeared fresh and sunny. In the afternoon, on the main thoroughfare connecting Sichuan Road, a black Rolls-Royce Phantom found itself ensnared in a sea of traffic. Its glossy exterior and tightly shut windows lending it an air of misplaced aristocracy, starkly out of place in the dilapidated street. It was particularly conspicuous. Was it always this congested? 10 minutes passed without movement. Lin Wangshu, seated in the back, could no longer contain herself and opened the window halfway, peering outside. The storefronts along the street were weathered, their paint peeling, tiles broken, and balconies adorned with drying sheets. Yet at the end of this alley, a corner seemed to magnetically draw everyone's attention. The driver, Uncle Wang, murmured, "How peculiar this place is. Although it's on the outskirts of the city center, there usually isn't much traffic." He leaned over the steering wheel, squinting ahead. What is going on today? Why are there so many people? A glance at the line beside the road revealed a gathering of individuals. Just as he finished his observation, a waft of enticing aroma drifted through the air. Sweet and savory, infused with the scent of freshly baked pastries. Uncle Wang instinctively inhaled deeply. What smells so delicious? I'm truly tempted. Amidst the haze, Lin Wangshu interjected. Uncle Wang, it won't be easy to park with this traffic. I'll get out first. If we start moving, just drive off. And I'll call you to come pick me up. With that, she opened the door and stepped out. At the same time, outside the Xiaoying restaurant, even though there was still over an hour until the first batch of sales commenced, a long line had already formed. The air buzzed with excitement, and the street was suffused with delectable aromas. Even those passing by for the first time found themselves entranced by the scent, instinctively slowing their pace to peek in. The queue was a mix of ages, from the elderly to the young, professionals to students, including several clad in uniforms from Linen Middle School. At the back of the line, some were engaged in casual conversation. Hey, sister, you're back again today? A middle-aged man in a gray t-shirt greeted with a smile. A thermos in hand. You too, replied the woman, donning a sun hat, waving her hand fan. For 3 days straight now, you've been ahead of me in line. I've memorized the back of your head. What can I do? My daughter insists on having it. If she doesn't get this, she one touch dinner. Seat inside. That's nothing. My son declared that if he can't get it, he won't do his homework. He even complained that the last time I bought too little, he didn't have enough to eat. Chimed in a young mother wearing glasses. Oh dear. Today his kids are so picky. The woman lamented. Can't blame them for being selective. An elderly man spoke up, his voice soft yet commanding attention. This flavor is truly exceptional. My wife had a bite and insisted I queue up the very next morning. Forget the kids. Even my husband said he wouldn't feel settled until he had a taste. The young mother laughed. He even tried biking around all of Linen, but couldn't find anything like it. Not to mention a perfect match. He couldn't even find something that smelled similar. Exactly. The gray t-shirt man nodded vigorously. That's why we have to obediently queue here. As laughter and chatter filled the air, a voice interrupted. Excuse me, is this the line for the meat floss pastry? Everyone turned in unison, momentarily taken aback. The young mother with glasses gasped. What a beautiful little girl. Lin Wangshu stretched her fair neck, curiously peering around, thinking, is there really such a long queue just to pick up a reservation? Yet, it seemed the staff inside were preoccupied in the kitchen. Most frustratingly, no one was answering Zhou Yu's calls. And where was Zhou Yu? At that moment, he was in the kitchen, experimenting with a new handcrafted lemon tea recipe. Chapter 34. The Queue. Indeed, in Zhou Yu's vision, it had never been solely about selling a few meat floss pastries. What he sought was a flourishing empire of culinary delights. The next big hit, naturally, would be milk tea. In this era, the milk tea market, while superficially thriving, was, in reality, propped up by nostalgia. Monotonous, crude, and lacking sincerity. Without even mentioning the myriad of poorly named, subpar chains. Even the most basic pearl milk tea could be heartbreakingly disappointing at most establishments. Using inexpensive milk powder for preparation, flavored with 2 spoonfuls of dye. The resulting cup offers a faint milky taste, with a cloying sweetness from saccharin. The tapioca pearls are either as hard as rubber balls, or so soft that they resemble overnight soaked rice cakes. Mastering the precise doneness of the pearls can elevate one to the pinnacle of the milk tea scene in Linen. Though this pinnacle is rather laughably low. Take the milk tea shop named Left Encounter at the entrance of Linen High School, for instance. While the name is quite romantic, the milk tea lacks any semblance of serendipity. Priced at 5 yuan a cup, it is merely a concoction of coloring and milk powder, yet sells out daily. How easy it is to profit from students. In the kitchen, Zhou Yu hammered away at the fragrant lemons while contemplating. 1 fruit tea guaranteed, and 1 handmade lemon tea. Then a milk tea, the most basic pearl milk tea, would suffice. This would essentially cover 90 of the customer base. Coincidentally, I have researched both of these drinks. As for why I studied them, I owe that to the miraculous moments spent at home during those few months in my past life, where I acquired many skills I would never have learned otherwise. Meanwhile, outside the shop at the end of the queue, an enthusiastic aunt waved a fan in one hand and pulled Lin Wangshu into the line with the other. Come on, little girl, hurry up and join the queue. Lin Wangshu instinctively opened her mouth to respond, but was already swept into the line. No need to be polite. The aunt fanned herself vigorously, muttering, look, more people are coming over there. If you wait, you might end up in the 3rd round. What does the 3rd round mean? Lin Wangshu's brows furrowed. To buy the meat floss cake here, one must queue in batches. A middle-aged man in a gray t-shirt turned around, eagerly explaining, "They only sell 3 batches a day. 200 pieces each. The first batch is at 2 o'clock. Each person is limited to a maximum of 2. I counted. If all went as expected, I will be just in time for the 200 pieces. Little girl, you won't make the first batch. You'll have to wait for the one at 4. Is it that popular?" Lin Wangshu asked, "But I have a reservation. Shouldn't it be fine?" She added. "Not at all." An elderly man interjected. "This little restaurant has been here for over a decade, and I'm on familiar terms with the owners. They don't take reservations, no matter how well you know them. They simply can't accommodate it." "How could that be?" Lin Wangshu was momentarily stunned, her expression reflecting a distinct delay. "No reservations, and a limit of 2 for each person? What about the 6 I reserved?" After some contemplation, the only reasonable explanation was that Zhou Yu had made an error. However, Lin Wangshu did not feel disheartened or anxious. After all, she was already being pulled into the queue by the enthusiastic stranger. If all else failed, she could always push her way through. After all, she was already here. "I believe Ingzi should hire more staff." The aunt lamented, fanning herself. "With this long line every day, it's exhausting." "True," the elderly man replied. "But if you hire too many, and one of them accidentally leaks the secret recipe, then what?" Indeed, the aunt instantly sided with the old man. "I heard Ingzi say that her son came up with this recipe. Are you talking about Zhou Yu?" The elderly man nodded. "ISNT, he's still in his senior year of high school, but he is exceptionally clever since childhood. I do believe it if he claimed he could build an airplane to fly out of Linen tomorrow." The aunt laughed heartily, slapping her thigh, as if she had just made an exceptionally insightful remark. Lin Wangshu listened silently to the banter between the elderly man and the aunt. This astonishingly delightful and soul-stirring little cake was actually developed by Zhou Yu. Her thoughts wandered back to her childhood, to a summer evening she remembered vividly. She recalled distinctly being in a nearby park, where the sky was still bright, cicadas chirping loudly, and tiny grass blades sprouting between the pavement cracks. He was squatting beside a bush in the corner of the park, somehow gathering a large bundle of reeds, with one in his mouth while deftly crafting an AK-47 with his hands, and slinging a grenade launcher made from a plastic water bottle over his shoulder. "This is an assault rifle," he explained seriously, "and it can even attach a grenade launcher." He had fashioned a makeshift scope with braided grass. At that time, she was just a child, thinking he was incredibly impressive. Looking back now, it seemed he had never been an ordinary person. "Hey, is this your first time here, little girl?" The elderly man continued. "It makes sense. With your good looks, if you had been here before, we would definitely remember you. Are you perhaps the girl from that television show?" Before she could finish her sentence, Lin Wangshu gently interrupted with a smile. "No, you've mistaken me, aunt." "Oh, I must be getting old and seeing things." The aunt chuckled self-deprecatingly, waving her hand, "but with your grace and appearance. I actually think you're even more beautiful than that girl on TV." Lin Wangshu smiled, but did not respond. The elderly man and aunt continued their playful banter, while those around them chimed in, discussing children, the weather, and strategies for queuing for the meat floss cake. She occasionally nodded, contributing a few gentle remarks, her demeanor polite and warm. Time passed swiftly. As the clock struck 2, the announcement rang out. "Everyone, the first batch is about to begin. 2 per person, no rush. Take your time." Mu Guiying's voice resonated through the streets. The fan stilled, and the crowd began to stir. The queue flowed forward like a river awakening. At the end of the line, today, Mu Guiying remained as enthusiastic and vibrant as ever. However, unlike on other days, she was occasionally glancing up, her gaze wandering through the crowd and around the corner. She was waiting for someone, a classmate of her son, whom he had specifically asked to reserve meat floss cakes for. Yet, one by one, until the last piece of the first round was sold out, Mu Guiying did not catch sight of the girl with whom she had hoped to exchange glances. A hint of disappointment washed over her as she turned to tidy up and prepare for the next round. Just then, "Hello, boss. I reserved 6 meat floss cakes. Can I confirm with you?" The voice was like a mojito gliding through her heart, refreshing with a hint of sweetness. It was melodious. Turning towards the sound, Mu Guiying found herself momentarily stunned, as if struck by a spell. How could there be such a beautiful girl in the world, with clear, gentle eyes. She stood out in the crowd like a freshly bloomed gardenia after the rain, radiantly white without the need for words, exuding her own light. Mu Guiying's mind had yet to catch up to the realization that this was the girl who had reserved the 6 cakes. Her heart was already overwhelmed by astonishment. Chapter 35, An Advertisement. Seeing Mu Guiying merely staring at her, neither nodding nor speaking, with a face filled with a yet lacking confirmation, Lin Wangshu felt an ominous premonition. Could it be that there had indeed been a mistake? She paused slightly and tentatively asked, "Was my reservation unsuccessful?" "Not at all." Mu Guiying regained her composure. "Zhou Yu is in the kitchen preparing lemon tea. I'll have him bring it to you." With that, Mu Guiying swiftly dashed into the kitchen. Before long, Zhou Yu grasped a light blue, gold-embossed paper bag in one hand and held a freshly prepared cup of lemon tea in the other, with mint leaves gently swaying atop the surface. The sunlight caught the edges of his white t-shirt, illuminating his clean and fresh demeanor. "Lin Wangshu, is that you?" Zhou Yu approached with a smile, feigning surprise. Today, Lin Wangshu was not clad in her school uniform. Instead, she wore a milk-white short-sleeved top from Yomyo. Her long, black hair cascaded naturally over her shoulders, softening her previously aloof appearance and adding a touch of innocence and charm. She paired it with a denim skirt, also from Yomyo, which showcased her long, slender legs. Damn, those legs are longer than my life. Although the top was not form-fitting but rather loose. She had slung a box bag from Chanel over her shoulder, adorned with a strawberry bear. The metallic chain draped down from her shoulder, perfectly bisecting the hem and her curves. Such a simple t-shirt, yet the presence of that bag chain accentuated her figure exquisitely. Occasionally, her left hand rested casually on the chain, her wrist adorned with a discreetly elegant bracelet from T, enhancing the delicacy and fairness of her hand. That bracelet was haute couture, priced as high as a down payment on a house. Despite Zhou Yu's deep familiarity with her, he still found her stunning. In her past life, Lin Wangshu rarely embraced such a style. After all, she was already the ambassador for several luxury brands at that time. Yet the current Lin, a big star, retained a youthful charm. "This is for you." Zhou Yu offered the paper bag, containing 6 freshly baked meat floss buns. "And this," he added, handing her the lemon tea, "is for you, my latest creation." With the weather still soaring in the 30s, summer demands lemon tea. Lin Wangshu gazed at the transformed Zhou Yu, genuinely surprised, almost failing to recognize him. It was challenging to articulate, but he appeared distinct from other boys of their age. She accepted the cup, glancing down to see the ice gently colliding, with lemon pulp floating atop the tea. After standing in line for so long, she felt both hot and parched. She then raised her hand to offer him some coins. Lin Wangshu met his gaze, disbelief lacing her tone. "You can make lemon tea?" Zhou Yu nodded, smiling as if it were the most natural thing. "I dabble in a bit of everything." "It's hilarious. This is still your favorite lemon tea," he continued. "With sugar just the way you, the big star, can tolerate. Only a third. This is my first cup made. You're the first to taste it," Zhou Yu remarked. "Your feedback is invaluable to me." Lin Wangshu chuckled lightly. "By the way, while I was waiting in line, I heard others mention that you don't take reservations." "Theoretically, that is correct, but since you're a classmate, I typically make exceptions for smaller quantities," Zhou Yu replied, calmly presenting the reasoning he had long prepared. "Those who seek me out are mostly from Linen High School, so I try to accommodate them. Then can I still come to you for reservations next time?" "Of course. Next time, there will be new milk tea. Wait for me to invite you to try it." After chatting a bit more, Lin Wangshu mentioned she had to leave. However, just as she turned to depart, Zhou Yu called out to her, "Aren't we having dinner together tonight? With Si Bangzi as well. The restaurant is nearby, and it's already past 3. He paused, gazing earnestly. "Why don't you wait for me? We can go together." Lin Wangshu considered the timing. With the bottleneck of cars at the entrance, if she left now, she would barely settle at home before needing to head out again. The round trip would waste too much time on the road. Looking at it this way, Zhou Yu's suggestion seemed quite reasonable. "I'll just put these things in the car first." She nodded, picking up her lemon tea and meat floss buns, making her way toward the road. Watching her slender and graceful figure, Zhou Yu thought, how is it that even her walking looks so elegant? He intended to return to the kitchen to continue experimenting with his handmade lemon tea when he was suddenly called out. "Zhou Yu, isn't your shop supposed to be reservation-free?" The speaker was the older sister who had queued with Lin Wangshu, fanning herself, her eyes blinking with a hint of curiosity. Just then, the group that had been turned away by the man in the gray t-shirt was still nearby, all ears for the commotion. Yes. How come you reserved for that young lady? An elder chimed in. I've watched you grow up. Zhou Yu was about to explain when the older sister cut him off, waving her fan triumphantly like a detective. Old Wang, you don't understand. That young lady and Xiao Yu have a special bond. Xiao Yu, ISNT that right? Huh. If you say ordinary, it's quite ordinary. But if you say extraordinary, it seems it's not so ordinary after all. Zhou Yu was caught off guard by the question, merely managing a vague smile. What? Old man, you're so straightforward. He exclaimed, slapping his thigh. No way, Xiao Yu, is she your girlfriend? Not really. Zhou Yu scratched his head. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, just a wall away, Mu Ging, though not visible, had pressed herself against the door, eavesdropping intently, her ear almost pressed through the crack. Not really? She mentally echoed the word. Not really? ISNT that obvious? Round it off, and it's just a matter of time. When Lin Wangshu returned to the car, the meat floss buns were sealed in Mu Guiying's exquisite packaging, rendering their aroma subtle. However, that cup of lemon tea was quite the opposite, with the fragrance of lemon and black tea flooding the back seat, instantly claiming the entire car's interior. It felt as if one were strolling along the banks of the Nile after a rain. Lin Wangshu took her first sip. It was slightly sweet, refreshingly so, perfectly balanced, and modest. The second sip revealed a unique flavor. Yes, there was lemon, but it was more than just lemon. The third sip was transcendent. A wondrous emotion surged from her throat to her heart, striking her soul once more. Lin Wangshu set down the cup and exhaled softly. How can he be so remarkable? Of course, she was determined to provide feedback. Sipping her lemon tea, she pulled out her phone and began typing away in the messaging app. Yet upon finishing, Lin Wangshu belatedly realized that her 200 words were primarily effusive praise. It seemed she hadn't offered any constructive criticism at all. Gazing at the screen, she couldn't help but chuckle softly. Unfortunately, at that moment, no one was there to witness her delight. Leaning back in her seat, the sunlight streamed through the car window, illuminating her fingertips and the keyboard, casting a delicate golden hue over her hair. It was a radiant and captivating sight. Had anyone seen her, they would likely feel the same enchanting thrill as she did after those 3 sips of lemon tea, a direct hit to the soul. However, Lin Wangshu had no intention of deleting her 200 words of effusive praise. Praise as you will, fear not his pride. In conclusion, she added 2 words, thank you. Send. Lin Wangshu then opened QQ Space and posted a status accompanied by a freshly taken photograph of lemon tea and meat floss cake. Bathed in the slanting rays of the setting sun through the car window, the lemon tea and meat floss cake rested quietly on the back seat armrest. The color palette was refreshing, and the composition surprisingly pleasing to the eye. The caption read, "Today I discovered a delightful shop. The cake is delectable, and the lemon tea is equally delightful." Chapter 36, The First Date. In the restaurant's kitchen, Zhou Yu leaned against the countertop, one hand gripping a cloth dusted with flour while the other casually scrolled through his phone. Having just read the glowing review Lin Wangshu sent via text, he opened QQ Space and saw her newly updated status. Within a minute, it had garnered numerous likes. Although Lin Wangshu refused friend requests on QQ, her space was public, leading to a steady stream of curious visitors each day. In a sense, the influence of this campus star was undeniably significant. In no time, many had begun to comment and share, with one remarking, "Which shop is this? Seeking recommendations. Please share the name. I shall visit tomorrow." Another chimed in, "This photo exudes such ambience." Indeed, there was no shortage of interest. It was as if she had inadvertently provided an excellent advertisement. In a previous life, Lin Wangshu would have hesitated to promote on Weibo without a hefty sum of millions. "Thank you, Lin the star." Zhou Yu chuckled softly, his finger hovering over the comment button before he exited QQ, returning to his lemon tea preparations. He had actually made 4 cups using different types of black tea. After comparison, the one with the most authentic flavor was promptly designated for Lin Wangshu. Nearby, Mu Guiying cracked eggs while casting a lingering glance at Zhou Yu. Her thoughts unspoken. That female classmate of yours. Which one? The one who just came to collect the meat floss cake. Oh, you mean Lin Wangshu? She is indeed exceptionally beautiful. I'm merely asking as you seem to have a good rapport. Yes, quite well. Oh, half an hour later. Zhou Yu had nearly finished tidying up the materials and utensils for the lemon tea. Just then, Lin Wangshu returned after dropping off her things. The two set off together toward the shopping mall where they would dine that evening. This mall was the latest addition in Linen City, renowned for its prime location, brand selections, and upscale decor. Indeed, one of the finest in the city. It was just a few streets away from Zhou Yu's small restaurant. However, due to subway construction, the roads were heavily congested, with the navigation app displaying a solid line of red. This was the primary reason for the traffic jam on the main road near the small restaurant. Yet on foot, they could easily reach it in about 20 minutes, perfect for stimulating their appetites. The restaurant was chosen by Si Bangzi, a newly opened establishment featuring creative fusion cuisine that artfully blended Eastern and Western flavors, boasting a high popularity. Even with a frugal selection, the average cost per person would start at several hundred yuan. If one were to indulge, there would be no upper limit. Moreover, reservations only accepted prepaid deposits. In this day and age, such prices were exorbitant, particularly for students. Even for an ordinary working-class family, it was quite a stretch. This hefty fellow truly knew how to pick a place. Fortunately, Lady Lin was not lacking in beauty or wealth. That said, Si Bangzi was not one to exploit such opportunities. Coming from a well-to-do family himself and being a generous food lover, he would happily treat friends even at a cost to his own wallet. Before departing, Zhou Yu casually called Si Bangzi, thinking that since they lived nearby, they might as well walk together. Zhou Yu had never been one to prioritize one brother over another and had no intention of dismissing Si Bangzi. Although tonight marked the first date of their lives, it was merely a dinner, nothing extraordinary. Yet, who could have anticipated that this hefty fellow would fall ill with gastroenteritis from overindulging in seafood just yesterday? As soon as the call connected, a cacophony of groans erupted. He was unable to leave home, let alone the bathroom. Such occurrences were not surprising for Si Bangzi. Women have their monthly cycles. Si Bangzi had his monthly tribulations. Upset stomachs were a regular occurrence for him. Zhou Yu sighed, reflecting, "Truly, my thoughtful brother. Even gastroenteritis is timely." But he still expressed a hint of concern. "It seems Si Bangzi has gastroenteritis. I fear he may not be able to join us today." Upon hearing this, Lin Wangshu hesitated. "Is he all right? Should we change our plans?" "No worries. He insists we go ahead and eat." Zhou Yu waved his hand dismissively, smiling as he interrupted. When they arrived at the mall, it was still not yet 4 o'clock. Their reservation at the restaurant was for 7. With plenty of time to spare, Zhou Yu suggested they catch a movie. Indeed, from the moment Lin Wangshu came to collect the meat floss cake, every step had been meticulously planned by Zhou Yu. Everything was calculated, the only variable being Si Bangzi's absence. But was this not a fortuitous turn of events? Lin Wangshu pondered for a moment, realizing there was no better alternative, and agreed to the proposal. Thus, the two began selecting a film. It is worth mentioning that this mall housed 2 cinemas. One was a large chain theater showcasing currently released blockbuster films, such as the summer hits Transformers, Pirates of the Caribbean, At World's End, and Harry Potter and the Order of the Phoenix. The other was a more intimate private cinema, screening films that had previously aired, most of which could not be shown in theaters. Many horror films that had been unable to screen domestically circulated in disc form, such as Dead Silence, Silent Hill, Ju-On, and The Ring. For Zhou Yu, he had already watched these blockbuster films on his computer during his university days. As for those horror films, they were indeed classics that had endured through the years. Thus, later on, when he was with Lin Wangshu, they would occasionally gather to watch classic horror films. However, not once had they managed to watch one to completion. They had attempted Dead Silence 3 times and still had not finished it. Not because it was too frightening, but because those who had experienced it understood that couples watching horror films were generally not focused on the plot. Instead, they sought the thrill of heightened heartbeats in the dim atmosphere, naturally drawing closer to one another. Hence, many couples preferred to rendezvous in such private cinemas for horror film viewings. The ambience of these private cinemas was, to be frank, more than just slightly suggestive. The dim lighting and mediocre soundproofing provided a space where two could comfortably lie side by side on tatami mats. The 2-hour duration of the film, whether it can be completed, is entirely subject to fate. Such is the nature of this era, and it shall undoubtedly be the same for generations to come. Zhou Yu has always felt that such places lack cleanliness. The hygiene is inferior to that of hotels, and the air is perpetually imbued with an indefinable odor. Zhou Yu even harbors a peculiar illusion. He believes he can smell the fragrance of the heather flowers through the door. However, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that the 18-year-old Lin Wangshu may not yet realize that these private cinemas are not merely venues for watching films. For her, the choice of film is of paramount importance, while the cinema itself is but a secondary consideration. Thus, standing at the entrance of the cinema, she finds herself in a quandary over her selection. The promotional flyers flip through her fingers. Her gaze occasionally becomes vacant, then critical, as she is ensnared in profound indecision. Passers-by inevitably steal glances at her, either intentionally or inadvertently, for Lin Wangshu's striking visage and poise are truly remarkable. Unlike an ordinary girl, she exudes an air of confidence and composure. Lin Wangshu is genuinely audacious. She possesses a certain fascination for horror films. Yet, to expect her to be so frightened that she would dive into your embrace, that is an impossibility. The reverse, however, may hold some truth. Moreover, were she to enter this private cinema, given the current dynamics of their relationship, she would undoubtedly feel compelled to leave, overwhelmed by the suffocating atmosphere. The two would likely emerge, awkwardly trailing one another, creating a rather uncomfortable situation. Thus, Zhou Yu decisively pointed toward the distant poster, making a choice for the two of them. How about we watch this one? An Unspoken Secret? Lin Wangshu instinctively read the title from the poster. It appeared to be a romance film. I've heard it's quite good, Zhou Yu remarked. In truth, neither Zhou Yu nor Lin Wangshu had a penchant for romantic art films. They often felt they strayed too far from reality, particularly with that pretentious artistic flair that made one feel quite uncomfortable. Yet, this film was not merely a romantic art piece. It was more of a mystery infused with musical elements. At that time, Cho was still engrossed in his directorial pursuits, and this film marked the pinnacle of his directorial career, after which he did not independently direct another film. Then let us watch this, Lin Wangshu suggested. Conveniently, she had already seen all the other blockbusters playing in theaters during the summer, leaving this one as the sole unviewed option. Serendipitously, a showing was set to begin in just 10 minutes. The two quickly purchased their tickets and, being among the first patrons of the newly opened cinema, were given a complimentary large bucket of popcorn. Zhou Yu cheerfully carried the bucket, following Lin Wangshu as they entered the screening room. Inside the theater, fewer than half the seats were occupied, yet the majority of the attendees were couples, intimately holding hands as they nestled into the corners of the auditorium. The darker and more secluded spots were evidently the most coveted. Thus, even though Zhou Yu and Lin Wangshu had acquired their tickets just 10 minutes before the show, they managed to secure seats right in the center. Their view was unobstructed and conspicuous, particularly for Lin Wangshu, who was ever so striking. Among the patrons entering, several could not help but fixate their eyes upon her, momentarily entranced and unable to look away until jolted back to reality by a sharp pinch from their respective girlfriends. Yet, those lingering gazes were not easily quelled, as they discreetly began to assess the young man seated beside her. A few, with a modicum of restraint, after stealing a glance at Lin Wangshu, subtly shifted their focus to her companion. Who could this fortunate individual be? How enviable indeed. Thus, within a matter of seconds, Zhou Yu found himself the center of attention in the screening room. What was he doing, you may wonder? Completely oblivious, he was engrossed in studying the popcorn. As patrons continued to take their seats, the film had yet to commence, and the lights remained illuminated. Yet, one or two couples had already begun to kiss. The atmosphere in the cinema was difficult to define. Was it tinged with flirtation, or was it simply the humid air thick with hormones? It dawned upon Lin Wangshu that this might indeed be her first time watching a movie with a boy. Previously, her cinema outings had been solely with family or female friends. Before entering, she had given it little thought, approaching the experience with openness and candor. After all, it was merely a film. Who could have anticipated that the ambience in the screening room would be so charged? After all, the film currently showing bore the label of romance, attracting couples in droves. Even the ever-composed Lin Wangshu, who could navigate any scenario with ease, felt a hint of discomfort for the first time. Unconsciously, she straightened her posture, unsure of where to direct her gaze. Suddenly, she felt a gentle nudge on her arm. Before her appeared the overflowing bucket of popcorn, though it seemed to have been selectively chosen. Half of it was plain, while the other half bore caramel coloring. Zhou Yu turned the caramel portion towards her and pushed it forward. "Here, you should try this. It's the tastier half," he said casually, his eyes clear and inviting. Lin Wangshu paused momentarily, and the slight discomfort born of the environment dissipated like ripples on a sunlit water surface. "Thank you," she replied, taking a piece and placing it in her mouth. It was crispy and sweet, the flavor spreading delightfully across her palate, down to her very heart. Today's popcorn was exceptionally sweet. Fortunately, at that moment, the film officially began, drawing Lin Wangshu's attention back to the screen. Her gaze quickly fixated on the large display, her entire being immersed in the unfolding narrative. Zhou Yu had seen this film in a past life, and at that time, he had watched it alongside Lin Wangshu. The plot was straightforward, depicting the male protagonist playing a piano piece, traversing time to encounter and fall in love with the female lead. However, the suspense and pacing were masterfully executed, and the revelation of the mystery was unexpectedly stunning. Watching it again, Zhou Yu found himself less captivated. He glanced at the screen, then could not resist stealing furtive glances at the intensely focused Lin Wangshu. The flickering light from the screen cast dancing shadows across her face. As she gazed intently ahead, her eyelashes occasionally fluttered down, creating soft shadows that brushed lightly across her cheeks. In that light, she appeared profoundly serene, like a still frame extracted from a cinematic tableau, a beauty so exquisite that one dared not disturb it. This scene felt strikingly real. It was no dream. Zhou Yu reminisced about every date he had shared with Lin Wangshu in his past life. When with her, it is exceedingly difficult to walk openly beneath the sun, not to mention strolling in daylight. Even under the cloak of night with a mask, it is nearly impossible. Most encounters and dates transpire within the confines of her home, a hotel, or other utterly private settings. The car windows are tightly sealed, curtains drawn, hats pulled low, evading all possible gazes. Their time together consists predominantly of gaming sessions, rather than engaging in the mundane activities typical of a couple. Such normalcy seems a luxury. Sitting here now, in the cinema, openly watching a film side by side, sharing a bucket of popcorn, is an experience once deemed inconceivable. Reflecting on the past, during all those long years, they had only ventured into a cinema together once. It was a midnight showing, with few patrons, an atmosphere enveloped in silence. Yet even then, they dared not walk side by side, opting instead for two adjacent seats, each purchasing a separate ticket, entering one after the other, akin to strangers fortuitously seated near one another. That day, Zhou Yu held a bucket of popcorn much like he does now. However, due to their pretense of unfamiliarity, they exchanged hardly a word. Only during the film did Lin Wangshu quietly reach into his arms for a handful of popcorn in the dark. Upon returning home, she whispered her dissatisfaction. "I barely had 5 pieces, all bland and lacking caramel. So unappetizing." Cinema popcorn often tends to be predominantly plain, while the caramel-coated ones, though scarce, are exceptionally delightful. Yet, she was not genuinely lamenting those few pieces of popcorn. Zhou Yu understood her sentiment. Thus, he chuckled and promised, "Next time, I'll pick them out for you. You can simply enjoy them." Regrettably, that next time never came, despite their meticulous precautions. That single outing was captured by a photographer, but fortunately, the image only featured Lin Wangshu, failing to notice Zhou Yu beside her. Since then, every time he passes by a cinema, a twinge of indescribable regret stirs within him. Therefore, the moment he settled into his seat, the first thing he did was silently set aside the caramel popcorn, fulfilling that casually made promise. This time, however, she was right beside him. The lights illuminated their surroundings, the audience nearby, and they were no longer a secret to be concealed. Rebirth, it seems, is quite a delightful affair, Zhou Yu mused. Chapter 38, Unspoken Secrets. The film, lasting just 100 minutes, concluded almost as soon as the credits began to roll. Lin Wangshu felt a sense of unfulfilled longing, for the plot had taken unexpected twists, overturning her preconceived notions of romantic films. Additionally, the popcorn at this cinema was surprisingly delectable, each piece sweet and crisp, leading her to unconsciously consume more than usual. As the movie ended and the house lights brightened, Lin Wangshu noticed the bucket of popcorn between them still held a considerable amount. After glancing down for a few seconds, she observed that nearly all that remained were the plain pieces, indicating someone had meticulously sorted through the contents. She said nothing, merely picked up her bag and followed Zhou Yu out of the screening room. It was nearly mealtime, so they proceeded to a restaurant. Strictly speaking, this establishment was not located within a mall, but in a standalone building connected to it. The lighting design and decor reflected great thoughtfulness, embodying an industrial style intertwined with a sense of quietude and restraint. In this era, its design was remarkably avant-garde, and the prices matched that forward-thinking spirit. They had secured a scenic table by the window. With a slight turn of his head, Zhou Yu could gaze upon the skyline of Linen City, where the evening lights began to shimmer against the glass facades of towering buildings. In a decade's time, nearly every one of those edifices would display massive posters of the same individual, her face illuminating the city night, whether through endorsements or promotional films. At that moment, the woman adored by millions sat quietly before him, perusing the menu, her features softly illuminated by the light, exuding an ethereal chill. She was so near that it felt as though he could reach out and touch her. "Why don't you take a look at the menu? You can order." "I'm open to anything," Lin Wangshu suggested. "Open to anything?" He chuckled inwardly. If anyone was truly flexible, it was him. Lin, the star, was notoriously finicky. Without hesitation, Zhou Yu picked up the menu and began to order with ease and confidence. Finally, he added, "And let us have the black truffle baked lily as well. Oh, and please, no scallions on any of the dishes." Though her expression remained impassive, waves of emotion surged within Lin Wangshu. Each dish he selected was her favorite, even the obscure black truffle-baked lily, which he had identified with uncanny precision. This was no mere coincidence or matter of shared tastes. Lin Wangshu discreetly scrutinized him, a peculiar thought creeping into her mind. Was this man perhaps a bit uncanny? Was it truly a perfect alignment of fate? Or, as Jiang Yuan had jested, was he truly a son of the stars, capable of reading minds? Regardless of the explanation, the impact on Lin Wangshu was profound. She nodded slightly, refraining from further comment, simply pressing her lips together to suppress the delicate emotions swelling within her. They proceeded to dine while casually discussing the film's plot. "What did you think of the movie?" Zhou Yu inquired. "It was quite good, very creative," she responded, nodding. "Indeed, especially the final segment," Zhou Yu remarked. Zhou Dong sat amidst the flames, playing secret, as time rewound back to his reunion with Gue Luanmei. Lin Wangshu smiled softly. After a moment of silence, she unexpectedly asked, "Do you think one can truly traverse time and space?" Zhou Yu was taken aback, for in their previous life, she had posed the same question with identical intonation, without a single word of difference. At that instant, he found it challenging to discern whether it was a memory from the past or a moment from the present. However, he quickly regained his composure. In his former life, he had answered, "No, that's not scientific." Yet, having experienced rebirth, Zhou Yu lowered his gaze slightly and replied, "Of course it is possible. Do you wish to return to a past moment?" She inquired. "No," Zhou Yu responded decisively, although it had already reopened once. Zhou Yu chose to live in the present. The past and the future could not compare. The present was the finest of all. "What about you?" Zhou Yu inquired. "I do have some thoughts. What would you like to return to?" Perhaps 8 years ago," came the response. "But that was during elementary school. How dull." "That's a secret." "A secret?" "An unspoken secret." Their conversation shifted to the pieces Zhou Gong played in the film, discussing the melodies that seemed to be his own compositions. "Those pieces are quite beautiful, aren't they? I believe he wrote them himself," Zhou Yu remarked. Lin Wangshu shook her head. Not at all. They are adaptations of Chopin's waltzes. The structure and melody are quite recognizable. Is that so? I don't really understand music, Zhou Yu said, raising an eyebrow. If you listen to the original, you'll see. Those waltzes are quite famous, with minimal alterations, Lin Wangshu replied nonchalantly. How do you know so much? Zhou Yu asked with a smile, feigning ignorance. I studied piano for many years as a child. Impressive, but I haven't seen you play at any of the past 3 New Year's galas or graduation parties. Zhou Yu noted. Lin Wangshu paused slightly, her hand gripping the chopsticks, faltering as she gazed at the food in her bowl. What is the point of playing piano? I stopped long ago. That is quite unfortunate, Zhou Yu remarked. Unfortunate about what? I genuinely wish you would continue to play. Why is that? There isn't really a reason. It's simply because you enjoy it. The two conversed back and forth, lacking a specific theme, yet fully engaged. Neither noticed that the guests at the adjacent empty table had seemingly arrived. Oh dear, Teacher Sue. Let me tell you, this restaurant is notoriously difficult to book. Thankfully, the owner is a friend of mine, and he arranged this table for us last minute. A loud and oblivious male voice suddenly erupted in a quiet restaurant, drawing the attention of several nearby diners. Zhou Yu and Lin Wangshu's dialogue was abruptly interrupted as they exchanged glances, almost instinctively turning to locate the source of the sound. A man and a woman were present. The man, of modest height, donned a tailored suit, his hair meticulously styled. A smile plastered on his face as he occasionally adjusted his somewhat taut suit jacket, subtly revealing a gleaming Rolex Daytona on his wrist. Zhou Yu cast a quick glance, and then nonchalantly shifted his gaze away. Fake. Quite obviously fake, he thought, recalling that he had owned a Daytona in his previous life. Something Lin Wangshu would undoubtedly fail to discern. The young lady likely had never encountered counterfeit goods in her life, let alone suspect that someone would wear a fake watch so ostentatiously. The woman across from the man was none other than his homeroom teacher, Su Yuin. Zhou Yu was taken aback and promptly lowered his head. Fortunately, Su Yuin's back was turned, and she had yet to notice him. Chapter 39. An unexpected encounter with the teacher on a blind date. It wasn't he that he felt embarrassed to greet her. Rather, it was the environment and atmosphere. Sitting across from him was the renowned school beauty of Lin in middle school, and he feared being labeled as a wolf by the teacher, which could lead to accusations of early romantic involvement. Of course, such concerns were solely Zhou Yu's, as in reality. Who would believe he could be involved with the school beauty? The teacher would never entertain such thoughts. Although Lin in middle school was generally open-minded and tolerant, turning a blind eye to many things as long as academic performance was satisfactory, he had just stumbled down from the mountain peak in the recent class placement exam. His grades were hardly a solid foundation for graduation. Adhering to the principle of avoiding unnecessary trouble, Zhou Yu quietly lowered his head, slipping into stealth mode. The man flaunting the fake Daytona continued to speak boisterously. Hello, Teacher Sue. Let me introduce myself. My name is Su Chong. We are family. I've been informed about your situation by the introducer. Oh, so this is indeed a blind date, Zhou Yu thought. You should already be aware of my background. I graduated with my bachelor's from RMIT and completed my master's in Bangkok. RMIT? Sounds impressive, Zhou Yu mused, though in reality, it was merely an R added to MIT, which placed it hundreds of ranks lower in the world rankings. Moreover, who would actually travel to Thailand for a master's degree? Although Bangkok has developed quite well in later years, it barely measures up to the standards of a second-tier domestic city. Besides, it was still 2007. Although I'm currently unemployed, I should be working in IPOs soon, with an annual salary that. He gestured with his hand to indicate a figure, implying, yes, I may be unemployed now, but my future is bright. What a talent. Suddenly, all those who had merely been stealing glances turned their attention fully towards him. Sitting up straighter, ears perked. Who could resist the allure of gossip? Who could turn away from the spectacle of someone making a fool of themselves? No one. The usually reserved girl unconsciously lowered her head and glanced over at the neighboring table. Zhou Yu realized she too had entered spectator mode. Oh really? Su Yuin smiled, her demeanor awkwardly polite. Today, she was acting uncharacteristically. Gone was her usual commanding presence. Instead, she embodied the image of a potential bride. adorned in a floral dress and a light white knit shawl. The ensemble accentuated her figure while cleverly concealing her legs, amplifying her virtues and hiding her shortcomings. Most notably, the fierce intensity she typically exuded was replaced by a gentle and soft-spoken demeanor. Today, Zhou Yu was no longer the formidable teacher with an intimidating aura, but rather a charming and graceful lady. Ah, it seems that teacher Zhou has two sides to her, Zhou Yu mused. Yet most of the time, it was the suitor monopolizing the conversation, while Zhou Yu was forced to play along, occasionally smiling when she was too lazy to engage further. By all appearances, she didn't seem interested at all, more like someone reluctantly coerced into a blind date by family. Zhou Yu and Lin Wangshu continued their casual conversation, all the while eavesdropping on the eloquent proclamations of the elite suitor at the adjoining table. In truth, Lin Wangshu did not know Zhou Yu well, having spent most of her time at Qiushi College, far removed from the general teaching building. Most teachers in her grade were unfamiliar faces to her. As they listened, the elite suitor made several amusing remarks. "Teacher Zhou, I heard from Aunt Wang that you are quite ambitious and self-reliant. Ambitious people can become quite weary. Now, you won't need to be so strong anymore because your strength has arrived. Teacher Zhou, your car must be worth around 400,000, right? A girl doesn't need to drive such a nice car. Once we're married, I'll drive you to work every day." At these moments, Zhou Yu and Lin Wangshu would share knowing smiles, their mutual understanding deepening through the act of consuming gossip. After a while, as the meal was nearing its conclusion, Lin Wangshu rose to head to the restroom, leaving Zhou Yu at the table to await her return. Meanwhile, at the adjacent table, the elite suitor seemed increasingly self-important, utterly oblivious to the indifference and impatience etched on Zhou Yu's face. "Zhou, let us marry in the future and have 2 children, shall we? I have even thought of names for them. What do you think?" he proclaimed, rising slightly to seize Zhou Yu's hand. Startled, she widened her eyes and shook her hand vigorously, but to no avail. Her tone was as frigid as ice. "No, Mr. Zhou, please let go, would you?" Yet, the man merely chuckled, refusing to release her grip and brazenly escalating his advances. Zhou Yu's brow furrowed. He had no desire to meddle, preferring to remain a bystander. However, witnessing the scene before him, coupled with the memories of Sue's unfortunate marriage from his past life, compelled him to intervene. Rising, he picked up the remaining half-glass of orange juice and strode towards the neighboring table. Just as he was about to approach, his foot slipped. The orange-hued liquid arced gracefully, splattering perfectly across the man's sleeve and collar. "My sincerest apologies," Zhou Yu exclaimed, feigning surprise and helplessness. "I slipped." His tone was earnest, his expression innocent, as the last few drops of juice dripped from his cup. The elite suitor's face darkened instantly upon realizing his sleeve was dampened and juice stains marred his white shirt collar. Even the ostentatious Daytona on his wrist was not spared from a mishap. Meanwhile, Zhou Yu discreetly withdrew her hand and quietly stood up, creating a safe distance from the pretentious man. That was sufficient. The elite suitor sprang to his feet, pointing an accusatory finger at Zhou Yu, ready to unleash his wrath. "You little brat," Zhou Yu grinned, his tone simultaneously sincere and infuriating. "Zhou Yu?" Zhou Yu finally noticed. "Little Sue, what are you doing here?" Zhou Yu feigned surprise. "I'm just having dinner with a friend," he replied with a smile. The elite suitor flicked the orange juice from his clothes, sizing Zhou Yu up from head to toe, noting the absence of any designer labels. In an era where students with a modicum of means would sport AJ sneakers, or perhaps later LV trainers, this youth appeared to be clad in what seemed to be warrior shoes. The man sneered inwardly, thinking, where did this impoverished lad come from? He looks like someone who has never been exposed to the finer things in life. He certainly doesn't seem capable of ordering from this restaurant on his own. Probably just tagging along with a wealthier classmate for a free meal, he surmised. With a boastful tone, he declared, "Kid, do you have any idea how much my watch and outfit cost?" He deliberately raised his wrist, showcasing the juice-stained Daytona that gleamed under the lights. Zhou Yu cast a casual glance at the watch and then at the man's orange-tinged suit, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Is 200 enough for this attire of yours?" He replied calmly. 200. The suitor felt his blood pressure spike. Huh, he chuckled, attempting to regain control of the situation. This watch alone is worth 20. Before he could finish, Zhou Yu interrupted with a cheeky grin. Uncle, why not give me a receipt, and I'll buy you a new one? The suitor was taken aback. Did you just call me what? Uncle, I can't be more than 7 years older than you. Zhou Yu's smile was sincere, but his politeness seemed to provoke ire. Most importantly, the mention of a receipt puzzled him. How could he possibly provide one? The watch was a counterfeit he purchased from a top-selling store online, costing less than 300. He didn't even have the original packaging, let alone a receipt. Just as he was pondering how to redirect the conversation, Zhou Yu interjected, I'll compensate. How much for your clothing and watch? I'll cover it. Zhou Yu was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected Zhou Yu to come to his rescue. However, he knew the elite suitor's ensemble, along with the fake watch, was hardly worth much. Yet, prideful as he was, he wouldn't admit it. Zhou Yu took the opportunity to add with a smile, regardless, Uncle, just make sure to present a receipt. Their banter flowed seamlessly, a perfect duet. The suitor's face turned a shade of crimson, his mouth twitching in frustration. If he were to demand compensation, he couldn't very well state the real price. Maintaining his facade was better than appearing petty, so he waved his hand dismissively, forcing a smile. Forget it, forget it. I'm not one to quarrel with a young lad like you. It's no trouble at all, Mr. Su. I'll cover it. Zhou Yu maintained her polite demeanor, her expression impassive, as if attending to a formal matter. The elite suitor found himself momentarily speechless, grinning awkwardly. Su, let us not be so formal with one another. We're all family here. No need for such distance. He even pretended to wink affectionately. Zhou Yu rolled her eyes, arms crossed, leaning back in her seat to observe his antics with quiet disdain. She felt the urge to berate him, but held her tongue, reverting to her usual stern demeanor. Seeing his efforts thwarted, the suitor redirected his ire towards the waiter. This incident occurred in your establishment. I'm an old friend of your boss. He emphasized the connection, ensuring everyone in the restaurant could hear. If news of this spreads, it would reflect poorly on your establishment. Surely, you must provide some form of resolution. It was evident he was attempting to extort a discount from the restaurant. Unfortunately, the manager was absent that day, and the server before him was a new intern. Upon hearing his demands, she turned crimson, feeling utterly helpless as images of being dismissed on her first day flooded her mind. ISNT, that right? The suitor continued, but his voice faltered. His gaze had shifted, and he became speechless. Lin Wangshu had returned from the restroom. The restaurant's lighting was exquisitely designed, with a lack of central fixtures, relying instead on an array of recessed and spotlighting. As she walked closer, it seemed as if the lights conspired to illuminate her, casting a gentle, ethereal glow upon her, lending her an otherworldly grace. Zhou Yu, what brings you to this table? Lin Wangshu inquired. Zhou Yu maintained his composure. Oh, I just discovered that this is my homeroom teacher, little Su. I came over to say hello. Lin Wangshu nodded slightly, turning to Zhou Yu. Hello, teacher Su. Zhou Yu also nodded but couldn't help but widen her eyes slightly. The most stunning student at Linen High School in the past decade, the universally acknowledged belle of the school, Lin Wangshu, was someone she was certainly familiar with. Yet the friend dining with Zhou Yu, is she? It's quite unexpected that the CPU has overheated. Indeed, teacher Su never considered the possibility of early romance, given the vast disparity between the two, whether in appearance or family background. This scene must have been particularly astonishing for the elite suitor. The young lady does not seem like an ordinary person, not to mention her attire. Her demeanor exudes an air of nobility and aloofness. Most importantly, she is extraordinarily beautiful. I have never encountered a girl as stunning as her. Let us go. Lin Wangshu turned to Zhou Yu and said, Aren't we going to settle the bill? Zhou Yu inquired. Throughout the meal, Lin Wangshu's bag had remained on the seat. And in this day and age, electronic payments were virtually non-existent. Cash was still the predominant method. Upon hearing this, the suitor's eyelids twitched violently. Is this lad trying to mooch off a meal? And not just any meal, but one from someone extraordinary. Has he latched onto a wealthy woman? Lin Wangshu spoke nonchalantly. The bill has been taken care of. Taken care of? Zhou Yu raised an eyebrow. Yes, she replied casually while picking up her bag. This establishment is an investment for my mother, but she can't be bothered to manage it. Now, the profits serve as my pocket money. Zhou Yu, I see. My apologies for the intrusion. The Lin family's wealth is indeed ubiquitous. He glanced back at the elite suitor who had been pretending all this while. What a sight. He had truly positioned himself in front of the daughter of the boss, hoping to benefit from her. The suitor, having overheard, visibly paled, his complexion resembling a spilled palette of paint, and he appeared to be choking on words, unable to utter a sound. Zhou Yu chuckled and shook his head, bidding farewell to Su Yuyin, and left the restaurant alongside Lin Wangshu. Did you spill that orange juice? Lin Wangshu asked. Yes. I didn't initially notice teacher Su was also present, Zhou Yu replied with a teasing tone, but I assure you, it was purely accidental. Do you believe me? Lin Wangshu tilted her head, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly, yet she chose not to respond. The date, having concluded its meal, was nearly at an end. Had it not been for Zhou Yu's design, they would have simply dined and parted ways. However, it was rather coincidental that just moments ago, the moonlight was gentle, and the evening breeze mild, only to be abruptly replaced by a torrential downpour. Many cities exhibit such behavior. Once it rains, drivers seem to collectively forget how to operate their vehicles. Linen City was no exception. The already chaotic traffic around the commercial district now faced outright paralysis. Cars were immobile, and the roads were utterly flooded. To make matters worse, 2 minor collisions occurred at the garage entrance. Returning home was relatively easy for Zhou Yu. A little rain and a brisk run would suffice. However, the driver sent to pick up Lin Wangshu was stuck 2 kilometers away, unable to advance or retreat. What could be done? They could only wait. Thus, the 2 wandered aimlessly around the mall, and just as they decided to find a place to sit, someone called out to Zhou Yu. Hey, handsome, would you like to play a game? Our new store has many gifts. Upon turning, they saw a girl in camouflage attire, clutching a stack of flyers, standing in front of a newly opened archery range. This was not a shooting range, but rather a traditional bow and arrow venue. The flyer girl had been distributing pamphlets all day, aiming to lure customers inside, as every patron counted towards her KPI. She scrutinized the pair before her, noting their youth, likely just past adulthood. The girl beside her was breathtakingly beautiful. As for the young man next to her, he appeared clean and sprightly, somewhat attractive and tall, yet he fell short in terms of looks when compared to her. Nevertheless, she had seen this dynamic many times before. Often, such arrangements ended in disappointment. Yet, she had a reliable tactic that worked in any situation, regardless of the relationship. Handsome, how about trying your luck? We have a grand opening event today. If you hit the designated rings with 10 arrows, there are surprise gifts. Your girlfriend is so beautiful. Win her a prize. Generally, no man could refuse such an invitation. However, Zhou Yu could, because he had no money in his pocket. I'm sorry, I'm broke, he said, raising his hands in a gesture of explanation, just as he was about to clarify that she wasn't his girlfriend. Unexpectedly, the previously silent Lin Wangshu interjected, I'll give it a try. She crossed her arms, gazing thoughtfully toward the archery range. Zhou Yu was taken aback. He had forgotten that she was someone who couldn't resist the allure of shooting. A few minutes later, inside the venue, the flyer girl was demonstrating the basic archery stance and technique to Lin Wangshu. Zhou Yu stood nearby, hands in his pockets, casually surveying the surroundings. The newly opened store still had a noticeable odor of formaldehyde in the air. The establishment spanned approximately 200 square meters, with a wall entirely covered in mirrors that expanded the space visually. At the far end stood a row of targets, while at the other end were novice archers pulling back their bows, arrows flying in a flurry, leaving no target unscathed. The business seemed to be thriving. In this era, such entertainment-focused archery venues were still quite rare. In the future, nearly every mall would have one. Lin Wangshu frequented a club that offered a variety of shooting activities, including realistic firearms, air guns, bows, and crossbows. Occasionally, she even participated in legitimate shooting ranges abroad, practicing with real firearms like the Desert Eagle, AK-47, M4A1, and P5 Glock, and Barrett anti-material sniper rifles. To be honest, Zhou Yu had become quite adept at traditional archery, influenced by his past experiences. I am Zhou Yu, the foremost archer of Shanghai. Yet, he was not one to seek the spotlight. As often, overt displays of talent could be misinterpreted as arrogance, which others would find off-putting. Most importantly, he understood Lin Wangshu's character. She was not the type to admire someone simply for being skilled. Rather, she would see such prowess as a challenge, one she would strive to surpass. He recalled a time when they played a game together, and she, having little experience, was initially outmatched. But a few days later, she returned, having defeated him 7 times. There was no need for that, truly. Thus, at this moment, the first true archer of Shanghai chose to remain humble and hidden. Silence enveloped the scene, unbroken by intervention. With hands tucked into her pockets and an expression of serene composure, she stood to the side, quietly observing. Lin Wangshu was in the midst of drawing her bow. She stood erect, her left arm extended horizontally while her right hand pulled the bowstring taut. Her eyelashes gently brushed downward, her nose proud and straight, and her lips formed a clean, sharp line. With her chin slightly raised and her left eye partially closed, she exuded an air of icy detachment. The entirety of her presence resembled a meticulously crafted sketch, defined by crisp lines. Indeed, the art of archery was captivating. As the arrow left the bow with a whoosh, she remained still, her gaze unwavering. The arrow sliced through the air, striking the bull's eye. A perfect score of 10. The younger sister gasped, "Wow, you're incredible. You hit the bullseye on your first shot, and you're the first today." Lin Wangshu's eyes sparkled momentarily, the corners of her mouth betraying a hint of a smile. She turned to glance at Zhou Yu, her expression radiating brilliance, akin to a child who had just aced a test, eagerly awaiting praise. Zhou Yu chuckled, offering her a thumbs up, which she acknowledged with a proud tilt of her chin before pivoting back to continue her archery. Meanwhile, Zhou Yu observed quietly, listening to the music playing in the shop. The proprietor evidently possessed a refined taste, as the playlist was comprised solely of Jay Chou's songs, currently featuring Love Before Time from the 2001 album Fantasy. Coincidentally, this was one of Zhou Yu's favorite tracks. In that moment, he found the lyrics remarkably fitting. "You stand before the window, gazing at the inscription, while I quietly admire your beloved face beside you, relishing the scene of you being solely mine amidst the crowd." It was the same now. She stood before him, drawing her bow and focusing on the target, while he remained at her side, quietly admiring her cherished visage. He delighted in the moment where she belonged exclusively to him within the throng. As these thoughts crossed his mind, a smile unconsciously curled at the corners of his lips, bringing him joy. However, Lin Wangshu was gazing at him with an icy demeanor. "Why do you seem so pleased?" she inquired. "Oh, listen." Zhou Yu instinctively pointed to the ceiling, explaining, "They're playing one of my favorite songs, Love Before Time. The piano version is quite lovely too, though regrettably not available at the moment." It was only then that Zhou Yu noticed Lin Wangshu had only 3 arrows left from her original 10. Yet, there were only 5 arrows on the target. This indicated that 2 had missed their mark. Furthermore, she had only scored a perfect 10 on her first arrow, while the subsequent shots hovered around 8. Ironically, Lin Wangshu had just missed the target once, and he had genuinely laughed at that moment. Oh no, she probably thought he was mocking her for her misfire. "Not yet. How do you know it's not good?" Lin Wangshu replied coolly, not delving deeper into the matter. She simply set down her bow and began to dismantle her equipment. "Hey, aren't you going to continue?" The younger sister expressed surprise. "You currently have 42 points. If you score a 6 on each of the remaining 3 arrows, you can win a prize. With your skills, I'm sure you can do it." Lin Wangshu lowered her gaze, shaking her head, and said nothing further as she continued to dismantle her gear. Zhou Yu glanced at the prize list on the wall, sighing inwardly. Out of a possible 100 points for 10 arrows, 60 was merely a consolation prize. The so-called reward was a comical badge, Lick the Target Dog. The badge depicted a cartoon dog with its tongue out, licking a target, adorned in garish colors. It was mildly amusing, but highly insulting. Who on earth would want that? Especially for someone like Lin Wangshu, the top archer of Linen, a fiercely competitive FPS player. She would rather forego the prize than accept the Lick the Target Dog badge. Other medals were considerably more respectable. Third prize, 70 points, and above 3 commemorative Polaroid photos and a silver shooter badge. Second prize, 85 points and above, includes all third prize content, plus a free customized archery course. First prize, 95 points and above includes all second prize content, plus a pure platinum sharpshooter honor badge, featuring a sleek design of crossed bow and arrow, exuding an air of sophistication. Even Zhou Yu, a man in his 30s from the future, felt a twinge of desire upon seeing it. As for Lin Wangshu, she remained engrossed in her task, her demeanor still cold and composed. She was evidently displeased. Why not give another try? Zhou Yu approached, thrusting the bow and arrows into her embrace, leaving her no room for refusal. I actually quite like that badge, he said with a cheerful grin. You like to lick the target dog? Lin Wangshu seemed taken aback. Yes, it's so adorable. All right, let's continue. I'll teach you. Chapter 42, Silver Shooter. Saying this, Zhou Yu positioned himself behind Lin Wangshu, one hand steadying the bow she had just set down, while the other retrieved an arrow from the quiver. He knocked the arrow, drew the string, and readied the bow with fluidity. Spread your feet a little, shoulder-width apart, or slightly wider. Your stance should align with the target. Yes, just like that. Don't compress the tail of the arrow too tightly. It can cause misalignment. As you push the bow, relax your wrist, don't tense up. Good. Remember, when you release, your hand should remain straight. Hey, your hair is blowing into my mouth, he teased. Lin Wangshu, why are you staring at me? Focus. Now shoot. The bowstring twanged, and the arrow soared through the air. 10 points. The younger sister exclaimed in awe. Wow, that is amazing. In truth, women possess a subtlety they may not even recognize. When they are uninterested in someone, they instinctively shy away from any unintentional physical contact. Conversely, when a woman does not withdraw, it may not necessarily mean she is fond of you, but at the very least, she does not harbor any dislike. The onlooking younger sister observed Zhou Yu's hand resting on Lin Wangshu's shoulder and back, silently contemplating. This suitor might indeed have a chance. The archer remained fixated on the target, momentarily taken aback. Yet, the slight upward curve of her lips revealed her current delight. Meanwhile, the one instructing her had already knocked another arrow, preparing to shoot, playfully tapping her shoulder. Doing great. Let's keep going. The younger sister leaned against the railing, resting her chin on her hands, sporting a knowing smile. It was evident that Zhou Yu was entirely natural, with no ulterior motives. He simply wished to teach Lin Wangshu archery, hoping she wouldn't leave their first outing in a state of discontent. A little disappointment was still disappointment. At that moment, the cool girl remained oblivious to Zhou Yu's hand resting where it was, nor did she notice how her posture had subtly adjusted while shooting. For what overwhelmed her senses more than the physical contact was his presence, his scent. It ignited Lin Wangshu's nerves and consumed her thoughts. From the moment he drew near and steadied the bow, she felt enveloped by an invisible force. Especially as she aimed at the target, he seemed remarkably close. Close enough for her to sense his breath. It belonged to a unique scent of someone, an unusual fragrance that intoxicatingly enveloped her senses. So intoxicating, in fact, that her heartbeat felt almost uncontrollable. At that moment, Zhou Yu's gentle reminder to focus jolted her back to reality, prompting her to concentrate on archery. To her astonishment, her first arrow struck a perfect score of 10. The previously diminished confidence began to resurface. With Zhou Yu's meticulous guidance, her second arrow found its mark at 9. Lin Wangshu joyfully bounced in place, exclaiming, I am indeed the strongest. However, in her exuberance, she accidentally bumped her head against Zhou Yu's chin. Ouch! He let out a muffled groan, covering his chin as he looked down at her. Lin Wangshu tilted her head back, their gazes locking in an unexpectedly intimate moment. The proximity was startling, close enough for her to catch the reflection of herself in his pupils. An awkward silence enveloped them, thick with unspoken tension, until her younger sister broke the spell. You currently have 61 points, enough to be a target dog. She chirped cheerfully. If your last arrow scores 9 points, you'll qualify for 3rd place. You can earn a Polaroid camera and a silver marksman badge. Go for it, beauty. With only 1 arrow remaining, Zhou Yu retrieved it from the quiver. Yet this time, he refrained from knocking the arrow or drawing the bowstring. He merely glanced at her before stepping back, creating distance between them, allowing the subtle aura that surrounded him to dissipate. Lin Wangshu cast a sidelong glance at him, but remained silent. For the final arrow, "You can do it yourself," he affirmed with a nod, his tone light yet resolute. "You got this." With that, he handed her the last arrow. She took her stance, drew the bow, and aimed. Her expression turned serious, as if time itself had come to a standstill. All sounds faded away, and even the air felt particularly crisp. Then, she released the arrow. It sliced through the wind with a sharp whoosh. Almost simultaneously, her sister exclaimed, "10 points." In the ensuing silence, those words resonated like a coin dropping, crisp and clear. The onlookers, momentarily stunned, erupted into applause, gasps of astonishment, and even a few whistles. Lin Wangshu stood frozen for a second, overwhelmed by the hard-earned triumph of achieving a perfect score after weathering the storm. Her eyes sparkled brighter than before. "I am indeed the champion of Linen City." Instinctively, she turned and embraced Zhou Yu. "I did it." Her tone was filled with uncontainable joy, reminiscent of a child celebrating a victory. Zhou Yu chuckled, instinctively wrapping his arms around her in return. "Well done." At that moment, Lin Wangshu felt a twinge of realization, as if she had crossed a boundary. She quickly released him, stepping back and unsure of what to say, avoiding his gaze. Fortunately, her sister reappeared at just the right moment. "Let's see, 4, 2, 1, 0, 9, 10, 71 points in total," she declared. "You're amazing beauty. You've qualified for 3rd place." With that, she retrieved a beautifully crafted box from the counter. Inside lay the silver marksman badge. Though it may not possess the elegance of the platinum badge awarded for 1st place, it was still quite commendable. Lin Wangshu picked it up, examining it closely, her eyes shining with delight, her lips curling into a smile. The coldness melted away, replaced by a lively spirit. She was genuinely happy. Zhou Yu smiled as well, sharing in her joy. The strategies employed online and offline mirrored each other perfectly, with emotional support enhancing the experience. Regardless of how the first 2 arrows fared, Zhou Yu had always intended for Lin Wangshu to complete the final arrow on her own. Perhaps, for some gentle and soft-hearted individuals, scoring high with 3 arrows under guidance would bring joy. However, for someone like Lin Wangshu, who harbored a hint of pride and determination, achieving a high score independently would yield even greater happiness. As the saying goes, strategies must be tailored to the individual, educating according to one's abilities. Zhou Yu was acutely aware that Lin Wangshu possessed a certain innate talent for archery. Yet today marked her debut. Her first arrow was a pure display of talent, while her subsequent attempts faltered due to her sister's misguided instructions. With numerous guests and insufficient staff, her sister had been hastily recruited to play the role of coach. Thus, when Zhou Yu relinquished control and handed her the arrow, he felt a sense of assurance. A person with considerable talent, once guided properly, would not falter too much when shooting independently. And indeed, that proved true. At that moment, her sister raised the Polaroid camera. "3rd place. We could take a commemorative photo." Just as she was about to press the shutter, she seemed to recall something, her eyes lighting up as she raised her voice. "Oh, by the way, we have a hidden surprise today. Couples participating in archery together and completing the challenge can receive a pair of limited edition commemorative badges, designed as a puzzle that fits together, super popular among collectors." As she showcased the small box, her gaze flickered between them, brimming with understanding. "Here you go." Indeed, after the exhilarating and heart-pounding 3 arrows, her sister had already unilaterally concluded Zhou Yu's identity in her mind. Chapter 43, Couple's Photo. Upon hearing this, the two, previously lost in their own little victories, simultaneously looked up and met each other's eyes. "Do you want them?" They spoke in unison. "I'm fine either way." "Me too." Then Zhou Yu turned to her sister, grinning. "Please give them to us." "Thank you." After receiving the badges, each proudly held one. They were quite appealing. Her sister waved the Fuji Instax Mini 7s, its shell a soft blue, round and toy-like in appearance. In truth, when it comes to the quality of photos, Polaroids are rather mediocre. The image quality is often blurry, colors skewed, and even the slightest overexposure can ruin them. Additionally, the film is exorbitantly priced and as fragile as glass, susceptible to breaking at the slightest touch. High humidity and unstable lighting can render them useless. Yet, people still cherish them, because what they capture is not mere beauty, but the very essence of the moment. With enough atmosphere, memories become imprinted on paper, trying to be tucked away in pockets. In her past life, Lin Wangshu owned a camera, albeit not this model. On significant occasions like birthdays and holidays, she would take it out to snap a few photos, one to adorn her wall, another to stow away in a drawer. Most of these captures took place indoors, where lighting could be controlled, curtains drawn. She seldom ventured outside, rarely exposed to sunlight. Indeed, Lin Wangshu was a woman who thrived in the shadows. In the radiant center of the archery hall, illuminated by brilliant lights, surrounded by cheers and applause, Zhou Yu found the atmosphere rather refreshing. His younger sister beckoned. "Come over here, the lighting is excellent. We'll take the photos here." "All right, 3, 2, 1, cheese." Click. "Hey, you too. Could you stand a bit closer?" "Standing so far apart. Do you have a grudge?" "Closer, closer." "Good, 3, 2, 1, cheese." Click. "Wonderful. You look stunning, my dear. I'm utterly envious. Let's take one last shot. Why not change your poses? Could you be a bit more intimate? Holding hands would suffice. Aren't you a couple? Come on, handsome. Be a bit more proactive." Splendid. All right, just like that. 3, 2, 1, cheese." Click. "How come you're so skilled at archery?" Lin Wangshu asked. "Oh, actually, I'm not." Zhou Yu chuckled. "I just read a book titled Learning Archery with Olympic Champions. It was quite informative. Today is my first attempt at putting theory into practice." "Is that so?" Lin Wangshu replied, a hint of surprise in her voice. "Yes, the book is quite well written." Zhou Yu continued, "But theory is ultimately just theory. Scoring 71 points today was mainly thanks to your prowess." Lin Wangshu smiled lightly. "Thank you." In the damp underground parking lot, vehicles splashed through the rain, their headlights casting shimmering reflections on the ground. Her driver had arrived. Zhou Yu pulled out the 3 instant photos taken at the archery hall, their backs facing up, resembling lottery cards laid in his palm. "Here, this is for you," he said, "your prize. However, may I keep one as a memento?" Lin Wangshu smiled gently as she accepted the photos, casually selecting one to return to him. The rain outside seemed to be intensifying. She glanced at the wet ground of the parking lot and suggested, "Shall I have the driver take you?" Zhou Yu shook his head. "No worries, it should lighten up soon. I can run back. There is traffic outside by the time I get home. You might still be stuck at the intersection." Lin Wangshu didn't press further, simply stating, "Then take an umbrella." After speaking, she turned to instruct the driver to fetch an umbrella, which she handed to him. Zhou Yu accepted it, smiling down, remaining silent. "All right, I'll take my leave now," Lin Wangshu said. As the driver opened the car door, she paused in front of it, suddenly recalling something, murmuring to herself, "That first place badge is quite beautiful. But there is only one. By the next time I come, it'll probably be taken by someone else." She thought to herself, but did not voice it. "Goodbye," she said softly before gracefully entering the car, her movements fluid yet unhurried. Zhou Yu waved the custom RR umbrella in his hand, watching as the car slowly exited the parking lot until its taillights completely vanished from view before he turned to leave. As he walked, he pulled out the instant photo, the very first one he had taken. He studied it closely, a smile unconsciously forming at the corners of his mouth. "What luck I have." In the photo, the two stood far apart, as if separated by a galaxy, a vast space between them, as though someone had tread upon the ancestral grave of the other. As that younger sister had put it, "Do you two have a grudge?" However, Lin Wangshu truly looked stunning in the photograph, her demeanor poised, her smile gentle and gracious. A current elegant lady, a future star. In himself, Zhou Yu raised a hand to touch his chin, gazing at the face captured in the photo. "Damn, I look handsome." In the back seat of a Rolls-Royce Phantom, Lin Wangshu examined the remaining 2 instant photos in her hand. The second photo depicted them standing quite close. Zhou Yu exuding a relaxed vibe, positioned behind her, grinning mischievously, even raising his hands beside her ears in a playful gesture. The third photo, surprisingly, showed them holding hands. Their expressions appeared natural, as if accustomed to holding each other as hands. At that moment, she hadn't even had time to react before she felt a warmth in her palm. The next second, the shutter clicked, capturing the moment. Gazing at this photo, Lin Wangshu could still vividly feel the warmth of that instant. It must be said, these 2 images did indeed resemble a genuine couple. They needed to be kept safe. She tucked the 2 instant photos into her bag and began to play with the 2 badges she had acquired today. Uncle Wong, if you have time tomorrow, could you come to this mall to buy something for me? Of course, what do you need? On the north side of the first floor, there's an archery hall. There's a consolation prize badge, the dog-licking target badge, and also a first-place sharpshooter badge. You want to buy those 2 badges, right? Yes. Try to spend money on them, especially the consolation prize badge, whatever the cost. All right. At the archery hall, the younger sister had just seen off a group of customers. As she turned her head, she unexpectedly encountered a somewhat familiar face. Hey, aren't you that handsome young man from earlier with the beautiful girl? What brings you back? Oh, I wanted to try out your new store promotion. Didn't you already win 3rd place? You've already claimed the couple S activity prize. But I want to win 1st place. That night, in the Zhou family's master bedroom, Mu Qing and old Zhou lay awake, neither of them able to sleep. They were engaging in a light conversation. Old Zhou, it seems our son is experiencing puppy love. Oh, why do you seem so unconcerned? Don't you care at all? You don't even ask who his crush is? Oh, who is it? It's that classmate who our son mentioned wanting to take a meat floss cake. Oh, she's indeed very beautiful. I've never seen such a lovely young girl. Unfortunately, at that time, you were at the street corner exchanging change and missed it. I saw her at the street corner. How do you know it's her? She was holding the carefully prepared paper bag you made. I recognized her. What do you think? Beautiful, right? I feel she is even more attractive than I was at her age. You still look better. Oh, not at all. When I saw her, she had just gotten into a car. What kind of car? A Rolls Royce. What is a Rolls Royce? It's a car that our entire family's assets combined wouldn't be able to buy. Upon hearing this, both fell into a reflective silence. After a long pause, old Zhou finally said, well, children have their own fortunes. That is not how it is, Mu Qing responded. Regardless of the kind of girl our son finds in the future, if she comes from a wealthy family, it won't be an issue for our son, right? If she comes from a less fortunate background, we must strive even harder. In any case, we need to earn more money. At the very least, we should prepare a marriage house and save for the bride price. In the Zhou family's 2nd bedroom, Zhou Yu sat before his computer, toying with the pure platinum sharpshooter badge, exquisite and lovely. At this moment, raindrops pelted against the window, cascading down the glass in a delicate dance. The rainfall seemed to intensify. I wonder how she is faring at this moment. On every night associated with rain, she appears to be engulfed in melancholy. It's curious, for we had only bid farewell at the mall just over an hour ago. Yet, one often conceals their emotions in the presence of many. It is in solitude that vulnerability reveals itself. I glanced at QQ again. The formidable Lin today was absent from the online realm. Perhaps it is best to let it be. I chose instead to delve into testing the tool I had crafted over the past few days. For tomorrow was the day of submission. Hubei number 1. The Lin family. The ethereal sound of piano melodies wafted through the air. Kun, where did you procure this delightful cake? It is simply delectable. What prompted you to suddenly play the piano tonight, Kun? Indeed, it had been ages since she had last touched the keys. Why the sudden inclination to play at such a late hour? Kun, what piece is this? It is truly enchanting. You stand before the window display, gazing intently at the inscription. Meanwhile, I stand beside you, quietly admiring the visage I adore so deeply. Sacrifices, temples, battles, bows and arrows. Whose past does this belong to? I relish the image of you being solely mine amidst the throngs of people. Love in the year before the Common Era. Chapter 44, Monday Routine. The following day, Monday. At last, the rain had ceased. In Class 5, during the morning reading session, our English teacher, Tang Ruolin, was at the helm. A stunning beauty, she graduated alongside Zhou Yu, both being seasoned educators. Since the commencement of English classes, Zhou Yu had felt that the English teacher was the most striking among all the faculty. This notion, it seems, holds true even in university. However, unlike the petite and adorable Ms. Su, the new English teacher was statuesque, likely standing at 172 centimeters. Her features bore a hint of gallantry, her demeanor cool and distant, exuding an air of aloofness. A quintessential cool girl. Her attire matched her persona, a sleek black waist-defining dress paired with knee-high black boots and stockings. Her legs were long and straight, her skin alabaster. Yet, she seemed to possess a naturally unsmiling disposition, appearing rather forbidding. She need not feign sternness. Her mere presence rendered the classroom silent. Consequently, her morning reading sessions were characterized by an unusually orderly hush. The word abandon echoed through the air, as even the notoriously sleepy Bai Jing diligently recited vocabulary. However, it was common for students to only manage to memorize a single word, abandon, throughout their 3 years of high school. Some, it seemed, had clung to it stubbornly. Si Bangzi, having just recovered from acute gastroenteritis, lay sprawled on his desk like a lifeless fish. This marked one of the rare occasions in a month when he attended morning reading without consuming anything. Yet, his mouth remained active. Half-lidded, he muttered weakly, "Oh dear, it appears I can only have kanji for lunch. Perhaps some wontons would suffice?" As the morning reading session concluded, the moment Tang Ruolin departed, the classroom erupted with vitality. Classmates, today is the final day for registration for the autumn sports meet. Those who have yet to sign up must hurry, as the deadline is before school ends. The sports committee member, Wang Haosen, earnestly emphasized this point thrice before stepping down. The classroom swiftly became a cacophony of excitement as students began to discuss the upcoming event. "I've already signed up for shot put. You all should participate as well," exclaimed a short-haired girl, her features refined and slightly handsome. Meng Miaojuan, known for her boisterous nature, often referred to herself as bro. Her carefree demeanor allowed her to mingle easily, even playing Aruba with the boys. Perhaps that was why she was one of the few girls in Class 5 who did not join the tarot club. "How annoying. I refuse to participate in shot put. I'm a girl," protested a girl with naturally curly long hair, playfully nudging Meng Miaojuan's shoulder. Her tone was sweet, her smile radiant, reminiscent of Wang Weigua's charming demeanor. However, to be precise, it was Wang Weigua's charm that mirrored hers. Meng Miaojuan rolled her eyes. "Stop pretending, Xiao Yao. You single-handedly carried that bucket of water yesterday." Wah! Before she could finish her sentence, Xiao Yao grasped her arm, causing her to cry out in pain. Xiao Yao, the most delicate girl in Class 5, was also the president of the tarot club and a trusted aide to Jiang Yuan. Laughter erupted amongst the students. Meanwhile, in the corner of the classroom by the window, Bai Jing crossed his arms and fell into contemplation. "Have you all signed up?" "I have," Zhou Yu replied. "I signed up for 2 events." "Oh, which 2?" "Archery and long-distance running, 5,000 meters." At this, Si Bangzi, still languidly resting his head on the desk, turned around and remarked softly, "It seems you've overeaten." Zhou Yu shrugged, non-committal. Humans are indeed curious creatures. In the prime of youth, when one's body is at its peak, they often shy away from exercise. Yet, as they age, they develop a newfound passion for fitness, spending money on gym memberships and personal training sessions. At this moment, within this 18-year-old physique lay the soul of a 30-year-old. Moreover, with the passage of time, Zhou Yu had cultivated a new interest in marathons. In his previous life, he had run both half and full marathons. Initially, it was merely to enhance his physical fitness, but he soon found himself increasingly enamored with the sport. The true challenge of a marathon does not lie at the outset or halfway through. Rather, it is at the 90th or 95th kilometer, mere steps from the finish line, when the urge to surrender becomes overwhelmingly strong. Yet, relinquishing is easy, while perseverance is a formidable task. One must grit their teeth and continue running. Life is akin to a marathon. This phrase, which he once scoffed at, resonated with him only after he had experienced it firsthand. It is not the body that is tested, but the willpower. The sense of accomplishment that accompanies crossing the finish line is exhilarating, a pinnacle of satisfaction. Thus, Zhou Yu found himself increasingly captivated. Now, having returned to the age of 18, the pinnacle of physical prowess, he yearned to see what he could achieve with his best form. Regrettably, the school sports meet did not include a marathon. The longest event was a mere 5,000 meters. However, marathons are not achieved overnight, but rather through gradual progress. Step by step, I'll start with the 5,000 meters, he mused. Perhaps influenced by Zhou Yu's enthusiasm, Bai Jing pondered aloud. Should I sign up for an event too? You? See Bangzi. Even with half a breath left, couldn't he resist a quip. Is there a free fight this time? Jiang Mo stroked his chin and mused, I believe I can give it a try. Are you out of your mind? How could there possibly be such a thing at the school sports meeting? See Bangzi rolled his eyes, incredulous. Jiang Mo scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks. But old Zhou said that 15 years from now, I would be competing in free fighting in Southeast Asia and would even win a championship. He's just spouting nonsense. Only you would believe that, see Bangzi retorted coldly, showing no mercy. But it's true. Zhou Yu interjected with a grin, his demeanor as calm as if stating a fact. Jiang Mo nodded, half convinced. Then I might as well join old Zhou and sign up for the 5,000-meter long run. Sounds good, Zhou Yu agreed. Let's start running a few laps in the evening at the playground to build up our stamina. Hey, see Bangzi, do you want to join us? See Bangzi scoffed, tilting his head to the side, not a chance. After school, Wang Haosen, the diligent sports committee member, was carrying the registration form on his way to the teacher's office. After just a few steps, he couldn't resist performing a 3-step layup into the air. Swish! Just then, a breathless voice called out from behind, Hey, Wang Haosen. He turned to see a plump boy, glistening with sweat, struggling to run towards him. Not particularly fast, but clearly exerting himself. What's up? Wang Haosen inquired. I want to sign up for an event too. Is there still time? Of course. Which event do you want to join? Dialongi, huh? Sure. How many meters do you want to run? 5,000? Wang Haosen pondered for a moment. That might be a bit challenging for you. Think it through. What's the shortest distance? 800 meters. Then I'll go for 800. That's a girls' event. Then how about 1,000? He paused before adding, Actually, let's stick with 5,000. Chapter 45, The Monday Meeting. In the evening, at the entrance of the Zhuzhou Internet Cafe, Wang Changzhong was leisurely sweeping the sidewalk, clearing away dust and cigarette butts. The young lady at the front desk couldn't help but peek out curiously, whispering, The boss has been acting a bit strange today, sweeping since morning and glancing down the street every now and then, as if he's waiting for something. Although this peculiar behavior had persisted for a week, today felt particularly anticipatory. Behind the counter, the technician monkey shrugged, who knows? Maybe his wife is pressuring him for money? He can't even pay his dues? The young lady rolled her eyes. I think the boss hasn't even smoked a few cigarettes today. How bizarre. Monkey scoffed. He looking all forlorn. He must be lovesick. It was indeed astonishing to see someone who usually lounged at the cash register, legs crossed and grumbling, now sweeping the floor all day. Wang Changzhong's broom stirred up dust, but he couldn't shake off his growing agitation. While sweeping, he unconsciously glanced at the alleyway at the street corner. Today was the day Zhou Yu had promised to deliver something. However, he hadn't specified a time. Thus, he had risen at the crack of dawn and had been sweeping since daybreak. But now the sun was sinking low. Where is he? Wang Changzhong felt a mix of anxiety and irritation, muttering to himself, Old Wang, you're a grown man with a family. Can you truly trust a child's words? What have you become? Yet, as he grumbled, his eyes continued to flicker towards the street corner like a nervous gambler or an elder waiting for news, unsure of what exactly he was anticipating. In the next moment, his broom stopped of its own accord as his gaze instinctively darted to the street corner. He paused, looked up at the setting sun, and smiled, a smile tinged with self-mockery and a hint of irritation. I'm not waiting for that little brat. Lighting his first cigarette of the day, he clapped his hands and prepared to head back inside. But just as he turned, out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a figure in the linen high school uniform, wearing a backpack and leisurely strolling towards him in the glow of the sunset. Zhou Yu had arrived. A smile involuntarily crept onto Wang Changzhong's lips, but he quickly composed himself. He waved his broom nonchalantly, attempting to mask the excitement that had built up throughout the day. Hey, little brother, he said, brushing off the dust from his clothes, feigning a casual demeanor as he took a drag from his cigarette. I just stepped out to sweep the floor and have a smoke, and here you are. What a coincidence. This scene left the young lady at the front desk, and Monkey momentarily stunned. Hey, you sly boss, you've got two faces. Zhou Yu chuckled and got straight to the point. Boss Wang, I brought the items. Shall we give it a try? Zhou Yu had brought a USB drive. Considering it was 2007, and even a 256 megabytes one would cost nearly 100 yuan, a significant sum for high school students. With no cloud storage available yet, Zhou Yu could only attach the pre-written software to an email and download it from the cafe's main computer, unlike the hefty 1 gigabyte installation packages of later years. This era's computers had lower configurations and bandwidth, and software was more streamlined. Programmers were generally more meticulous, ensuring every bit of space was utilized effectively. The entire program was only about 10 megabytes, allowing for swift downloading and installation. Wang Changzhong was eager to get started, with Monkey and the young lady peering over his shoulders. As soon as they opened it, their eyes lit up. The interface was clean and simple, with distinct color blocks and clearly delineated functional areas, even possessing a hint of understated sophistication that felt ahead of its time. There was a touch of technological flair without being overwhelming, and it lacked any roughness, appearing almost too polished and professional. Wang Changzhong was genuinely impressed, silently awarding it 99 points, just to keep Zhou Yu's pride in check. It certainly seemed impressive. The young lady at the front desk, known for her straightforwardness, remarked while glancing at Zhou Yu, "I must say, this guy is becoming increasingly likable." "What good is good looks?" Monkey retorted. "He might just be a pretty face." Wang Changzhong ignored him and began the first round of inspections on all the equipment. Before long, the inspection results emerged, detailing the hardware risks of several outdated machines and software anomalies, even clearly marking the current status of the local area network. At the bottom, there were detailed repair suggestions and optimization plans, complete with illustrations, easy to comprehend. Monkey, who had been grumbling, found himself captivated by the screen, staring intently. As he watched, he became entranced. The young lady chimed in again. "I can actually understand this." Regarding this software, Zhou Yu possesses a remarkable confidence. This assurance does not stem from the technical expertise accumulated in his previous life. The version he presents today is not the crude, initial iteration from his past existence, but rather a refined product, meticulously honed through numerous revisions based on feedback from internet cafes. In the realm of technology, anyone can engage in the craft. However, to truly resonate with users requires relentless refinement and experimentation, along with mutual understanding and cooperation. Both are indispensable. This is also the source of Zhou Yu's confidence, validated by the market and user feedback. In contrast to the startled reactions of the monkey and the front desk girl, Wang Changzhong maintains an air of calm composure. With a cigarette dangling from his lips and barely lifting his eyelids, he languidly instructs, "Monkey, take a look at those machines according to the aforementioned points. And you," he glances at the giggling girl, "stop loitering around here. Return to your front desk and keep an eye on things. Don't keep miscalculating." The two obediently acknowledge his words, with Monkey scurrying off to inspect the machines while the girl mutters her way back to the front desk. Zhou Yu realizes that the serious discussion is about to commence. Wang Changzhong discards any pretense and speaks directly, "Master Zhou." Moments ago, he had referred to him as little brother, but now adopts the more formal address of Boss Wang. "The product seems satisfactory. Name your price." Although he says this, Wang Changzhong has already prepared himself psychologically during the past 2 days of anticipation and waiting. Included in his considerations is the question if the fit is indeed ideal. What price would be acceptable? Currently, the business at Zhou Internet Cafe is thriving, with a net profit of over 10,000 monthly and at times exceeding 20,000. Wang Changzhong is well aware that a set of internet cafe management software typically costs only a few thousand. While Zhou Yu's offering does indeed address some pressing issues, they are not willing to be taken advantage of. There must not be excessive markup. After mulling it over, Wang Changzhong determines that an ideal price would equate to 1 month's profit, but should not exceed 2 months' profit. Yet, if the price surpasses his budget, he finds himself in a quandary. With these thoughts swirling, Wang Changzhong begins to feel a touch of anxiety. What of Zhou Yu's perspective? During his last visit, Zhou Yu had made a rough estimate of Zhou Internet Cafe's revenue and expenditures based on the number of machines, operational status, and rental costs in the area. While not precise, it was close enough. He had inquired about the salaries of the local network administrators. For someone like Monkey, with food and accommodation included, the monthly labor cost would be around 1,000. Zhou Yu is also clear on his pricing strategy. It should not exceed 1 year's labor cost for a network administrator, nor surpass the net profit of the internet cafe for a month. 10,000. Wang Changzhong is taken aback, realizing it is even less than he had anticipated by a few thousand. Without waiting for Wang Changzhong to respond, Zhou Yu continues, moreover, for the following year, I will assume responsibility for any issues with the software. I will come by whenever I have time in the next month. As long as I'm here, I will also assist you with any problems beyond the software. His tone is steady yet resolute, evoking a sense of reassurance. Wang Changzhong raises an eyebrow, finding it difficult to resist the allure of this offer. The price is considerably lower than expected, coupled with numerous additional services. This exceeds his expectations. Yet, a businessman is always insatiable, often wondering if the price could be further reduced. Just as he opens his mouth to negotiate, Zhou Yu interjects, additionally, the software will continue to be updated and upgraded, improving over time. By the way, I believe your current management software is somewhat inadequate. I'll provide you with a better one at no cost, but you will need to wait 2 weeks for it. Wang Changzhong pauses, astonished. There will be updates? And you're giving me management software? He scratches his head in surprise. The management software they are currently using indeed suffers from slow response times, outdated features, and cumbersome operations. They have been making do with it largely due to the expense and hassle of switching to a new system. In truth, there are very few options on the market that strike a balance between affordability and functionality. Yet here is this young man offering it for free, and it is his own creation. Wang Changzhong finds himself momentarily at a loss for words, sensing that this situation is becoming increasingly complex. Zhou Yu nods, his tone sincere. To be frank, you are my first client, and I do not intend to engage in a one-time transaction. Zhou is a well-known chain internet cafe brand in Linen, with over a dozen locations, correct? Wang Changzhong narrows his eyes, quickly grasping Zhou Yu's implication. You wish for our other locations to adopt your system? He inquires. Zhou Yu does not deny this, nodding, of course, I hope for that. He pauses, speaking with measured calm. But I also understand that without a connection, others may not trust a newcomer like me. Wang Changzhong observes him silently, already beginning to discern the underlying intentions. Zhou Yu, meeting his gaze with an open smile, states, I will sell the software for 10,000. I will help you set it up and ensure it operates smoothly. As for other internet cafes, even your own other locations or neighboring establishments, if they wish to use it, he raises a finger. Every additional sale will earn you every cent above that. Wang Changzhong squints, forgetting to light the cigarette hanging from his lips. Little Zhou, your calculations are certainly astute. The address shifts from Master Zhou to Little Zhou. A playful acknowledgement. The removal of the honorific implies a slight belittlement, a test of boundaries. So, I'm to be your sales representative now? He chuckles, yet internally begins to contemplate the shrewdness of this youthful mind, seemingly more intricate than he had anticipated. To say sales would be an understatement. You are my channel partner, an important strategic ally. Zhou Yu replies with composure. I want to pressure you. If you find it useful, just mention it in passing. If it works out, we both win. If not, I will take full responsibility. He adds, of course, I don't intend to sell exclusively to you, but I can assure you that future quotes will only be higher than yours, never lower. His words, delivered with calm assurance, land in Wang Changzhong's ears like a gently cast line, igniting a sense of intrigue. Little Zhou, you truly have grand ambitions, Wang Changzhong remarks, already formulating a plan. However, let us first ensure that my establishment is in order before we delve into anything extravagant. I will take that software for 10,000 as a gesture of goodwill. Business people often seek to gain the upper hand while remaining congenial. Pleasure doing business, Zhou Yu replies. I will send you the activation key shortly. Additionally, Master Zhou, Wang Changzhong adds, I will provide you with a permanent internet card, allowing you to come here to surf the web anytime. This sounds like a grand gesture. But in truth, Wang Changzhong is well aware that this young man still has his studies to attend to. He likely won't have the time to frequent the internet cafe. Should he come, it is more probable he would assist with repairs and maintenance. Free labor, coupled with built-in upgrades and maintenance. By any measure, this is a lucrative deal. Moreover, it was stated that they had become friends. The transaction was rather straightforward. cash exchange for goods. Zhou Yu handed over the key, and Wang Changzhou, under the complex gazes of the monkey and the receptionist, meticulously counted out 10,000 yuan in cash, a mix of red and green notes, both in denominations large and small. He then placed the money into an envelope and handed it to Zhou Yu, perhaps due to the abundance of smaller bills. The envelope felt particularly heavy. Zhou Yu stowed the envelope into his backpack, slinging it across his chest, and rested his hand on the zipper. Although the public safety in Linen City was commendable, Zhou Yu felt more at ease with this precaution. This 10,000 yuan, while insignificant in the future, represented several months' worth of wages for old Zhou in the past. It was money painstakingly saved by him and Mu Ging, who had scrimped and saved for quite some time. After leaving the Zhuzhou Internet Cafe, Zhou Yu did not rush home, but instead turned into a street dedicated to selling electric bicycles, a street he knew all too well. In his youth, he had accompanied Mu Guiying here many times, having perused countless shops and electric bicycles. Yet each time, she merely looked but never purchased. The bicycle at home is still usable. There's no rush, she would always say. It wasn't until Zhou Yu entered university and became financially independent that he saved up enough money to take Mu Ging to this very street during his first holiday home. He chose the most eye-catching yet ordinary electric bicycle. That day, Ms. Mu sat on the bicycle, her smile radiant like that of a child experiencing her first possession. Relying on his memories from his past life, Zhou Yu unhesitatingly selected a pink one, which Mu Ging had favored before. Then, riding this striking pink electric scooter, he made his way to the liquor store, where he purchased a bottle of Luzhou Laojiao Teku. Regrettably, in his previous life, old Zhou had few hobbies beyond tidying up and enjoying a drink. However, Mu Ging was quite strict, allowing only the rarest of indulgences. As time passed, Zhou Yu began working, earning money, and developed a good tolerance for alcohol due to social engagements. Yet, old Zhou's health deteriorated, and he could no longer partake in drinking, leaving the two of them never having shared a proper drink together. After procuring the wine, Zhou Yu ventured into a clothing store. The autumn collection had just arrived, and in the window hung a simple yet elegant cream-colored knitted coat, not overly expensive but clean and tasteful. For Zhou Yu, a Juan felt more like an older sister. Throughout his life, she had cared for him countless times. When he had a fever as a child, and Mu Guiying was too busy in the kitchen, it was a Juan who took him to the clinic for an injection. When he was late returning from middle school and no one was home, it was a Juan who brought him back. Yet, in his previous life, Zhou Yu never had the chance to say a proper farewell to a Juan before losing touch with her. This matter had lingered in his heart like a persistent thorn. Zhou Yu entered the clothing store, selected the cream-colored coat, and asked the attendant to wrap it up. He remembered how a Juan despised the cold, often donning her old coat before autumn arrived. She would claim it was still good, yet the cuffs and hem had long since frayed. Holding the bag containing the coat, Zhou Yu felt inexplicably lighter and somewhat reflective. The happiness derived from 10,000 yuan at 18 was starkly different from that of 1 million at 30. While the numerical values of money may differ vastly, the sentiment of walking the streets, contemplating buying a fine bottle of wine for his father and a well-fitted coat for his sister, was something that 30 or 300,000 could never replicate. People are often like this. As they age, their horizons broaden, and their threshold for happiness rises correspondingly. Yet, that small satisfaction from youth, those modest wishes fulfilled, brought a sense of security far greater than the wealth amassed later on. Zhou Yu glanced down at the wine and the bag in his hands as he strolled along the old street at dusk. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming sensation of wealth, as if he were the richest person in the world. Chapter 47. Carpe Diem at the Xiaoying restaurant. Mu Ging and a Juan were taken aback at the sight of Zhou Yu returning laden with goods. No one expected that, late at night, he would come back bearing wine, clothes, and a brand new pink electric scooter. Old Zhou was equally astonished. However, rather than surprise, his hand instinctively reached for the bottle of Luzhou Laojiao Teku, eager to indulge, revealing a forgetfulness when it came to the presence of alcohol. In response to this scene, Zhou Yu steeled himself and fabricated a story, saying, "A new supermarket opened by the school today with a lottery. I was fortunate and won the grand prize, a scooter and 500 yuan in cash." He paused momentarily, then added, "Forgive me for taking the liberty to buy a bottle of wine and a piece of clothing with the winnings." After speaking, Zhou Yu felt a twinge of guilt. Surprisingly, none of the three harbored any suspicion. After all, throughout his upbringing, Zhou Yu had always been perceived as the epitome of a good child, one who never lied. Regardless of how outlandish his words might sound, they were habitually trusted. Indeed, Mu Guiying was the first to believe him. Nodding vigorously at the sight of the pink electric scooter as if it were a daughter-in-law she found increasingly pleasing. "Oh, this supermarket has excellent taste. They picked such a lovely color, just to my liking," she exclaimed, promptly mounting the scooter. Zhou Yu's demeanor was reserved, but Mu Guiying was always exuberant. She couldn't even spare a moment for her meal, eager to take the scooter for a spin around the neighborhood. It was as if she wanted to announce her joy to the world. Of course, Mu Guiying would never mention that it was a lottery prize. Instead, she would tell everyone, "My son bought this for me, the latest model." Meanwhile, old Zhou had already unconsciously reached for the bottle of Luzhou Laojiao Teku, grinning as he brought it inside. Yet, just before opening it, he hesitated, muttering, "This is good wine. It should be saved for a special occasion." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yu quickly interjected, "Dad, why not open it today? I just want to have a taste, just a sip to know what it's like." The room fell silent. Old Zhou paused, looking at his son, bemused, thinking, "How old are you? And you're already thinking about drinking? Such a waste." But in the next moment, he effortlessly uncorked the bottle. "Fine, let us open it today. I'll go buy some pig's head meat and peanuts. Let us celebrate your mother's new scooter. Acquiring a new car. How could it possibly be deemed an insignificant occasion?" Old Zhou would certainly find ways to justify it for himself. However, Ajuan did not share the same self-satisfaction as the elderly couple. Standing beside Zhou Yu, she was a head and a half shorter. Gently tugging at the hem of Zhou Yu's coat, she whispered, "This jacket must have cost at least 200, right? In truth, it was even more expensive. It's far too costly, and it hasn't even been worn or washed yet. Perhaps we should return it. The money refunded could be yours to spend on something delicious or entertaining. I still have clothes to wear." Yet Zhou Yu gazed at her, offering no response. In some wardrobes, there are countless garments worth tens of thousands that have never been worn. Yet here was his sister, who grew up alongside him, still hesitating and feeling distressed over a jacket that costs only a few hundred. With this thought in mind, Zhou Yu made a decisive move, picking up a pair of scissors and snipping off the tag. "Now it can't be returned," he grinned, adding, "and it's not as expensive as you think. I happened to catch a store that was transferring ownership and managed to snag a discount. Can you guess how much?" Ajuan blinked, surprised. "Only 50, she exclaimed. "How wonderful." Though taken aback, she harbored no doubts. "Indeed, today has been quite fortuitous," Zhou Yu remarked. Inside, Ajuan donned a new jacket, which fit her perfectly and complemented her fair complexion. Outside, Mu Guiying rode back and forth on her flamboyant pink electric bike. In the distance, old Zhou carried half a pound of pig's head meat and peanuts, grinning from ear to ear. Zhou Yu observed silently. Happiness, it turns out, is quite simple. This meal, perhaps due to the extra dishes and wine, lasted unusually long. It was only after the meal that Zhou Yu rose first, returning to his small room. He retrieved the bulging envelope from his backpack, but did not bother counting its contents. Zhou Yu had never been one to tally money. Since childhood, he viewed money as a means to be spent, not weighed repeatedly. Moreover, he was confident that what he could provide for his family in the future would surpass today's offerings by 1,000-fold. Leaning back in his chair, he stared thoughtfully at the dim yellow light bulb. He felt assured about the negotiations with Wang Changzhong earlier that day. During his entrepreneurial phase in his past life, he encountered a myriad of clients and a variety of business negotiations. He had seen enough of the eccentricities of human nature to gauge the character of others. Wang Changzhong seemed inclined to collaborate with him. As for the efficacy of their partnership, Zhou Yu was indifferent. He had no intention of hanging all his hopes on a single venture. His proposal to assist at an internet cafe over the next month was made with careful consideration. Certainly not to engage in menial labor, but for a different purpose altogether. Furthermore, the reason he chose the Jiuzhou Internet Cafe at the entrance of Linen High School was never merely about the 10,000 yuan transaction. He was eyeing the brand synergy behind it. Wang Changzhong was merely the first step. The internet cafe was merely the entry point. What Zhou Yu truly aspired to achieve went far beyond selling software. On a reflective note, amidst his purchases for his family, what had Zhou Yu bought for himself? In truth, most individuals have simple desires. They desire three things: games, electronic devices, and beauty. As for beauty, regardless of wealth, it cannot always be so easily attained. Games? In this era, many games that would later achieve fame had yet to be released. As for electronic products, Zhou Yu had a deep fondness for them. For instance, the year the iPhone 4 was unveiled, it dazzled the world, as it did Zhou Yu. However, that year he was still an undergraduate, burdened by tuition and living expenses. A phone costing several thousand was beyond his means at that time. Yet his admiration endured for many years. So much so, that when he finally had a little spare cash, he could not forget it. By then, however, the iPhone had reached its sixth generation, with several iterations of the S series having passed in between. The once stunning iPhone 4 had long ceased production. Nevertheless, Zhou Yu managed to acquire a refurbished black 4S in good condition, merely for the sake of collecting. Though he was indeed pleased, it felt somewhat lacking. As the poem suggests, to buy osmanthus while carrying wine, it is never quite the same as in youth's carefree days. At 30, purchasing items meant for 18 or visiting places long for at 20 loses its significance. The world does not offer endless tomorrows. It is rife with unpredictability. Hence, Zhou Yu grasped a vital lesson: to live in the moment and seize joy as it comes. Yet it is still 2007, during the reign of Nokia's Symbian. In just a few years, with the advent of the iPhone and the open-source Android system, Nokia would abruptly exit the market as if it had succumbed to sudden death. Zhou Yu harbored no particular attachment to Nokia and had no plans to change his phone. So what was he preparing to buy for himself? Zhou Yu had yet to make a decision. With his wallet full, there was no rush. Chapter 48. The Court Under the Setting Sun. On Tuesday after school, the sun set in the west, its light struggling to break through the clouds, casting a half-lit, half-dark glow on the stormy basketball court of Lenin High School. This was the largest athletic area in the school. The court was divided in two by a dark green iron fence. On the left was a standard football field, encircled by a 400-meter rubber track. To the right lay a series of basketball courts. 6 basketball courts were built side by side, their surfaces freshly painted with clear lines. The hoops were neatly arranged, adorned with backpacks, and several teams were already engaged in matches. The sounds of sweat, shouts, and the squeak of sneakers filled the air. In Class 5, the sports representative, Wang Haosen, wore his characteristic colorful headband and was leading the class basketball team in training for next week's autumn sports meet. Cradling the ball in his left hand, he recalled the final lines from the anime Slam Dunk. "Let us go. We're going to dominate the nation." Instantly, a surge of excitement coursed through him. "Let us go. We're going to dominate the autumn sports meet," he shouted, tossing the basketball high into the air. Everyone leaped in unison. Meanwhile, on the football field, the crowd was equally vibrant. From above, it resembled a pot filled with dumplings. This was the bustling period between the end of classes and the beginning of evening study, the liveliest moment at Lenin High School. On the rubber track, the sunset cast long shadows of the trio from Journey to the West, resembling 3 figures slowly chasing the sun. The 3 of them represented 3 distinct skin tones. See Bangzi, fair and soft like freshly made rice cake. Pa Jing, dark as if just returned from harvesting wheat at his grandmother's. And Zhou Yu, with a wheatish complexion, neither too dark nor too light. 1, 2, 3. As Zhou Yu adjusted his breathing, he maintained a steady rhythm while jogging. He was accustomed to matching his breath with 3 steps, then adjusting the frequency based on his stamina. This was a pacing method he had developed during his past life while training for marathons. He was capable of regulating his heart rate and stabilizing his breathing. He turned to glance back at Si Bangzi, who, in his struggle, was cursing the heavens and the earth while running, gasping as if he might collapse at any moment. "I can't do it. I can't take it anymore. I'm dying," he lamented. "Damn it, this long-distance running is lethal." He would run a few steps and then walk dozens of steps, cursing all the while. Yet his feet never ceased their motion. Though he was trailing behind like a dog, he displayed remarkable perseverance. The two were only a mere 10 meters apart. In terms of laps, Si Bangzi had already fallen behind by several rounds. I truly cannot go on. I need a break, he finally declared, halting to catch his breath, akin to a fish that has just surfaced. All right, do not push yourself too hard. Just stand still. Don't sit or lie down, or you might faint, Zhou Yu cautioned, recognizing the peril. After speaking, he shifted his gaze forward, where a figure had already distanced himself by a significant margin. Fu Jing. This junior, with an air of coolness, was running steadily without uttering a word or expressing fatigue, his steps resounding like the steady thrum of an engine. Zhou Yu gritted his teeth, pursuing for several laps, yet failing to catch up. Damn it, I never expected this kid to possess such stamina. He s like an indomitable bull, brimming with unyielding strength. No wonder he was so popular among the girls later on. There was indeed a modicum of talent there. It was infuriatingly admirable. In the inner side of the synthetic track at the northwest corner, Meng Miaojuan, a slender girl from Class 5, was struggling to throw the shot put from her hands. It traced a rather linear parabolic arc through the air before landing with a thud. Quick, quick, measure how far it went, she called out, scanning for the shot's landing point. The frail girl from Class 5, Xiao Yao, stood nearby and approached to measure with her foot, turning back with a wink. You've improved, Junge. How far? Meng Miaojuan perked up immediately. 3 meters 5. That's an increase of 10 centimeters from before. Huh. After all that effort, I still didn't pass. This is infuriating. I'm done practicing, she exclaimed, throwing her hands up in exasperation. You do it then. No way, I don't want to practice this, Xiao Yao replied, shaking her head with a sweet, airy voice. Then throw it back to me. Let me catch my breath before I practice again. With that, Meng Miaojuan sprawled on the grass, arms wide open, just lying here for a bit. Before she could finish, a dark shadow soared through the air. Huh, what is flying so fast? She exclaimed, sitting up abruptly, searching for the source of the sound. She soon saw the shot put land with a thud on the ground, at least 10 meters away from her. Meng Miaojuan was momentarily taken aback, slowly turning to look behind her. Xiao Yao stood there with her hands clasped behind her back, like a well-behaved student caught in wrongdoing, gently kicking at the grass. She lowered her head and mumbled softly, I was just being careless. Not far from where the shot put landed stood Jiang Yuan, a fellow outcast adorned in dark Gothic makeup, her sharp eyeliner and dark purple lips giving her a rather eerie appearance. Yet her movements were earnest. At that moment, she slightly bent her knees, swaying her arms at her sides. The peculiar assortment of jewelry she wore jingled with a clattering sound. She jumped and landed. How far? Jiang Yuan eagerly inquired. Standing beside her, Lin Wangshu, with the evening breeze lifting her long hair, appeared almost cinematic in her beauty. She quietly assessed the marks left by the jump and calmly reported, 1 meter 45. Jiang Yuan gasped in shock. I might as well just lie down. Even lying down would get me further than this jump. She lamented, though not a single tear fell. Then, adopting a posture that begged for a hug, she nestled into Lin Wangshu's embrace. Jiang Yuan wasn't particularly tall, standing at 161 centimeters, while Lin Wangshu was 168 centimeters, creating a perfect fit. Lin Wangshu looked at her helplessly, her tone flat. Indeed, you would have jumped further just lying down by 16 centimeters. Perhaps this isn't your forte. Why must you insist on participating in the long jump? There's a boy in our class who constantly mocks me for not being able to jump, Jiang Yuan pouted. He says that it's better to just lie down than to attempt to jump. To her dismay, he was right. Frustrated, she stomped her foot. Why should I care about his opinion? Lin Wangshu inquired. I don't want to be looked down upon, Jiang Yuan replied. Lin Wangshu nodded in understanding. However, 1 meter 45 was indeed a significant shortfall. She felt helpless and could only let out a gentle sigh. Jiang Yuan observed her and sighed in unison. Yet, in that moment of stillness, Jiang Yuan suddenly squinted, tilting her head toward the track, and exclaimed, Isn't that the child of the stars? Lin Wangshu paused, momentarily taken aback. Jiang Yuan scoffed, It's that annoying Zhou Yu. Chapter 49. The Secret Technique of the Standing Long Jump. Just as she finished speaking, Zhou Yu noticed them and waved, jogging over with a cheerful demeanor. Hello, hello. What a coincidence. Lin Wangshu was slightly surprised, but nodded in acknowledgement. Jiang Yuan, however, turned her head away, pretending not to see him. Throughout the week, she had never once initiated a greeting with Zhou Yu. On several occasions, she had deliberately looked away when she spotted him, pretending he was invisible. Yes, this was one of the most straightforward methods a Gothic tarot girl could devise to retaliate against the child of the stars. Ignore him. Yet Zhou Yu, oblivious to her intentions, continued to approach with unyielding enthusiasm, greeting her with a carefree hello. Hello. Who wants to greet you? Get lost. They were not close, nor did they share any connection. If there were to be any relation, it would be that he would soon be on the receiving end of a beating from their tarot club this Friday. Jiang Yuan eagerly anticipated Friday for the club president. Shun Xingli would be facing off against Zhou Yu. She had never disappointed. At that moment, Zhou Yu, blissfully unaware, jogged closer, fists clasped at his chest. Are you all preparing for next week's autumn sports meet? Little did he know, within mere seconds, the Gothic girl had already envisioned the entire first act of her tarot revenge plan. Jiang Yuan replied coldly, tilting her head. Zhou Yu glanced at the lines drawn in the grass, a standard setup for the standing long jump. Have you all registered for the standing long jump? No. I'm just helping her practice, Lin Wangshu replied. Jiang Yuan maintained her aloof demeanor. Zhou Yu nodded. How did it go? Lin Wangshu glanced at the pit Jiang Yuan had just jumped from, her expression unchanged, remaining silent. Zhou Yu followed Lin Wangshu's gaze, looking at the pit. With a slight arch of her brow, she chose silence. Unexpectedly, Jiang Yuan cleared her throat. 9 meters, which is still quite a distance from her lying position. Lin Wangshu raised an eyebrow in confusion, while Zhou Yu shared a similar look of bewilderment as they both glanced at the pit. Very well, then. Zhou Yu forced a polite, yet feigned smile. However, my ambition is to reach 2 meters. Jiang Yuan lifted her chin defiantly, expressing her dissatisfaction with her current results. Lin Wangshu maintained her usual cool demeanor, calmly adding, Indeed, we seem to have hit a plateau. Their banter flowed seamlessly, as if it were genuine. In reality, they were far from their targets. Although Zhou Yu was not an athlete, he had been a fitness enthusiast in his previous life. In the beginning, he had spent considerable sums on personal training. When his work schedule was less demanding, he would frequent the gym 3 to 4 times a week, alternating between chest, back, arms, and leg workouts along with aerobic training. Not every muscle group was worked each week, but he always made sure to include leg exercises. The day after a workout, he would feel the delightful ache, particularly from leg day, which offered the most invigorating sense of renewal. The standing long jump, in essence, primarily involves lower body strength. And as a seasoned leg enthusiast, Zhou Yu had some insights to share. Thus, he spoke up. I might have a suggestion. I'm not listening. Jiang Yuan turned her head dismissively. What's there to hear? Are you, the child of the stars, just spouting nonsense? What if it's actually useful? Lin Wangshu interjected calmly. Jiang Yuan fell silent, merely huffing in response. This proud demeanor of hers twisted like a winding mountain road. This was her way of saying yes. Follow my lead and jump, Zhou Yu instructed, positioning himself and demonstrating the movements. Yes, just like that, with slightly bent knees, jump from standstill. Jiang Yuan tried a few times, attempting to jump and touch the ground. However, after a second jump, she sensed something was amiss. The impact reverberated from her feet, causing her chest to jolt violently. Her face flushed crimson. Today, she wore a tank top beneath her school uniform, having neglected to don a sports bra. Continuing in this manner seemed inappropriate. She quickly halted, clearing her throat and feigning calmness. Could we perhaps try a different exercise? Zhou Yu pondered for a moment. Essentially, we need to focus on lower body strength. You could do more squats. If squats become tedious, try frog jumps instead. I believe frog jumps might prove more effective. As he spoke, Zhou Yu began to demonstrate, hopping joyfully back onto the track like a gleeful frog. Let us start by hopping around the track. The key is consistency. However, it's indeed challenging to maintain that alone. Lin Wangshu, why don't you accompany her? You don't have to jump. A light jog will suffice. It's perfect, considering you need the exercise too. With that, he indeed leapt away, bouncing like a frog. Why is he arranging this for you? Jiang Yuan muttered softly. Who dares to organize Lin, the campus beauty? Lin Wangshu felt something was off but couldn't pinpoint it. I'm not sure. My mom does the same with my dad at home. As Jiang Yuan spoke, she began doing squats, her breathing fluctuating. The other day when I mentioned going to the library, my mom told my dad, "Why don't you keep her company?" The identical tone and expression struck Lin Wangshu. "So, you're implying you both have that old married couple vibe?" Jiang Yuan shrugged off her hands. Lin Wangshu stepped behind her, quickly interrupting, "Hurry and jump. Let us not dwell on this. I'll keep you company." Meanwhile, Zhou Yu had already jumped around the bend of the track, turning back to glance at them, waving with a cheerful grin. Thus, on the playground, under the setting sun, two graceful figures emerged. One hopped like a frog, while the other, a person, trotted alongside. The evening breeze tousled their hair as the setting sun cast long shadows at their feet. Youth lacks a soundtrack, yet many moments resonate more fervently than any background music. When the bell signaling the evening study session rang, Zhou Yu had just completed his 5 kilometers training for the day. He did not enter the classroom, but turned to leave the campus, heading straight for Jiuzhou. For the foreseeable month ahead, he would likely find himself here every day after school. This was his first step into the market. To be honest, Boss Wang's efficiency exceeded his expectations. The trial software had already been distributed to all branches today, and if all went well, clients would likely reach out to him within days. After that, as long as the feedback was positive and users developed a habit of using it, word of mouth would spread, leading clients to seek him out. Having spent less than an hour at Jiuzhou, Zhou Yu returned home. Once there, he resumed work on the internet cafe management software he had promised Wang Changzhou, which he would deliver in 2 weeks. Zhou Yu was not engaged in a philanthropic venture. His willingness to provide it stemmed from the fact that this was merely a preliminary experiment. If he could indeed leverage Jiuzhou to penetrate the market, then this software deserved meticulous refinement as the first step in his long-term business plan, ensuring he secured this initial batch of users. Conversely, if the promotional efforts at Wang Changzhou's turned out to be mediocre, he would merely produce a basic version of the software that was functional enough, redirecting his focus elsewhere. After all, he and T signed a contract, so he had complete control over the situation. This type of management software actually consumed far more time than the tool software he had previously sold to Wang Changzhou. The complexity of such software, with its myriad functions and problems to resolve, presented no significant technical barriers. The earlier tool software had been more challenging due to its higher technical barriers and fewer functions, requiring considerable time to overcome those hurdles. He had invested that time in his previous life, allowing him to produce it in just 2 days now. Additionally, such software had fewer bugs and higher stability. In recent days, Zhou Yu had been spending time each evening at Jiuzhou Internet Cafe. Engaging in light conversation with Wang Changzhou was one aspect, but more importantly, he aimed to listen and observe the genuine needs of the users. To him, all product inspiration begins with understanding people's words, rather than presenting a flashy PowerPoint to entice investors. During those years, the internet industry was booming, and entrepreneurship and fundraising seemed as effortless as breathing. A cog from a major corporation, adorned with the halo of technical prowess, would present the team's achievements as his own, seamlessly transitioning from financing to valuation to financial freedom. Companies that rose through the ranks by capitalizing on concepts, playing the market, and telling compelling stories were countless. In the midst of a thriving market, even pigs could soar. Yet, once the winds ceased and the tide receded, only then could one see who was swimming naked. The market and VCs have never been foolish. Taking money without delivering results or performing inadequately can indeed lead to inventive consequences. As time progressed, financing became increasingly elusive. The thresholds for public offerings rose, and capital grew ever more discerning. In the years leading up to Zhou Yu's rebirth, it was nearly impossible to find any technology companies successfully ringing the Nasdaq bell. In such an era, individuals like him, true craftsmen of technology who progressed steadily, step by step, became a rarity. Yet he remained steadfast in his belief that a genuinely exceptional technological product requires time for refinement, for maturing, and for returning to the user experience for further enhancement. Black Myth. Wukong serves as a prime example of this philosophy. DeepSeek can also be considered in this light, albeit with its own distinct background and trajectory. As society grew more restless, everyone rushed forward, with few willing to pause. However, to truly accomplish anything, one must cultivate patience amidst the tumult and establish roots within the clamor. Thus, he willingly dedicated his evenings to lingering in Zhou, merely to listen to the subtle frowns accompanying the keystrokes, to uncover the genuine issues concealed within the grumbling. As he continued to write code, an alert from QQ broke the silence. Ahem, your friend, Lin and strongest man, has come online. It was then that Zhou Yu recalled that he had not played games with Lin Wangshu for several days. Chapter 50, a new background melody. To say it had been many days would be an exaggeration. In truth, it had merely been since Sunday, and today was Tuesday, just 3 days. Furthermore, her online hours had shifted considerably, now appearing around 11 o'clock. Typically, she would log off after half an hour. For instance, at this very moment, it was already 11:30. What could she possibly be playing at this late hour? Thus, Zhou Yu opened the chat box. After all, this online romance thread must not be severed. Just as he hesitated over what to send, an indication appeared above the chat window. Listening to Love Before Time by Jay Cho. Zhou Yu chuckled softly. How is it that the 18-year-old star Lin keeps pilfering my playlist? He lowered his gaze and began typing. Genius Island. Hey bro, you're online? After a pause, he added a touch of lament. Genius Island. You've been logging on so late these days, I've been kneeling a lot without anyone to guide me. Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, Lin Wangshu had just finished her shower, casually twisting her long hair into a loose bun. A few damp strands clung to her cheeks and collarbone, carrying a hint of moisture. Recently, with the rising temperatures, she had opted for shorts and a tank top. The straps slipped quietly off her shoulders, partially concealing her alabaster skin. She sat at her desk, utterly unaware, her long legs draped casually over the edge of the chair. Gently swaying, she wore headphones, the left connected to her computer, playing the original version of Love Before Time, while the right fed into a voice recorder. Capturing the snippets of piano she had been practicing intermittently over the past few days. Unconsciously, she began to hum the lyrics. I inscribed my love for you before time, buried deep in the plains of Mesopotamia. The lighting was soft, her profile radiating a languid warmth. In this moment, the once cool girl exuded an unexpected warmth and gentleness. Suddenly, a familiar avatar popped up, looking skyward at a 45-degree angle. Well, this is a perfect opportunity for you to hone your skills. Everyone must learn to grow up. Oh, so you're equipped with that now? Lately, I might only have time to play on weekends. Genius Island. Busy, huh? Yes. I've been occupied with archery practice, and I still need to work on my piano. Zhou Yu had anticipated her mention of archery, given that she had signed up for the archery event in the upcoming sports meet. In her previous life, she had even secured second place. Surely, she must have practiced secretly, otherwise, no amount of talent could result in such mastery from the outset. But piano practice? Hadn't she just claimed during their meal that she didn't play? This thought prompted Zhou Yu to naturally inquire further. Genius Island. Piano practice? You can play the piano? There was a pause on the other end, and after a considerable delay, she sent a file. Love Before Time MP3. As for why Lin Wangshu suddenly shared this file, the reason was quite simple. She genuinely believed her performance was commendable. Come, praise me. Hey, I'm truly remarkable. Subsequently, she opened a chat with Jiang Yuan to send the file along. After sending it, she forwarded it to several close female classmates. Indeed, logging on at such a late hour was hardly for the express purpose of sharing with an online acquaintance. Rather, she had been preparing to send it to her best friends when this familiar online companion happened to appear and, fortuitously, inquired. Moreover, Lin, in good spirits today, readily shared it. Lin Wangshu felt quite pleased with her work. However, it was indeed very late, and Jiang Yuan and her other close friends were all offline. Not even a single file had been received. After waiting for a while, she received no feedback whatsoever. Even the usually prompt responder, the online friend Little Soldier Zhang Jia, had suddenly vanished. Lin Wangshu pouted, her enthusiasm waning. Was her playing not up to par? Impossible. The cool girl was forever confident, forever proud. Thus, She switched back to the chat with little soldier Zhang Jia and began typing. On Zhou Yu's end, upon receiving the unexpected audio file, he was momentarily taken aback. Accepting and playing it, the piano melody flowed gently through the room, melodious and clear, akin to a solo concert intended solely for him. His thoughts drifted back to their previous life, to a time before they had become a couple. Zhou Yu, what are you listening to? Oh, Love Before Time. The piano version. Share an earbud. Let me hear. He had always cherished Jay Chou's original version, listening to it for many years. And hearing the piano rendition now felt quite delightful. It's decent, though not as good as my playing. There were relatively few piano covers available online, and this one was already among the better interpretations. So he settled for listening. Little did Zhou Yu realize that in the weeks following their mundane exchanges, during a concert attended by thousands, he would find himself positioned in the audience by Lin Wangshu, not too far back, but with a perfect view. During the encore, she sat before the piano, illuminated by stage lights, playing Love Before Time. It descended like a goddess of the moon, and the entire arena erupted in fervor. The world roared, yet in that moment, Zhou Yu felt an unusual tranquility. He could hear no shouts, only the piano's ethereal sound. It was so serene that he felt as though he were the sole audience member. At that moment, he gazed at the overlapping interface of his media player and chat window, his mind still immersed in the memories of that concert. It felt as if the piano notes had yet to dissipate, and the lights still danced before his eyes. Until the message from the other party pulled him back to reality. How's it going? Zhou Yu chuckled. A mere 3 words and a small symbol. Yet he was far too familiar with her. He could almost envision Lin Wangshu sitting before her computer, her expression cool and aloof, yet her eyes sparkling with a hint of anticipation. Genius Island, quite good. On the other end of the line, Lin Wangshu stared at the reply from Xiaobing Zhangga. Another set of 3 unremarkable words, lacking in emotion, devoid of any interjections, and even too lazy to include an exclamation mark. It seemed a rather forced compliment. She couldn't help but pout slightly. Discontented, though she had only practiced for 3 days, her playing was already commendable. Anyone who has studied classical instruments knows that compared to the lengthy pieces that span several pages, with one movement taking half an hour, pop music scores are truly child's play. The structure is simple, with numerous repeated sections. Familiarizing oneself with the rhythm and practicing the fingering a few times, and one can achieve remarkable proficiency. Wasn't she playing rather well? Little did she know, Zhou Yu is the kind of person who, if he were merely playing the field, could shower you with compliments, filling the emotional void. However, once he genuinely invested himself, he found it difficult to articulate any flowery praise. For instance, the phrase "quite good" represented his highest form of commendation. In reality, many people are similar. When truly touched, they struggle to find the right words. Yet, the typically proud and self-assured Lin Wangshu did not dwell on her discontent for long. She clicked on her media player and replayed the piano piece she had just performed. As she listened, a faint smile crept onto her lips. Indeed, it was still quite beautiful. In an instant, her confidence surged once more. She began to scroll through her QQ address book, her fingers gliding over the list of friends. It was only then that she realized she did not have Zhou Yu's QQ. Consequently, she turned to her QQ space, replacing the long-favored river flows in you with the freshly minted love before the era. Having completed her task, the proud and aloof girl smiled in satisfaction and gracefully logged off to retire for the night. Meanwhile, Zhou Yu, upon sending out those 3 words, already anticipated that Lin Wangshu would not respond. Sure enough, she vanished and logged off. Yet it mattered little. One must persist in sincere expression. Zhou Yu then imported the audio file Lin Wangshu had sent into his MP3 player. Afterwards, he lay down on his bed, donned his headphones, and listened to the timeless, transcendent piano rendition of Love Before the Era, drifting into a deep sleep. That night, he dreamt once more. In his dream, he found himself at that familiar concert. He sat in the audience during the encore segment as the lights dimmed and darkness enveloped the room. A spotlight fell, illuminating her as she descended gracefully with that white piano. However, the Lin Wangshu at the piano was but the 18-year-old version of herself. Chapter 51. Microcomputer class. The following day, the sky was clear and bright. Wednesday, the midpoint of the week. It is often considered the most challenging day to endure. While studying, one would begin yearning for Friday from the very start of the week. For once Friday was survived, the joyful Saturday awaited. The same sentiment echoed in the workplace. Just the thought of the week being only halfway through, with the weekend still a distant prospect, could render one utterly fatigued. Fortunately, today, there was a microcomputer class. For the entire Class 5, aside from Friday, this precious Wednesday had become the most eagerly anticipated moment of the week. Although it was merely a class lasting less than an hour to the students, it represented a sacred hour where their souls could temporarily escape the confines of monotony and breathe freely. Zhou Yu, however, held little interest in this class. After all, he had been a free spirit with computers since childhood, with no strict time management at home and parents who were sufficiently open-minded and trusting. He had little need for such lessons. Yet, such households are always in the minority. In most families, computers are treated as a fearsome presence. Many individuals don't even have access to a computer during the summer and winter holidays. For these individuals, microcomputer classes are particularly invaluable. Notably, Linen High School, as a provincial key institution, invests significantly in both software and hardware. The computers in the lab are of high configuration, even rivaling those found in the best institutions. Naturally, with such excellent equipment, gaming becomes the primary focus. Although these computers are set to reset upon reboot, clever students come prepared with installation USB drives to set up their favorite games on site. However, today's microcomputer class was particularly lively. Due to the teacher's absence, Classes 5 and 0 were combined for the session. As the door to the lab swung open, the students from both classes exhibited a remarkable unison, with one class occupying one side of the room. Thus, the left side was nearly filled with students from Class 5, while Class 0 had only a sparse gathering on the right, barely filling 3 rows. The lab buzzed with excitement and chatter. Quiet, quiet, everyone be quiet. The microcomputer teacher, Qi Wei, shouted from the podium. Miraculously, the lab fell silent. However, it had little to do with his shouting. For just as he finished, Lin Wangshu entered. She, along with a few girls, arrived fashionably late, her pace unhurried, and her expression as perpetually cool as ever. Perhaps the aura of Lin, the campus belle, was simply too powerful. As soon as she stepped inside, the noise in the lab seemed to hit a mute button. The previously raucous room suddenly quieted. Even the sound of the fans spinning became distinctly audible. Many students, both male and female, craned their necks to catch a glimpse of her, as if to bid her farewell from a distance. Today, for some inexplicable reason, the usually aloof and indifferent girl stole several glances towards the densely populated Class 5. Cold yet distant. Yet, this glance had a curious effect. Those who had been secretly observing her instantly averted their gazes as if struck by an electric shock, and each began to feign busyness. Some furiously tapped away at their keyboards, while others pulled out USB drives, feigning intense focus on their tasks. A few even adjusted their hairstyles or rifled through their textbooks. They all appeared to be in a state of frantic disarray. As for those who still dared to steal glances at her, they straightened their backs, puffed out their chests, and raised their heads, fearing that others might overlook their handsome profiles. It was amusing. In truth, she wasn't even looking at them, observing that order had been restored in the lab. Today, teacher Qi Wei evidently had no teaching arrangements, exuding a rather zen-like demeanor, and thus casually proclaimed, "Feel free to engage in activities." He then settled himself at the podium's main computer, tinkering with some unknown project, not bothering to look up again. To the right, Class 0 comprised a mere 20 individuals, seated rather sparsely. Our esteemed class president, the chairman of the student council, a devotee of white shirts and possessing a chest of steel, was none other than Huzakai. Today, he too was clad in a crisp white shirt, the buttons at his chest artfully undone, perfectly showcasing his extraordinary aura. His half-rimmed glasses were perched impeccably, and his meticulously styled hair presented a polished appearance, poised for action. Although the recent debacle at the pancake stall had dealt a significant blow to both him and the student council, severely impacting his reputation. He remained steadfast in his belief that time would diminish all disgrace. More importantly, he felt unwavering in his fervent affection for Lin Wangshu, his feelings having never wavered in the slightest. After all, he was confident, persistent, and firmly believed that perseverance could carve through stone. At this moment, he unobtrusively positioned himself diagonally behind Lin Wangshu. In the front row, she sat alongside several female classmates. In the back, Huzakai gazed at her silhouette and her screen with rapt attention. Surely, my gaze must be filled with deep emotion. What a gentleman I am, he silently praised himself. Remaining quietly by her side, she would surely feel moved whenever she turned to see me. Were Zhou Yu aware of this young man's myriad subtle maneuvers and inner monologues, he would undoubtedly scoff. Peering into screens is ignoble. Self-indulgence is pathological. You ought to consult a psychiatrist. At that moment, Lin Wangshu logged into QQ and entered her QQ space, prompting Huzakai to suddenly realize, damn it, I haven't even added her on QQ. Indeed, this fellow had been striving for nearly 3 years, yet had not managed to secure even a single QQ friend. This demonstrated just how challenging this endeavor was. To this day, he could only initiate impromptu conversations through the class group chat. Of course, he had made numerous attempts, inquiring after her well-being, attempting to exchange contact information, and messaging under the pretext of needing help with homework. He had explored various angles, but the outcomes were invariably either cold indifference or polite refusals, leaving him no room for negotiation. Nonetheless, being in the same class, Lin Wangshu had added many classmates. She was not the type to deliberately maintain an aloof distance. Yet, for someone like Huzakai, whose intentions were glaringly apparent, she had always harbored a distaste. Thus, it was certain she would never add him. Nevertheless, Huzakai remained undeterred, still contemplating how he could elevate his relationship with Lin Wangshu, aspiring to become QQ friends. Just as he was deep in thought, the computer room erupted in commotion. These individuals were preparing to engage in a game of CS. However, with such a small number of people in Class 0, it was impossible to form 2 teams for CS. Such a demolition mode was hardly enjoyable without at least 10 players. Yet today was different. Today, Class 5 was also present. It was unclear who instigated it, but a Class 5 versus Class 0 CS match was seamlessly proposed. Kaigo, are we playing CS? 5v5. Let us form a team. A classmate shouted towards Huzakai. Without lifting his head, Huzakai resolutely declined. No, I don't play games. I am the exemplary student in the eyes of both teachers and classmates, who abstains from gaming. My reputation must not falter. My image must be preserved. Last week, we had a great time playing together, didn't we? The classmate pressed. However, Huzakai shot him a glare, silencing him instantly, causing the individual to retreat and seek out others for a team. Unexpectedly, at that moment, a girl with a high ponytail next to Lin Wangshu spoke up. Her name was Chun Yunxi, Lin Wangshu's deskmate and closest friend in Class 0. In a voice neither too loud nor too soft, she exclaimed, Lin Wangshu, they're playing CS. Aren't you the one who loves it the most? If you join, we can definitely win against Class 5. Before Lin Wangshu could respond, someone in the back row abruptly stood up, their movement as swift as a gopher popping up in a whack-a-mole game. Count me in for the CS 5v5. Huzakai bellowed. His voice was sufficiently loud for the entire computer room to hear. Come on, let's play together. Another voice chimed in, even louder than Huzakai's, drawing the attention of the entire room. It was no surprise, as this fellow had always been boisterous. Unfazed, he continued to shout, CS demolition mode 5v5. We need 3 more players. How about counting you in? Both I and the fat guy will participate. At that moment, Zhou Yu was propped up with one hand on his chin, engrossed in watching The Legend of the Martial Arts on Tudou. This year, The Legend of the Martial Arts had just concluded its broadcast, becoming wildly popular, with nearly everyone captivated by it. It had become the most stunning television series of many people's youth. Unfortunately, in later years, no other series could surpass it. The screenwriter had even ended up in jail. At this time, Tudou was still in operation, not having transformed into Youku, nor had it gone bankrupt. The entire interface was sluggish, filled with advertisements, yet he remained focused. The legend of the martial arts had accompanied Zhou Yu for many years. Although he had watched it numerous times and knew the plot and dialogue by heart, he never grew weary of it. Each viewing brought forth new insights and emotions. Currently, he was watching the episode where everyone stayed overnight in the hall, and Lao Bai was narrating ghost stories. This particular episode was one that even dogs would pause to watch. He yawned, feeling unenthusiastic, and was about to concoct a casual excuse to brush off the situation. However, C. Bangzi interjected, "Old Zhou doesn't play CS. He gets dizzy with 3D games." This was indeed the truth. During his student days, Zhou Yu had avoided FPS games due to motion sickness from 3D. He eventually overcame it, and after meeting Lin Wangshu, he no longer suffered from dizziness in 3D. This was a story of a 36D cure for motion sickness, but that was many years later. Huh? Then what do you usually play? Ba Jing inquired further. QQ Tang, Zhou Yu casually replied. Huh? You play QQ Tang? Isn't that a game for elementary school students? How childish. Ba Jing burst into laughter, doubling over in amusement. Zhou Yu shrugged nonchalantly, responding in a calm tone, "You guys go ahead. I'm just going to get some water." Ba Jing then turned to shout toward the front, "Then Zhou Yu, you come play?" There was a classmate from class 5 whose name sounded just like Zhou Yu's. Zhou Yu, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, was honest and straightforward, serving as the class monitor, responsible for collecting assignments, cleaning, and writing the duty roster. In a typical class, there exists a quintessentially honest individual who undertakes all the tasks, known as the good soul of the group. To avoid causing a ruckus, those who are more familiar with Zhou Yu, such as Pan Jing and Si Bangzi, refer to him as Lao Zhou. When addressing Zhou Yu, they use his full name. Conversely, those who share a closer bond with Zhou Yu tend to call him by his full name, while the class leader is affectionately nicknamed Peking. This moniker, understood by those in the know, is a common occurrence in every class, including Class 5, which is no exception. At the moment Pan Jing uttered Zhou Yu's name, Hu Zakai's ears perked up as if equipped with an automatic auditory location system, emitting a clear alert. It had become almost instinctive for him to react sensitively to the pronunciation of the name Zhou Yu, regardless of the surrounding noise. Whenever someone spoke those two syllables, he would immediately straighten his posture, his gaze sharp, entering a state of readiness. The news of Zhou Yu's participation heightened his excitement even further. Zhou Yu and he were sworn enemies. Previously, he had suffered defeats at the hands of that very individual. To make matters worse, each setback occurred in the presence of Lin Wangshu. All his hard-earned progress over 3 years had been rendered futile. The mere thought of this made Hu Zakai's hand, resting on the mouse, tense with fury, the veins on his forearm standing out. This time, he had to emerge victorious. Meanwhile, Zhou Yu had prepared a double-layer glass cup, steeping goji berries in it, already embarking on a journey of health preservation. Having burned the midnight oil in recent days, he continued the wellness habits he had carried over from his previous life. At this moment, he was strolling past the mainframe cabinet with a glass cup reminiscent of those used by teachers, steam swirling above the goji berries within. The computer science teacher, Chi Li Wei, was resting his head on his hand, his expression grave, his brows nearly twisted into a knot. The arrangement of the computer room was such that Zhou Yu conveniently stood behind him, and Chi Li Wei's screen was fully exposed. On it was a complex algorithm problem, the text sprawling across the page, a lengthy mix of English and code that read like an incantation. The focal point was clear. It was a BST problem. However, if approached through conventional methods, building trees, traversing, and applying recursive divide and conquer, it would prove exceedingly complicated and would not meet the time constraints. Chi Li Wei found himself ensnared in this cognitive deadlock, suffering greatly. Zhou Yu took a sip of his goji berry water, glanced over, and quickly grasped the situation. In this era, the practice of solving algorithm problems had yet to gain popularity. There were not many tutorials, templates, or established methods. Yet in later years, it became a rite of passage for nearly every tech professional in the internet industry. Whether at renowned or lesser-known tech companies, algorithm questions were a requisite for interviews. Many of these problems have been adapted from ACM ICPC, merely rebranded and with variable names altered, transforming into actual company interview questions. Consequently, Everyone began to engage in a competitive frenzy, tackling 3 problems daily and 100 weekly, akin to the rigors of the college entrance examination. This examination-oriented education birthed examination-oriented solutions. One might think they were learning algorithms, but in reality, they were merely memorizing formulas. They believed they were enhancing their abilities, but in truth, they were merely conforming to rules. As for how beneficial these algorithm problems were to actual work, it was difficult to ascertain or evaluate. Zhou Yu had been through this rigmarole. Setting aside his already solid professional foundation and competition experience, he had always been diligent. The problems on LeetCode had long since become second nature to him. This particular problem, to put it plainly, could not be solved through conventional programming thought processes, but rather required a mathematical approach, deduction and induction through mathematics. After all, mathematics is the foundation of all engineering disciplines. This was the ultimate truth. It was the type of problem that could be resolved with just a few derived equations. However, if one adhered to the normal thought process, they could write endlessly without resolution. Zhou Yu silently approached, casually snatched a gel pen from Qi Wei's desk, and found a blank space on a used scrap of paper. He inscribed 3 lines of text. After finishing, he set down the pen and turned to leave. Qi Wei was momentarily stunned. Glancing down, he discovered a set of uncomplicated mathematical formulas. Qi Wei? He remained a daze for a full 5 seconds before abruptly lifting his head to look for Zhou Yu, who had already walked away. His silhouette graceful as he sipped his goji berry water, even stifling a yawn. Zhou Yu returned to his corner seat, resuming his viewing of the legend of Wulin. After a while, having finished this segment of the storyline, an advertisement began. Upon raising his gaze, he noticed Pan Jing and Si Bangzi wearing serious expressions, as though attending a memorial service. He leaned in to glance at the screen. Alas, what a tragedy! Zhou Yu shook his head. Their team of 5 had been completely annihilated. The opposing team was fully intact. In the classic CS 16 bomb mode, it was a standard 5v5 match, 1 team of defenders and 1 team of infiltrators. The infiltrators planted the bomb while the defenders defused it. Victory could be achieved by either wiping out the opposing team, causing an explosion, or defusing the bomb, all relying on skill. The current score stood at 13-1. As long as the opposing team secured 16 rounds, they would win outright, with a maximum of 30 rounds to play. Given the current situation, it was difficult to describe the scenario as anything but brutal. You all appear to be at a significant disadvantage, Zhou Yu remarked leisurely. How on earth can you compete? The other side has an old coin playing sniper. Si Bangzi cursed vehemently, slamming his hand on the keyboard with a resounding clap. The sound is right to cut through the echoing room and reach the opposing team. The next moment, the other side indeed erupted in raucous laughter. Hey, if you're going to insult someone, at least do it with a name. I'm feeling embarrassed just listening to you. If you can't win, just bark like a dog, teased Feng runs, the old coin, lazily responding while chewing on straw. Is Class 5 even capable? If not, why not switch from bomb mode to Do Di Zhu? At least you can hold your ground until the farmers make a comeback. The other boys from Class 0 joined in the jeering. Just surrender, don't waste bullets. Or why not try using your mouse upside down to see if you can aim better? See Bangzi's face flushed with anger. Damn that old coin. Before he could finish his retort, a headshot notification interrupted him. In less than 20 seconds since the round began, Class 5 had once again been wiped out. The words flashing on the screen, "Counter-terrorists win," felt like a resounding slap to the face, bringing the score to 14-1. With the uproar from both sides, students from the other class also gathered around, joining in the spectacle of this gunfight. The audience was fully engaged. Chapter 53, Sniper. What a devastating score. The opposing team only needed to secure 16 points to win, and they were already at 14. Rounded off, they were at match point. This mode allowed for a maximum of 2 minutes per round, and with a little rounding, they could be out of the game in 5 minutes. Zhou Yu was not the least bit surprised. After all, the team sent out today from Class 5 was composed entirely of novices. The formidable few have ventured into the realm of 2K these past few days, leaving only this bunch of novices to squabble amongst themselves. Particularly, the likes of Pei Jing and Si Bangzi engage in CS as if they were playing a tower defense game, charging at enemies only to meet their demise shortly thereafter. The demolition mode demands coordination, strategic positioning, and collaborative defense, yet they treat it as a mere brawl in the jungle. They shoot indiscriminately, falling wherever they are struck. Aren't they merely living targets for the snipers? To be candid, many harbor disdain for those who wield a sniper rifle, cursing them as campers, when in reality, they themselves lack the skill to play. At this moment, the legend of the Condor heroes has just concluded, and Zhou Yu stretches languidly, removing his headphones. The group engaged in CS has shifted to his row, prompting him to join the spectating fray. In Class 0, Huzakai proudly displays his real name as his game nickname, unapologetically ostentatious. At this juncture, he sits atop the kill leaderboard. A gleaming MVP badge shines beside his name. While the seasoned marksman Phone Runs, Class 0's ace sniper, holds the silver MVP just shy of Huzakai. Together, they form the dual core of Class 0. Huzakai glances at his sparkling achievements, then surveys the dismal statistics of the opposing team. Their usernames are increasingly juvenile. Level 8 Gale, future free fighting champion, lover of fried chicken legs, and others. One cannot discern who among them is Zhou Yu. It matters not. Who among them has not fallen victim to my onslaught? The corners of Huzakai's mouth begin to curve upward. That uncontrollable pride compels him to sit ever straighter. His back is rigid as a new recruit's posture during military training, even straining to eavesdrop on the commotion behind him. He awaits commendations. Indeed, voices drift over. They seem quite impressive, don't they? I never expected our class leader to excel at CS. Phone Runs is remarkable as well. If there were CS at the sports meet, our class would likely secure several medals. Upon hearing this, Huzakai's smile can no longer be contained. He instinctively glances sideways, his peripheral vision locking onto the cool silhouette seated in the back. The previous verbal skirmish had drawn the entire class into a lively throng. Yet these few girls have been seated here all along, witnessing every moment of the match. She must have seen it all, right? This has to enchant her. My moment of glory. With this thought, Huzakai grins, reminiscent of a mischievous husky. However, in reality, his deskmate Chun Yunshi winks at Lin Wangshu, asking, I don't understand. Who do you think is the strongest among them? No response. Chun Yunshi inquires again, still met with silence. She nudges Lin Wangshu, who finally removes one headphone, revealing a hint of confusion in her icy gaze. What's the matter? Indeed, the cool girl had not been watching at all. She was engrossed in her own music, listening to the piano version of Love in the year 3000. To be precise, she had glanced at the first round but found it utterly unremarkable. The opponents were patently inept. What was there to behold in such a one-sided slaughter? Moreover, her own class was hardly impressive. Phone Runs was merely suppressing with a sniper, while Huzakai collected kills with an AK-47. They still needed to coordinate, and their headshot rate was alarmingly low. How could one derive such a sense of accomplishment from a lopsided match? This was beyond the comprehension of Lin N's top brute, who always held himself to the highest standards. Thus, before the first round concluded, she redirected her attention to her music, listening to the new BGM. I don't understand their gameplay. They say Huzakai is the best. Who do you think is the strongest? Chun Yunshi reiterated. Lin Wangshu pondered briefly. The answer to that question is rather mundane. If one must elevate the shorter among them, then none. They're not even half as capable as my apprentice. That little elementary school student, little soldier Zhang Gong, when did he become your apprentice? Let us just call him my little brother. Consequently, the cool girl chose silence, quietly donning her headphones. Meanwhile, the five-man team of Class 5, similarly surrounded by curious classmates, faced immense pressure. This round was exceedingly absurd. The opponents had thoroughly assessed each player's strengths and began to toy with them. They swiftly eliminated 3 members, leaving only 2. Suddenly, the adversaries ceased their assault. No attack. This did not signify mercy. Rather, it indicated they were now controlling the flow of the game, bleeding them down, and toying with them like a cat with a mouse. Leaving them stranded at the map's edge, too lazy to even finish them off. The humiliation was palpable. The score stood at 151. Just one more round, and the game would conclusively end. The morale was low. The ever-sweet class leader, Zhou Yu, quietly reassured everyone, it's all right, there's still one more round. We still have a chance. What a joke. This is no opportunity. It's merely another chance to be toyed with by the opponents. One student declared, throwing down his mouse and keyboard in surrender. Si Bangzi cursed vehemently, while Pei Jing remained sullenly silent. No one wished to continue, yet none dared to voice their capitulation. Just then, Zhou Yu sighed, sipped his goji berry water, and took the vacant seat. Let us continue. The group was startled. Huh? Old Zhou, didn't you say you don't play CS? Indeed, didn't you mention being dizzy in 3D? Zhou Yu smiled faintly, refraining from responding. He commandeered the username level 8 Gale and swapped his AK-47 for a sniper rifle, the AWP. Huh? You're playing sniper? Can you manage? Shouldn't I take the sniper role? Someone attempted to reach for the weapon. Quit your blathering, Zhou Yu replied calmly. If you wish to win, follow my lead. His voice was low and calm, yet an inexplicable confidence sliced through the skepticism like a knife. No one dared to speak further. As the countdown reached 0, the screen flickered. The map, the dust too. A 5v5 demolition. The final round, a matter of life and death. Old Zhou, be careful. Their sniper on the opposite side is quite formidable. Right, phone runs. He draws his aim quickly, yet often misses, leading to shots that merely graze the head. He may not kill you, but you'll be left with a sliver of health. Indeed, and he habitually secures a kill at mid during the opening. Stay vigilant. No sooner had the words left their mouths than, bang, the system's kill notification echoed through the air. Huh? Someone's dead? On Class 0 side, Huzakai and phone runs felt a surge of heat in their hands. I am simply too powerful. How should we approach this last round? Let's take it slow. Toying with them will be far more entertaining. We shall relish the torment. Regardless, victory was assured. Very well. I shall commence as usual, aiming to secure a target through the central entrance. No sooner had I uttered these words than the sound of gunfire and the thud of a body hitting the ground echoed almost simultaneously. How on earth did I meet my demise? Phone runs was momentarily stunned. Level 8 Gale, AWP headshot kills phone runs. Chapter 54. Level 8 Gale. Huzakai was equally taken aback. Were you not supposed to snipe first? He had yet to process what had transpired. The sound of a kill notification reverberated in his ears once more. Level 8 Gale, AWP headshot kills Huzakai. A double kill. Yet this time, it was achieved with a blind shot through the door. Huh? Everyone was momentarily stunned when had an enemy sniper suddenly appeared. Moreover, it seemed their shots were faster and more precise. At least 2 headshots had been scored decisively. Securing the enemy's 2 core players at the outset undoubtedly bolstered the morale of Zhou Yu's team. Most importantly, apart from the 2 key players, Huzakai and phone runs, the remaining 3, along with Si Bangzi and their companions, were of similar caliber, merely a group of mediocre players. Within a mere minute and a half, they successfully reclaimed a round. Under Zhou Yu's leadership, the subsequent matches saw them grow increasingly emboldened. When it came to the sniper duel, there was an absolute dominance in skill. Having neutralized the opposing sniper, they effectively dismantled the enemy's core firepower. They surged forward relentlessly, and soon the score was 15-14. They were just 1 round away from tie. Those who frequently indulged in esports understood, well, that once a team begins to close the gap from 2 to 3 or 3 to 4, the match often culminates in a decisive showdown. Particularly at this juncture, the team being chased down found their mental state precariously teetering on the edge of collapse. In this moment, the contest was not merely one of marksmanship, but also a gamble of mentality, especially for Class 0, who had so recently been dominating their opponents. They now resembled frightened birds, poised for a potential downfall. Phone runs dared not approach the central entrance, while Huzakai's complexion paled. What had begun as a playful match had transformed into a scenario where they were the ones being toyed with. An increasing number of onlookers gathered, some even bringing stools to sit and watch. Those who relished in the spectacle saw that if they managed to equalize, it would be an epic comeback. Goodness, coming back from 11 to 15 was already absurd. Meanwhile, the cool and distant girl in the back remained utterly oblivious, lost in a melody, immersed in her own world. Her eyes held no worldly desires, only the acknowledgement of her music. Yet, she was once again jolted by Chun Yunqi. Lin Wangshu, they managed to tie. It seems quite exhilarating, heading into a decisive round. Tied? A flicker of surprise crossed Lin Wangshu's cool eyes. Though it was merely a contest of novices, it was a clash of novices with a significant disparity in skill. One group of inexperienced players was merely inflicting torment upon another. Could they truly achieve a tie? The cool girl was somewhat astonished. Thus, she too stood up, joining the gathering to witness the impending tie. In truth, during the entire process of catching up, Zhou Yu had exerted a staggering 120% of his capabilities in the initial rounds. He held nothing back, for the opposing team had already reached the critical 15 points. One more loss would spell the end of the match. At that moment, the situation was perilous. Time was of the essence, and the team lacked any rhythm, leaving Zhou Yu to single-handedly maintain their footing. However, after a few rounds, he calmly discerned the structure of the opponent's capabilities. Aside from the sniper phone runs, the others were relatively easy to handle. Huzakai, though his statistics appeared impressive and his kill count was striking, he was merely a player who capitalized on weakened foes. In a direct confrontation, he was utterly inadequate. Consequently, the momentum began to shift. Zhou Yu commenced employing strategy in the match. No longer did he engage in mere brute force. Instead, he sought to control the battlefield. At times, he would focus fire on phone runs from the outset, directly dismantling the opponent's core. Other times, he would feign a diversion, creating disturbances to systematically dismantle the edges before eliminating the main force. He altered his tactics several times, each time catching the opposition off guard. Ultimately, the battlefield became increasingly chaotic, leading to the complete collapse of the enemy's rhythm. More importantly, as Zhou Yu familiarized himself with his adversaries, he began to play with greater ease. He no longer carried the burden alone, but actively provided cover for his teammates, maintaining pressure on health lines, securing key positions, and creating opportunities. Unintentionally, he allowed some kills to be shared among his teammates. Gradually, each teammate began to secure kills, fostering a sense of participation, presence, and confidence. Sometimes, the game hinged not on technical prowess, but rather on a sense of self-assurance, colloquially referred to as feel. At this moment, the atmosphere on the battlefield was a stark contrast to that of his initial engagement. Now, Class 5 surged with momentum, while Class 0 descended into silence. Without a doubt, Zhou Yu's team claimed another round, equalizing the score. The decisive round had arrived. In the final match, Zhou Yu even discarded the sniper rifle, opting instead for an AK-47, leading his teammates in a rapid breakthrough assault. Such a tactic would have been untenable against a team of strong spirits at the outset. It would have been tantamount to courting death. However, the circumstances were now entirely different. The opposition had become a group of frightened players. Finally, in the decisive round, within 1 minute, the encounter concluded with minimal damage, but an undeniable sense of humiliation. Huzakai and phone runs stared blankly at the result screen of their defeat. The opposing data was surprisingly balanced. What the hell? How absurd. Yet, the MVP of the match was undoubtedly awarded to the suddenly divine level 8 Gale. Just seeing that ID ignited a fire within Huzakai. In the second half, he barely survived the opening stages before being sniped by this individual. Who on earth was this level 8 Gale? This ID seems peculiar. When read backward, it spells level 8 Gale level 8. Oh my! His pupils constricted as he exclaimed, "Old coin. This is the true old coin." Upon exclaiming, he suddenly realized this was utterly incongruent with his genteel persona. Sure enough, the class leader admonished, "How can you use such foul language?" Indeed, the class leader had become rather uncouth. It was merely a game lost. How could he transform so drastically? It was astounding how a single loss could affect someone so profoundly. The girls in the back row regarded him with strange expressions. Most devastating of all was that now Lin Wangshu was also watching him. She did not smile. Her gaze was calm, yet piercingly clear, evoking an inexplicable sense of shame. Huzakai's face turned as red as a painter's palette, his mouth agape, words caught in his throat, trapped in indecision. In moments of glory, she paid him no heed. Yet in moments of madness, not a detail escaped her notice. Where was the fairness in this? Coincidentally, Phone Runs sat in his seat, his complexion a deep shade of anger, incessantly murmuring to himself, "This cannot be right, this cannot be right." His expression resembled that of Xiang Lin's wife, repeatedly muttering, "I have never won against a sniper. I've always been headshot. This is unreasonable. He must be cheating. He must be cheating." Indeed, a teammate interjected immediately, his tone imbued with righteous indignation. The volume of his voice resonated throughout the classroom, startling the previously quiet onlookers and stirring the atmosphere into a tempest. However, in the next moment, Si Bangzi stood up, raising his voice even higher. "Are you blaming others for your inability to win? Accept your losses gracefully. Do you not understand?" He continued, "If you can't handle the pressure, perhaps you should switch to playing Do Di Zhu instead of Bomb Defusal, where at least you could still hold your ground." His words were a direct retort. To everyone's surprise, before he could finish, Feng Run's abruptly rose from his seat. His face flushed, striding toward them. He was not there to reason, but to reclaim his dignity. "Who is the level 8 Gale? Step forward. Gulme. Let us engage in a 1v1 duel. Do you dare?" In Class 5, the onlookers exchanged glances toward Zhou Yu, silently responding to Feng Run's inquiry about the level 8 Gale. The attention of those in Class 0 also shifted towards him. Feng Run's furrowed his brow. He recognized this individual, the one who had been demoted from Class 1 just days prior. Yet, their acquaintance was limited. They did not truly know each other. Huzakai, on the other hand, was momentarily taken aback, his mind clouded with disbelief. Was this his fate? To encounter defeat time and again? A saying crossed his mind, the last straw that breaks the camel's back. He felt like that camel, utterly crushed under Zhou Yu's weight. Were Zhou Yu aware of his inner turmoil, he would undoubtedly mock, "Ah, our little chairman who seems rather fragile." Meanwhile, behind Hu, Chen Yunxi nudged Lin Wangshu with a hint of surprise in her voice. It's him. Unlike Lin's 7-second memory, Chen possessed an exceptional recollection. Even having only seen a photograph on a forum, she had committed Zhou Yu's visage to memory. He was the one who helped you when Mingjia was bothering you at the school gate, wasn't he? Indeed, not only did he come to my rescue, but he also taught me archery, accompanied me to the movies, shared meals, and even pretended to be my boyfriend, holding hands for photos. So much has transpired this past week, far more than I can articulate. At that moment, the aloof girl merely turned her gaze toward a corner of the computer room, removing her other earphone. Zhou Yu, leisurely sipping his goji berry tea, queried, "Why would I engage in a duel with you?" Feng Run's was momentarily taken aback. Many onlookers from both Class 0 and Class 5 were equally stunned. "Am I not questioning your integrity? Shouldn't you prove your innocence by challenging me?" Feng Run's quickly regained his composure, retorting, "I knew it. You're a coward, afraid to face me in battle." His words incited a flurry of discontent among the crowd. Even the usually mild-mannered class leader, Zhou Yu, countered, "You can't just accuse someone of cheating because you can't win. You all performed poorly. Especially this level 8 Gale, whose track record is dismal. Suddenly, he's a sniper, landing headshots with every shot. That's undoubtedly suspicious." From Class 0, a competitor protested, "You're mistaken. We switched players. You never said we couldn't tee." Si Bangzi shot back, "You should know that my buddy Zhou doesn't typically play CS. He's more of a Bubble Trouble player. And now he's being bested by a Bubble Trouble player. How hilarious." As he spoke, laughter erupted, with Si Bangzi leading the charge, his robust humor infectious. It must be said, the chubby one had a tongue like poison at times, warming hearts and stirring spirits. Zhou Yu sat at his desk, smiling amiably, gently swaying his cup of goji berry tea, reflecting on the absurdity of the situation. Feng Run's understood that maintaining his momentum was crucial. You will duel me." Yet, for reasons unknown, his voice lacked the fervor he intended. Fortunately, a few other teammates rallied behind him, steadfastly refusing to leave, resembling a stubborn piece of meat that couldn't be dislodged. Huzakai, standing at the rear of the group, felt increasingly hesitant to assert himself, disinclined to be the center of attention. For the first time, he found solace in playing the role of an ostrich. Zhou Yu, casting a casual glance at Feng Run's and his entourage, remarked coolly, "I already stated I'm not cheating. Why would I need to duel?" He then returned to his seat, opening an episode of The Legend of Wulin for all to see. Feng Run's was left bewildered. "Am I invisible?" Huzakai, drawing on his experience, yet feeling helpless, muttered, "This is quite the spectacle." Zhou Yu, displaying his characteristic charisma, quipped, "No wonder he's the one who changed classes. His presence is formidable." See Bangzi added, "He has managed to outshine everyone again. Oh well, let him bask in it. After all, he is leading us to victory today." Ban Jing commented, "Next time, I'll also adopt Zhou's style and make a grand display." In youth, one often falls prey to the trap of self-validation, striving to prove oneself to others. Yet, such efforts are ultimately futile. What does it matter if you prove yourself? Often, when others question you, it is merely to challenge, entangle, and exhaust you. Being questioned is commonplace. The strong do not need to validate themselves. There is no need for explanations. Learn to counter with questions, turning the inquiries back upon the questioner. Just like Zhou Yu, tossing the issue back at them often infuriates those who wish to undermine you. Yes, it's all about discomforting you and making you feel uneasy. So bite me, instead of entangling yourself in self-justification. Devote that time to pursuing activities that bring you joy and relaxation. Thus, these individuals found themselves in a standoff, unable to leave or sit, ensnared in an awkward silence. Yet, adhering to the philosophy that if I am not embarrassed, neither should you be, they stubbornly remained. Kuzukai, having learned his lesson, gently nudged Feng Run's, whispering, "Perhaps it's best to let this go." But Feng Run's, emboldened, retorted, "Come, I just topped up my meal card with 500 yesterday. If I lose, you can use my card however you wish." Before he could complete his sentence, he slammed the meal card onto the table, causing it to bounce slightly. Indeed, it is often said, one should not fall into the trap of self-validation. However, there are exceptions. For instance, what if your demonstration of skill could yield tangible benefits? That would be an entirely different matter. Who could possibly refuse the gift of money presented so readily? Yet, the monetary aspect is of little consequence. What truly matters is the desire to assist diligent students in overcoming their internet addiction. I, Zhou Yu, am a benevolent citizen, eager to lend a helping hand. Upon glancing at the unremarkable meal card, Zhou Yu promptly stood up, a grin spreading across his face. "All right, let's have a one-on-one match. You set the rules. You doubt our prowess, do you? Very well, we shall play on your turf, using your machines and accounts." Thus, the group relocated to the row of computers in Class 0, where CS was being played. The protagonist and onlookers followed suit. Zhou Yu casually selected a seat near the center, and as he settled in, he caught a glimpse of Lin Wangshu in his peripheral vision. She was quietly observing him, her gaze cool yet laced with a hint of scrutiny. Zhou Yu raised an eyebrow and nodded in her direction as a form of greeting before redirecting his focus to the screen. He randomly took control of an account, moving the mouse with a flicker, the crosshair dancing, the sound of the keyboard ringing clear. The 1v1 mode is quite straightforward. 2 players, 1 map, and 1 AWP sniper rifle. The first to achieve 10 headshots emerges victorious. The map chosen was the classic Opindia, featuring an unobstructed start with no cover, testing reflexes and marksmanship to the utmost. As the countdown reached 0, the screen flashed. Feng Run's appeared visibly tense. As soon as he emerged from his spawn point, his mouse wavered, his actions hesitant. In the next instant, a resounding bang echoed. The system notification chimed. Kuzukai AWP headshot kill Feng Run's. In the very first second of the match, a headshot was scored. Before the screen had the chance to refresh, Feng Run's display was already grayed out, frozen in the moment of his fall. Chapter 56, Let Us Dance. Indeed, it was quite a coincidence. The account Zhou Yu had commandeered belonged to Kuzukai. The dramatic effect was palpable, using a lesser player to challenge another. Feng Run's played adequately, yet that was the extent of his prowess. Moreover, as a senior in high school, his online time had been drastically curtailed over the past 6 months. His parents were far from lenient. In fact, during the summer break, they had gone so far as to hide the monitor. Yes, when one cannot comprehend the workings of a computer, hiding the hardware is certainly a unique approach. Skill in such games requires practice and refinement. Not to mention, he had certainly regressed. He was nowhere near his peak 6 months prior. Furthermore, in a top-tier class like Class 0, the schedule was intensely packed, allowing him to sneak into an internet cafe at most once a week. Thus, Zhou Yu felt quite confident in his ability to best him. In truth, if one were to assess their skills, Phone Runs was significantly inferior to Zhou Yu. In less than 2 minutes, the score reached 9-0. Phone Runs had perished 9 times, trapped in a hellish cycle of respawning and fading to gray. His gaming experience was abysmal, and his mental state was equally low. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead as he internally lamented, "What a tough opponent I've encountered." Upon his 10th respawn, Phone Runs had almost resigned himself, slowly closing his eyes, preparing to embrace the final gray screen. Yet, the sound of a kill notification failed to materialize. Huh? What is happening? Zhou Yu stood motionless not far from him, seemingly in a daze. Phone Runs was so taken aback that he forgot to shoot. Then, astonishingly, Zhou Yu began to maneuver his character left and right, frequently crouching, performing a bizarre combination of movements. It resembled dancing. Friends familiar with Battle Royale games know you can dance at any moment. You can even dance atop your loot box after being eliminated. In this era of CS, there weren't many flashy maneuvers, leaving one to ponder how Zhou Yu managed to do this. Nevertheless, it certainly appeared as though he was dancing, albeit rather inelegantly, reminiscent of a madman searching for his child. Ridiculous. Snapping back to reality, Phone Runs immediately fired a shot. Phone Runs AWP kills Huzakai. Aha, counterkill. Phone Runs felt a surge of joy, aiming for the likely respawn location, ready to press his advantage. Bang! But the screen faded to gray once more. Huzakai AWP headshot kill Phone Runs. 101, game over. Was this a deliberate act of generosity? Indeed, it seemed so. Otherwise, a shutout would have been rather embarrassing. Zhou Yu possessed quite the competitive spirit. After all, during the Olympics, wasn't it true that the formidable Zhang Yining had once made AI Fukuhara cry, only to later concede a point due to an unintentional service error? However, that concession lacked sincerity. But what exactly had Zhou Yu been doing? Dancing? I wonder. I'd like to learn as well. I want to dance on Apindia. Ignoring the murmurs and gazes of the onlookers, Zhou Yu rose and approached, swiftly snatching the meal card from Phone Runs' table. As he did so, he cheerfully remarked, "Thank you on behalf of our classmates. We appreciate your contribution to our afternoon tea fund. I'll return it after I'm done." With that, he turned on his heel and strode back to Class 5. Tossing the meal card toward the class monitor, "Zhou Yu, please treat the class to some drinks. You decide what to buy. There should be nearly 500 on it. And perhaps we can even get some snacks." Woo! Old Zhou is amazing. Some students had already begun excitedly making requests. "I want milk tea. I'll have orange juice." Class monitor, "I want tomato-flavored chips. I want spicy snacks." The atmosphere became wildly exuberant, almost surpassing the joy of receiving a scholarship. The previous class's favorite computer lesson could now be accompanied by food and drink. Who would be thrilled? Zhou Yu gleefully accepted the meal card, cheerfully affirming, "All right." He thought to himself, this class reform is truly something else. Excellent grades, exceptional gaming skills, and such a strong presence. It seems I must aspire to be more like Zhou Yu in the future. Class monitor Zhou Yu was a genuinely kind-hearted individual, devoid of any ulterior motives or inflated sense of superiority. On the contrary, he always seemed to recognize and appreciate the strengths in others. Perhaps that is why he was chosen as class monitor. This, too, exemplifies a broad-mindedness of spirit, does it not? As for how much money remained on the meal card, it was of little importance. Zhou Yu had already resolved. If it wasn't enough, he would chip in. The happiness of everyone was paramount. When Zhou Yu returned to his seat, Si Bangzi and Pan Jing began to mimic the dance Zhou Yu had performed for Phone Runs in the game. Indeed, it was the same mechanical movements, albeit with exaggerated expressions. However, the two of them exhibited quite stiff movements. They didn't resemble dancers at all. In fact, they appeared less charming than the zombies from Resident Evil compared to each other, in the realm of peculiar welcome rituals amongst the eccentric youth. Zhou Yu found it unbearable to observe and consequently chose to join them. Thus, 3 zombies flailing their limbs occupied the back of the computer lab. In Class 0, aside from the 5 who had lost the competition, the atmosphere remained relatively normal. After all, this was a prestigious reform class. primarily composed of prodigious students from elite institutions like Tsinghua and Beida. Their focus was predominantly on academics, engrossed in their own pursuits with a steadfast mindset, oblivious to external distractions. Moreover, wasn't it you who willingly participated in this? In life, accepting the consequences of one's bets is fundamental. And where in life are there not green mountains? If this time did not yield victory, one could strive to reclaim it next time. However, some mature and diligent students believe that there was truly no merit in competing over games. The real skill lay in academic rivalry. Yet, those who had participated were particularly despondent at this moment, slumped over their desks, especially phone runs. Huzakai, contemplating, let out a sigh and patted phone run's shoulder in consolation. Brother, I understand your plight. I have been there too. What do you understand? Phone runs felt even more grieved. I just lost this month's allowance. I'm going to starve. He resolved to avoid provoking Zhou Yu in the future. Huzakai, deep in thought, remarked, he truly seems to be a formidable character. Meanwhile, in the back row, the girls of Class 0 had been keenly observing the entire match. Although Lin Wangshu had not paid attention initially, she had not diverted her gaze since the last round of the team competition began, especially during the much-watched 1v1 sniper battle. She witnessed every moment without missing a shot. The ever-curious Chun Yunshi chimed in. Though I don't understand CS, I feel that phone runs is rather lacking. What do you think, Lin Wangshu? That pointed inquiry snapped Lin Wangshu back from her wandering thoughts. The cool girl regained her focus. What are you laughing about? Chen Yunshi pressed on. Huh? The cool girl quickly suppressed her smile, dissipating the mirth. It's nothing, right? You also think phone runs is quite poor. Chen Yunshi continued. I didn't expect him to be so inept yet so arrogant, insisting on challenging others. On another note, she added, by the way, I think your rumored boyfriend is quite impressive. Rumor boyfriend? Lin Wangshu countered. Hasn't that issue passed? Indeed, rumors and gossip surrounding the illustrious Lin, the school's belle, were abundant, typically chronicled weekly. Oh, you mean that fighting guy? Chen Yunshi said, gesturing toward Zhou Yu in the distance. Among girls, discussions about boys are often intriguing. They prefer using code names. Usually, these names derive from notable events associated with the person. The more dramatic the incident, the more precise the moniker. This method is both convenient for memory and discreet. After all, there are times when one might encounter someone again, and it's prudent to avoid direct references. Thus, they create code names with finesse. The one who always brings chips is dubbed Chip Guy. The one who curses at the drop of a hat is called Foul-Mouthed Guy. The exceptionally gifted is referred to as Big Shot, and those who serendipitously cross paths on rainy days might whimsically be called Rain Guy. Many such examples exist. For instance, Huzakai also had a code name, though he hardly deserved a place at the table due to his unlikable nature. However, precisely due to his unpleasantness, Chen Yunshi frequently gossiped about him. Being in the same class necessitated a code name. His was husky because of his exaggeratedly narcissistic laughter, reminiscent of a husky's mischievous charm. Zhou Yu's first impression on Chen Yunshi was as the fighting guy who defended Lin Wangshu against Yu Mingjie. Lin Wangshu found it somewhat amusing. This title sounded rather menacing, as if it suggested a propensity for domestic violence. What does his family situation have to do with me? The cool girl shook her head, attempting to dispel the chaotic thoughts swirling in her mind. Never mind. He is indeed impressive compared to them. The school bell rang, and the students were reluctantly ushered out of the computer lab, marking the end of their weekly respite. As they approached the exit, Zhou Yu was unexpectedly intercepted by Qi Li Wei, the computer science teacher, who had recently grappled with a challenging problem. Are you from Class 5? What is your name? Qi Li Wei inquired. As a computer science teacher, he typically showed little interest in students' names, usually just opening and closing the door for them. Zhou Yu nodded. Zhou Yu, have you studied programming before? Qi Li Wei continued. You solved that algorithm question remarkably well. You grasped the optimal solution at a glance. Indeed, those problems were ones Zhou Yu had long mastered in his previous life. He could even extrapolate from them. Algorithm questions differ from rote memorization. They fundamentally revolve around a way of thinking. Once one grasps the thought process, many related questions become easily manageable. Thus, in this life, Zhou Yu could still navigate them with ease. He flashed a sincere smile, his eyes sparkling, and replied, I read Introduction to Algorithms during last summer. You've finished Introduction to Algorithms? Qi Wei was astonished. This book is considered the holy grail for algorithm novices, yet possesses a notably high entry barrier. Qi Wei himself, during his 4 years at university, struggled with it from freshman to senior year before finally conquering it after beginning to teach students. What Qi Wei did not realize was that learning also involved a degree of innate talent. In his past life, Zhou Yu had completed this book in his first year of college, even wore it out. Subsequently, upon graduating, he purchased another copy of Introduction to Algorithms. In reality, knowledge in engineering fields may occasionally require revisiting for gaps, but more often than not, once understood, it is unlikely to be forgotten. It is not necessary to read it repeatedly. He acquired the second copy purely for collection, as it is indeed an excellent book. Thus, he possessed 2 copies. Similarly, he owned Computer Networking, a top-down approach, another foundational text. Zhou Yu had collected the 6th edition, which had already progressed to the 8th edition by now. He tended to buy duplicates of many such fine books for his collection. This book is quite well written, Zhou Yu smiled. There's a programming club at the school. As you know, right? Although it is a club, it primarily focuses on algorithm training and competitions, Qi Wei explained. The school's competition team is also trained here. Would you be willing to join and give it a try? Zhou Yu was naturally aware of this programming club. It was established in the year I entered the first year of high school. He went through the written examination and interview back then, but was unfortunately eliminated. Who would have imagined that he would now extend an invitation to me? Truly, the tides of fortune shift every 30 years. However, this programming club's competition team never managed to secure a single medal by the time Zhou Yu graduated, let alone gaining direct admission to prestigious institutions like Tsinghua and Peking University. In this era, many competitions offer such opportunities for guaranteed admissions, and information technology competitions are among them. I am both the supervising teacher and the guiding mentor. Qi Wei added, if you wish to participate, feel free to reach out to me anytime. It's no wonder they fail to achieve results when their teacher is so lacking. How far can the students fly under such guidance? Zhou Yu chuckled softly. The most pressing issue, however, is that the registration for the competition has already closed, with the preliminary round set for next week. There is no way for me to participate now. Had there been time, I might have earned a medal, securing an early admission and avoiding those grueling 8 a.m. classes. Of course, I would have been eager to join, but alas, it is too late. Teacher, I'm in my 3rd year now, Zhou Yu said, maintaining his innocent smile and sincere tone. My academic load is quite heavy, and I just experienced a class reassignment, moving from Class 1 to Class 5. My immediate priority is to focus on securing a place at a reputable university. Qi Wei nodded, understanding, yet he felt a pang of disappointment. It was disheartening. No worries, if you're interested, reach out to me anytime, Qi Wei said, forcing a smile that lacked genuine warmth. Those in IT rarely excel at feigning cheerfulness, except for Zhou Yu, of course. Thank you, teacher. The computer class had not yet concluded when class leader Zhou Yu, accompanied by a few robust classmates, dashed out. By the time the students returned to the classroom, a variety of beverages and snacks had been brought back. Some preferred cola, while others favored milk or juice. Zhou Yu eagerly distributed them, announcing with each handout, "This is courtesy of Zhou Yu." Oh no, not me, but the new Zhou Yu. They corrected themselves. Right, old Zhou. No need to thank me, just thank him. Chapter 58, The Exchange of Badges. As the final class came to an end, everyone proceeded to the gymnasium as usual for exercise. The setting sun cast a warm glow, creating a tapestry of light and shadow. The entire playground was bathed in a gentle orange hue. On the synthetic track, 2 slender figures, one tall and one short, ambled along. Jian Yuan was engaged in frog jumps. Despite her proud demeanor, she was obedient in her actions. Lin Wangshu, on the other hand, alternated between a light jog and brisk walking, primarily offering companionship. Hey, ha ha. This was the rhythmical sound emitted by the tarot girl as she leaped. The cool girl glanced at her sideways as she walked, sensing something amiss. Why are you jumping like that? It seems a bit peculiar. Hey, you would understand. This is called Hiv. By the way, how's your archery practice coming along? Haha. Not bad. Much better than last Sunday. Unfortunately, that badge from the archery hall has already been claimed by someone else. Oh, seems it wasn't meant to be. Haha. Jiang Yuan continued to bounce like a little frog, grinning widely. However, before her smile could fully spread, she spotted a familiar figure in the distance. Zhou Yu. He was running toward them, backlit by the setting sun, waving enthusiastically. Though his face was obscured by the glare, it was easy to imagine that mischievous grin. Hello, hello, he called out, truly embodying the spirit of a sunny youth. Jiang Yuan tilted her head and pouted. Ha. It appears we have some fate with the annoying child of the stars. Lin Wangshu noticed him too, though it didn't surprise her. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, she instinctively raised a hand, giving a small, gentle wave at her chest. It was rather adorable. Hello. Zhou Yu jogged over to Jiang Yuan's side, completing a triangular formation with the two girls, illuminated by the setting sun. Zhou Yu and Lin Wangshu stood on either side, with Jiang Yuan in the center. Zhou Yu glanced down at the still bouncing, frog. Today, Jiang Yuan's tarot girl look was adorned with dark gothic makeup that appeared somewhat ominous. Yet, due to the aerobic nature of her frog jumps, she was now glistening with sweat, her eyeliner and eyeshadow smudged. After wiping her brow multiple times, her makeup had faded enough to reveal her true visage, which was much more normal. Zhou Yu caught a glimpse of her 15 years later. While she might not possess Lin Wangshu's beauty, there was a gentle comfort about her. Her features were clean and pleasing, exuding a sense of intellect and freshness. Notably, she would don a pair of metallic-framed glasses in the future, giving her a mature and sophisticated aura. However, compared to her current self, they were nearly unrecognizable. Very good. Keep it up, shout Jiang, Zhou Yu encouraged. Jiang Yuan, wishing to maintain her aloof persona, deliberately turned her head toward Lin Wangshu. Yet, her mouth still emitted those peculiar sounds. Hey, ha. Nevertheless, with thoughts of the day after tomorrow, when Tarot Society President Shun Xingli would publicly duel Zhou Yu, she felt a surge of excitement. She had envisioned hundreds of scenarios where Zhou Yu faced utter defeat. Delightful. With this thought, she leaped even more vigorously, not quite sure what she was trying to prove. As she jumped, she inadvertently leaped farther ahead. Lin Wangshu shot Zhou Yu a glance, her tone indifferent. The moment you showed up, she started jumping even more enthusiastically. Ah, quite spirited indeed. Zhou Yu jested. The future is promising. And just like that, the formation shifted as Jiang Yuan bounded ahead, leaving Zhou Yu and Lin Wangshu to jog side by side behind her. Their conversation meandered without a particular theme. I noticed you played CS quite well in computer class today. It was alright. But to be honest, I'm not really into CS. Oh, do you actually play QQ Tang? How to explain that? It was a challenging matter to clarify. If this conversation continued, I might just reveal my true colors. The bun-snatching battle is quite entertaining, Zhou Yu replied vaguely, subtly shifting the topic. By the way, what events are you participating in for sports meet? Archery. What a coincidence. Me too, Zhou Yu exclaimed, feigning surprise as he mimicked drawing a bow. Lin Wangshu blinked, a bit taken aback. But soon, a strong sense of competition enveloped her. Oh no, now there would be one more formidable rival. It seems I need to practice even harder over the next few days. The cool girl thought to herself, though her expression remained unchanged. However, speaking of archery, she recalled a particular incident. Thus, she extracted a small object from the pocket of her school uniform. Here, take this. It was a rather comical and humorous lick the target dog badge, now displayed in Lin Wangshu's fair palm. Under the gentle glow of the setting sun, it surprisingly gleamed with a golden hue, resembling a warrior's medal, symbolizing unparalleled honor. So much so that Zhou Yu couldn't help but feel a momentary daze. It's amusing. Who truly desires that lick the target dog? Miss Lin actually took it seriously. Moreover, she brought it so swiftly. Not only did she speak of it, but she also executed it, truly characteristic of Miss Lin. In fact, on Monday, Uncle Wong, the driver, had won the lick the target dog. Why do I say won? Because the shopkeeper had quite the personality, refusing to sell it for any sum. One could only win it through skill. Uncle Wong, lacking in eyesight and archery talent. Shot a dozen or so arrows before hitting the 60 ring. He spent nearly 1,000 yuan to win back a rather ugly and comical badge. On his way back, he pondered why Lin Wangshu desired it so much. He secretly sighed with relief that the first prize had already been taken. Otherwise, with the shopkeeper refusing to sell, he would likely still be shooting arrows at the archery range until next year. Just the thought of it was terrifying. That was close. Zhou Yu gazed at the lick-the-target dog, smiling brightly. You really want it back. Indeed. Lin Wangshu slightly lifted her chin and extended her hand, badge open, towards Zhou Yu. Yes, she would never admit that it was the driver who had won it. This is what I won back. Indeed. Thank you, Zhou Yu replied. I appreciate the effort. I also have something for you. Saying this, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a small item. In his palm lay a platinum bow and arrow, crossing each other with sleek lines, a cold luster, and an air of sophistication, precisely the first prize that Lin Wangshu had failed to obtain that day. Then, Zhou Yu extended his hand forward, aligning it parallel to Lin Wangshu's palm, displaying the lick-the-target dog. Lin Wangshu, with her fair skin and long fingers, contrasted starkly with Zhou Yu, whose complexion appeared somewhat duller in comparison, despite not being particularly dark. In the twilight glow, the badges in their palms, one platinum, one brass, reflected a similar golden light. In that moment, the first prize and the consolation prize seemed indistinguishable. Lin Wangshu was momentarily taken aback. In her usually cool and indifferent eyes, a rare surprise surged. Then, the cool girl raised her head, gazing at Zhou Yu, and smiled gently, radiantly. So bright was her smile that it diminished her usual aloofness. Zhou Yu met her gaze, observing his own reflection in her bright eyes, and his lips unconsciously curved upwards. The two stood there, bathed in the sunset's glow, exchanging smiles. How did you get this? As they spoke, they instinctively placed their badges into each other's hands. Zhou Yu raised an eyebrow and began to fabricate. That day, when you left, the rain was pouring down harder. I thought I'd wait until it lightened before leaving, so I returned to the archery range. I remembered you were still talking about this before getting in the car, so I decided to give it a try. How many rounds did you shoot? Lin Wangshu inquired. Well, Zhou Yu shrugged, feigning innocence. I can't quite remember, but I shot for quite a while. I ended up broke. All my pocket money from childhood is now staked here. He sighed dramatically. In reality, he had only shot once. Just that single shot had left the girl at the entrance handing out flyers utterly stunned. Not just her. Even the groups of onlookers had begged Zhou Yu for assistance. Thus, one round led to another until nearly every prize was claimed. Even the most inconspicuous consolation prize, the lick-the-target dog, was nearly depleted. The next day, when Uncle Wang arrived, the shopkeeper flatly refused to sell it. Zhou Yu was somewhat to blame for that. That day, as Zhou Yu exited the archery range, the shopkeeper and the flyer girl were so moved they nearly shed tears, practically sending him off for miles, terrified that this formidable man might turn back. At this moment, as Zhou Yu recounted his tale, he contorted his expression into one of utter destitution, looking quite aggrieved. Miss Lin observed him, wanting to sweep her hand and exclaim, "Allow me to reimburse you." Of course, she kept this thought to herself, quietly watching Zhou Yu, her eyes sparkling, a subtle smile gracing her lips. On the synthetic track, ahead, the little frog was quite focused and persistent. Hey, I feel, that I am now terrifyingly strong. Shu Bao, what do you think? Where is everyone? Where have all the people gone? As night fell at Lakeside Number 1, Lin Wangshu finished her archery practice, took a shower, and donned a set of silk pajamas. The soft, form-fitting silk glimmered under the light, outlining the contours of her youthful figure. The weather had been rather capricious lately. The sudden downpour on Sunday made one wish to wear shorts and tank tops for some breathability. Yet today, the temperature had abruptly dropped, carrying a hint of early autumn's chill. She instinctively pulled at the cuffs of her pajamas, curling her arms as if acclimating to the erratic season's shifts. The piano practice of Love in the Year before had just concluded, and she could momentarily take a break. With one less daily commitment, her time suddenly felt much more ample. Lin Wangshu first retrieved the platinum badge of the sharpshooter from her backpack, contemplating placing it prominently on her desk. However, No matter how she positioned it, it refused to stand upright, toppling over at every turn. The cool girl pondered for a few seconds, her gaze inadvertently landing on the strawberry bear on her backpack. That small strawberry bear was the one she had casually hung on her bag that Sunday. In truth, it wasn't tea just that day. It quietly accompanied her to school, home, and practice, being her companion through every day. The strawberry bear appeared somewhat dingy and worn, yet it was designed with a vintage feel. But perhaps due to its long companionship, it seemed even older than she remembered, as if it had journeyed with her through many years. Lin Wangshu reached out, gently taking it from her backpack. Then, she carefully pinned the sharpshooter's platinum badge onto the bear's belly. The bear was already small, and the badge, being rather weighty, made the two items appear somewhat mismatched together. Yet the cool and composed girl found herself increasingly satisfied, a smile unconsciously tugging at the corners of her lips. Lippy, she nodded, contentedly reattaching the upgraded strawberry bear to her backpack. Subsequently, she powered on her computer and logged into QQ. The images of today's thrilling watch of CS in the computer lab involuntarily resurfaced in her mind. It had been several days since she last played. The itch to engage was undeniable. Suddenly, the QQ message notification chimed. Genius Island, are you on? Coincidentally, little soldier Zhang Jie had just sent a game invitation. Lin Wangshu stared at the screen, her fingers hovering over the keyboard. She certainly wished to play, but the thought of the competitive spirit inherent in CS made her wary of an exhilarating night that could stretch until the early hours. Her schedule had been overly packed lately, attending classes during the day, training with Jiang Yuan in the evening, and practicing archery after self-study. Though she cherished leisure, she was equally disciplined, adept at discerning priorities when obligations loomed. Yet, tonight was still early. Her biological clock had not yet adapted to such an early bedtime. Suddenly struck by inspiration, she replied with a message. How about we play QQ Tang? There was a brief silence on the other end. Genius Island, are you serious? Zhou Yu on the other side was momentarily taken aback. The illustrious Lin was indeed quite amusing, consistently bringing forth new surprises. The bun-snatching battle is incredibly fun. Ah, her tone, so disarmingly earnest and sincere. Zhou Yu couldn't help but chuckle. The cool girl could be rather entertaining at times. She took everything to heart and was quite serious about it all, albeit in a subtly playful manner. In this light, 18-year-old Lin Wangshu was genuinely endearing, her demeanor contrasting sharply with her usual aloofness. However, one couldn't possibly wish to play QQ Tang, could they? That game surely held no appeal for her. It seemed he would once again be helping someone overcome their internet addiction. In the next moment, Zhou Yu replied, Genius Island, let us go. That night, little soldier Zhang Jie and the mightiest man of Linen engaged in a protracted bun-snatching battle in QQ Tang. To put it precisely, Lin Wangshu was thoroughly bombarded by her CS junior, ultimately leading her to log off in a state of disarray. The gaming experience was abysmal, and she never wished to play QQ Tang again, especially the bun-snatching battle. Notably, an anonymous yet benevolent citizen, Mr. Zhou, successfully aided two high school seniors in liberating themselves from internet addiction in a single day, earning him the title of a model of positive energy in a new era. Chapter 60. Old Acquaintances. The following day, Thursday, in the evening, at Linen High School's Wind and Rain Stadium. Today was yet another clear day, though since last night, a chill had quietly descended, carrying an unexpected crispness, like a gentle reminder before autumn sets in. Upon reflection, Sunday marked the autumn equinox, which seemed fitting. However, the summer and autumn of Jiangnan always lingered together, reluctant to part. The autumn heat would occasionally make an unexpected return, casting doubt on the season even in October. Students leisurely strolling had already donned their light jackets, the thin school blazers just enough to ward off the sudden chill. On the grassy area beneath the trees, Meng Miaojuan, the tomboy of Class 5, persistently practiced shot put with her slender arms. Another throw sent the ball arcing awkwardly, thudding against the grass. Still a small yet embarrassing distance from the passing mark. Standing nearby, the delicate Xiao Yao glanced at the landing point and shook her head for the 69th time. The results remained disheartening. barely grazing the threshold. In truth, shot put is neither particularly light nor excessively heavy. The crux lies in Meng Miaojuan's lack of strength. Despite her frequent banter about being one of the boys, she was in reality the epitome of a fragile girl. Ironically, the seemingly harmless and soft Xiao Yao possessed extraordinary strength, capable of lifting a water bucket and circling the playground without breaking a sweat. Why are you so fixated on shot put? Xiao Yao frowned, her tone laden with unspoken exasperation. Meng Miaojuan pouted, flicking the damp bangs clinging to her forehead. Her short hair was thoroughly soaked. Comparatively, she and those wearing jackets resembled two different seasons. Feeling somewhat disheartened, Meng Miaojuan countered, "I see you have exceptional athletic talent. Why don't you participate in any events?" "My mother says girls should be more demure," Xiao Yao replied. "I'm not suited for such intense sports. If our class needs a cheerleader to dance, I'd definitely join," she added. "Since when can you dance?" Meng Miaojuan's eyes widened. "I could learn on the spot." Xiao Yao winked. On the basketball court, the atmosphere was still electric. Wang Haosen sported his signature floral headband, sweat glistening at his temples, his expression focused and intense. Today marked the training match day between Class 5 and Class 6. Both teams had arrived early, and even before the game commenced, the tension was palpable. Farther off on the synthetic track, the journey to the West trio was once again assembled. Sha Shidi, like a perpetual motion machine, sprang onto the track and took off as if wound up, running silently and disappearing in an instant. Meanwhile, Shi Xiang, Si Bangzi, had been lamenting since yesterday about his aches and pains, feeling discomfort all over. After all, he was a plump fellow who hadn't engaged in physical activity for quite some time. Suddenly plunging into aerobic exercise was bound to result in lactic acid buildup. When severe, even getting out of bed could become a daunting challenge. Since yesterday, he truly found it impossible to run. Lifting his legs felt like they were weighed down with lead. Every step a test of human limits. Yet this stubborn fat boy remained undeterred. Despite his earlier proclamations of "I absolutely will not go to the Wind and Rain Stadium tonight," he still appeared at the playground by evening, taking 3 steps and resting 1, all the while insisting, "Tomorrow, I absolutely want to come." Nevertheless, his lips proclaimed one thing, while his little chubby legs marched on, disobediently. Despite his grumbling, he resembled a fixed NPC, automatically refreshing on the synthetic track, silently trailing behind Sha Shidi and Zhou Yu. However, his current speed, compared to Sha Shidi, was akin to an elderly lady crossing the street. Slower than even the leisurely student strolling by, it was a stark contrast. One darted like an arrow, while the other dragged like a deflated cat. Zhou Yu found himself sandwiched in between, daily resembling a solitary wild dog, sprinting alone on the track. Yet in truth, running alone had its merits. It offered a period of pure solitude, a wonderfully serene experience. However, this solitary moment was limited to before Lin Wangshu's arrival. Once she appeared, for reasons unknown, Zhou Yu would invariably find himself drawn to her presence. It was certainly not intentional. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Wind and Rain Stadium, a somewhat familiar figure finally made his entrance. Yu Mingjie, complete with his signature leg hair, made a dazzling appearance. He had even changed his hairstyle to a trendy, side-swept fringe, long enough to obscure one eye, and in a striking burgundy hue. Last week it was blonde. This week it was red. He extended his hands to touch his temples, flicking his long fringe like a character from manga. "What do you think of my new hairstyle? Am I not dashing?" "You are indeed," remarked leg hair number 1. "Absolutely stunning," chimed in leg hair number 2, eager to flatter. Almost 2 weeks had passed since the confession incident at the school gate. Why had this boy not emerged to assert his presence? The previous week's gossip had spread rumors of him having fought the outstanding student Zhou Yu. The deluded blonde truly believed he had triumphed and fancied himself quite the hero. He even created a secondary account to hype himself up on a forum. Yu Mingjie fights so gallantly. What a marvel. Although the responses were scarce, he managed to garner a few replies from his leg hair supporters. To him, it seemed he had not only achieved notoriety, but perhaps even captured a fragment of Lin Wangshu's heart. Despite secretly nursing his wounds at night, occasionally shedding tears from the pain, he could maintain a facade of bravado in public. Last week, he had struggled to find a comfortable position in bed due to the pain, and had spent several days recovering at home. This week was the first he returned to class. Moreover, he believed he had secured both fame and fortune, rendering any need to confront his former adversary Zhou Yu unnecessary. I, Brother Jie, am a man of principle. I would not relentlessly pursue a defeated foe. To be candid, Yu Mingjie, with his delusional and self-aggrandizing disposition, would, in a gender-swapped narrative, resemble a typical underappreciated female antagonist, unworthy of even a cursory glance. Little did he realize that in just under 2 weeks, his home was nearly stripped bare. At present, Yu Mingjie scanned the stadium and track. Quick, where's Lin Wangshu? Chapter 61, A Battle of One Indeed. Yu Mingjie had come to the Wind and Rain Stadium today solely for Lin Wangshu. As previously mentioned, a campus star like her attracted considerable attention wherever she went. There were even die-hard fans, campus stalkers who would follow her daily, updating the school forum with their findings. Consequently, some individuals would rush over to catch a glimpse upon hearing the news. Most notably, a post from yesterday featured a photo of Lin Wangshu standing closely beside Zhou Yu, which appeared rather intimate. This revived the previously archived rumors of her alleged romantic involvement, which were now being circulated with embellishments. When Yu Mingjie saw this late at night, he resolved to wake up early today. He meticulously styled his hair, even grooming his temples, and arrived at the Wind and Rain Stadium well ahead of time. He thought to himself, Lin Wangshu will surely arrive soon, and I shall present myself in the most handsome manner. Confidence radiated from Brother Jie. With just a cursory glance, Yu Mingjie spotted Lin Wangshu. Despite his nearsightedness, about 300 degrees with a hint of astigmatism, he stubbornly refrained from wearing glasses, believing they would mar his looks. Yet, Lin Wangshu's unique presence, aura, and demeanor set her apart from the crowd, making her easily recognizable even through the hazy veil of his vision. Notably, today, the cool girl had tied her hair into a ponytail, enhancing her purity and vitality. At that moment, she stood at the 400-meter mark on the synthetic track. However, what was that figure beside her? It was difficult to make out, but it was evidently male. What is that thing standing opposite Lin Wangshu? Yu Mingjie frowned and inquired. It seems to be that guy who beat us up last week, whispered leg hair number 1. That's him. Zhou Yu from class 5, added leg hair number 2. Oomph. Yu Mingjie scoffed, lifting his chin in feigned indifference. Why is this guy everywhere? Does he really think he is the protagonist? After uttering this, he paused, suddenly sensing something amiss. His brows furrowed as he turned to leg hair number 1. Wait, what did you just say? Who beat up whom? We clearly bested him. Meanwhile, at the 400-meter mark, Zhou Yu casually asked, where's that giggly Jiang Yuan today? As he warmed up, Lin Wangshu sighed, feeling somewhat exasperated. It turned out that the quirky girl, much like Si Bangzi, had been focusing on leg workouts for 2 consecutive days due to her lack of exercise. Today, she was experiencing the aftermath of lactic acid buildup, weak legs, a floating sensation while walking, and needing to lean against the wall even to use the restroom. From yesterday's lively frog to today's feeble shrimp, she had initially intended to persist with her training. In truth, fitness is merely the process of tearing, rebuilding, and recovering muscle. Gritting her teeth and pushing through could expedite her recovery. Unfortunately, as she heroically set out for the stadium, she stumbled at the first step, resulting in a fall. Uncertain if she could make it tomorrow, she was certain she wouldn't be coming today. Lin Wangshu had only just arrived on the track when she received a message from Jiang Yuan on QQ. Upon learning of Jiang Yuan's predicament, Zhou Yu nodded in understanding, expressing sympathy. Indeed, she should take a proper rest. Let her recuperate for a few days. What about you? Lin Wangshu inquired, her brow slightly furrowed. She had yet to make a decision, wavering between returning to the classroom to complete her assignments or joining him for a run. Why don't we run together? Zhou Yu suggested. After all, we've already come this far. Lin Wangshu was momentarily taken aback, unsure how to decline. After all, that statement carried a certain persuasive weight. We've already come this far is a phrase that many in China find difficult to refute, one of the legendary 8 forgivable phrases. Phrases like, it's a major holiday, give me some face, or it's for your own good, particularly when directed at a child. If he's still a child, then he ought to be chased after and beaten. Yet at this moment, Zhou Yu had already taken off, creating a small distance as if assuming she would follow. When he noticed she hadn't moved, he turned back, lightly bouncing on his feet, calling out as casually as one would to a family member. "Come on, what are you waiting for?" Lin Wangshu stared at him for a few seconds. Though she intended to refuse, some misfiring nerve compelled her to run after him. Thus, the two of them set off, racing against the setting sun. The evening glow bathed the synthetic track, casting a pair of parallel shadows. Zhou Yu occasionally quickened his pace, then deliberately slowed down at intervals. Every so often, he would abruptly pivot, running a few steps in reverse. The wind ruffled his school uniform as he sprinted while stealing glances at Lin Wangshu. She maintained her usual aloof demeanor, eyes fixed ahead. But at the moment their gazes met, the corner of her eye seemed to flutter slightly. The evening breeze felt particularly gentle today. On the other side, Yu Mingjie observed as the figures in the distance grew fainter. Seething with frustration, he exclaimed, "Are we going to catch up, Brother Jia?" Leg hair number 2 inquired. "If the three of us pursue them, won't the track become a bit cramped? It seems more honest to collide with each other," murmured leg hair number 1. Yu Mingjie snorted dismissively. "Run? We shall run. All of you get moving." "Huh? Should we join them?" Leg hair number 1 retorted. Yu Mingjie tossed his long bangs with confidence, declaring, "No. I shall outrun him. Let us see who can endure to the very end. I want Lin Wangshu to witness who the most enduring man truly is." Before he could finish a sentence, Yu Mingjie had already dashed forward. The two leg hairs stood momentarily stunned, then hurriedly followed. On the track, Lin Wangshu and Zhou Yu ran in silence. Occasionally Zhou Yu would run backward, observing her ponytail swaying in the sunset and the hem of her uniform fluttering in the wind. He couldn't quite articulate why, but he felt a peculiar joy. What was the source of this joy? It eluded explanation. Suddenly, a phrase floated into his mind. Youth is truly wonderful. Yet as they ran, a flash of red hair would occasionally speed past. It was as if a specter had darted by. It appeared more ominous than Jiang Yuan's usual gothic makeup. Moreover, the moment that entity drew near, it would accelerate wildly, shaking its head as it ran. Terrifying indeed. As for what Lin Wangshu was contemplating, the age-old adage holds true. The secrets of a young girl's heart remain a mystery to all. However, many years later, on an ordinary yet warm afternoon, Lin Wangshu nestled on her couch, clutching a cushion while scrolling through a short video platform. The video depicted high school students running on a playground under the sunset. The image was not particularly clear, featuring only silhouettes, yet the light was warm and the wind just right. The accompanying background music was the chorus of "MS My Secret." Simultaneously, a female voiceover, with a slight lift in tone, remarked, "The silhouette of a youth running with the wind at sunset conceals the greatest secret of my youth." She watched it several times, pausing her fingertips for 2 seconds before giving it a thumbs up. After a long while, on the rubber track, "Brother Jia, I truly can't go on. I can't run anymore. Brother Jia, we've completed 5 laps. If I can't manage this, how will I survive in the future? I want to become the most audacious man in this school." Wait, where's Lin Wangshu? Where has she gone? Brother Jia, did we run in vain? Shut up. Chapter 62, Continuation of Cooperation. As usual, after completing 5 kilometers, it was over. Lin Wangshu had left long before the evening study bell rang. However, unlike the previous days, Zhou Yu changed into a fresh set of clothes. For one, the temperature had indeed dropped. Unlike the previous days when one could dry their clothes immediately upon exiting the playground. Now, clad in a damp school uniform, walking in the wind, it would be a miracle not to catch a cold. Although at 18, his body was resilient, almost impervious to ailments, he still housed the mind of a 30-year-old soul. At certain moments, he instinctively thought ahead, taking extra care. Another reason was that today he was to visit Jiuzhou to meet a client of somewhat significant importance at this stage. Liu Hongji, the owner of the Jiuzhou flagship store and the founder of this brand, had received unexpectedly positive feedback on the trial versions previously distributed. Currently, more than 10 internet cafes under Jiuzhou had expressed purchasing intentions. This figure surpassed Zhou Yu's expectations. He had initially estimated that 5 to 8 would be commendable, especially since this was merely the first round of testing, without even advertising, relying solely on Wang Changzheng's persuasive skills. Yet, the results exceeded all projections. Furthermore, Wang Changzheng had been quite impressive, with an average markup of 20 to 30 per establishment. This meant Zhou Yu could reap considerable benefits himself, feeling invigorated and eager to expedite the process. At this pace, barring any unforeseen complications, he estimated that by next Monday, he could expect a six-figure sum. In this day and age, that was no trivial amount. Consequently, the esteemed Lu Hongji had proactively suggested a face-to-face meeting to discuss the cooperation details. Thus, Zhou Yu donned a white shirt for the occasion. Upon arriving at Jiuzhou, he was 15 minutes late. Lu Hongji was still there. The entrance presented a familiar scene. Wang Changzheng, cigarette in mouth and broom in hand, languidly swept the ground. The floor was not particularly dirty, and the sweeping was hardly thorough, yet the act was performed with a sense of ritual. One could say he was almost obsessed with the title of sweeping monk. Inside the internet cafe, everything remained as usual, without any anomalies. The network management software Zhou Yu had installed for Wang Changzheng was operating smoothly, saving considerable labor and maintenance costs. Even old Wang himself remarked, "In this day and age, high technology is truly remarkable." The trial branches reported that it was quite user-friendly, and even a few owners proactively offered suggestions for improvements. After a brief chat with little Wang, Lu Hongji arrived a minute early, punctually on time. In appearance, he was short, also wearing glasses, reminiscent of a monkey. However, a glance into his eyes would immediately reveal the difference. Lu Hongji's gaze held the cunning and sagacity of a businessman, giving one the impression that he was either observing you or calculating something. Initially, when discussing with Wang Changzheng, the sales plan targeted retail consumers, focusing on single-store purchases. Yet now, faced with the demand for multiple sets in one go, the distribution model and pricing strategy certainly required reevaluation. Therefore, for this meeting, Zhou Yu had meticulously prepared a complete upgraded proposal. For enterprises like Jiuzhou, which owned multiple stores, he upgraded the original retail version directly to an enterprise version, allowing up to 20 stores to connect simultaneously. The pricing was also adjusted, with the enterprise version priced at approximately 65% of the retail version after discounts. The more stores they had, the higher the cost effectiveness. In addition, the network management software he had promised to give Wang Changzheng would also be provided to Lu Hongji. Was that a classic case of buy one get one free? As for the distribution commission for little Wang's side, it remained as previously discussed, fluctuating around 20, settled flexibly. In the tea room, after Zhou Yu finished presenting, his tone remained steady, his gaze clear. Lu Hongji did not respond immediately, merely nodding slightly. A few seconds later, he broke the silence, his voice low and measured. "Is the enterprise version's price, a 35% discount, the lowest you can offer?" Zhou Yu responded promptly, "At this stage, yes. However, should the scale expand, for instance, to encompass 100 stores, we could discuss OEM licensing, with technical integration fees being negotiated separately." The term OEM licensing refers to Company A granting permission to Company B to utilize or sell its developed products or technologies under its own brand. Drawing from his previous entrepreneurial experiences, Zhou Yu understood well that the marketability of software, along with its channels and sales, is of utmost importance. Yet, many entrepreneurs hailing from a technical background often find themselves lacking in this regard. Furthermore, a deeper reason lies in the limited potential of this inspection tool. Its value primarily serves as an entry point to the market, facilitating initial cash flow accumulation, thereby allowing room for subsequent product experimentation and expansion, which is already sufficient. After hearing this, L.V. Hongji chuckled, remaining noncommittal. As he spoke, he scrutinized Zhou Yu once more. The youthful innocence on his face was undeniable, yet his gaze belied that of an 18-year-old, not to mention the composure and ease exhibited in his every gesture. He appeared far removed from the typical naivete of a newly minted adult. After bidding farewell to L.V. Hongji, Wang Changzheng stood at the entrance of the internet cafe, lighting a cigarette. A sense of indescribable surrealism enveloped him. He was uncertain if that was the right term to use, but he could find no better alternative. The collaboration had concluded in less than an hour, remarkably smooth. He was not the principal negotiator in this endeavor. Contemplating this, Wang Changzhong couldn't help but cast a glance at Zhou Yu, who stood nearby. This young man seemed to possess more depth than he initially perceived. Zhou Yu, however, felt indifferent. It was merely a calculation on his part. Over 2 weeks, Zhou Yu and Wang Changzhong had grown quite familiar with one another, calling each other brothers and sharing drinks in jovial camaraderie. Occasionally, they would even sit together at the front desk, sipping tea while observing the comings and goings of patrons. Philosophizing about life, Wang Changzhong had softened his approach towards Zhou Yu, abandoning the old tactics of belittling by seniority, occasionally sharing a few heartfelt words. He even expressed a hint of nostalgia. "Ah, you really understand me, little brother." As time went on, he began to regard Zhou Yu as a half-confidant, half-relative, an elevated presence in their friendship across generations. Someone who could drink, was obedient, did not argue back, and understood computers. Unbeknownst to them, all of this was a form of dimensional reduction, a downward compatibility. At this moment, Zhou Yu was in no hurry to leave. The two stood at the entrance of the internet cafe, engaging in conversation. Initially, their discussion revolved around the collaboration. Gradually, Wang Changzhong diverted the topic to everyday matters. Their conversation meandered in circles, and after taking a drag from his cigarette and exhaling a cloud of white smoke, he redirected the conversation back to the cafe. "What do you think of our front desk girl?" Zhou Yu, chewing on a piece of gum, cast a glance at the girl seated at the front desk. In the past, Zhou Yu had smoked, but he quit due to certain circumstances. Now, he only indulged occasionally when feeling particularly low or after drinking. The process of quitting was arduous. Whenever he felt discomfort, he resorted to chewing gum. Ultimately, while he managed to quit smoking, he developed a habit of chewing gum instead. He felt an emptiness when not chewing on something, which he found challenging to adjust to. Thus, even after being reborn, without the craving for cigarettes, he still habitually desired gum. The girl at the front desk sat under the light, engrossed in reading the first volume of Jin Yang's The Legend of the Condor Heroes. The light cast a soft orange hue on her hair. Her expression was earnest and youthful. She was quite fond of reading. Zhou Yu remarked, "Every time I see her, she seems to be reading. Every single moment." Wang Changzhong replied, a hint of inexplicable irritation in his tone. "She just stares at that book, as if she's here for self-study. She hardly acknowledges anyone." He paused before continuing. Today, a red-haired customer even argued with her, claiming her attitude was poor. In fact, several customers have complained about her already. "I'm considering letting her go. This isn't a place for reading. It's not suitable for her. It would be better for everyone." The internet cafe is stable now, and the system's efficiency has improved. Those trivial matters can be handled by the monkey alone. The little girl just sits there, speaks little, and is not endearing. To put it plainly, she has become somewhat redundant. Zhou Yu said nothing, merely chewing on his gum, the sound faint yet crisp. He glanced once more at the front desk girl, who remained absorbed in her reading. Truth be told, her demeanor seemed utterly incongruous with the chaotic environment of the cafe, filled with the scent of instant noodles and smoke. She resembled a flower misplaced, not meant to be wedged between ashtrays and drink bottles, easily overlooked by passers-by. Chapter 63, A Challenge Issued. After leaving Jiuzhou, Zhou Yu returned to the small tavern. However, before he reached the entrance, he noticed a small queue forming outside the Shaoing Tavern. Inside, the establishment was bustling with old Zhou and Awan busy delivering dishes, whirling about like spinning tops. At this hour, it was no longer the time for selling the meat floss buns. Today, all the buns had been sold out. The current patrons were all returning customers drawn in by the allure of the buns, who had decided to sit down for a meal. In recent days, the business at the small tavern had been thriving, reminiscent of the bustling atmosphere when it first opened. Despite the busyness and fatigue, Mu Guiying's smile had grown increasingly radiant. Naturally, the primary reason was the influx of money. With substantial earnings daily, who wouldn't be grinning from ear to ear? "I'm not just greedy for money. I'm simply born to smile." As for the secondary reason, it stemmed from her pride and affection for this little tavern. She genuinely enjoyed this line of work, and now she finally glimpsed new prospects on this path. Standing at the tavern's entrance, Zhou Yu observed for a while, taking in the vibrant scene within, and couldn't he help but let his lips curve into a sincere smile. He chose not to enter, as the establishment was already crowded, and he didn't wish to add to the chaos. After watching for a bit, he quietly turned away, casually seeking out a nearby Shaw County eatery, ordering a plate of pork chop rice, hastily finishing it before heading home. Upon returning home, Zhou Yu first completed his assignments for the day. Although he possessed memories from 2 lifetimes, including knowledge beyond university, he maintained a serious attitude towards learning. He listened attentively in every class, ensuring no homework was left undone. Only after finishing his assignments would he turn to coding, followed by leisure time. The sequence was non-negotiable. As per usual, once he completed his homework, he opened his computer and continued developing the internet cafe management system he had promised to deliver to Zhou. As the clientele steadily increases and the market expands, the software must be crafted with greater meticulousness and solidity. The adage remains: the remuneration dictates the extent of the service rendered. One cannot expect the horse to gallop without providing it with fodder. When ample sustenance is provided, the horse naturally possesses vigor. In the midst of his focused writing, an unexpected interruption occurred. 2 beeps from QQ heralded a message adorned with a flickering avatar. It was from C. Bangzi, featuring a non-mainstream, Shammate-styled image. Yet, it appeared to differ from the previous Shammate. Last time it showcased dark hair, while this time, the avatar sported a vivid red mane. Regardless of the hue, the signature, slanted bangs remained, lending it an eerie resemblance. In this age, many individuals seem enamored with the notion of frequently changing their avatars, as if adhering to some peculiar trend. Pineapple chicken leg burger. Something S wrong. Something S wrong. This pineapple chicken leg burger is C. Bangzi's favorite burger and also his online moniker. He sent several urgent messages without elucidating the issue. Genius Island. Could you perhaps choose a more earthly avatar? Pineapple chicken leg burger. What constitutes an earthly avatar? Pineapple chicken leg burger. Quickly check the forum. You've received a challenge. Huh? A challenge? Zhou Yu's mind momentarily blanked. Genius Island. What is a challenge? Pineapple chicken leg burger. Have you lost your wits from running? Yu Mingjie has issued a challenge to you, summoning you to the gym after school tomorrow for a duel. Pineapple chicken leg burger. Brother, you've landed yourself in a predicament. Upon hearing this from C. Bangzi, Zhou Yu finally recollected the nature of a challenge. In this era, students at Lin and middle school had various methods to resolve their disputes, yet perhaps for the sake of making a grand spectacle and establishing their names, they indulged in a somewhat juvenile ritual, issuing challenges. These challenges were posted on forums, stipulating the means of duel, location, and the stakes of victory and defeat. Historical precedents suggest that those named in such challenges almost invariably accepted. Of course, some chose to decline, but the youth, caught in the throes of adolescence, often reveled in this passionate and public display of confrontation. In his previous life, Zhou Yu had always been an earnest and law-abiding student, never harboring animosities. However, he had witnessed his fair share of challenges. Most students shared a similar sentiment. They were drawn to the spectacle of it all. Whenever a duel was announced, the post would remain pinned to the top of the forum, attracting onlookers aplenty. Never did he anticipate that in this second chance at life, he would himself be the one receiving a challenge. How amusing, Zhou Yu mused. Meanwhile, in the second hall of the Jiuzhou Internet Cafe, within a cramped room filled with bulky monitors, Yu Mingjie sat in the center, flanked by 2 friends who were his loyal companions. He gazed at the challenge post that had surged to the forefront of the forum with satisfaction. Rubbing his somewhat sore calves, he thought to himself, "This time, I shall triumph with honor and notoriety." Recalling his previous exertions, he felt a twinge of frustration. Despite his vigorous efforts, he had gone unnoticed. It was exasperating to pour one's heart and soul into an endeavor only to have it fall flat. Upon opening the forum, he was greeted by a barrage of photos showcasing Lin Wangshu running on the field today, each featuring Zhou Yu, standing neither too close nor too far with favorable lighting. He cursed under his breath. What the hell is this? Are we in some sort of campus idol drama? Consequently, the rumors circulating on the forum intensified. Yu Mingjie seethed with indignation and, in a fit of determination, issued a challenge to Zhou Yu. After sending the message, he reclined in his chair, exclaiming with fervor, "This time, I will win a name for myself." "Exactly," his friend chimed in. Thereafter, Yu Mingjie scoured the internet for poignant quotes, intent on updating his signature. At the very least, he would post something profound. One phrase caught his eye, resonating deeply within him. "Love is a solitary eternity," Yu Mingjie murmured, feeling like a romantic soul. After reading it several times, his friend interrupted softly, "Brother Jia, I believe you've misremembered. The original phrase is, 'Unrequited love is a solitary eternity.' Everyone knows you fancy Lynn the campus beauty. It can't be classified as unrequited love anymore. You ought to say, 'Unreciprocated love is a solitary eternity.'" Yu Mingjie remained silent for a long moment before retorting, "Isn't it essentially the same?" Meanwhile, noticing Zhou Yu's prolonged silence, Si Bangzi grew anxious. "Pineapple chicken leg burger. How about tomorrow? We invite Bao Jing. The three of us go together? Pineapple chicken leg burger. We can hold our own, and he has got the size to command respect." Hearing several more notifications from QQ, Zhou Yu, who had returned to his coding, finally reopened the chat window. Indeed, he had scarcely paid attention to the matter, having not even visited the forum. He simply typed 2 characters, "Genius Island." No need.